My greatest fear is that you will ultimately wed another. Xiang Yichen is a favored scion, destined from birth for nobility, to be revered by the masses. She, a commoner, harbors a deep aversion to such exalted beings. Their opulence and indifference compel her to keep her distance. Sign this, and you shall become Mrs. Xiang. Wherever you go, people will cherish you as if you were a revered ancestor. Those who have wronged you or betrayed you will be forced to heed your every whim. I can help you ruin your fiancé and obliterate everything you wish to destroy. He placed a marriage agreement before her. She signed the document, casting her heart aside. Xiang Yichen, let me forewarn you. Should you betray me, I will ensure you lose far more, leaving you in eternal unrest. Ian uttered a solemn vow, one known only to her, yet imbued with profound seriousness. Ultimately, that oath was steeped in blood, as the dagger of betrayal pierced her very being. The contract is concluded, let us part amicably. With a look of revulsion, he tossed the divorce agreement at her, compelling her to depart with her shattered spirit. In their next encounter, he was no longer a figure of adoration, while she gazed down upon him as if he were but dust. He grasped her hand. Ian, marry me. She repulsively shrugged him off, retreating to the embrace of her fiancé. You have long since forfeited that right. Just when he believed that everything had dissipated like smoke, never to be reclaimed, a voice broke through. Daddy, in the airport, Xiang Yichen, you claim to be busy, yet you are preoccupied with dating? A woman stood rigidly by the table, observing the tender exchange between the couple, her eyes stinging with pain. The dynasty was resplendently adorned, an epitome of elegance, where guests engaged in hushed conversations, the air filled with soothing melodies. The sudden inquiry shattered the tranquil atmosphere. What are you doing here? The man's handsome brows knitted together, his eyes flashing with disdain. Ian's eyes welled with mist, her voice quivering. I know you've been dating her. I have played the fool for you. For your sake, I have feigned ignorance. But today is our wedding anniversary. Could you not also pretend for me? Even if just for today? Can you refrain from seeing her on this day? Why must it be today? In your eyes, our marriage is insignificant, but I wish for it to remain unblemished, at least on the surface. Why must you tarnish it today? Ian's lips trembled as she gazed at the man she called husband, her heart brimming with anger and disappointment. Don't make a fool of yourself. Go back. Xiang Yichen snapped, as if she were a beggar unworthy of his attention. A fool? You openly date your mistress and feel no shame, yet you fear my embarrassment? Ian retorted, her shoulders shaking with indignation. Miss Ian, today marks not only your wedding anniversary with Yichen, but also the anniversary of our acquaintance. The woman across from her smiled sweetly, her eyes gleaming with mockery. Silence. I am his wife. Please address me as Mrs. Xiang. Ian glared at the woman's smiling face, wishing to tear it apart. Ian. Xiang Yichen called her name in a low tone. Her misty eyes brightened as she turned to face him. Get lost. The man, her husband, uttered the most degrading words in front of another woman. Ha ha ha. Xiang Yichen, are you even too lazy to deceive me? What do you find appealing about her? Beauty? Elegance? I have mastered those qualities. Why can't you see me? Ian cried out in despair. Is it not her face that captivates you? Today, I shall ruin her, and let's see what you still admire about her. With no one prepared for her sudden outburst, Ian grabbed the table knife, its blade gleaming coldly under the opulent lights. Her expression twisted into a grotesque mask, a sight so hideous in Xiang Yichen's eyes that it was utterly revolting. She lunged with the knife towards the woman's face. The woman's pallid face turned white as she instinctively raised her arm to shield herself. That moment, Xiang Yichen sprang into action, seizing Ian's wrist in an attempt to wrest the knife from her grasp. Thud! The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed. A sanguine note, the knife that was intended for the woman instead plunged into Ian's abdomen, with Xiang Yichen's hand enveloping hers around the knife's handle. The man's face contorted in a manner never seen before, with Ian's hands, along with his, stained in blood. She coldly smiled. Xiang Yichen, I warned you, betray me, and you shall lose far more. Someone shouted, she's bleeding below. Ian, be sharp when you go in later. We absolutely must secure the Hiri project. President Luo instructed with concern that he had high hopes for Ian's abilities, yet she was about to face Xiang Yichen. Rest assured, President Luo, I will give it my all, Ian promised with a nod. Curiosity sparked within her as she observed the environment of Qinghua, recognized as the largest nightclub in T-City. Anyone of note visiting the city would undoubtedly find themselves at Qinghua. It was also the premier choice for wealthy young men to gather at night. As she walked through the hall, the music from the dance floor reverberated, causing her eardrums to throb painfully. But on the dance floor, men and women shed their masks, dancing intimately with one another. Here, people discarded their daytime facades, indulging in utter abandon. At the tables and booths, hands wandered unceremoniously towards fair thighs, while women's partially exposed bosoms pressed against men's arms, a scene rife with decadence. Dazzling colored lights flickered across the venue, intermittently dazzling Ian, leaving her momentarily blinded. Ian, I hear your fiancé is also vying for the Hiri project? President Luo asked seemingly casually. At this point, guided by a waiter, they had traversed the hall and arrived at the corridor outside a private room within Tsinghua. In stark contrast to the raucous outside, this area was eerily quiet, reminiscent of an upscale club, adorned in a manner that dazzled the eye. Mr. Luo, I maintain a clear distinction between my professional and personal life. On several occasions, I have successfully reclaimed orders from Chu Yang. If I were truly unable to separate the two, I would have long since switched to Chu Yang's company, directly aiding him without any pretense. Wouldn't that be more advantageous? Ian chuckled, the youthful naivety of his face having faded, replaced by a polished competence. Haha, I merely jest. Do you think I would be concerned about you? You are our company's star salesperson, absolutely number one. Mr. Luo laughed heartily, finding Ian's words quite reasonable. Gentlemen, Mr. Ishao is inside, please enter, the waiter announced at the door of a private room. Ian instinctively glanced at the door, which, instead of bearing a numerical designation, was adorned with 5 gilded characters that replaced the number 2 with an imperial emblem. The waiter pushed open the sturdy door. The warm light from within spilled out, and Ian felt his heart leap to his throat. The individual they were about to meet was a towering figure in T-City, rendering even Mr. Luo insignificant by comparison. Xiang Yicheng. The moment she stepped into the room, she recognized him immediately. He was an unmistakable presence, frequently gracing the covers of magazines as if it were a daily ritual. His visage was so striking that it left an indelible impression, one that could not be easily forgotten. Ian had never imagined she would one day be so close, facing him directly. His eyes were an abyssal black, akin to a deep pool, capable of ensnaring anyone who dared to gaze too long, drawing them into a slow and torturous descent. Xiang Yicheng merely cast a fleeting glance at them as the waiter opened the door, before returning to his game of dice with Xiao Yunqing and Jin Yannu. His long fingers held a cigarette, the milky smoke curling gracefully upwards as the dice rolled. Xiang Yicheng glanced at his score with indifference. 11 points. Yunqing, you've lost again, he remarked with a gentle smile, the corners of his lips curving into an aesthetically pleasing arc. Xiao Yunqing nonchalantly tossed 1,000 yuan in front of Xiang Yicheng, saying, people often say that while one finds success in love, they face misfortune at the gambling table. Why does that not apply to you? Who says it doesn't? Xiang Yicheng replied softly, his smile fading. Noticing the trio's lack of acknowledgement, Mr. Luo summoned his courage and called out, Mr. Ishao, Mr. Xiao, Mr. Jin. Only then did Xiang Yicheng bestow a glance upon Mr. Luo, his gaze briefly flicking to Ian before swiftly moving on. Please have a seat, Xiang Yicheng invited, producing a pack of cigarettes and offering it to Jin Yannu. You enjoy pandas, don't you? Give these a try, they're a national tribute, quite delightful. Jin Yannu accepted the cigarette, and just as he reached for a lighter, Mr. Luo eagerly ignited it for him. Jin Yannu raised an eyebrow, but declined to refuse, lighting up with Mr. Luo's lighter. Mr. Ishao, I wish to discuss the bidding situation for your esteemed company, Mr. Luo said, bowing and smiling obsequiously. Xiang Yicheng, however, continued to shake the dice, murmuring, today is for leisure, discussing business is rather dull. Mr. Luo momentarily faltered, his smile stiffening, and quickly nodded in agreement. Indeed, I could see that moment, they engaged in another round of the game. Ian found the rules perplexing and intricate, compounded by her inherent lack of affinity for numbers, leaving her utterly bewildered. Xiang Yicheng cast a sidelong glance at her, inquiring, and who might this be? Hello, Ishao. I am Ian, she replied hastily, rising to her feet and presenting her business card with both hands. Xiang Yicheng displayed no intention of accepting it, merely nodding as though acknowledging her presence, allowing Ian to awkwardly hold her hands aloft until, reluctantly, she placed the card on the table. Is it merely a matter of influence? Why not even deign to glance in my direction? Ian lowered her head, secretly rolling her eyes at him. Just as she completed her silent gesture of disdain, she lifted her gaze only to find Xiang Yicheng staring intently at her, causing her heart to skip a beat. Had he just caught sight of her earlier antics? 003 caught in the act as Ian rolled her eyes. She lifted her gaze only to find Xiang Yiqin staring intently at her, causing her heart to skip a beat. Had he noticed her earlier antics? With a sense of trepidation, Ian glanced at him, forcing a stiff smile. However, seeing no immediate reaction from Xiang Yiqin left her uncertain about whether he had truly observed her. "Miss Ian, please have a seat. Let us play together. The more, the merrier." Xiang Yiqin gestured towards the adjacent seat, his tone not suggesting a request, but rather an order. "Well, Yishao, I wouldn't want to disrupt your fun. I'm not familiar with this game." Ian replied hesitantly, yet she complied with Xiang Yichen's command and took a seat. Losing a single round would cost her 1,000 yuan, so even if she were capable, she would have to feign ignorance. "Unfamiliar? Can you play bullshit?" Xiang Yichen inquired, evidently determined to involve Ian in the game. "Ian, do entertain Yishao. If you lose, just cover it with the company expenses." Mr. Luo chimed in with surprising ease. Ian looked at Mr. Luo in astonishment. She was well aware of his frugality, often having to plead for reimbursements during company outings. Why was he being so generous today? "Bullshit is quite simple. If you don't know how to play, I can teach you. You can learn on the spot." Xiao Yunxin grinned mischievously. "Thank you, young Master Xiao, but I am familiar with bullshit," Ian replied with a distant smile. As the round progressed, Ian found herself winning only a few times. The affluent young men, accustomed to the nightlife, had honed their skills, making it nearly impossible for her to triumph. Fortunately, when Jin Yanu received a phone call and had to leave, both Xiang Yichen and Xiao Yunqing lost interest, allowing her to escape. Despite this, she had still incurred a loss of 30,000 yuan. Once outside, as she entered Mr. Luo's car, she heard him say, "Ian, you must secure Yishao's project for me at all costs. Don't forget, the money lost tonight is minor compared to what's at stake. Manager Yang is retiring in 2 months, and the sales department urgently needs a new manager. If you can accomplish this, the position will undoubtedly be yours." You are aware of Yishao's background. He hails from a prominent political family, his grandfather being a high-ranking military official with connections in the central government. Both his parents are also engaged in politics, and it's only a matter of time before they rise further. Securing the Huri contract would connect us with the government, providing endless benefits for the company. Ian, you are astute. If the company flourishes, you will be its foremost contributor. A woman's family is important, but as a man, I must say, they can be unreliable. The allure of the outside world is immense. Your family's Chu Yang is handsome and runs his own business, albeit small. He is still a prime bachelor. You need to establish your own career to ensure your future. I believe your decision to remain with the company instead of assisting Chu Yang is aligned with this thought. Am I correct? Mr. Luo, I understand all of this. Ian replied, "Rest assured, I can discern the situation clearly and differentiate between work and emotions. I will strive with all my might to secure the Huri order." "Yes, I know you are a sensible person. I want to say more," Mr. Luo acknowledged, and he graciously drove Ian back home. 004 Reunion. Ian held the business card given to her by Xiang Yichen last night. She presumed that receiving a business card was merely a matter of courtesy. Gazing at the 3 characters of Xiang Yichen inscribed on the card, it was evident that they were handwritten and then printed, displaying a vigorous yet understated flair. Much like the man himself, calm and reserved. Though he spoke little, his presence was undeniably compelling. She had not anticipated that scheduling an appointment would unfold so smoothly. Upon calling Xiang Yichen's office, his secretary answered the phone, initially intending to cautiously inquire whether Xiang Yichen might spare some time to discuss a potential collaboration. She was taken aback when the secretary directly transferred her call to him. Xiang Yichen's deep voice resonated like a cello, and though she could not see him, his voice was particularly melodious over the phone, each note dancing in her ears. Miss E, he called out from the other end. "Huh? Yishao," Ian stammered, momentarily lost in his voice, still grasping his business card, having been completely absorbed. On the other end, a subtle smile graced his lips. "Did you call just to let me hear your breathing?" "And no, that's not it." Ian quickly shook her head, sensing an ambiguous undertone in his words that hinted at something more intimate. "I wanted to ask when you might have time. I would like to discuss a collaboration with you." Xiang Yiqin twirled his platinum Aurora pen, the gleaming white barrel shimmering in motion. Typically, such collaborations were delegated to the manager, who would vet the proposal before presenting it to him. This woman approaching him directly, was she eager for success, willing to take risks? Or was she seeking to draw closer to him? A playful smile tugged at Xiang Yiqin's lips. How about this afternoon? I have no appointments then. Great. Thank you. Ian replied, her excitement palpable. After hanging up, her heart raced, surprised by how readily Xiang Yiqin had agreed. In the afternoon, after greeting General Manager Luo, who was exceedingly accommodating upon hearing about her successful appointment with Xiang Yiqin, Ian arrived at Huirui. As she began, "Hello, I have an appointment with Yi Xiao." "Hello, Ian. You're Missy, right? Yi Xiao has been waiting for you. Please head straight up," the receptionist said, as if already aware of Ian's status. Upon reaching the top floor, it was evident that the receptionist had informed Xiang Yiqin of her arrival. As Ian approached the door of his office, his secretary stood up. Secretary Chun, poised and courteous, exemplified the ideal of a corporate professional, clearly fitting for the role of Xiang Yiqin's representative. "Miss Yi Xiao is inside. Please, come in," Secretary Chun said, thoughtfully knocking on the door for her before opening it. 005 Miss Yi, are you still there? Yi Xiao is inside. Please, come in. Full text reading, Secretary Chun said, kindly knocking on the door before pushing it open. "Come in." Xiang Yiqin did not raise his head, remaining engrossed in the documents on his desk. Merely taking a moment to utter, "Yi Xiao," Ian entered the office, and the door behind her closed quietly. Despite the distance between them, Ian felt as though her breath had been stolen, her chest rising and falling erratically in his presence. Xiang Yiqin briefly lifted his gaze, maintaining an expressionless demeanor, devoid of any surprise. "Missy, please take a seat." He gestured towards the sofa by the wall. "I apologize, but I am rather busy at the moment." "That's quite all right, you carry on." Ian promptly replied, "I'll just wait here." With this assurance, Xiang Yiqin fell silent once more, his attention returning to his work. To Ian, the mere fact that someone of Xiang Yiqin's stature agreed to meet her was astonishing. Furthermore, he genuinely appeared to be preoccupied. As the phone rang incessantly and subordinates entered with documents for his review. Throughout this time, he did not spare a word for her, with only Secretary Chun occasionally coming in to refill Ian's cup of water. Several times, Ian contemplated standing up to say, "Since you are so busy, I shall not disturb you." However, she ultimately lacked the courage to do so. To her surprise, time slipped away swiftly, and soon it was time to leave. Xiang Yiqin stretched his neck, closed the files, and, upon seeing Ian, expressed his astonishment. "Missy, you are still here?" This question nearly took Ian's breath away. "If you're so busy, why did you schedule an appointment for this afternoon?" She retorted, "You made the appointment, and yet you're surprised to see me after your work? Am I so inconspicuous that my presence is barely noted?" Anger surged within her, her lips pressed tightly together. Yet she dared not voice her frustration, well aware that offending Xiang Yiqin would spell her doom. Her face flushed with indignation. She feigned nonchalance, saying, "Are you finished? Yi Xiao, perhaps I could treat you to dinner, and we could discuss this project. Does Miss Yi not have any engagements this evening?" Xiang Yiqin inquired, his tone unruffled. Ian, unsure if it was merely her imagination, sensed something unusual in his eyes. "No, Yi Xiao, you don't have time?" she asked awkwardly. "Since Miss Yi is free, why not accompany me to a place?" Xiang Yiqin suggested, leading the way out of the office without a further word. Ian pursed her lips, thinking to herself that this young master was accustomed to commanding others, behaving as if the world revolved around him. The ambience of the venue was as extravagant as Ian had encountered during her previous visit, with little change. The only noticeable difference was that the dance floor had been cleared, showcasing professional dancers performing sensuous routines, their garments gradually diminishing. Following Xiang Yiqin, Ian noticed he did not glance back, seemingly unaffected by the allure of the dancers. Upon entering room number 2, she found Xiao Yunxing and Jin Yinhua already present, along with several unfamiliar faces, each man accompanied by a female partner, creating an atmosphere thick with innuendo. "Yichen, Jingning was just saying she was worried you wouldn't make it tonight," Xiao Yunxing said with a smile. "Jingning is getting engaged tomorrow. How could I possibly miss this?" With a smile that was both enigmatic and faintly mocking, Xiang Yichen spoke. It was then that Ian noticed a woman seated in the center. radiating an aura distinct from that of the other female companions. Her countenance lacked the weariness of the world. She truly resembled a noble princess, akin to the moon surrounded by stars. Surely, this must be Su Jingning, as they had mentioned. Oh, is this not the young lady from last time? Yi Chen, you certainly act swiftly, Xiao Yinqing remarked with a smile as he observed Ian. Yi Xiao, have your taste changed recently? Zhong Cheng, with an arm draped around his partner, playfully caressed her chin while casting a teasing glance at Ian. Ian felt as if he were a monkey in a zoo, both cheap and amusing to onlookers. Such words, how could I ever be worthy of Yi Xiao? Ian chuckled awkwardly, hastily distancing himself from Xiang Yichen, even at the cost of belittling his own status. Xiang Yichen maintained that same inscrutable smile, neither clarifying nor refuting the implications. Instead, his words seemed to ignite the imagination of those present, each smile concealing an ulterior motive. Today is indeed fortuitous. Everyone has brought their companions. Shall we engage in some delightful amusement? Zhong Cheng suggested cheerfully, and Ian felt an unsettling chill at his grin. What shall we play? Speak up. Xiao Yinqing replied nonchalantly, teasing his companion, who responded with playful pouts. Zhong Cheng continued, as per usual, let us play dice. The loser must drink, but their partner must feed them. Ian, though not particularly skilled at dice, was confident in her ability to hold her liquor. However, Zhong Cheng's next statement left her utterly stunned. With your mouth, he exclaimed with a beaming smile, his gaze flitting between Xiang Yichen and Ian, clearly aimed at them. The crisp sound of the dice clattering within the cup filled her ears, and Ian felt her mind whirl in chaos. They were still engaged in bluffing. The more players, the less likely one was to lose. Ian believed she could escape such misfortune. Just as she pondered this, the surrounding sounds faded away. Xiang Yichen nudged her. It's your turn. Huh? Oh. Ian hastily returned to reality and lifted the cup. Before she could even comprehend the outcome, a chorus of gleeful whistles erupted around her. Miss Ian, you've lost. Drink up. Drink up. The loyal crowd echoed the call. Ian's face drained of color as she fervently shook her head. This, Mr. Zhong, I cannot partake in such a game. Please do not jest with me. At her words, Zhong Cheng's expression darkened immediately. Miss Ian, what do you mean by that? A wager is a wager. We are here to enjoy ourselves. To be spirited. If you cannot handle it, why have you even come? He then coldly added, Yi Xiao, your companion today, certainly possesses a strong character. Mr. Zhong, your words are rather excessive. Not only do I have no connection with Yi Xiao, but I'm also not of such an open disposition. I am not as carefree as you all. I am but a humble commoner, unaccustomed to such scenes. I beg your pardon. Listening to Zhong Cheng's words, Ian felt a surge of anger. After all, she was no pushover. If she lacked any temper, how could she navigate the business world? Zhong Cheng's countenance darkened considerably. Yet Ian chose to ignore him and turn her attention to Xiang Yichen. His expression was inscrutable, revealing nothing even at this moment. Yi Xiao, I apologize for ruining the mood today. I shall punish myself with 3 cups. Ian raised her glass, demonstrating that she was not entirely devoid of decorum. Just as the glass approached her lips, it was suddenly snatched away, and she watched in astonishment as Xiang Yichen drank every drop, leaving the glass empty. Ian began to speak, but Xiang Yichen's lips abruptly met hers, sealing her mouth with a fervent kiss. And she tasted the sharpness of the brandy upon his tongue. Ian attempted to pull away, yet he held her even closer. It turned out that the liquor had not been swallowed, but transferred entirely into her mouth. Her tongue savoring the fiery essence of the brandy, mixed with the taste of tobacco from Xiang Yichen. Startled, Ian instinctively parted her lips slightly, and by the time she realized Xiang Yichen was pouring the liquor into her, it was too late to close them again. His tongue, imbued with the scent of strong spirits, invaded her mouth, sweeping over her lips and tongue until the drink was fully consumed, and still, he did not relinquish her. Amidst the rising chorus of whistles, Xiang Yichen remained oblivious, intent on savoring the sweetness within her lips. His tongue roamed boldly within her mouth, and Ian, driven by instinct, attempted to push him away. Their tongues clashed fiercely, yet it seemed as though they were glued together, resulting in an intimate entanglement as he continued to explore her depths. Her own tongue grew numb and weary, turning her into a mere delicacy for Xiang Yichen to relish. The kiss, initially met with her unintentional resistance, grew increasingly fervent, igniting the envy of onlookers. Ian's breaths quickened, her chest rising and falling with urgency. The liquor was passed in haste, with some amber liquid trickling down her lip, cascading on her fair neck, and flowing down into her collar. Ian was rendered dazed by the kiss, her mind a blank slate, barely able to discern the surrounding whistles, as everything around her seemed to spin. Xiang Yichen kissed along her lip line to the corners, capturing the residual liquor before continuing his descent, kissing downwards until he was halted by her collar. Dazed, Ian suddenly felt the warm embrace that had enveloped her vanish, replaced by a coolness on her skin, a reminder of the moisture that had mingled with the air. This sudden chill sharpened her senses, bringing clarity back to her mind. As the surrounding whistles became increasingly distinct, Ian suddenly snapped back to reality, only to meet the enigmatic gaze of Xiang Yichen, whose smile was both mocking and inscrutable. Ian's complexion drained of color. Lowering her gaze, she realized that several buttons of her shirt had come undone, even exposing the inner edges. Xiang Yichen showed no inclination to shield her from the scrutiny of onlookers, who observed with ambiguous expressions. This was utterly humiliating. Gritting her teeth, Ian grasped her collar and dashed outside. Upon entering the restroom, she turned on the faucet and splashed water onto her face. The heat of Xiang Yichen's kiss lingered on her skin, with the spots he had touched still searingly hot. The sensation remained as if his hands and lips were still pressed against her. Raising her head, droplets of water clinging to her face reflected in the mirror, and she could clearly see the red marks on her neck, all remnants of Xiang Yichen's touch. She patted her face, whispering to herself, "Ian, it's fine. It's fine. Just pretend it was a dog bite." Taking a deep breath, she finally stepped out of the restroom, only to find Xiang Yichen leaning casually against the wall. Upon her emergence, he straightened up, regarding her with that same inscrutable smile. "Miss Ian, are you playing hard to get or retreating to advance?" His lips curled in disdain as his hand brushed her chin, his thumb delicately tracing her still swollen lower lip. What did he think of her? Ian's eyes narrowed in indignation. With a resounding slap, she struck him, exclaiming, "I was holding back out of consideration for you in front of your friends. Xiang Yichen, I'm not a mere companion for drinks. I have no need to engage in such games with you. Don't think that just because you possess a modicum of power, you can impose unwritten rules. I'll consider it a dog bite." With a bright red handprint gracing his handsome face, Xiang Yichen's expression turned icy, his lips pressed together as he regarded Ian. In that moment, she felt as though she had been struck dumb, finally realizing the gravity of her situation and the fear creeping in. His furious gaze resembled that of an enraged lion. Ian was genuinely frightened. Would this man truly resort to violence against her? Observing his expression, she had no doubt he was capable of such acts. This man, of such esteemed status, had likely never been struck before. You must be borrowing courage from the heavens. Xiang Yichen suddenly grasped her neck, pinning her against the wall. With a thud, the sound of her body colliding against the marble surface echoed, and tears immediately welled in the corners of Ian's eyes. The impact caused her back to ache painfully, and her head struck the wall, plunging her into darkness as a buzzing filled her ears. His grip on her neck was unyielding, constricting her breath. Ian gasped, desperately trying to inhale, but found herself unable to draw any air. She had guessed correctly. Xiang Yichen had indeed never been struck in his life. Whoever encounters him cannot help but respectfully address him as Yishao. Not to mention a physical altercation. Even a mere touch would compel one to tremble and inquire, "Yishao, did that hurt you?" Just as Ian felt she was about to be choked to death. The grip around her neck abruptly loosened, and she collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained of strength. As she was suddenly granted her freedom, Ian disregarded everything and gasped for air. "Get out," Xiang Yichen said coldly. Ian propped herself up, not daring to delay for a moment, and hurriedly fled, supporting herself against the wall. She was genuinely frightened. When this man commanded her to leave, she would comply even if it meant rolling out. She admitted to herself that she was indeed so lacking in dignity. Upon Xiang Yichen's return to the room, an eerie silence enveloped the space, with everyone staring wide-eyed at the imprint of a slap on his face. TSK, Yishao, that woman is quite fiery," Zhong Cheng remarked. The previously stern expression on Xiang Yicheng's face suddenly broke into a smile as he touched his stinging cheek. "You know I have a penchant for the bold. I relish something with a kick. You're mocking me, aren't you? The previously grim countenance transformed into a grin, and Xiang Yiqing playfully caressed his sore cheek. You know I have a taste for the spicy. It's quite flavorful. Xiang Yiqing lowered his head, shadows cast by his bangs revealing a chilling glint in his eyes. Xiao Yinqing nudged her companion. Go, comfort our Yishao. The companion hesitated, unwilling yet too intimidated to defy Xiao Yunqing's command. She understood that from the moment Xiao Yunqing uttered those words, her bond with her would be severed. They were a group known for their wild antics, yet they possessed a certain fastidiousness, adamantly refusing to share women. When Xiao Yunqing made such a request, it signified a lack of regard for the woman in question. Just as the woman stood up, she heard Xiang Yiqing say, Yunqing, are you ridiculing me? I desire a woman. As for whether I would accept this second-hand item, the woman's complexion fluctuated between pallor and flush, paralyzed in confusion. Xiang Yiqing's words were harsh, and all his pent-up frustrations from earlier were vented upon this woman. Yet, she dared not utter a word, fully aware of the consequences of offending this group. Otherwise, her career in the modeling industry would be irrevocably damaged. She looked helplessly at Xiao Yunqing, who dismissively waved her hand. All right, you may leave. The woman bowed her head, departing in silence, thus bidding farewell to this group for good. The next day, Ian arrived at the company, cautiously observing the expression on Mr. Luo's face. Having dared to strike Xiang Yiqing the previous night, she knew her prospect for orders were utterly doomed. To her surprise, upon seeing her, Mr. Luo's eyes sparkled with delight, akin to a cat spotting fish. Ian, your timing is impeccable. Truly, you are a cornerstone of our company. I knew that with you on board, success was inevitable. Mr. Luo warmly patted Ian's shoulder, lavishing praise upon her in front of numerous colleagues in the office. Ian, uncertain, managed a nervous chuckle. Mr. Luo, what do you mean by that? I'm a bit confused. Don't you know? How did you negotiate with Yishao? This morning, Yishao personally called to inform us that he intends to entrust an order to our company. President Luo remained cheerful, noting that once this order is secured and the collaboration is finalized, their company will ascend to a higher echelon. As he spoke, President Luo handed the proposal to Ian, instructing him to proceed. I've already discussed this with Yishao. Bring the plan over as soon as you arrive. Should there be any dissatisfaction or amendments required, Yishao will express them directly. Once all adjustments are made, we shall sign the contract. Ian felt uncertain. He knew that Xiang Yiqing was not the type to offer sweet rewards after delivering a blow. Armed with the proposal, he made his way to Hu Rui, feeling somewhat familiar with the route. Taking a deep breath, Ian knocked on the office door. Come in, came Xiang Yiqing's voice, calm and unassuming. Upon entering, Ian found Xiang Yiqing standing by the window, gazing outward, seemingly lost in thought. Yishao, Ian called, prompting him to slowly turn around, casting her a subtle glance that revealed little emotion. Yishao, I apologize for last night. I acted impulsively. Ian bit her lip, adding, I am willing to apologize in any manner you wish, but please do not take advantage of our company's collaboration to make things difficult for me. She found it hard to believe that Xiang Yiqing would forsake numerous formidable companies to choose such a small firm as hers. Xiang Yiqing curled his lip in disdain. Missy, do you overestimate your worth? What makes you think I should blur the lines between personal and professional for you? My choice of your company indicates it possesses merits worthy of my attention. Ian exhaled slowly. Very well. I too believe that Yishao is not one to conflate personal and professional matters. With that, she placed the proposal on the desk. Yishao, please review this plan. Let us amend anything you find unsatisfactory. Missy, are you not attempting to avoid me? Xiang Yiqing said with a hint of amusement, circling the desk to stand before her. Yishao, how could you say such a thing? Ian chuckled awkwardly, retreating a half-step. Xiang Yiqing observed her keenly. Missy, do you hold a certain disdain for individuals like me? Yishao, I wouldn't dare. Ian replied, feeling embarrassed. I witnessed you rolling your eyes at me that day. You believe we, born with silver spoons, lack genuine skill and rely solely on our family backgrounds to elevate ourselves above others, do you not? Xiang Yiqing remarked coolly. Ian held her tongue, acknowledging the truth in his words. In fact, that is somewhat accurate. Yet we possess abilities that you lack, Xiang Yiqing continued. We are fortunate to be born into good families, You simply cannot compete. Ian smiled lightly. Indeed. Hence, I constantly remind myself that we inhabit different worlds, and that disparity endures. This realization prevented her from entertaining unrealistic dreams when confronted with individuals of their caliber, thus sparing herself from emotional entanglement. Huh, Ian, did you know that your demeanor only piques my interest further? Xiang Yichen laughed lightly, his eyes sparkling with a predatory glint. Why not join me? I invite you to glimpse our world, one that you have never encountered before. Once you enter, you shall not wish to leave. Ian's expression turned serious. Yishao, I am engaged, and our relationship is flourishing. If you seek novelty, I kindly suggest you find someone else. If this is a jest, it is far from amusing. Engaged? What does that signify? Any woman I desire cannot entertain the notion of another man. Xiang Yichen declared, his hands casually tucked into his trousers, his demeanor exuding an infuriating confidence that made Ian wish to slap him once more. Do you still wish to sign the contract? Yishao, in terms of looks, there are countless who surpass me. As for character, I possess a distinctly strong sense of self-interest. My actions and demeanor are devoid of elegance, and I have a penchant for petty gains. If you were to accompany someone like me, you would undoubtedly lose face. Spare your efforts on me. I am unworthy of your attention. Ian asserted, I have no faults except for my loyalty. I love my fiancé dearly and would never betray him for anyone. If you seek thrills, there's a long line of women outside who would cater to your whims. Why must you seek excitement with me? I shall leave this proposal here. Please review it, and should you have any questions, do not hesitate to contact me. I shall not disturb you further. With that, Ian nearly fled from the room. She was unaware of what had her flustered. The intensity of Xiang Yichen's gaze felt like needles pricking at her, urging her to run endlessly. The remainder of her day was a blur, and when she suggested to General Manager Luo that the project be reassigned, he was unyielding. Ian, you worked hard to secure this project. How can you allow someone else to claim the credit so easily? Focus on this task. Do not entertain any other thoughts. He insisted. Lying on her bed, Ian gazed at the moon outside, perplexed by how suddenly General Manager Luo seemed to care for his subordinates. Her thoughts were a tempest. She attempted to call Chu Yang, but the call was abruptly disconnected, the automated voice informing her that the user was unavailable. Staring at the moon, she found herself lost in thought when suddenly her phone rang, the sound startling in the quiet room, nearly causing her to leap from the bed. Assuming it was Chu Yang, she answered without glancing at the caller ID. Hello? Chu Yang? Come outside. Xiang Yichen's voice boomed from the other end, gruff and somewhat slurred. Yishao. Ian frowned. I said come outside. He reiterated. It's too late. It's inconvenient, she replied without a second thought. I ask again. Do you still wish to sign the contract? I am at Tsinghua. Hurry over. With that, the call ended abruptly. Ian stared at her phone, her teeth clenched in frustration. She contemplated ignoring him altogether. What kind of man always resorts to discussing contracts? However, less than a minute later, Ian reluctantly changed his clothes and stepped outside, muttering curses under his breath as he walked. Room number 2 of the Huang was seemingly reserved for Xiang Yichen and his companions. The moment she mentioned looking for him, the manager personally came to guide her. This was indeed a matter of preferential treatment. Anything associated with this group could not be ordinary. Who are you talking about? The manager merely escorted Ian to the door, preventing her from being harassed by some tedious individuals. As Ian pushed open the door to room number 2, she was astonished to find only Xiao Yunqing and Jin Yinhua accompanying Xiang Yichen. She had expected a lively scene given his inebriated state. Each of the 3 men had a woman seated beside them. Compared to Xiao Yunqing and Xiang Yichen, Jin Yinhua seemed indifferent to his companion, casually smoking a cigarette. Xiao Yunqing, still holding a wine glass, furrowed his brow tightly and raised an eyebrow upon Ian's entrance. Yichen, stop playing around. Xiang Yichen seemed impervious to the surroundings, allowing his female companion to sit on his lap as her delicate hands unbuttoned his shirt. With a sullen expression, Xiang Yichen's gaze sharpened, and he exerted force. Ah! The woman cried out in pain, yet her body leaned forward uncontrollably. Yishao! Her voice was flirtatious and soft, sending shivers down the spine of those who heard it. Yishao! Ian called out from a distance. What did he mean by summoning her here at this late hour, merely to witness such a spectacle? Yichen, it would not be proper to have her just standing there, Xiao Yunqing remarked. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yiqin slightly turned his head, as if just noticing Ian. Come here. What do you want with me? Ian took a few cautious steps forward, but maintained her distance. Xiang Yiqin remained silent, allowing the woman's hand to grow bolder. Missy, it seems Yiqin is too preoccupied to pay attention to you now. Why not come and entertain me? Xiao Yunqing said, a wicked smile, curling his lips, his enchanting peach blossom eyes giving him an almost otherworldly aura. Just when Xiang Yiqin, who had been unresponsive, suddenly barked, "Get lost!" Ian was momentarily taken aback, but obediently began to exit. Who are you talking about? Xiang Yiqin shouted rudely, addressing the woman in his lap. You get lost. The woman's triumphant expression instantly paled. She had thought that by clinging to him tonight, she could ascend to greater heights, only to find herself faced with such an outcome. She dared not defy Xiang Yiqin's command, and even in her disheveled state, she complied, casting a resentful glance at Ian as she left. Just as Ian stood there in a daze, her arm was suddenly seized, and she was pulled backward, landing against a solid chest. The heavy scent of alcohol flooded her senses. Before she could utter a gasp, her lips were captured, the intoxicating flavor of strong liquor overwhelming her. The drunken lips became even more domineering, pressing heavily against hers. 014 Xiang Yiqin, do not let me despise you. Ian instinctively tried to resist. Yet he kissed her more deeply. A chill seeped into her chest, and she realized, without noticing, that the buttons of her shirt had been undone, his large hand inappropriately enveloping her. Just as she thought she might suffocate, Xiang Yiqin suddenly released her lips and trailed kisses down her neck. Ian gasped for breath, her lips tingling as if countless little sprites danced upon them, her chest rising and falling deeply with each breath. Xiang Yiqin, do not let me despise you, Ian exclaimed suddenly, the words seeming to drain her of all strength. Unbeknownst to her, tears began to slide down her cheeks, creating a ticklish sensation as they flowed. The unexpected sob caught Xiang Yiqin off guard. The haze of intoxication momentarily lifted, revealing a flicker of rationality in his gaze as he looked at Ian, who bit her lip, innocently resembling a rabbit awaiting slaughter. Somehow, as she gazed at him, her tears flowed even more profusely, muffled sobs escaping from her tightly clenched lips, her chest heaving with silent anguish. Xiang Yiqin inhaled sharply, the shadow of his hair casting a veil over his eyes, obscuring his expression, yet intensifying the already daunting pallor of his countenance. Ian, momentarily paralyzed with fear, forgot to breathe, her body stiff as she fixated on Xiang Yiqin's face, missing not a single nuance of his expression. Suddenly, he stood up, wordlessly grabbing the half bottle of cognac from the table and drinking directly from the neck. Ian's cheeks flushed, immobilized, not from unwillingness but from a sudden weakness that rendered her helpless. When Xiang Yiqin stood, whether intentionally or not, he exhaled a warm breath that enveloped her chest, causing her entire body to tremble uncontrollably. When did she become so sensitive? What is this? Lying here waiting for me to continue? Xiang Yiqin coldly scoffed, tilting his head back to pour the cognac down his throat, his Adam's apple bobbing with each swallow, some liquor even trickling down the corner of his mouth. 015 His mood soured. What is this? Lying here waiting for me to continue? Xiang Yiqin coldly scoffed, tilting his head back to pour the cognac down his throat, his Adam's apple bobbing with each swallow, some liquor even trickling down the corner of his mouth. Hearing this, Ian sprang up like a startled rabbit, frantically fastening her buttons, her chest still ablaze from his kiss. Even a mere brush of her fingers sent shivers coursing through her. Yishao, this isn't my business anymore, is it? Ian stammered, trembling, desperate to distance herself from him. Xiang Yiqin continued to drink in silence. In a short span, he had emptied the half bottle of cognac, opening another to continue his indulgence, seemingly indifferent to Ian. Ian, perceiving the situation as a foregone conclusion, fled towards the door. Although it was wide open, he could not resist turning back to utter, "You should not drink too much." With that, he dared not linger any longer. As Ian closed the door, it felt as though he had severed the connection between her and Xiang Yiqin, isolating them in two disparate worlds. Leaning weakly against the door, he realized he was drenched in sweat and that his hand still trembled upon the doorknob. Taking a deep breath, he turned around, only to be startled to find that Xiao Yunqing and Jin Yinnu had not yet departed. The two were leaning against opposite walls of the corridor, a plethora of cigarette butts and ash scattered around their feet. Upon seeing Ian, Xiao Yinqing appeared equally surprised and raised an eyebrow. You've emerged? I thought he would consume you whole in there. Ian felt a flush of heat rise to his cheeks, wishing to dissolve into the air rather than endure this moment. Xiao Yinqing chuckled lightly. He.'s in a foul mood tonight. How did you arrive, Missy? I took a taxi, Ian murmured. Xiao Yinqing seemed to ponder something, her smile growing increasingly ambiguous. Because of the contract. After uttering this, Ian regretted her words, realizing how it sounded like an unintentional confession. Let us go. It's unsafe for you to be out alone at this hour. I'll escort you home, Xiao Yinqing suggested. Jean Yanu extinguished a glowing cigarette but beneath his foot, stating, I'll check on him. It would look good for him to be sleeping here. Ian lay on the bed, her eyes glued to the phone screen, where the mechanical voice insisted, not convenient. Not convenient. When did Chu Yang become so busy? She merely yearned to hear his voice. To reassure herself that Xiang Yichen had not affected her in the least, her heart remained with Chu Yang. Why couldn't he just answer the phone and calm her racing thoughts? Your life is not the only one at stake here. Pack your things. We're going on a business trip today. Be quick. I'm waiting downstairs. Early in the morning, as Ian prepared to leave, she received a call from Xiang Yichen. Yichen, I'm not an employee of your company. You shouldn't be taking me on this business trip, Ian replied without a second thought. This concerns your company's order. Didn't you secure the spa facilities for the resort? We need to check on it today, Xiang Yichen explained, somewhat reluctantly. Ian thought this was a minor matter that certainly did not require Xiang Yichen's personal attention. Yichen, I have work today. Even if I must go on a business trip, it requires President Luo's approval. Quit the nonsense. I've already spoken to him, Xiang Yichen snapped impatiently. Hurry up. With no other option, Ian could only hastily pack a few changes of clothes and skincare products before dragging her suitcase downstairs. The resort developed by Xiang Yichen was located on the outskirts of the city, a luxurious five-star destination combining golf, hot springs, and leisure, with a drive from the city taking approximately an hour and a half. Halfway there, Ian suddenly received a call from President Luo. Ian, why haven't you come to work yet? Uncertain of how to request leave, even though you've just taken on a significant case, does not excuse your unwarranted absence. The anger in Mr. Luo's voice was palpable over the phone. Mr. Luo, Ian was in the midst of speaking when the phone was abruptly snatched away by Xiang Yichen. Mr. Luo, this is Xiang Yichen, he said coolly. Yichen, how is it that you? Mr. Luo's astonishment resonated clearly through the line. I made a spontaneous decision to take Miss E to the resort for a visit, Xiang Yichen stated. I see. Understood. Mr. Luo quickly responded, attempting to placate him. Xiang Yichen, uninterested in further pleasantries, returned the phone to Ian. Mr. Luo, Ian called out. Ian, why didn't you inform me that you were on a business trip with Yichen? Make sure to cater to him well. Consider it a company-funded trip. I'll reimburse you upon your return, Mr. Luo cheerfully proclaimed. After ending the call, Ian cast an annoyed glance at Xiang Yichen. Didn't you mention this to Mr. Luo already? Weren't you just saying that? Xiang Yichen frowned. Are you blaming me? Ultimately, the outcome remains unchanged. How could I dare? Ian scoffed sarcastically. Suddenly, Xiang Yichen slammed the brakes, the screeching tires producing a deafening sound. Are you insane? This is a highway. How can you just stop like that? Ian exclaimed, his face paling in fear. You may disregard your life, but I value mine. Even with your powerful connections, such recklessness is unacceptable. The speed on the highway is so high that even if the cars behind us brake, they would still collide. What if an accident occurs? Xiang Yichen abruptly turned his head, his menacing expression silencing Ian instantly. Ian, my interest in you does not grant you the liberty to shout at me like that, Xiang Yichen said through clenched teeth. Ian responded with a cold smile. I apologize for my ignorance, if it has offended you, Chen. Suddenly, Xiang Yichen pounded the steering wheel, which inadvertently honked the horn loudly, producing an excruciating sound. I fail to see your sincerity. Is it amusing to oppose me like this? Can't you simply listen to what I say? Ian, stop being so defensive. My interest in you does not imply I can tolerate such behavior. I, Xiang Yichen, will not humble myself before a woman. Then by all means, seek out other women. Why should I be subjected to your disdainful jibes? Ian retorted, pouting. Xiang Yichen fell silent for a few moments before suddenly bursting into laughter. He reached toward her lips with his thumb, teasingly caressing them. The slightly rough pads of his fingers sparked a tingling sensation, causing Ian to involuntarily shiver. This resilient little mouth of yours will eventually succumb to my charm, rendering you speechless, Xiang Yichen said with a playful smile, his expression taking on a slightly wicked allure in the sunlight. This unexpected exchange of words was fleeting and soon forgotten, as if it had never occurred at all. Clearly, in matters of business, Xiang Yichen exhibits a commendable seriousness. His trip was not merely an excuse for leisure. Upon arriving, after merely placing their luggage in their respective rooms, Ian was summoned by Xiang Yichen. Mr. E. The manager of the resort spoke respectfully. This low mountain is where we plan to develop an outdoor hot spring. As the trend for hot spring resorts gains momentum, many people cannot afford the luxury of traveling to Japan. Thus, we aim to create an outdoor hot spring here, ensuring the preservation of the pristine natural scenery, while allowing guests to experience the essence of Japanese bathing culture. Ian's eyes brightened. The development of an outdoor hot spring here would undoubtedly constitute a significant undertaking. Although the mountain was neither tall nor expansive, it was clear that the project would extend beyond just a couple of sites, representing a lucrative opportunity for their company. Have the environmental assessments been thoroughly conducted? We cannot afford any unforeseen complications once the hot spring is operational, Xiang Yichen remarked, maintaining a calm demeanor rather than displaying urgency. We have engaged professional geological surveyors to assess the area, and we expect results by next week, the manager responded. Xiang Yichen nodded, noticing out of the corner of his eye that Ian was lagging behind, drifting further away. You all may proceed. I shall rest for a moment and join you shortly, he announced, not waiting for the manager's reaction, as he guided Ian to sit beneath a tree. Ian rubbed her feet, muttering in annoyance. Why didn't you inform me that we would be hiking? I could have brought a pair of athletic shoes. Her choice of high heels for this excursion, albeit modest in height, was ill-suited for hiking, and she had developed blisters from the trek. In disbelief, Ian watched as Xiang Yichen, without uttering a word, removed her shoes. Why continue wearing them if they hurt? Xiang Yichen remarked nonchalantly, seizing her ankle and beginning to massage her foot. I was unaware that the manager would discuss this matter with me. You insisted on accompanying me, fearing potential business losses. Ian never imagined that the esteemed Mr. E would engage in such tender ministrations for a woman, yet his touch was remarkably adept, providing her with a comfort that nearly elicited a moan. She stared, speechless, at his actions. Suddenly, ambiguous sounds emerged from the nearby woods. An urging female voice, a male voice exuding satisfaction, so suggestive that one could discern the nature of their encounter. Ian's body stiffened, and she instinctively held her breath, her discomfort almost forgotten until she realized they had stumbled upon a couple engaged in a clandestine rendezvous. The sounds were unmistakably clear, penetrating her ears. Overwhelmed with anxiety, she failed to notice the change in Xiang Yichen's grip and pace. Just as Ian felt an unusual sensation of tingling, she found herself locking gazes with Xiang Yichen's profound eyes. Gasping, she was startled by his intense demeanor, instinctively wanting to flee. But before she could move, he pulled her into an embrace and captured her lips in a fervent kiss. Ian was acutely aware that he could not continue this way, yet he found himself immobilized, devoid of any strength, and without a thought of departure. The exquisite sensation lingered in his memory, and upon experiencing it once more, he let out a satisfied sigh. The woman in his embrace possessed a strong will, yet her body was softer than any other. As his palm brushed against her, he instinctively yearned to caress and squeeze. Unbeknownst to him, Ian's hands had already found their place on Xiang Yichen's shoulders, his delicate fingers weaving through his hair, utterly lost in the depths of his kiss. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from him as if a bolt of lightning had struck his mind. He was unaware of where he summoned the strength to push Xiang Yichen away. Turning his head, he noticed a small group passing by, evidently on a vacation and taking a detour for a hike. One woman in the group cast her gaze upon Xiang Yichen and Ian, erupting in a laughter as she enthusiastically linked her arm with a man's, pressing herself against him. Su Xiao, why don't we give it a try someday? She suggested. Since you're so interested, why not now? Su Yuyan play. A playful smirk gracing his lips as he hooked his finger beneath the woman's chin, teasing her. Su Xiao, you're playing with her. The woman shot him a flirtatious glare, her eyes brimming with allure as she stomped her foot and nestled further into Su Yuyang's embrace. "Let us go," Su Yuyang said, his demeanor shifting to one of indifference as he allowed the woman to cling to his arm, continuing their ascent. However, as they departed, he cast a lingering glance back at Ian, an unusual glimmer flashing in his eyes, unable to forget the flushed, passionate expression on her face, which appeared irresistibly enticing. Su Yuyang smiled to himself. While Ian usually possessed only a modicum of beauty, he had encountered countless women of similar allure. Yet, Ian had never caught his attention until now. Even before Xiang Yichen had lavished affection upon her, she exuded an enchanting charm. Based on his experience, Ian was undoubtedly a rare gem capable of blooming endlessly in a man's embrace. Su Yuyang found himself somewhat eager, imagining how delectable Ian would be in his arms. Unbeknownst to him, Ian was oblivious to the expression on Su Yuyang's face. She was still trembling from her earlier encounter, having so easily lost herself in Xiang Yichen's embrace. Her heart raced wildly, and her chest rose and fell with anxiety as her mind blanked. Fixating solely on the desire to escape from him, escape from his place. Ignoring the swelling on her feet, Ian hastily slipped on her shoes and sprinted down the mountain. Her flight a chaotic mess. Xiang Yichen did not pursue her. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Su Yuyang's departing figure, his sharp black eyes narrowing in the sunlight, exuding an aura of danger. The entire afternoon, Ian remained hidden within her room, trembling with apprehension, fearing Xiang Yichen would seek her out. She was uncertain how she would confront him or how she would flee again, questioning whether she would be as fortunate as before, able to extricate herself at the right moment. Ding dong! Ian trembled violently, his gaze fixed in astonishment at the door. "Who is it?" "Missy." "Young master, he has sent something for you," came a woman's voice from outside. It was then that Ian descended from his bed and opened the door, revealing the manager of the resort's room service. "Come with me, Ian," she beckoned. "This is—" Ian looked at the elegant evening gown laid out on the bed and the high heels scattered on the floor, casting a puzzled glance at the manager. "Today, Mr. Su from Xinyuan is hosting a birthday banquet here. Young master, he happened to be invited, and, as his dance partner, he has prepared these for you," the manager said with a professionally charming smile. Ian surveyed the gown and shoes. Due to her work, she owned a couple of dresses, yet none matched the value of these. Her own shoes, caked with mud from a recent hike, looked utterly out of place. By the time Xiang Yichen arrived, Ian had completed her transformation, and to her surprise, she felt more at ease in front of him than she had anticipated. Upon seeing her, Xiang Yichen's gaze faltered for a moment before he lowered his eyes and casually remarked, "You wear that outfit quite well." Ian nearly stumbled, forcing a smile as she replied, "As long as I don't embarrass you, young master E." Whether she embarrassed him or not would depend on their performance later. Xiang Yichen smirked slightly, offering his arm for Ian to take. As they entered the bustling banquet hall filled with the affluent, Ian was dazzled by the opulence that surrounded her. "Young master E, the business trip was a pretense, wasn't it? You specifically came to celebrate Mr. Su's birthday today," Ian remarked, her eyes lifting slightly, already suspecting that the so-called business matter did not require Xiang Yichen's personal attendance. Xiang Yichen glanced down at Ian before responding, "Ian, come with me. You will soon be one of them. This circle is not one that ordinary wealthy individuals can penetrate." He could distinctly feel the grip of her hand around his arm tighten slightly, as Ian replied, "Young master, you overestimate me. Iarbo non bitions. I do not even aspire to be an ordinary wealthy person. This circle is too profound. I cannot reach it." Yichen, Su Yuyang approached from a distance, a warm smile adorning his face as he playfully patted Xiang Yichen's arm. "What a show of respect. You specifically came to attend my father's birthday. How could I miss my uncle's 60th birthday? That would be terribly disrespectful," Xiang Yichen replied with a faint smile. Ian remained silent, recognizing the man before her as the one she had encountered on the mountain, which made her feel even more awkward. She could only hope that with her makeup, he would not recognize her. Yet fate had other plans, as Su Yuyang gazed at Ian with an unabashed interest. "May I ask for an introduction, Miss?" "Ian," came the soft response from Xiang Yichen, evidently reluctant to elaborate further, as he gestured towards Su Yuyang, saying, This is the crown prince of Xinyuan, the eldest son of the birthday celebrant, Su Yuyang. Hello, Mr. Su. Here is my business card, Ian quickly offered, determined not to miss a potential opportunity for future collaboration. Su Yuyang glanced at the card, and understanding dawned upon him. Miss E, may I request the first dance later? Su Yuyang inquired with a smile. Unbeknownst to her, Ian instinctively glanced at Xiang Yichen, feeling an inexplicable concern for his thoughts. Nonetheless, she reminded herself that she was brought here by him and should honor his presence. Xiang Yichen readily nodded, displaying no signs of displeasure. For reasons she could not fathom, Ian's heart sank slightly, yet she smiled at Su Yuyang. It would be my honor. Soon, more individuals approached, engaging Xiang Yichen in various conversations, including Su Yuan, the host of the evening, and Su Yuyang's father, who came over personally. Ian found herself gradually sidelined, observing Xiang Yichen effortlessly converse and laugh with the crowd. At that moment, a middle-aged man in his 40s approached. Although not overweight, his years spent at banquets had rendered him somewhat portly, giving him an unctuous appearance. Missy? The man called out. Hello, Ian replied with a smile. What a coincidence to see you here, Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang had previously attempted to take advantage of her, but she had deftly thwarted his advances. So this time, Ian was particularly cautious in her responses. A fleeting glance at Xiang Yichen revealed that his gaze briefly met hers before swiftly averting. Haha, Missy, I hear you have successfully secured the resort project for the company. Truly a remarkable feat, Mr. Wang remarked, his eyes wandering unceremoniously. Not at all. It merely reflects our company's capabilities to capture Mr. Yi's attention, Ian replied, maintaining a polite yet distant demeanor. Mr. Wang, with a smile that failed to reach his eyes, presented a glass of wine to Ian. Miss E, I had hoped to share a drink with you last time, but it seems you left abruptly. This time, if you refused to toast, it would be rather uncouth, wouldn't it? Mr. Wang, you see, I am here accompanying Mr. E. If I drink too much, it would reflect poorly on him, Ian responded with a smile, subtly concealing her décolletage. Mr. Wang's expression soured. So, you intend to slight me? Are you attempting to leverage Mr. Yi's presence against me? My company may not rival Mr. Yi's, but we do possess some repute. Do you believe I won't cancel the order if this continues? Mr. Wang, perhaps I have been remiss, Ian replied with a laugh, accepting the champagne from his hand and downing it in one go. Splendid. Miss E truly has a remarkable tolerance. Without hesitation, Mr. Wang pressed another glass into her hand. Ian realized that Mr. Wang's intentions were far from innocent. In search of assistance, she looked towards Xiang Yichen, only to find that the crowd surrounding him had dissipated, leaving only Su Jingning beside him. The two engaged in quiet laughter, with Su Jingning occasionally giggling, her smile radiant. Almost nestling into Xiang Yichen's embrace, yet maintaining a delicate distance, teetering on the brink of ambiguity. As Xiang Yichen lowered his head, a gentle smile graced his face, contrasting starkly with the audacious confidence he exhibited when facing her. In the presence of Su Jingning, he transformed into a courteous gentleman and a tender companion, every gesture imbued with respect and protectiveness towards her. Such warmth was an experience Ian had never encountered nor appreciated before. Holding her wine glass, she felt an involuntary pang in her stomach, a sharp ache that was both persistent and distressing. That tenderness was something Ian had never witnessed nor savored before. As she raised her glass, her stomach involuntarily twisted again, causing her discomfort, while the champagne she had consumed earlier churned within her. Seemingly sensing her gaze, Xiang Yichen turned his head, looking through the crowd towards her. Ian, unable to resist, downed the remaining champagne in her glass, her eyes narrowing slightly. What is wrong, Yichen? Su Jingning inquired, puzzled as she followed his line of sight. Xiang Yichen, however, averted his gaze, responding nonchalantly, it's nothing. As Ian finished her drink, Mr. Wang, ever insatiable, urged her to continue drinking. Ian felt overwhelmed, questioning when this would end. Just as she pondered an escape, Su Yuyang approached her, asking, Miss Ian, would you do me the honor of dancing with me? Without waiting for her response, he turned to Mr. Wang. I hope you don't mind, Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, of course, had no objections. Not at all. Please proceed, Su Xiao. Ian breathed a sigh of relief as Su Yuyang led her to the dance floor. Although she had some tolerance for alcohol, It was limited. She had mostly relied on her male colleagues to shield her from drinking too much. Having consumed 2 glasses on an empty stomach, a slight intoxication washed over her. Observing Ian's flushed face, her cheeks adorned with a rosy hue from the alcohol, and her eyes clouded with a dreamy allure, it was as though a delicate veil separated her from the night. The intoxicating fragrance she exuded nearly captivated Su Yuyang entirely. Unable to resist the proximity of her enchanting visage, he leaned in closer, his hands straying, slowly gliding down her waist. Startled, Ian realized that she had barely escaped one predicament only to stumble into another. She pressed her hands against Su Yuyang's chest, creating a slight distance between them. Susao, em sore. I need to use the restroom. Without waiting for his consent, and somewhat brusquely withdrawing from his grasp, she hurried towards the restroom. Ichen, a soft moan reached Ian's ears. In that quiet corridor, the sound resonated with startling clarity. She halted abruptly, concealed around a corner, cautiously peeking out. Her eyes widened in disbelief, almost causing her to gasp aloud. Fortunately, she managed to cover her mouth, blinking in astonishment at the scene before her. Su Jingning was pressed against the wall, her arms wrapped around Xiang Yichen's neck, while he tenderly cradled her face, kissing her with fervor. The 2 individuals appeared to kiss with such fervor, reminiscent of long-lost lovers reunited. Observing this scene, Ian felt an unsettling churn in his stomach, as if gripped by a hand that twisted and contorted him painfully, akin to a torture pretzel, making even the recently consumed drink threaten to rise. Ian covered his lips and fled, heedless of whether the sound of his high heels would disturb the couple in the tranquil corridor. Upon hearing the sound of the heels, Xiang Yichen paused, lifting his gaze just in time to glimpse the hem of a skirt vanishing around the corner. The nude-colored fabric seemed to waft a subtle, familiar fragrance that caused him to frown. Yichen, Su Jingning gazed at him, her lips, swollen from his kisses, slightly parted, her chest rising and falling as it brushed against him. Yet, Xiang Yichen, disregarding her, abruptly released her and dashed after the disappearing hem. Ian, still clutching her lips, knew that if she were to let go, a choke sound would escape her throat. She would never admit that Xiang Yichen had affected her. Witnessing him embrace another woman stirred an uncomfortable pang of jealousy within her. Without sparing a glance at the guests present, she bolted from the hall into the courtyard. As a gentle breeze brushed against her cheeks, she realized they were damp with tears. Scoundrel, just moments ago, you were saying you wanted me by your side, and now you're frolicking with another woman. This is precisely why I loathe people like you. Shameless. Ian wiped her tears fiercely. She was not heartbroken, merely enraged by the betrayal. Miss Ian, why did you leave without a word? Su Yuyang's voice reached her as he grasped her arm. Ian, already in a fragile state, felt herself pulled into his embrace. Her expression shifted as she looked up at Su Yuyang, who bore a knowing smile. Miss Ian, it's fine to play with Yichen, but do not let your heart get involved. We all understand how your company secured the Huruai order. You're quite striking, and it's wise to utilize your advantages. If you could be with Xiang Yichen, why not come to me instead? I can provide what he offers, and I assure you, I'm not as heartless. Ian narrowed her eyes. Mr. Su, I believe you're mistaken. Our company's acquisition of the order is due to Mr. Xiang's confidence in our capabilities. I would never resort to using my body for any sordid transactions. If you seek amusement, find someone else. I will not entertain you. So you Mirkith. Ian, I think you've misunderstood. I'm not here to seek your consent. I merely wish to inform you that if you spend a night with me and make me happy, there will be no repercussions. He regarded Ian, whose tear-streaked face, flushed from running and the effects of alcohol, only made her more enticing in his eyes, compelling him to pursue her further. Do not expect Xiang Yichen to intervene. It's merely a game among us, nothing more. Before he could finish, Ian delivered a sharp slap across his face. How insulting. As Su Yuyang's left cheek bore 5 distinct slap marks, his once smug expression transformed into a grimace of fury. He grasped Ian's wrist tightly and spat. Damn it. I detest women who resort to such tactics. The last remnants of his patience evaporated with that slap, and he forcefully ensnared Ian in his embrace, one hand firmly holding her head as he pressed his lips against hers. Today, Ian was his to claim. Ian pressed her lips together resolutely, attempting to evade Su Yuyong's kiss, but his grip on her head forced her closer to him. Desperately, she struggled and turned her face away, inadvertently allowing the imprint of his kiss to mark her cheek. "Let go of me. Release me," Ian cried, attempting to kick out, but Su Yuyong kept her legs apart, making even the slightest movement precarious. "Let go of me. Let go of me." Xiang Yichen, seizing the opportunity as she spoke, Su Yuyong abruptly sealed her lips with his own. Ian gasped for breath, tears streaming down her face once more. "Su Yuyen, you bastard, let her go." A furious roar erupted, followed by a solid punch landing squarely. Bang! Caught off guard, Su Yuyong was knocked to the ground, where he met the menacing glare of Xiang Yichen, whose expression was dark and foreboding. Su Yuyong's heart raced. He had never anticipated that Xiang Yichen would resort to violence over a woman. "Let's go," Xiang Yichen growled, dragging Ian away with him. Throughout their journey, Xiang Yichen remained silent, his demeanor grim. Upon reaching the room, he unceremoniously tossed her onto the bed. "Weren't you quite capable? Why is it that when it comes to Su Yuyong, you become so passive, allowing him to take advantage of you?" Xiang Yichen pointed an accusatory finger at her, his voice laced with anger. "Or did you actually enjoy it? Have you become addicted to flirting with men, finding a sense of achievement in ensnaring Su Yuyong?" Ian was momentarily taken aback before she coldly chuckled. "Do you think everyone is like you? You profess to like me, yet you turn around and engage in clandestine affairs with other women in the hallway." Xiang Yichen paused, momentarily stunned, as images of that nude-colored dress disappearing around the corner flashed through his mind, and he realized it was indeed her. However, he soon let out a dismissive laugh, as if he had heard an absurd joke. "Haha, Ian," he said, pressing his thumb and forefinger against his eyes before leaning closer to her. "I believe you have misinterpreted my intentions. I have never claimed to like you." He extended his hand, his rough thumb caressing her chin as he whispered softly, "I am merely interested in you, and that interest is limited." The word "like" carries too much weight. It is a burden you cannot bear. His voice was deep, tinged with a slight rasp, possessing a seductive magnetism that ensnared the listener, yet Ian felt an overwhelming chill. Although his voice was melodious, the words he uttered were devoid of compassion. She trembled involuntarily. The flush of intoxication on her cheeks dissipated, replaced by a pallor. Despite it being a summer's night, she felt goosebumps rising across her skin. The sense of helplessness was more intense than when she had been ensnared by Su Yuyong, more unbearable still. As Xiang Yichen's soft whispers stifled her breath, Ian's lips quivered slightly. Aware that she should remain silent, she could not help but, almost entranced, utter the question, "What about Su Jingning? Do you have feelings for her?" At her words, Xiang Yichen averted his gaze, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. "Ian, are you feeling jealous? Have you begun to care?" Ian narrowed her eyes, revealing an irritable glint, and unceremoniously swatted away the hand that lingered on her chin. "I merely find it repulsive." "Xiang Yichen, how dare you presume that I would ever be with someone like you? Even without a fiancé, I would never choose you." "Ah, Ian, be cautious with your words." Xiang Yichen replied with a faint smile, seemingly unperturbed by her retort. "You can become entranced by my kiss yet vehemently resist Su Yuyong. Ask yourself, why is that?" Ian's heart sank. She had never contemplated this question, for she was unwilling to, afraid to. Yet now, compelled by Xiang Yichen's words, she had to confront it. He said no more, silently departing the room, while Ian remained in a daze, lying on the bed, staring blankly at the unchanging white of the ceiling, unaware of how long she had been there. As daylight gradually brightened outside, she jolted as if awakened from a trance, quickly sitting up and beginning to gather her belongings. After today, everything would return to normal. The dawn was just breaking, not yet 6 o'clock, apart from the staff. The guests at the resort had yet to emerge from their rooms. Only Ian was seen dragging her suitcase, the wheels clattering on the floor. After checking out, she had the staff summon a taxi, and, as she sat in the car, she gazed out at the changing scenery, the sparse buildings gradually becoming denser. The sky outside brightened significantly, and the traffic increased. At that moment, her phone vibrated, displaying an envelope icon. Ian opened the message from Xiang Yichen, which read simply, "Ian, you coward." Startled, Ian shut her phone and tossed it forcefully into her bag, her reflexive action drawing a curious glance from the driver. "Driver, stop!" Ian suddenly shouted. The taxi screeched to a halt by the roadside, and Ian threw down the fare, leaping from the vehicle in a fit of impulse, rushing into the shopping mall. She dashed into the lingerie section, frantically scanning the racks of provocative garments, each piece more revealing than the last. As she stepped out of the shopping mall, she resembled a deflated balloon, her shoulders slumped in despondency, holding her phone to her ear. Liang Yan, you have finally decided to take the final step with Chu Yang. In the CAF, Liang Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. I always said that you two make such an illogical pair. What couple, after being together for so long, remains merely at the kissing stage? You're even engaged. Yet you haven't consummated your union. Do you not realize? I even wondered if Chu Yang might be incapable. Ian shot her an exasperated glance. What nonsense are you spouting? Chu Yang hinted at something in the past, yet for some reason, I just did not wish to proceed to that step, and I brushed it off. He hasn't brought it up since. Then what is troubling you today? Why the sudden desire to? Liang Yan abruptly halted, observing the troubled expression on Ian's face. Ian, have you encountered some difficulty? Ian forced a smile. It's nothing. Once today passes, everything will be fine. She believed that the reason Xiang Yiqin could unsettle her was due to her lingering uncertainty regarding Chu Yang. Once she was able to relinquish everything and offer it entirely to Chu Yang, leaving nothing behind, what could Xiang Yiqin possibly take from her? Although Liang Yan was concerned, seeing Ian in this manner caused her to swallow her words. After bidding farewell to Liang Yan, Ian gazed at the chaotic world outside, took a deep breath, and proceeded towards Chu Yang's home. At the entrance, Ian retrieved her keys to unlock the door, only to find that it was not locked. Upon opening the door, she was unexpectedly greeted by a pair of women's shoes carelessly strewn on the floor, seemingly kicked aside by their owner. The floor was cluttered with garments, a mix of men's shirts and women's dresses, and, as she ventured further, she even spotted intimate apparel. The bedroom door stood ajar, from which came muffled sounds of intimacy. Brother-in-law, I like you so much. Ha! Iran, little Iran, you truly are a little enchantress. The man, with short hair clinging to his sweaty forehead and neck, was entangled with her. Iran is no enchantress. Her soft, tender words could melt one's very bones. How could she not be? You are my little enchantress in my arms. Ian's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom the scene before her, nor the sounds reaching her ears. The couple entwined on the bed included her fiancé and her sister. The very fiancé who professed his love for her was now intimately engaged with her sister on the bed she had personally chosen. Ian covered her mouth, aghast. The sultry declarations were emanating from her seemingly innocent and obedient sister. I want to marry your sister. Will you not feel heartbroken? Ian stood frozen in place as she suddenly heard Chu Yang's question. She watched as Ian shook her head. I love my brother-in-law, and I love my sister. As long as my brother-in-law remembers to love me, that is sufficient. I do not wish to compete with my sister for him. If he were to leave, how sad will my sister be? Therefore, I love my brother-in-law, but I will not bind him. At this moment, Ian found it utterly amusing, exclaiming, what eloquence! You profess to care for her, yet if that were truly the case, why engage in such indiscretions with your own brother-in-law? You are truly remarkable, Chu Yang sighed. How much better it would have been had I chosen to be with you instead of your sister, who feigns superiority and denies me any affection, and now even competes with me at work. Women should embody the charm you possess. There is no comparison to your sister's relentless ambition. Brother-in-law, do you love me? Iran clung to Chu Yang. Yes, I love you, my dear Iran, he replied, lifting her leg and plunging deeper. But do you love my sister even more? She inquired. No, I love you more, my precious Iran, Chu Yang declared, aware that at this juncture, men often indulge in flattery. Brother-in-law, I love you too. After you marry my sister, you must continue to love me. Love me even more than you do now. Iran proclaimed, vowing to love only her brother-in-law throughout her life. Such a declaration would be hard for any man to resist, and Chu Yang was no exception. At this moment, Ian should have been engulfed in sorrow, weeping bitterly and cursing Chu Yang's betrayal. Yet she found herself unable to shed a single tear, only consumed by the flames of deception. Iran's eyes fluttered open, her alabaster form swaying in Chu Yang's embrace. Suddenly, the silence enveloped Iran, and Chu Yang, puzzled, gazed at her as her long hair cascaded over the bed. Her face still bore the rosy hue of spring, yet her body felt chillingly cold. Her once bright eyes widened in terror, as if she had witnessed something horrifying, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Her once fiery form turned icy. Iren's pupils dilated, her swollen lips quivering as she cried out in fright, "Sister! Sister!" This exclamation left Chu Yang momentarily speechless, and upon hearing it, he felt an immediate weakness wash over him. Slowly, he turned his gaze towards the doorway, his movements languid, as if unwilling to confront this reality, hoping that delaying his acknowledgement might cause Ian to vanish. Ian. Chu Yang's face drained of color, and he momentarily forgot to breathe, staring blankly at Ian. Standing at the threshold, a furious Ian unexpectedly smiled, a mockery evident in her expression. "Chu Yang, it is over for us." With that, Ian, filled with disdain, refused to linger in that house for another second and turned to leave. The bedroom instantly felt tainted, saturated with the heavy scent of Chu Yang and Ren's passionate encounters, making her stomach churn with nausea. Once this space had echoed with their laughter, where they had lain together planning their future, and she had playfully declared her intentions to bear him children, envisioning a daughter followed by a son. Chu Yang had said, "After marriage, you shall focus solely on childbearing, forsaking work to become a lady of leisure. I shall provide for you." Ian shook her head and replied in refusal. She recalled her earlier words, expressing concern that if she did not work and fell out of touch with society, he would come to disdain her and seek companionship elsewhere. Little did she expect that before their marriage, Chu Yang had already sought another woman, her own sister, no less. She believed that by being independent and constantly enriching herself, she could please Chu Yang and secure his affections. However, she was met with his disdain as he found her too strong-willed. "You've left, so of course I must come after you," she thought. She had thought her independence would be enough to keep him, but in the end, it only led to his contempt for her assertiveness. What he desired was a delicate woman, one who would nestle against him and cling to him for support. Hearing the front door slam shut, Chu Yang was jolted into action, hastily donning his trousers and shirt before rushing outside. Ian! Ian! He called as he chased her down the stairs, grasping her arm. "Don't touch me. I find you repulsive," Ian exclaimed, shaking off his hand in disgust. "Ian, please let me explain," Chu Yang pleaded, his expression betraying a sense of unspoken sorrow. The more Ian looked at him, the more her disdain grew. Just moments ago, he had professed his love for her sister. Now he was acting as though he had suffered an immense injustice. How had she not realized what a contemptible man he truly was? "Explain? Explain why you were in bed with my sister behind my back? Is that really necessary? Haven't I seen enough? Haven't I heard enough? Or do you wish to tell me how wonderful she is while I am the one who remains virtuous, engaged to you, yet forbidding your touch?" Ian glared at him. At this point, what was there left to explain? Could he possibly be any more shameless? Their argument drew the attention of passers-by, who could not help but glance over. Chu Yang, embarrassed by the gathering crowd, pulled Ian aside. "Ian, let us discuss this privately." "Let go of me. I've told you, we are finished," Ian retorted fiercely, indifferent to the stares of onlookers. Embarrassment? She was willing to share the shame. Her only redeeming quality was her thick skin and willingness to confront the situation head-on. However, this time, Chu Yang held on tightly, resolutely determined not to let her go mad outside. No matter how much Ian struggled, she could not free herself from his grasp. Infuriated, she exerted all her strength to break free, disregarding her image. Chu Yang, his temper flaring, tightened his grip, unconcerned about whether he was hurting her. As the crowd around them continued to swell, "Did you not hear her ask you to let go?" A voice suddenly interjected, a strong hand seizing Chu Yang's wrist, pressing on a sensitive point. Chu Yang felt a sharp pain shoot through his wrist, rendering his fingers numb and powerless, causing him to release Ian instinctively. Xiang Yichen, his face cold, flung Chu Yang's hand away, his expression one of revulsion, as if he had encountered something filthy. Ian looked up in disbelief at Xiang Yichen. "What are you doing here?" "You ran away, so of course I had to come after you." Xiang Yichen stood with his hands in his pockets, his expression enigmatic. Chu Yang cast a puzzled glance at him, then turned to Ian, noticing the familiarity between the two. "You're hiding it from your brother-in-law," he remarked, confusion evident in his eyes. "Sister, who is he? Are you out here looking for men behind your brother-in-law's back?" Ian emerged, impeccably dressed, her hair restored to its smoothness. just in time to witness Xiang Yichen shake off Chu Yang's grip. Her innocent eyes blinked, looking quizzically at Ian. Her seemingly ve remark instant alerted Chehe Uyang, causing his countenance to darken, akin to a husband betrayed by his wife, as he pointed an accusatory finger at Ian and Xiang Yichen. Ah, Ian, you dare question me while you're out finding men? What gives you the right to interrogate me? Speak. What is your relationship with him? Chu Yang demanded, his eyes wide with anger. Ian found the situation amusing. It seemed as if she were the one in the wrong, as if she owed Chu Yang an explanation. Xiang Yichen observed Iran's unabashed curiosity directed at him, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. What is going on? Ian suddenly beamed, affectionately linking her arm with Xiang Yichen's. This is exactly what you see. You betrayed me, so why should I hang on to you? Turning to Xiang Yichen, disregarding Chu Yang entirely, she asked Xiang Yichen, is your offer for me to be with you still valid? Of course, Xiang Yichen replied with a gentle smile. Then from this day forth, I am yours. Ian returned his smile, then turned her attention back to Chu Yang. Speaking of which, Chu Yang, I must thank you. Without you, I might not have recognized this reality. After all, men will always stray. Since it's all just a game, I might as well choose a more superior player instead of sticking with a lesser one. She scoffed coldly. Chu Yang felt a lump of frustration in his throat. It was clear that compared to Xiang Yichen, he had instantly become the lesser in Ian's eyes. What was even more disheartening was that their exchange suggested that Ian had not yet truly committed to Xiang Yichen. His earlier provocation had inadvertently pushed her into Xiang Yichen's arms. After 2 years together, he had never truly possessed her, and now another man was set to benefit from his efforts, leaving him in a state of dismay. Xiang Yichen smiled serenely, unfazed by being used by Ian, knowing that ultimately everything would revert to him. Let us go, Xiang Yichen said, wrapping his arm around Ian's waist as they turned to leave. Ian obediently followed, but behind them, Chu Yang shouted, Ian, mark my words, if you leave today, do not regret it. Do you think Xiang Yichen is someone you can afford to play with? I may not be as formidable as him, but I am genuine. I can offer you a future. Can he? At this, Ian paused, turning back to face him. Chu Yang's face lit up, but Ian retorted, ISNT your future already promised to Iran? My dear sister, stand beside you. How heartless of you to say such things. You speak such words. How disheartening. Upon hearing this, Ian halted his steps and turned around. Chu Yang's face brightened, yet he heard Ian say, Isn't your future already pledged to Iran? My dear sister is standing right beside you. How disheartening it is to hear you say such things. Chu Yang's heart sank. Indeed. Iran was gazing at him with her innocent, wide eyes, filled with concern. Iran, Chu Yang's expression changed as he ran towards Ian. He could not let Iran slip away as well. Iran shook her head. Brother-in-law, I understand. You simply wish to protect my sister from being deceived by bad people. It's all right. Yidan. Chu Yang sighed in relief, a smile breaking across his face, touched by her understanding. You are truly thoughtful. Ian found the situation ludicrous. What role were these two playing? Iran was naive, but could she be so naive as to be foolish? Which woman could endure her man in her presence, attempting to retain another woman while promising her a future? Ian scoffed, observing the absurd pair before her, and suddenly realized she was still holding the intimate garments she had purchased to please Chu Yang. Disgusted, she tossed the bag, which landed at Chu Yang's feet, spilling its contents. Chu Yang stared in astonishment at the array of Risku lingerie strewn about, including a box of Durex. Consider this a gift for you and my dear sister. I wish you both a delightful time together, Ian said with a smile, oblivious to the displeased frown on Xiang Yichen's face beside her. This woman had escaped him early in the morning to pursue Chu Yang's happiness? Had he not arrived in time? Had he not stumbled upon Chu Yang and Iran's encounter? Would she have given herself to Chu Yang tonight? Ah, and there is more. Chu Yang, you were right in one regard. I am indeed strong-willed, fiercely so, and I will not tolerate betrayal. Therefore, Chu Yang, should you betray me, I assure you, I will make your life unbearable. Ian's smile grew ever more gentle as she uttered these words, linking arms with Xiang Yichen and departing without a backward glance. Chu Yang remained with his head bowed, staring at the scattered items on the ground, each one a testament that Ian had come to claim him. Yet he had unwittingly found himself with Iran, allowing the prize to slip through his fingers. In that moment, regret twisted within him, brother-in-law. Just as Chu Yang lamented his misfortune, he heard Yiren's soft, sweet voice, imbued with tenderness and a hint of timidity, invoking an instinctive desire to protect her. Upon hearing Yiren's voice, Chu Yang jolted, turning to find her gazing at him with worry, resembling a newborn bunny oblivious to the world's perils. It dawned on Chu Yang that Ian had departed. He could not allow himself to lose Yiren, who loved him, over a woman who had already left. That would truly be losing both the lady and the battle. Do not fret, brother-in-law. My sister is merely momentarily overwhelmed with emotion. Once we clarify the situation to her, she shall understand, Yiren gently reassured Chu Yang, grasping his hand timidly. Observing the concern etched on her face, Chu Yang's heart ached with empathy as he tenderly caressed her cheek. It is all right. Resolving this swiftly is for the best. Soon, you will be able to openly be with your brother-in-law. Really? Yiren's innocent and captivating visage immediately brightened, radiating a warmth that was truly enchanting. Of course, let us return home, Chu Yang stated, gathering the scattered belongings from the ground and leading Yiren away. The onlookers surrounding them stood in stunned silence, their expressions reflecting the shock akin to being struck by lightning. It appears they are indeed a pair of exceptional individuals. They managed to drive away the sister yet feign such victimhood. The world has become utterly surreal. Ian was brought back to the apartment by Xiang Yichen, yet upon entering, she found herself abruptly pinned against the wall. Before she could react, his kiss descended upon her like a tempest, overwhelming her senses and rendering rational thought impossible. The realization that she might still harbor feelings for her former fiancé and had impulsively agreed to be his woman to provoke Chu Yang left Xiang Yichen seething with unexpressed frustration. For the first time, he had become a pawn in someone else's game, merely a means to incite another man. When had he ever endured such treatment? Holding Ian in his embrace, he felt an unsettling sense of unreality, unable to grasp her heart. Their clothes gradually fell away from the moment they entered the room, strewn from the doorway to the bedroom. Xiang Yichen, she faltered. Having chosen to follow him, she had not intended to waver, yet she had not anticipated the rapidity of events unfolding. Ian, having chosen to be my woman, there is no opportunity for retreat. Are you now intimidated by the promises you once made with such fervor? Xiang Yichen retorted, a sardonic smirk playing at the corners of his lips. In response, Ian lifted her chin defiantly, a spirited smile gracing her flushed cheeks. With a seductive grace, she entwined her arms around his neck, drawing his head down to meet her own, her lips boldly claiming his cool ones. This time, her kiss was fervent, a passionate entanglement infused with a reckless abandon. His scent was intoxicating, crisp, and invigorating. Xiang Yichen's gaze sharpened. He despised being passive, particularly disdained being an outlet for another's frustrations. He turned once more, trapping Ian in his embrace, his hand firmly seizing her wrist in a manner that felt punitive, causing her to wince in pain. Yet, he remained unmoved, his expression darkening, the pressure of his grip unwavering. Ian, I implore you to recognize who I truly am. Xiang Yichen spoke in a solemn tone. I, Xiang Yichen, shall never be anyone's substitute, nor shall I be a vessel for another's frustrations. Initially, I believed that Ian's fiancée posed no significant threat. I was confidently assured that even if she harbored feelings for Chu Yang, it would not concern me, for what I desired was merely to possess her. However, after witnessing Ian's reaction today, I discovered an unsettling discomfort within myself. The thought that there was a place in her already limited heart for Chu Yang ignited a fury within me. My woman should devote herself entirely to me. She ought to align with my desires and must not exhibit the rebelliousness that Ian currently displays. Ian let out a soft groan, her brow furrowing in distress. Ian, open your eyes. I want you to see who desires you, to comprehend who the man you will follow is, Xiang Yichen stated with a voice laden with restrained emotion. Once you have become my woman, you cannot afford to be discreet. Ian, open your eyes. Witness who yearns for you. Recognize the man you are destined to accompany. Xiang Yichen's voice resonated with intensity. Xiang Yichen. Ian's eyes widened in shock. Satisfied, Xiang Yichen smirked, only to be taken aback by Ian's sudden display of fierce determination. What the hell are you doing? He exclaimed, astonished by her unexpected ferocity. Could she not display even a hint of weakness? As her frown deepened, tears began to flow unbidden, silently soaking the pillow beside her face. He could not decipher the meaning behind her tears. Were they solely expressions of pain, or were they mourning her lost love? Observing Ian endure such agony, her face pale and her jaw clenched tightly, he was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Why do you subject yourself to this torment? He reproached her, yet in her vulnerable state, he found it difficult to utter anything harsher. Ian remained silent, her tear-filled eyes stubbornly fixed upon him. A surge of anger welled up within him, igniting a fierce blaze. Very well, Ian, this is your choice. So why should I feel pity for you? In the morning, Ian did not take a leave of absence due to the previous night's chaos. She proceeded to work as usual, though this time it was not on a crowded bus, but rather in Xiang Yichen's car. As she departed in the morning, Xiang Yichen insisted on driving her, seemingly enamored with the softness of her lips. His voice low and seductive, he remarked, Ian, now that you're my woman, you cannot afford to be discreet. Having entered my world, I must ensure the world knows that you are under my care. Do not expect me to indulge in any low-profile games. Ian smiled lightly. Is it true that when I am by your side, our affairs are publicly acknowledged, and everyone knows I am under your protection? Yet, when you grow weary and cast me aside, will it not also be known that I, Ian, have been discarded by you, Xiang Yichen, deemed as nothing more than your discarded waste? You will undoubtedly come to love me. It is merely a matter of time. Ian smiled again. Is it true that when I am by your side, our affairs are publicly acknowledged, and everyone knows I am under your protection? However, when you grow weary and cast me aside, everyone will know that I, Ian, have been discarded by you, Xiang Yichen, as if I were mere refuse. Upon hearing these words, Xiang Yichen was momentarily taken aback, a fleeting shadow of displeasure flickering in his eyes, elusive enough for Ian to grasp. Habitually, he slipped his hands into his pockets and nodded in acknowledgement. Ian observed his inscrutable expression, her heart gradually sinking. Xiang Yichen, why are you so insistent on having me? Is it affection? He had long since stated that his feelings for her were limited to mere interest, and she was acutely aware of this. Moreover, after her experience with Chu Yang, her belief in the ethereal nature of love had considerably waned. I find you quite intriguing, he remarked softly, and, after last night, I believe you are worth far more than you seem. Xiang Yichen chuckled lightly, cupping Ian's chin, urging her to meet his gaze. Rest assured, while you are with me, I shall treat you exceptionally well, so well that all will envy you. Ian fell silent for a few moments, incredulous that this man could utter such shameless words. Taking a deep breath, she replied, Aren't you afraid that being too good to me might make me fall for you? Huh, all along, I have believed you would inevitably love me. It is merely a matter of time. His confidence was almost infuriating. Ian, however, scoffed in disdain. Everything is reciprocal. If you hold no affection for me, I shall not foolishly offer my heart to you. What met her was Xiang Yichen's ashen face and his ominous silhouette. What are you thinking? His displeased voice jolted Ian from her reverie. Turning in surprise, she beheld his displeased countenance, his deep black eyes appearing even darker with irritation. His brow slightly furrowed. Clearly, he was dissatisfied with her lack of undivided attention. Nothing, Ian replied nonchalantly, realizing that the car had already stopped outside her office building. Even though this was a bustling commercial area, Xiang Yichen's Audi S8 attracted the attention of passing professionals. Much like himself, it exuded a quiet strength, understated yet impossible to overlook. Ian forced a smile, recognizing that driving such a car boldly through the streets, especially in the early morning, would inevitably lead to speculation about her relationship with him. There was no hiding it now. I'm leaving then. Goodbye, Ian said, reaching for the car door. However, Xiang Yichen suddenly seized her left arm, pulling her back with force. Ian found herself involuntarily leaning into his embrace as he grasped the back of her head, drawing her closer. In the next moment, his cool lips were pressing firmly against hers. His kiss was demanding, their tongues entwining without restraint. The air around them was saturated with his distinct masculine scent, and with his hand firmly gripping the back of her head, she was unable to escape, left to passively endure his fervent kiss. The tint of the car windows was not very dark, and it was daytime, with a slight glance. Onlookers could clearly see what was transpiring within the vehicle. Ian chose to close her eyes, disregarding the prying gazes from the outside, surrendering to Xiang Yichen's kiss. She understood that this man was proclaiming their relationship to the world. After what felt like an eternity, Xiang Yiqian finally released her. Ian, breathless from the kiss, leaned weakly against his chest, inhaling deeply, the air filled with his scent. Xiang Yiqian appeared quite pleased with her reaction. When Ian finally descended from the vehicle, she was not obstructed again, but was immediately met with the surrounding ambiguous stares. A flush crept to her cheeks as she looked up, only to be momentarily stunned. Chuyang glared at her with palpable anger, as if she had betrayed him. Beside him, Yiren stood with tear-filled eyes, her gaze laden with accusation. Instinctively, Ian turned back to see a smirk playing at the corners of Xiang Yiqian's mouth as he revved the engine and sped away. He had done this on purpose, not only to announce their relationship to everyone, but also deliberately kissed her so passionately upon seeing Chuyang. Sister, how could you be with him so soon after leaving your husband? Yiren's face was filled with reproach, as if Ian had committed an unforgivable sin. Ian regarded the two with cold amusement, finding it utterly absurd that they dared to judge her. What do you want? Ian asked icily. Sister, please don't be angry. We couldn't find you at home, so we had no choice but to wait for you at your office, Yiren said, nervously twisting the hem of her shirt. Sister, you didn't come home last night. Did you spend the night with that man? They stood at the base of the office building, which housed numerous companies and a steady stream of people. Yiren's words drew curious glances towards Ian from passers-by. What business is it of yours? Ian replied, impaciently gliding at Chuyang. What do you want from me? Ian, we need to talk, Chuyang said, his expression stern. Still preoccupied with the kiss she had shared with Xiang Yiqian. Ian raised an eyebrow. What is there left to discuss? I believe everything that needed to be said was made clear yesterday. Sister, please, don't be like this. Your husband just wants to have a proper conversation with you. Yiren implored, grasping her hand. Ian retorted coldly, he is no longer your brother-in-law. For you to still address him as such is rather ironic. No, sister, please don't be angry. I just can't help but call him that for now. Yiren stammered, tears brimming in her eyes once more. How long have you been together? Yiren continued, her expression one of distress, as if Ian were the one in the wrong. Despite Ian's resilience, she found herself unable to withstand the judgmental glances from bystanders. With a stern countenance, she commanded, stop crying and come with me. Ian made a quick call to Mr. Luo, requesting an hour's leave, then led Chuyang and he run to a nearby CAF. In the CAF, Chuyang's gaze towards Ian was laden with reproach, while Yiren appeared pitiably vulnerable, resembling a frightened rabbit as she nestled close to Chuyang. Ian, with palpable impatience, inquired, what exactly do you wish to convey to me? Sister, we merely seek your forgiveness, Yiren murmured, her expression one of deep grievance. Ian, perplexed by the source of her distress, retorted with a cold laugh, There's nothing to forgive. If it is harmonious, we shall be together, and if not, we shall part ways. Am I truly bound to Chuyang? If you adore him so much, then hold on to him tightly. Love is not about forgiveness. Moreover, from the moment I propose a separation, I cease to regard him, let alone consider forgiveness. This was why she remained so composed. Breaking up with Chuyang had not evoked even a hint of sorrow within her. Ian, do not persist in this relentless pursuit. You two have sought companionship elsewhere. Hence we have wronged you not. Chuyang could scarcely tolerate Ian's domineering demeanor. What was the point of discussing who had wronged whom? It was my folly. Just last night, I contemplated offering myself to you, thinking that perhaps Shichun would relinquish me. Yet, Chuyang, this is fate. We are destined to be as we are. What can be done? Ian smiled, her expression laced with sarcasm directed at Chuyang. The mere mention of this left Chuyang feeling stifled, watching helplessly as Ian slipped away from his grasp, an occurrence that vexed him greatly. Sister, Yiren's eyes brimmed with tears once more. Observing her sister's face, Ian was suddenly reminded of a time when Yiren, with an innocent visage, had joyfully exclaimed, Sister, brother-in-law, you truly are a wonderful couple. Brother-in-law, you must treat sister well, or I shall not forgive you. Sister, brother-in-law is so handsome. The echoes of Yiren's past words lingered in her ears, and all she could do was smile indulgently at her sister, assuring her, you too shall find a man who loves you. Little did she know that turning away would lead Yiren to bed with Chuyang. How long had they been together? Had they already been entwined when Yiren uttered those innocent words? Was Yiren mocking her sister internally, reveling in the fact that the man meant for her was already hers? The question that had been festering within her could no longer be contained. I simply wish to know, how long have you been together? Incredibly shameless. The question, which had been pinned up inside her, finally erupted. I simply wish to know, how long have you been together? Chuyang lifted his gaze, pausing momentarily before responding. A year. A year? Ian suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to laugh. They had been together for 2 years, yet Chuyang had been with her sister for a year. And she had been utterly oblivious. Taking a deep breath, Ian rose abruptly, declaring, "If this is all you have to say, then I shall take my leave." "Ian, wait a moment." Chuyang sprang to his feet, anxiously grasping her wrist. Ian coldly averted her gaze, effortlessly shaking him off. Chuyang had no time to dwell on this, instead stating, "Did you not accept the order from Tiger Sharp? I have heard that the contract has yet to be signed. Would you kindly relinquish it to me?" Ian gazed at Chuyang as if encountering him for the first time, eyes wide with disbelief. "Chuyang, do you still have any shame left? You conspired with my sister behind my back, and now you expect me to hand over the contract? Are you excessively confident or simply foolish, believing that such fortune is bestowed upon you? Do not speak as though I have committed some heinous crime," Chuyang retorted. "Have you not also engaged in a clandestine affair with Xiang Yichen? Do you expect me to believe that you were never involved with him? That man is undeniably domineering. He will always get what he desires. Do you think he would patiently wait for you to seek him out?" With a cold smirk, Chuyang continued, "Ian, do not take me for a fool. You have betrayed me, and now all I seek is the contract, an opportunity for you to make amends. And yet you choose to blame me?" Upon hearing these words, a surge of anger ignited within Ian. How is it that she has become the villain in this scenario? Without a moment's hesitation, she seized a cup of freshly brewed coffee from a passing waiter's tray and splashed it across Chuyang's face. "Chuyang, one cannot be so shameless. You desire the contract? Not a chance. I have vowed that I shall not make this easy for you." "Ah, you mad woman," Chuyang exclaimed, his face burning from the scalding liquid, a crimson flush spreading across his features as the hot coffee dripped down onto his light blue shirt, rendering him a pitiable sight. Ian, indifferent to his plight, found satisfaction in her actions and strode away, determined to leave. As she reached the door, her wrist was unexpectedly seized by Iran. "Sister, we may be at odds, but you have erred as well. Brother-in-law has treated you with such kindness. Why can you not aid him in return? You owe him some compensation, especially since his company is facing such dire straits." Iran implored. "I owe him nothing. Iran, do not forget that it is you who wronged me. Release me." Ian forcefully wrenched her arm free, ignoring Iran's desperate pleas as she left in haste. The murmurs of onlookers fell on deaf ears. They knew nothing of the true circumstances. Xiang Yichen's ostentatious display of affection as he dropped her off at work, coupled with the numerous witnesses to their passionate kiss outside the company, ensured that her colleagues were well aware of her liaison with him. Rumors began to swirl. Xiang Yichen is so brazen in his affection for her, and those onlookers certainly caught sight of their fervent kiss. How could she have so swiftly secured such a connection with him? Surely, those contracts were signed under rather compromising circumstances. Indeed, she is our star salesperson. Someone joked. More like a star athlete. Another chimed in with laughter. But she truly is fortunate to have won over Xiang Yichen. I heard she cast aside Chuyang for him. Did you see how she flirted with Xiang Yichen this morning in the car? Their kiss was nothing short of incendiary, right in public. It is said that Chuyang is watching closely outside, fully aware of everything. Alas, if I had someone like Yishao, I would undoubtedly have cast aside my boyfriend as well. Enough of this. We can only dream, as we lack the finesse that they possess. What are you all talking about? Hurry up and get to work. General Manager Luo emerged with a stern expression, for he was currently relying on Ian. Surely, he could not allow this foreigner to drive Ian away. Could he? Ian overheard these words, shook her head, and dismissed them from her mind. This path was chosen by her, and she had anticipated such reactions. "I'm downstairs at your company," came a call from Xiang Yichen at the end of the workday. "I'm on my way," Ian replied and hung up, rising from her seat. The colleagues, who had been eavesdropping, quickly diverted their gazes. "Ian, Yishao has come to pick you up? Let us go. Don't keep Yishao waiting." General Manager Luo approached with an increasingly amiable demeanor. Ian chose not to explain. She departed under the warmth of his gaze. You need to have come all the way to fetch me, Ian remarked as she entered the car. Everyone at the company is now aware of our relationship. Everything that needed to be done has been accomplished, and there is no necessity for Xiang Yiqin to exert himself further. I've arranged to meet Yanqing and the others at Qinghua. It's perfect to take you there, Xiang Yiqin stated. Understanding dawned upon Ian with a slight smile. As the vehicle halted at the entrance of Qinghua, Ian was poised to exit, her hand resting on the door handle, when suddenly her eyes widened in shock at the sight of a violently shaking Land Rover ahead. The car's erratic movement suggested that something untoward was transpiring within. Ian swiftly opened the door, ready to flee, but with a resounding thud, Xiang Yiqin yanked her back. In an instant, she found herself enveloped in a firm embrace, acutely aware of his heated breath against her neck, sending shivers coursing through her. Let them wait. Xiang Yiqin murmured softly in her ear, his voice resonating deeply, almost enchanting. Ian, pressed against his chest, felt her heart race, her back flush against him. His warm breath, mere inches away, caused her skin to prickle with goosebumps, a delicate pink hue blooming from her neck to her cheeks. She remained still, encircled by his arms. As he gazed intently at her glistening earlobe, seemingly attuned to the warmth emanating from her. Let them wait, he whispered again, his tone rich and seductive. Feeling restless, Ian anticipated that he might disregard all restraint and claim her within the confines of the car. However, Xiang Yiqin unexpectedly released her, adjusting his slightly disheveled shirt. Let us go, he said, his voice still low and husky, laced with allure. He exited the vehicle first, leaving Ian's heart racing and her cheeks flushed. Fortunately, as dust descended, it concealed the unusual color on her face. After hastily arranging her disheveled hair and smoothing out her shirt, she finally opened the door to step out of the car. Yet, as soon as her feet touched the ground, she found herself utterly devoid of strength, feeling as if she might collapse. Although 041 possessed a sense of pride, she underestimated the influence that Xiang Yiqin held over her and the extent of her own weakness. Before she could even utter a gasp, she fell into the familiar embrace of Xiang Yiqin, who held her firmly. Ian looked up, and in his eyes danced a hint of amusement, as if mocking her helplessness, causing her cheeks to flush with a deep, searing warmth. At that moment, the door of the car in front suddenly swung open, and a man emerged, impeccably dressed, though his shirt bore a few minor creases. He was about to open the driver's door when he turned to glance in their direction, his tousled short hair stirred by the breeze, revealing a pair of amber eyes. Upon seeing them, a wicked smile curled at the corners of his lips, yet the mirth in his expression was chilling, as if he had just stepped out from the depths of hell to ensnare souls. Let us go, Ian urged, her face flushed, gently pinching the flesh at Xiang Yiqin's waist to hasten him. Xiang Yiqin chuckled softly, suddenly positioning himself in front of Ian, his large hand firmly grasping the softness of her chest. Ian nearly melted under his boldness, grateful for his presence that allowed her to lean against him. Otherwise, she would surely have embarrassed herself. Pervert, she huffed in indignation, which only elicited a boisterous laugh from Xiang Yiqin. Ha ha ha, Ian, I've just realized that you can be adorably charming at times. Her face turned crimson with this remark, and she allowed Xiang Yiqin to guide her toward the establishment of emotion-esque temptation. However, upon reaching the entrance, Ian froze, and Xiang Yiqin felt her delicate form stiffen in his arms, as cold as the night itself. It seemed as if he was holding not the fluid Ian capable of melting in his embrace, but rather a lifeless corpse. Ian, you, Liang Yin's complexion drained of color, staring in disbelief at Ian nestled in Xiang Yiqin's arms. How could you? Ian's lips trembled uncontrollably as she bit down on her lower lip, shaking her head repeatedly. Liang Yin, I'll explain later. With that, she seized Xiang Yiqin's hand, hastily entering emotion's temptation, unexpectedly taking the lead as she hurriedly pulled him along. Xiang Yiqin's gaze darkened with displeasure. Suddenly, the hand that Ian held tugged forcefully backward. Ian cried out, finding herself yanked into Xiang Yiqin's embrace once more. This time, his hold was anything but gentle, his strong hand gripping her waist tightly, causing her discomfort, and tears welled in her eyes from the pain. What is the matter? Is being with me something to be ashamed of? Why didn't you speak up earlier? Why the horrified reaction? Am I, Xiang Yichen, someone you cannot be seen with? He exclaimed, his voice low and filled with anger. Xiang Yichen, even if I were merely a plaything, I still possess my dignity. Ian's body was rigid, enduring the pain as he thought. Do you believe being your lover is a matter of glory? 042 The rare display of panic. Xiang Yichen, even if one is merely a toy, possesses dignity. Ian's body remained stiff, suppressing his agony, as he pondered whether being your lover was truly something to take pride in. A toy? Xiang Yichen raised an eyebrow, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Do you think what you are is merely a toy? I shall enlighten you on what a true toy is. Unbeknownst to him, they had arrived at the door of room number 2. Xiang Yichen, with a dark expression, pushed the door open. Xiao Yanqing, upon seeing Ian in Xiang Yichen's arms, whistled, Yichen, you're quite swift. When did you get together without informing me? What I desire cannot possibly escape my grasp. Xiang Yichen replied with a faint smile, gesturing towards the woman in Zhong Cheng's embrace, who was breathless and gasping. He then turned to Ian and said, Did you see that? That is what one could call a toy. Ian's face paled at the sight of the woman. Clad in a revealing, sheer dress, the woman seemed utterly shameless, unabashed by the gazes of others as she provocatively flirted with Zhong Cheng. In contrast, Zhong Cheng remained impeccably dressed, with only the hem of his shirt revealing a glimpse of his waist, casting a disdainful smirk at the woman's antics, as if her behavior was laughable in his eyes. Do you wish to become such a toy? Xiang Yichen's voice was icy. Ian, paralyzed by shock, could not utter a word, his complexion ashen, his gaze becoming vacant as he was led to a sofa by Xiang Yichen. Just then, the door swung open, and Su Jingning entered, seemingly oblivious to the woman draped over Zhong Cheng, her expression calm. I came to visit a friend and thought I'd drop by since I knew you were here, Su Jingning stated, her gaze lingering on Xiang Yichen. Whether intentionally or not, Ian's eyes instinctively turned towards Su Jingning, the image of Xiang Yichen kissing her lingering in her mind, unable to fade away. She felt that at the moment Su Jingning appeared, Xiang Yichen's body stiffened momentarily, though he quickly relaxed, yet she sensed his fleeting tension. Ian's heart ached sharply. The pain felt as if a hand had gripped it tightly, twisting mercilessly, sending waves of discomfort through her entire being. Suddenly, her vision was obscured by shadow, as Xiang Yichen lunged forward, kissing her forcefully. The kiss was still domineering, perhaps even more so than usual, yet tinged with a hint of anxiety. Even as he kissed her, Xiang Yichen's body remained taut, his rare display of panic piercing Ian's heart. 043 Ian, are you foolish? The kiss remained commanding, even more so than before, but now laced with tension. Even while kissing her, Xiang Yichen's body was tense, his unusual panic causing a sharp ache in Ian's heart. It seemed as if the world around them fell silent. Even Zhong Cheng paused to observe them. Ian attempted to push him away with both hands. Yet Xiang Yichen merely tightened his embrace. Suddenly, she recalled Su Jingning, glancing towards the door where she found Su Jingning standing, a mocking smile gracing her lips. As if to deride her, you are merely my substitute, an object for his venting. A piercing pain gripped Ian's heart, akin to being pricked by needles. Even the places Xiang Yichen's large hands had touched felt sharp, sending shivers coursing through her body. With a swift motion, Xiang Yichen callously tore open her blouse, indifferent to the exposure she faced before others. Now, the areas he had kissed and caressed brought not pleasure, but anguish. Ian's heart twisted painfully, as images of Xiang Yichen kissing Su Jingning flashed before her eyes, accompanied by Su Jingning's cold, mocking laughter. The flames of humiliation surged within her, and in that moment, she could no longer care about the consequences. She could not endure such indignity. Ian bit her lip, a glimmer of determination shining in her eyes. Just as Xiang Yichen lifted his head, preparing to unfasten her belt, she suddenly raised her hand. With a resounding slap, silence fell upon the room. Ian had unhesitatingly struck Xiang Yichen, his face turning away in shock. Seizing the moment of his astonishment, she forcefully pushed him away, clutching her clothing as she rushed towards the door, where she caught sight of Su Jingning's derisive grin. In a frenzy, Ian sprinted, instinctively heading for the restroom. Suddenly, she was seized, and looking up in bewilderment, she found Liang Yan's surprised face. Ian, what What happened to you? Liang Yin asked, observing her disheveled appearance, and led her to the restroom to tidy herself. It was then Ian realized her face was streaked with tears. This isn't the right place to talk. Come with me, Liang Yin said, guiding Ian to a booth outside. Ian, what on earth is going on? How did you end up with Xiang Yichen? Where's Chu Yang? Chu Yang? Huh. He has been with my sister for a year. I even witnessed them tangled up in bed. Ian replied with a self-deprecating smile, her body still trembling. So, you went to Xiang Yichen then? Ian, are you foolish? Someone like Xiang Yichen is not someone we can provoke. Even if Chu Yang has wronged you, you shouldn't demean yourself like this. Liang Yin exclaimed, her voice tinged with urgency. Ian, do you love him? I know. Ian covered her face with her hands, catching her tears in her palms. But at that moment, I was just overwhelmed. You know, when I saw Chu Yang betray me, all I felt was anger. I wasn't even sad, in fact. I even felt a sense of relief. When Xiang Yichen approached, I felt an unexpected flutter of excitement and impulsively agreed to follow him. Liang Yan's complexion turned pale, her lips trembling as she murmured, Ian, have you fallen for him? Love? Ian was taken aback, tears still clinging to her lashes, no? How could that be possible? After experiencing Chu Yang, could I so easily utter the word love again? I am well aware of my feelings towards Xiang Yichen. He harbors no affection for me, so why would I foolishly bestow my love upon him? Then why are you so heartbroken? You have never shed a tear for Chu Yang, which is why he always believed you to be too strong-willed, isn't it? Liang Yin gazed intently at Ian's expression. Even though Ian denied it, she remained unconvinced. Ian, listen to me. Someone like Xiang Yichen is poison. You cannot even afford to entertain the idea. You think a little taste won't matter, but once you indulge, you can never break free. Ian, heed my words. His world is not suited for you. Since you claim not to love him, hurry and withdraw, all right? As Liang Yan's words sank in, Ian's tears flowed uncontrollably. Under normal circumstances, she would have sensed something amiss in Liang Yan's demeanor, but now her heart was in turmoil, leaving her unable to contemplate anything else. I know. I understand he is toxic. Ian sniffed, her gaze resolutely fixed on Liang Yin. But Liang Yin, trust me, I will never allow myself to become addicted. I will not give him the opportunity to hurt me. Liang Yin shook her head. Ian, then who are you crying for now? Liang Yin's expression grew ethereal, as if she had recalled something. Their world is one where we cannot survive. Someone like Xiang Yichen possesses a fatal allure that you cannot simply dismiss. Once you fall for someone like him, there is no escaping. Once you cross that threshold, you will find yourself ensnared, ultimately left with nothing but a soulless shell. He does not desire your soul. Your body will ultimately be discarded. Ian, how can you be so foolish? Liang Yan's words pierced through Ian like her current predicament, causing her immense pain as she pounded her chest, feeling as if something was lodged within, suffocating her and causing excruciating agony. Unable to hold back her tears any longer, she wept before Liang Yin like a child. I cannot escape. Liang Yin, I cannot get out. I keep telling myself that what I feel for him is not love. But, damn it, there is indeed something about him that is as intoxicating as poison, continuously luring me closer until I can no longer break free. Ian took a deep breath, her shoulders trembling, yet her voice grew softer. Liang Yin, I fear I have developed feelings for him. Whether that constitutes love, I do not know. However, since I cannot extricate myself, I will not allow myself to sink deeper. I will not fall in love with him. Rest assured, I will not. It was uncertain whether these words were meant for Liang Yin or as self-reassurance, but their weight struck her heart, reminding her of the truth. Liang Yin silently observed her, shaking her head in disapproval. How foolish, Ian. What purpose do your words serve? The two sat in quiet contemplation until Liang Yin's phone rang. Upon seeing the name on the caller ID, a bittersweet smile graced her lips, mirroring Ian's own. Hello. I haven't left. Yes, I'll be there shortly, Liang Yin said, ending the call. Ian looked up at her, and with a pained smile, she added, I came with a friend. You rushed out earlier. It's time to check on them. Ian nodded, and they began to walk back together. However, after only a few steps, Ian spotted a familiar figure. Xiang Yichen. Yet, in his arms, there was an unfamiliar woman clad in revealing attire, who was shamelessly rubbing against him as they walked. Her crimson lips occasionally grazed his throat and chin. Xiang Yichen allowed the woman to seduce him openly as they strolled away. Ian, Liang Yin noticed too, unable to suppress her exclamation. But there was no response beside her. Confused, she turned to find Ian had vanished from sight. Searching around, she discovered Ian had already charged forward. His gaze fixed intently on Xiang Yichen and the woman, grasping a wine glass filled with liquor from a nearby table. "Hey, what are you doing?" A patron from the table called out, startled as if witnessing madness. Ignoring the outcry, Ian advanced, brandishing the glass filled with cognac, and yanked the woman's long curls backward. "Ah, what are you doing? Let go!" The woman exclaimed, pain etched across her face, her scalp seemingly on the brink of tearing as she panicked. Ian's expression darkened, a fierce determination etched into his features. As she faced him, he unhesitatingly splashed the contents of the glass onto her face. The full glass of cognac, complete with ice cubes, drenched the woman, the cubes striking her face with a biting chill and sting. "If you're tired of me, let us break up," Ian shouted, his voice slicing through the raucous music. "You crazy woman, what are you doing?" The woman, infuriated by Ian's public display, particularly in front of Xiang Yichen, rushed at Ian without regard. She pushed Ian with all her might, but her hair remained ensnared in Ian's grasp. Ian, resigned to the chaos, allowed her to shove her, yet clung to her hair, forcing her head back. "I'm warning you, don't entice another man." Ian's voice pierced through the cacophony of music. The woman continued to struggle, but suddenly, Ian released her grip. Caught off guard, the woman stumbled and fell to the ground, humiliated beyond measure. She could not let Ian get away with this. She scrambled to her feet, arm raised in a threatening manner, but her wrist was abruptly seized by someone. "Let me go." The woman turned her head, only to discover it was Xiao Yinqing. With a cold expression, Xiao Yinqing remarked, "This is a matter between the two of us. What concern is it of yours?" After saying this, she unceremoniously pushed the woman aside, her fierce gaze intimidating enough to deter any further advances. Nonetheless, the woman harbored a simmering resentment, casting a spiteful glance at Ian. "What madness is this?" Xiang Yichen glowered at Ian. "I'm simply expressing my madness. What's it to you?" "Xiang Yichen, you walk away with another woman in front of me. What do you take me for?" Ian, infuriated, returned his glare without fear. "If you're tired of me, let us end this. You can pursue as many women as you wish afterward. I won't be concerned even if it leads to your downfall. Xiang Yichen, tell me, are you truly discarding me? If so, I'll leave without a second thought. From this moment on, we shall be strangers, unacquainted." Xiang Yichen's jaw tightened, his teeth clenched so hard that the muscles along his cheeks were visible. The dazzling lights of the dance floor intermittently illuminated his face, casting it in a shadowy gloom. He silently fixed his gaze on Ian, then suddenly seized her wrist and pulled her outside. Ian complied, allowing him to lead her without further protest. With a forceful slam, Xiang Yichen shut the door behind them and yanked Ian into the bedroom, releasing her hand with an unyielding force. Ian stumbled, nearly losing her balance, but managed to steady herself, avoiding a particularly embarrassing fall. Nevertheless, her appearance was far from composed. Her cheeks were flushed with anger, her hair disheveled like a wild creature, and strands clung to her face, obscuring her eyes. "Is this how soon you wish to leave me?" Xiang Yichen observed her in silence, his anger dissipated, replaced by an unsettling calm that exuded danger, leaving Ian uncertain of his thoughts, whether he felt joy or ire. Breathless and anxious, she gazed at Xiang Yichen, feeling as though she might suffocate from the tension, until he finally spoke. "Ian, have you fallen in love with me?" Ian was taken aback, then suddenly chuckled softly. Her reaction left Xiang Yichen momentarily stunned, as if she had shared an absurd joke. The anger that had begun to subside surged once more within him. Ian suddenly lifted her head, a fierce expression emerging that had never before graced her face. "I do not love you." Her response was resolute and emphatic, resonating with conviction. This declaration caused Xiang Yichen to press his lips tightly together. "You are right. I cannot emulate those women. I refuse to be treated like a pet. My status may not match yours, yet I demand equality. I will not be your outlet for frustration, nor will I be anyone's substitute." "Xiang Yichen, I do not love you. but I still expect to be treated with respect one-on-one. If you cannot remain solely devoted to me when we are together, then I implore you to express it sooner rather than later. Let us part ways and pursue our individual paths." Ian chuckled, seemingly unperturbed by such an outcome, as if it bore no weight upon him. "I have been with Chu Yang for 2 years, yet I can still leave without a backward glance. Xiang Yichen, you ought to understand my nature by now. If you cannot accept my principles, then let me go, and I shall not cling to you." Xiang Yichen's fists, clenched unconsciously, suddenly relaxed at the mention of the word substitute, causing him to furrow his brow. He stepped forward, aligning his body with Ian's, feeling the soft rise and fall of her ribs in response to her anger. "Ian, has it only been a short while, and you already wish to leave me?" He lifted her chin with his index finger, his thumb caressing her delicate skin. "I am merely accommodating you," Ian replied with a slight smirk. "To leave me is still too soon," Xiang Yichen said solemnly, gripping her chin and drawing her closer to his lips. Ian, compelled by his pull, had to rise on her toes to meet him, and that kiss fell heavily upon her, as if to punish Ian for her words. Xiang Yichen kissed her with such intensity and roughness that her lips ached. His tongue teased hers as he held her tightly, as if striving to merge her very essence into his being. Ian, feeling the pressure of his embrace, could not suppress a cry of pain, yet her hands instinctively gripped him tighter. Despite her fervor, his solid, muscular form remained impervious to her efforts. Xiang Yichen, driven by some unseen impulse, kissed her with a weight that seemed both reluctant and punitive. Her lips grew numb from his fervent assault, yet she refused to concede, entwining her tongue with his in a fervent dance of resistance. Their tongues, slick and tantalizing, entwined and retreated in a rhythmic embrace. A glimmer of light flashed in Ian's eyes as her hands, which had been encircling his waist, began to wander up his firm abdomen. Xiang Yichen's movements faltered as Ian heard the sound of his throat swallowing, a sign that this man was easily swayed by her influence. Even the kiss transformed, becoming gentler, a tender caress of her lips and tongue. Ian leaned into him, shifting her weight forward, and Xiang Yichen, yielding to her, found himself reclining upon the surface behind him, allowing Ian to take the initiative. Xiang Yichen never anticipated that, in a moment of heightened emotion, this woman would fiercely bite him. Ian looked up, his gaze drawn to her beautiful lips, now stained with traces of crimson, rendering them alluring and enchanting, akin to a specter under the veil of night, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. On her lower lip, there remained the marks of her teeth, 2 neat rows that inexplicably lifted Ian's spirits. "Woman, have you lost your mind?" Xiang Yichen said, his jaw clenched, the imprint of his teeth on his lower lip causing a sting of pain. Confronted with Xiang Yichen's grim expression, Ian was not intimidated. Rather, a playful smile curved her lips. "Xiang Yichen, I owe you nothing, so we are equals. If you still find me intriguing and wish to keep me, then your devotion must be unwavering." Ian pointed to his heart. "In this space, perhaps you might think of others, but when you're with me, I forbid such thoughts. Your body, at this moment, belongs solely to me. I will not allow the scent of another to linger upon you. You, Xiang Yichen, are not lacking in women, yet I, Ian, have no desire for a man tainted with filth." Xiang Yichen gazed at her intently, as if meeting her for the first time, fully aware that she was not jesting. She could be utterly ruthless towards Chu Yang. "If you do not agree, I shall leave. However, promises are not so easily bestowed." Xiang Yichen remained silent. His hand that had been resting on Ian's waist rose to the back of her head, pressing his lips against hers, kissing her once more. Yet, before they could delve deeply into the kiss, Xiang Yichen's expression shifted to one of anger, nearly shouting, "Ian, you—" Ian looked up. Her misty eyes fixed on his lips were near the previous bite marks. 2 new rows had emerged, similarly oozing with blood, the old and new marks nearly overlapping. Xiang Yichen's lips tightened in frustration, gritting his teeth. "Xiang Yichen, will you agree? If not, I shall leave this very moment." Ian's expression was cold. She wanted him to understand that she was not someone who could not live without him. Noticing Xiang Yichen's silence, Ian felt a weight in her heart and attempted to rise from his embrace. She had almost sat up, ready to leave the bed when Xiang Yichen's pupils darkened. His hands gripping her waist, pulling her back, flipping her over, and pinning her in his arms. No matter how hard Ian struggled, he would not relent. If you do not agree, I shall leave. Let me go. Ian fought fiercely, making it clear that this was no mere game of reluctant acceptance. Fine, I agree. Xiang Yiqian, holding her tightly, gritted his teeth as he spoke. Ian blinked, finally conceding, still as though exhaling a breath of frustration. Xiang Yiqian kissed her heavily, more forcefully than ever before. Yet, he sought to punish this disobedient woman. She was indeed a madwoman, yet he found himself unable to release her from his grasp. Xiang Yiqian let out a low grunt. You woman. 051 gazed at her with a radiant smile. Ian languidly lifted her small face, her cheeks still tinged with a delicate flush, the allure in her eyes lingering like the first blush of spring. In her charming demeanor, she seemed to encapsulate all the world's grace and allure. Playfully, she rested her chin against Xiang Yiqian's heart, her petite, oval face and pointed chin pressing against him, as if it were a sharp dagger poised to pierce him. Xiang Yiqian's powerful heartbeat resonated, almost palpable against her throat. Ian extended her index finger, tracing the mark she had left on his neck, a deep purplish hue shaped like her lips, bordered by 2 rows of dark red teeth imprints. The placement of the crimson mark was just right to peek out from beneath his shirt collar, subtle yet capable of igniting boundless imagination upon closer inspection. Ian smiled seductively, tinged with a hint of madness, resembling a witch descended from the depths of hell. Xiang Yiqian had never known Ian possessed such a captivating side, akin to a black datura, enchanting yet laced with lethal poison. Xiang Yiqian, I have left my mark on you. Those women outside will know you are taken. Ian smiled wickedly, her lips curling into a playful smirk, laughter bubbling from her throat like the sound of silver bells. Xiang Yiqian gazed at her, momentarily entranced, his heart unfazed by her playful antics. He had always disliked women leaving marks on him, yet this time he allowed it, captivated by her radiant smile. He lowered his head to kiss the alluring corner of her eye. This woman, when fiery, resembled gunpowder, yet at this moment, she was as docile as a kitten, truly a bewitching witch. An unspoken intimacy blossomed between them, the sun having long ascended outside, casting a soft golden hue upon Ian's bare back as his slightly rough palm glided over it. Their rare tranquility, devoid of quarrels, allowed a sense of happiness to flourish within Ian. Though faint, she savored it delicately. However, just then, an unwelcome intrusion shattered this bliss, the ringtone blaring harshly. Xiang Yiqian frowned in displeasure, following the sound to discover his phone flashing from the pocket of the trousers lying on the floor. It's mine, Ian said, rising from Xiang Yiqian and retrieving the phone from the pocket. 052, you must be magnanimous, she reiterated, extracting the phone. Upon seeing the name on the screen, Ian furrowed her brow. Hello. Ian answered the call, her tone cool and indifferent. Ian, come home at once. The voice on the other end, sharp and piercing, sent shivers down her spine. Ian felt a weight in her heart. Weekends offered no respite. Understood, she replied. After hanging up the phone, she observed Xiang Yiqian, who was rising to dress. I must return home. I shall escort you, Xiang Yiqian replied as he donned his shirt. Ian nodded in acknowledgement, not declining his offer. Ian's residence, while situated in a prime location close to the bustling shopping district, was in an old part of town characterized by dilapidated buildings over 30 years old, resembling a communal courtyard. The 4-story low-rise structure enclosed a shared yard where numerous families gathered to play cards, engage in mahjong, and enjoy the breeze. Xiang Yiqian's ostentatious Audi S8 parked conspicuously by the roadside drew the prying eyes of curious neighbors, yet none dared approach, deterred by Xiang Yiqian's icy demeanor. You should head back first. I am uncertain how long I will remain here, Ian remarked as he exited the vehicle. Xiang Yiqian merely nodded in response, remaining silent, while Ian chose to disregard the peculiar stares from the neighbors and proceeded to his home on the 3rd floor. Upon entering, Ian was taken aback to find Chu Yang and Yi Run present, with Su Huiqin glaring at him with a stormy expression. Dad, Ian called out to his father, Yin Yinxing, who was seated in a corner. Yin Yinxing smiled warmly, and Ian, you're back. Come sit and let your father have a look at you. Seat, do you have no sense of decorum? Can't you see me standing here? Su Huiqin interjected sharply, pointing at Ian. In response, Ian halted his approach towards his father and opted not to sit, deeming it unnecessary under the circumstances. He glanced at Chu Yang, who averted her gaze and coldly remarked, "Speak. What did you summon me back for?" "What for?" "Ian, as the elder sister, you must be magnanimous. I am aware of the situation between Chu Yang and Irun. You may not be as gentle or as beautiful as Irun, and it is only natural for Chu Yang to choose Irun. Though I am no longer young, I understand that love cannot be forced. Both Chu Yang and Irin feel remorse for their actions and have apologized to you. Must you persist in your resentment?" Su Huiqin expressed, "Regarding those who have wronged me, I shall harbor my hatred for a lifetime." Ian scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Chu Yang, you are quite audacious. You shamelessly broadcast your trivial matters and have the gall to bring them home. Is it not enough that you have disrupted my company? Now you seek to disturb our household as well. Chu Yang, I owe you nothing and am under no obligation to forgive your transgressions. I'm no saint." Sister Irin's complexion paled. "It is not Chu Yang's fault. It is mine's silence." Ian retorted, her face flushed with anger, for the first time feeling a deep-seated disdain for the seemingly fragile Irin. "What are you doing? Who are you telling to be quiet? What has your sister said that warrants your outburst?" Su Huiqin, seeing her daughter's distress, immediately flared up. "Su." Ian coldly laughed, casting a derisive glance at her. "In matters concerning the younger generation, it would be prudent for you to refrain from meddling. Even if you were a stepmother, do not let it be so conspicuous." "Ian, you have crossed the line." Su Huiqin stood up abruptly, declaring that since she had married into the family, she had the right to educate him. Ian let out a cold scoff and chose to ignore her. It was Chu Yang who rose to intervene, saying, "Aunt, let us speak calmly. This matter is indeed between me and Irin, and we owe Ian an apology. I am prepared to endure whatever rebuke he wishes to deliver. I believe that since we will eventually be a family, we must resolve this issue. We cannot continue to bear animosity when we meet in the future." However, Ian offered him no courtesy, coldly responding, "Chu Yang, understand this. My displeasure towards you both is not rooted in lingering affection, but rather in my character. I do not subscribe to the notion that exes can remain friends. A separation is a separation, and there is no need to seek forgiveness thereafter. Furthermore, for those who have wronged me, I am not the kind of person who will smile and say it is all right. For those who have betrayed me, I shall harbor resentment for a lifetime. Dear sister, please do not say that. Can you find it in your heart to forgive us? If not, I will return Chu Yang to you. You may marry him, all right?" Irin rushed forward, grasping her hand and weeping. Ian coldly smirked. "Marry him? Then he continues to enjoy the benefits of our union while still being with you?" Irin shrank back slightly. "Sister, I truly love Chu Yang. I cannot live without him. My love for him remains unwavering, even if he does not grant me a title. I only wish to stay by his side. So please, marry him, but allow me to remain with Chu Yang." "Unnecessary." Ian cast a disdainful glance at Chu Yang, as if he were mere refuse on the roadside, unworthy of her attention. "I have no interest in this man. If you desire him, keep him for yourself." Feeling belittled by his former fiancée, Chu Yang's temper flared. "Ian, we have sincerely apologized. What more do you want? Are you intent on severing ties with Irin as well? Indeed, you repeatedly claim that Chu Yang has wronged you. Yet have you considered what you have done wrong? If you were truly deserving, would Chu Yang have cast you aside?" Su Huiqin dozet, her pride in her daughter, Irin, shining through. She had long felt a sense of injustice. Why should Ian have been able to find such a fine man as Chu Yang? Irin excelled in every way compared to Ian. So why had she not secured a husband of such caliber? Now, Su Huiqin felt a sense of balance restored. It seemed that further dialogue would yield no fruitful outcome. Ian remarked coolly, casting an apologetic glance at her father, "Dad, I am sorry. I will come to see you another day." Yinxing rose, guilt evident in his gaze as he looked at his daughter. This situation was fundamentally Irin's fault. Had he not been reluctant to engage in conflict with Su Huiqin, and had he not endured for so long, Ian would not have been wronged. "Ian, you should return for now. When I have the opportunity, I will come to visit you," Yinxing said. Ian smiled, preparing to leave. "Stop. Su Huin sapi et galim," pointing at Yinxing. "What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting I have wronged you both? Ian, before you leave, resolve this matter for me. Aren't you with Xiang Yichen now? Have him hand over the contract to Chu Yang, and we shall consider this issue settled. Your past mistakes will be forgiven. Ha ha ha. Ian laughed heartily, and in that moment, the true intent behind Su Huiqin's summons became clear, as did the reason for Chu Yang's uncharacteristic apology. Otherwise, with his proud and arrogant disposition, how could he possibly admit fault? Everyone stared at Ian in disbelief, perceiving her as a madwoman, her laughter sending chills down their spines. I would be fortunate not to have him eliminated. Given the contract? What a fantasy! Ian coldly retorted, turning to leave. Sister, I implore you, please give the contract to Chu Yang. Sister, I beg you, speak to Xiang Yichen and assist him. Ian dashed out, gripping Ian tightly. Ian, let go. Release me. Ian protested as she descended the stairs, attempting to shake off Ian's grasp. Yet, despite Ian's seemingly delicate demeanor, she possessed an unexpected strength that kept Ian from breaking free. The two continued their tug-of-war until they reached the courtyard, where Ian's sobs grew increasingly sorrowful, her grip on Ian unwavering. What is happening? The two continued their struggle in the courtyard, Ian's tears flowing freely as she clung to Ian. No, I want to let go. Sister, I acknowledge that both Chu Yang and I have wronged you, but whatever punishment you deem fit for me is acceptable. Please spare Chu Yang. I beseech you, Ian cried, pleading, drawing the attention of neighbors who peeked out to witness the scene, while those casually chatting in the yard turned to observe and whisper. Let go, Ian. Aren't you ashamed? I'm already embarrassed. Do you wish for the neighbors to discover your secret rendezvous with Chu Yang behind my back? Ian exclaimed, hoping this would compel Ian to relinquish her hold for the sake of modesty. Yet, to Ian's surprise, Ian cried out, Sister, Chu Yang no longer loves you. Forcing him will not bring happiness. You cannot take out your frustrations on him by suppressing him at work. Ian was rendered speechless, incredulous that the blame had somehow shifted to her. Oh dear, two sisters fighting over a man. How utterly disgraceful. Indeed, Ian is being rather unreasonable. How could she act so harshly when her sister is in tears? If it were me, I would choose Ian over her. A daughter-in-law with such a fierce nature would surely lead to constant quarrels at home. Ian's expression darkened. Unable to shake off Ian, she decided to drag her outside. Where there were more people, surely Ian wouldn't be audacious enough to disregard her dignity entirely. Sister, Ian called out, but then abruptly fell silent, her grip on Ian's wrist loosening. Ian was taken aback, puzzled by Ian's sudden surrender. Following Ian's gaze, she saw Xiang Yichen standing at the entrance, hands tucked into his pockets, bathed in sunlight, his figure enveloped in a soft golden glow. At the sight of Xiang Yichen, Ian rushed towards him without a moment's hesitation. Yishao. She longed to grasp his hand as she did with Ian, yet upon encountering Xiang Yichen's dark, sullen expression, her movement abruptly halted. She stood before him, timidly, resembling a frightened rabbit, evoking a sense of compassion in those who beheld her. Xiang Yichen, too, took a step forward, approaching her with a gentle inquiry. What troubles you? A flicker of joy ignited within her. Indeed, throughout her school days, any time she donned such an expression, no man could ever resist her. Just as she was about to timidly respond, a faint breeze swept past her, carrying a subtle, crisp fragrance. Xiang Yichen walked past her, his gaze unwavering, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Ian, taken aback, initially believed his words were directed at her, yet he continued straight towards her, taking her hand in his. What troubles you? He repeated, revealing that his concern was for her. Thump, thump, thump. Ian felt as though a part of her heart had been struck, causing her pulse to race uncontrollably, igniting a warmth within her. She gazed up at Xiang Yichen, momentarily at a loss for words. Xiang Yichen cast a glance back at Su Huiqin and Chu Yang, who had followed behind. Let us go. Ian nodded, obediently allowing Xiang Yichen to lead her forward. Ian, timidly observing Xiang Yichen, desired to step closer, but his piercing glare halted her in her tracks. She dared not move a single step forward, helplessly watching as Xiang Yichen took Ian away. As she gazed at Xiang Yichen's broad back, Ian bit her lip, her heart brimming with discontent. Why? Why did he show her no compassion? How could he so ruthlessly glare at her? Why did he disregard her words so completely, ignoring her existence? Su Huiqin rushed over, concern etched on her face as she looked at Ian. Ian, Are you all right? Did Ian do anything to you? Let me see if you are hurt. Irene shook her head, casting a pitiful glance at Chuyang. I'm sorry, I still couldn't persuade my sister, but rest assured, I will not give up. The contract was trivial, yet she feared that Ian would incite Xiang Yichen against her. Chuyang furrowed his brow. He understood Ian's temperament all too well. Her disdain was palpable. When she loved, she invested wholeheartedly, but once betrayed, her hatred would be profound, a deep-seated loathing. Ian, look at your precious daughter. Is it fair for Irene to be bullied like this? What harm was there in her helping Chuyang? After all, they were once betrothed. How could she be so ungrateful? Su Huiqin turned to scold, her jealousy evident. Irene excelled in every way, yet she was her sister. Enough. Just because Irene is your sister does not mean she should take my man. Ian's anger flared. Listening to Su Huiqin criticize Ian was grating, and he had been holding back for too long. His daughter had finally returned, only to be driven away by her. In your eyes, she is inferior to Irene, yet in mine, she is no less worthy. Ian retorted fiercely. Ian is also your daughter. You cannot be so biased. In your heart, there exists only your deceased wife and your eldest daughter, does it not? Su Huiqin, enraged, rebuked with reddened eyes. I can pamper you greatly, Yin Yinsheng. Iren is also your daughter. You cannot be so biased. Su Huiqin's fury was palpable as she continued her tirade. Su Huiqin, mind your language. Yin Yinsheng, equally incensed, countered. This situation was not Ian's fault, and there was no reason for her to continue being overly kind to Chuyang. I have endured for long. Iren is my daughter, but so is Ian. You incessantly criticize Ian. Have I ever spoken against you? Yet do not push your limits. Yin Yinsheng glared at Su Huiqin and then glanced at Chuyang and Iren. If you two feel justified in your actions, then carry on. With that, she turned on her heel and departed, unwilling to remain in a home where she was surrounded by those who bullied her eldest daughter. Meanwhile, Xiang Yichen was driving when he suddenly felt arms encircle his waist. Looking down, he saw Iren, her hands wrapped around him, her face resting on his chest, eyes closed. Xiang Yichen, hold me. Xiang Yichen, without uttering a word, pulled over to the side of the road, releasing the steering wheel to gently embrace her in return. After a few moments, Ian's voice broke the silence. Xiang Yichen, do you like me? Her face buried in his chest, her words muffled. The warmth of her breath warming his torso. Xiang Yichen tenderly stroked her hair, playfully twirling a strand around his finger, relishing in the act. His deep-set eyes darkened momentarily before he finally uttered 3 words, not dislike. Upon hearing this, Ian's body stiffened slightly, her lips curling bitterly against his chest. Then when will you grow tired of me? Xiang Yichen playfully flicked her forehead. Do not think foolishly. I will not grow weary of you so soon. However, his words chilled Ian as if her heart had been encased in ice. Would she forever remain in this state of anxiety, uncertain of when the man might tire of her, casting her aside as if walking on thin ice? With a cold heart, Ian withdrew her arms and returned to her seat, only to hear Xiang Yichen say, Let us go. You have not eaten breakfast yet. I will take you out to eat. Ian replied softly. Noticing her shift in demeanor, Xiang Yichen glanced at her as he drove. Yin, I do not wish to deceive you, which is why I speak candidly. Even in a romantic relationship, feelings may fade, and there comes a day of parting. Therefore, do not feel disheartened. However, I assure you, as long as you are with me, I will cherish you as one would a girlfriend. However, I am certain that as you accompany me now, I can indulge you just as one would cherish a beloved girlfriend. Ian smiled, but what she did not voice was the concern of what would happen once the novelty wore off. At that point, rather than showering her with affection, he might discard her as one would throw away refuse. After Xiang Yichen uttered this thought, silence enveloped the car, with Ian also falling quiet, creating an atmosphere of profound stillness, punctuated only by the hum of the engine and the distant sounds of horns outside. Upon arriving at the Dynasty, the manager seemed to be waiting in eager anticipation. As soon as he spotted Xiang Yichen, he rushed over. Young Master Yi, just the two of you? The manager inquired. Xiang Yichen nodded slightly, responding with a nonchalant, yes, too. The manager acknowledged this. Indeed, young Master Yi, Young Master Xiao and Young Master Jin are also here. Oh, Xiang Yichen raised an eyebrow, recalling that they had mentioned gathering today. Would you like to go see them? The manager asked, fully aware of the camaraderie between Xiang Yichen and Xiao Yinqing. I'll just take a glance. You carry on with your duties. I know which room to go to. Xiang Yichen replied, waving his hand dismissively to signal the manager to leave. The manager nodded and departed. Xiang Yichen took Ian by the hand and led her toward the VIP room. Upon opening the door, they were greeted not only by Xiao Yunqing and Jin Yano, but also by Zhong Cheng, accompanied by an unfamiliar individual. On the opposite side stood Su Jingning with a strange man. The moment Ian laid eyes on Su Jingning, she instinctively glanced at Xiang Yichen beside her. His expression was unreadable, yet his gaze involuntarily lingered on Su Jingning, causing Ian's stomach to twist painfully as if struck by a heavy blow. Oh, who do we have here? Yichun, I thought you weren't coming today. I presumed you were avoiding me. Su Yuyang emerged from the restroom, spotting Xiang Yichen and Ian at the entrance, unable to resist a mocking remark. For a woman, Xiang Yichen had even dared to confront him. He would surely remember this affront. Upon seeing Su Yuyang, Ian froze, her eyes widening in shock as her pupils involuntarily contracted. Su Jingning glanced over, her smile still adorning her lips, which had only grown wider upon encountering Xiang Yichen. After casting a fleeting glance at Ian, she turned her attention back to Xiang Yichen. No matter how Ian looked at it, she found that smile utterly glaring. When Su Jingning glanced her way, Ian distinctly perceived the mocking curve of her lips. Yichun, since everyone is here, let us all join together, Su Jingning said with a smile. Ian wished to decline. She did not want to share a table with Su Jingning, nor did she want Xiang Yichen to come face to face with her. Even without witnessing that intimate kiss she had stumbled upon, she could sense that Xiang Yichen regarded Su Jingning differently. Yet, she found herself neither able nor entitled to voice her objections. After a brief look at the man beside Su Jingning, Xiang Yichen finally nodded, very well. As he spoke, Xiang Yichen released her hand and walked away, seemingly unaware that Su Yuyang had intentionally vacated his seat, allowing Xiang Yichen to sit beside Su Jingning. Ian furrowed her brow, awkwardly standing in place, realizing that there was no longer any space for her next to Xiang Yichen. The moment he stepped away, he did not cast a glance in her direction. How absurd! The notion that he could shower her with affection, treating her like a girlfriend, hinged entirely on Su Jingning's absence. Once Su Jingning appeared, everything changed. A sudden pang gripped Ian's stomach, an intense pain that twisted and churned within her, as if someone were mercilessly squeezing her insides, inflicting sharp, needle-like agony. It felt as though every pore of her body had closed, leaving her gasping for breath. She clenched her teeth, her eyes wide and unblinking as she stared at Xiang Yichen, hoping he might catch a glimpse of her existence, recognizing that she was no longer by his side. She fought to maintain her composure, tightly balling her fists, even as her stomach convulsed in pain. Yet she steadfastly held her posture, refusing to cower in the presence of Su Jingning. It seemed as if yielding would equate to defeat, a complete and utter loss. The pain drained color from her face, her lips, adorned with lipstick, pale and devoid of hue. Had it not been for the lipstick's tint, her visage would have been utterly bloodless. I observed that she was clearly distressed. The pain had rendered her face ashen. Her lips, although painted, appeared colorless and without the cosmetic cover. Her complexion would have been lifeless. Yet, Xiang Yichen never glanced her way again. At that moment, Xiao Yinqing suddenly stood up, gesturing to his seat. Ian, come sit here. Ian turned to him, noting that his position was conveniently adjacent to Xiang Yichen. This remark finally captured Xiang Yichen's attention. He redirected his gaze towards Ian, his expression indifferent, merely nodding and saying, come sit. Ian's lips quivered slightly as she opened her mouth, wanting to refuse. She wished to convey to this man that she too possessed dignity and pride. She was not some pet to be summoned at whim, patted on the head as a reward, only to be cast aside when inconvenient. Yet, in that very moment, Su Jingning spoke again, her face still adorned with a smile, which only made Ian feel belittled, as if she were bestowing a favor, saying, Ian, aren't you coming over? Everyone is waiting. The implication was clear. She was being admonished for not recognizing her place, as if a mere Ian should not keep so many esteemed individuals waiting for her. At her words, the atmosphere turned cold, and all eyes fixed on her, as if mocking her inability to comprehend her status. Zhong Chung even let out a derisive chuckle. Though it was barely audible, Ian nonetheless heard it, and surely everyone else did too. Xiang Yiqian merely frowned, remaining silent. Ian couldn't discern whether Xiang Yiqian frowned due to Zhong Cheng's scorn or her own perceived insolence. Ian took a deep breath, suppressing the spasm in his stomach, and spoke with a strained voice, "I'm feeling unwell. I'll be leaving now." With that, he turned to walk away. "Ian," Xiang Yiqian's voice echoed again, laced with a cold tone that carried a hint of severity and discontent. Ian unflinchingly met his gaze, hearing him command, "Come here." It was an order that brooked no refusal. Xiao Yinqing furrowed her brows. "Yiqian, she truly does not look well. What stomach discomfort? It appears to me that it is her heart that is in distress." Zhong Chung mocked disdainfully. "Zhong Chung, how can you speak like that? Jingning's fiancé is right here. Are you trying to sow discord between them?" Jin Yanhua, who had remained silent, finally spoke with displeasure. This remark served as a reminder to Zhong Chung, and perhaps also to Xiang Yiqian. With the presence of their respective partners, a modicum of decorum was expected. It was then that Ian realized the individual seated beside Su Jingning was indeed her fiancé. How brazen Xiang Yiqian was. Perhaps this was a case of being unable to restrain oneself? Such thoughts emerged, accompanied by a bitter smile. Zhong Chung sneered at Ian. "Ian, you certainly have a grand presence, making our young master, Xiao, stand idly by." Now, Xiao Yunqing's expression turned cold as she glared at Zhong Chung. "Zhong Chung, if you do not wish to speak, no one considers you mute." Zhong Chung hesitated, his lips pursing, and though his demeanor remained displeased, he indeed fell silent. "Yinqing, Zhong Chung does have a point. It is rather inconsiderate to keep you standing. Miss Ian, if you genuinely wish to leave, we will not compel you," Su Jingning said with a smile. Ian clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging painfully into his flesh. Yet this pain paled in comparison to the torment in his stomach or the ache in his heart. He gritted his teeth. If he dared to step through that door, he would truly offend this group of people and bring disgrace upon Xiang Yiqian. They valued face above all, and Zhong Chung would undoubtedly find ways to ridicule him for such a public slight. However, she could hardly endure the situation any longer. She could not bear to see Su Jingning's face or Xiang Yiqian's attention, which was fully consumed by Su Jingning, creating an atmosphere that suffocated her. Ian fell silent, his gaze fixed intently on Xiang Yiqian. "Xiang Yiqian, do you truly wish to force me? Must you press me so?" She bit her lip fiercely, her teeth leaving a bloodless mark on her lower lip. Following a silence that was stifling and painful, Xiang Yiqian coldly parted his lips, speaking in a steady voice. "Ian, come here." Ian smiled, a bitter scoff escaping her lips, her stomach twisting painfully, yet she persevered. Clenching and unclenching her fists, she finally lifted her feet and slowly walked to sit beside Xiang Yiqian. Xiao Yinqing frowned slightly, signaling for the waiter to bring another chair and utensils, and she took a seat opposite Ian. During the gathering, their seemingly inconsequential conversation completely isolated her. Xiang Yiqian, Xiao Yinqing, and Jin Yannu, having grown up in a military compound, found their dialogue unconsciously revolving around amusing anecdotes from their childhood, occasionally interspersed with tales of their elders. These individuals and events were utterly foreign to Ian, leaving her unable to interject a single word. Curiously silent beside her was Su Jingning's fiancé, who had not uttered a word throughout, maintaining a stoic demeanor as he sat among them, as if this gathering bore no relevance to him. Ian could not help but steal glances at him. A man engaged to Su Jingning was undoubtedly extraordinary, perhaps his status rivaled that of Xiang Yiqian and the others. Yet, he appeared unfazed by the palpable tension between Xiang Yiqian and his fiancée, treating it as if discussing unrelated individuals, exhibiting not a trace of displeasure, rather, an air of indifference. As Ian lowered her gaze, lost in thought, her peripheral vision inadvertently settled on him, only to find Su Jingning's fiancé gazing back at her. To her astonishment, the typically impassive man wore a smile this time. His once austere features transformed, revealing a devilishly charming expression that made Ian's heart race, prompting her to quickly avert her eyes, feeling unworthy to look further. Despite her efforts, she could still sense two piercing gazes directed at her, lingering above her head, causing her scalp to tingle with discomfort. A wave of nausea twisted her stomach, and beads of cold sweat formed on her forehead, each drop palpable and relentless, distracting her from the unreserved scrutiny. One hand discreetly pressed against her abdomen beneath the table, attempting to alleviate the discomfort, her fingers digging into her skin as she pressed down hard. But the pain persisted, sending shivers through her body, raising every hair on her skin, her pores wide open. Feeling the biting chill, Ian gritted her teeth, her hand pressing against her stomach, now trembling, the agony rendering her powerless. "Are you feeling unwell?" Xiang Yichen's voice broke through, laced with gentle concern. Ian's body jolted, every cell within her reveling in joy. Even the stomach pain felt less tormenting. Elated, she looked up, her heart soaring at the realization that Xiang Yichen was indeed aware of her presence and concerned for her well-being. However, as she raised her gaze, her smile faltered, her pupils dilating in shock. Her face turned ashen, as if someone were mercilessly lashing her stomach with a whip, intensifying the already excruciating pain. 063, her face was as pale as a ghost, feeling as though someone were mercilessly striking her stomach with a whip, intensifying the pain that was already unbearable. She failed to notice Xiang Yichen's concerned expression, only seeing the back of his head. At that moment, Xiang Yichen was gazing at Su Jingning, even without seeing his face. Ian could surmise that his expression must be one of anxiety and care. Su Jingning furrowed her delicate brows, her fair complexion tinged with a hint of fatigue, evoking a deep desire to envelop her in an embrace. "It's nothing. Perhaps I'm just a bit worn out from work lately," Su Jingning murmured, her eyes narrowing slightly as she caught sight of the marks on Xiang Yichen's neck. "Have a shrimp ball. It's your favorite. I'll order you a caramel cake later." "You look like your blood sugar has dropped," Xiang Yichen said, placing a crystal shrimp ball on her plate. As if sensing Su Jingning's gaze, he adjusted the collar of his shirt. Ian's hand, which had been holding the chopsticks, froze above the pristine, empty plate. Had he not realized that since her arrival, she had eaten nothing? The stomach pain had robbed her of her appetite, yet Xiang Yichen remained oblivious. Or perhaps he simply forgot he was even present. Compared to Xiang Yichen's meticulous concern, Su Jingning's fiancé appeared shockingly indifferent. He didn't even flinch at Xiang Yichen's blatant attentiveness towards his fiancé. This display from Xiang Yichen even caused Jin Yannu to furrow her brows. Casting a subtle glance towards Ian, the pain etched on her face was so palpable that it stirred a similar ache within him, inadvertently reminding him of another person. In that moment, their expressions mirrored each other so closely that the two originally contrasting visages seemed to converge. "Yichen," Jin Yannu couldn't help but speak up, her tone steady, reminding Xiang Yichen of who truly was his woman, lest he become confused. Yet, just as Jin Yannu spoke, Su Jingning's fiancé, who had been silent until now, suddenly poured a glass of warm water and placed it before Ian. "Drink some warm water to soothe your stomach," he offered. Ian felt as though she had been frozen in place. The strength in her hand, which held the chopsticks, vanished in an instant. Her stomach rebelled against her, a sharp pain striking harder than ever before, leaving her breathless. Her already pale face lost even more color, resembling a blank wall. With a clatter, her grip finally faltered, and the chopsticks fell onto the plate with a harsh clang, drawing the attention of everyone present. 064, have you ever cast a sidelong glance at me, wondering if I am equally well? With a clatter, her grip finally faltered, and the chopsticks fell onto the plate with a harsh clang, drawing the attention of everyone present. All eyes turned towards Ian, oblivious to the fact that while her fiancé offered her warm water, Su Jingning shot a venomous glare at Ian. Ian forced a bitter smile as he observed Xiang Yichen, finally remembering her. He turned to face her, yet his expression darkened with displeasure. Furrowing his brow, he exclaimed, "Ian, how careless of you." Ian bit her lip, her left hand gripping the flesh of her abdomen so tightly that it turned red, yet she felt no pain. What pain could surpass the numbing ache of a heart already in agony? "Xiang Yichen, are you even aware of my suffering?" When Su Jingning merely furrowed her brow out of fatigue, did you ever spare a glance at me to see if I, too, was faring well? You became anxious at the slightest crease in Su Jingning's brow. Yet did you notice the cold sweat on my forehead as my face paled to a ghostly hue? In your gaze, clear and tranquil as water towards Su Jingning, you seemed utterly blind to my plight. Yi Chen, can you not perceive her discomfort? Su Jingning's fiancé suddenly interjected, observing her distress as if she might collapse at any moment. Even an outsider like me could see it. How could you, her man, remain oblivious? Ian's heart tightened at his words, her fingers digging in with relentless force. Yet she could muster no strength, her slender fingers trembling against her skin. You feel unwell? Xiang Yichen frowned. Why did you not say so earlier? Ian bitterly turned her lips in a feeble attempt to mock him, only to find that even curling her lips was a luxury she could no longer afford. Her lips quivered along with her chin, even as strong as she was. Tears glimmered in her lowered eyes, which she desperately sought to shield from view. She longed to speak, to scorn Xiang Yichen, questioning if he could truly see her amid his attention on Su Jingning. Yet, she realized she lacked the strength to utter a word. The moment she tried to speak, her throat felt parched and painful, producing only a hoarse, futile rasp. Your heart is entirely with my fiancé, Yi. Do you even notice if she is comfortable? Su Jingning's fiancé sneered, his lips curling maliciously, and she clearly expressed her discomfort from the outset. What did you say? You forced her to come. You even encouraged Zhong Cheng. At the slightest hint of something unusual in Jingning, you noticed, yet as for me, your woman suffering from such unbearable stomach pain. You fail to see. His words, though intended to sting, laid bare Ian's ordeal, tightening her heart in a vice grip. Tears that had been lingering in her eyes, now threatening to spill over. She understood that this distress was not born of physical pain, but rather from the anguish of her heart. Xiang Yichen's face darkened, his lips curling coldly as he retorted, How my woman fares is my concern to oversee. Xue Lingbai, do you not think you are meddling too much? Neglecting his own fiancée, while obsessively watching over mine? How amusing! Xue Lingbai chuckled, the corners of his lips curving gracefully, his laughter resonating with a magnetic charm akin to the deep, melodious notes of a piano. You are preoccupied with attending to my fiancée, disregarding your own woman. Is it not permissible for others to show concern? Would you rather see her languish in solitude for your amusement? Xue Lingbai displayed no fear, mocking him with unabashed boldness. What business is it of yours how my woman fares? Xiang Yichen glared fiercely at Xue Lingbai, abruptly rising from his chair, forcefully kicking it over, causing it to crash onto the carpet with a dull thud. The chair tumbled completely, nearly striking Su Jingning, a testament to his fury. Xiang Yichen glared at Xue Lingbai, frustrated that he did not cherish Su Jingning, his fiancée, while obsessing over Ian. Did he intend to seize her for himself? I revel in meddling. You fixate on my fiancé, and I shall keep an eye on your woman. Let us call it even. Xue Lingbai smiled, his expression shifting slightly as he glanced at Ian, observing her increasingly pallid visage, lips bitten with such intensity that it seemed she might draw blood. Cold sweat beaded upon her forehead, starkly visible. Ian hunched over, her stomach contracting painfully, rendering her unable to stand upright, her breaths uneven and labored. How are you? Xue Lingbai bypassed Xiang Yichen, approaching Ian directly. This blatant disregard and open concern for his woman ignited Xiang Yichen's fury, compelling him to pull Xue Lingbai away without hesitation. That hand resting on Ian's shoulder was intolerable, as if he were trespassing upon his possessions. Do not touch her, Xiang Yichen exclaimed angrily, momentarily forgetting to temper his strength as he grasped Ian's arm and yanked her upright. If you're uncomfortable, why didn't you say so? We're going to hospital. Seemingly having lost possession of her, Ian was yanked along like a rag doll, utterly powerless against his force. She bit down hard, pain rendering her legs weak, unable to muster any strength as he dragged her along, stumbling repeatedly, nearly collapsing to the ground. Her movements were undeniably clumsy, yet she paid no mind to it, her eyes fixed on the rigid back before her, feeling an overwhelming bitterness. Until now, he had not turned to see if she was well. Until now, he remained indifferent to the rough treatment she endured, oblivious to whether she could withstand such treatment. What exactly did he consider her to be? Gastric cramps gripped her, and with his hand not firmly clasping her abdomen, she could no longer contain her humiliation. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, landing upon the carpet, where they were swiftly absorbed, leaving no trace behind, mocking her, their worthlessness evident in her suffering. Enough. This time, Jean Yano could no longer restrain herself and bellowed in exasperation. Lung Xiaoqin turned in shock, witnessing Jean Yano rushing toward him. He had never seen her so furious, particularly not directed at him. Yichen, open your eyes and see. Can't you tell that Ian is on the verge of collapse? Yet you grip her so roughly. Do you wish for her demise? Jean Yano tore away Xiang Yichen's grasp from Ian's arm, steadied her shoulders with both hands. Ian could truly no longer hold on, leaning against Jean Yano, her body trembling. This frail appearance tightened Jean Yano's heart, involuntarily recalling another woman who once bore a similar visage. However, Tong Ruo had chosen the right man, but what of Ian? Her choice of Xiang Yichen seemed misguided. On her bare arms, 5 vivid red marks stood starkly against her fair skin, even bearing a semblance of bloodiness. What has come over all of you tonight? Do you find me displeasing? Xiang Yichen seethed. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have ignored Jean Yano's outburst, but the earlier incident with Shui Lingbai had left him in a foul mood, and the anger surged uncontrollably. Open your eyes and see her, Jean Yano shouted. Yichen, you must recognize who your true love is. Xiang Yichen lowered his gaze, and upon seeing Ian's face, he was struck dumb, his mouth slightly agape, unable to utter a word as his heart clenched painfully. I hate you, Xiang Yichen. The small face before him was devoid of color. Even her lips appeared ghastly pale, beads of cold sweat dotting her forehead. Yet, what truly pierced his heart was the look in her eyes, disappointment and desolation. Her reddened eyelids brimmed with tears. The usually strong-willed Ian now wept freely. She appeared so fragile, as if she could collapse at any moment and never awaken again. As this thought crossed Xiang Yichen's mind, Ian suddenly felt darkness enveloping her. Pain coursed through her entire being, eyes shut tight, her body plummeting as if descending into an endless abyss. Ian, Xiang Yichen cried out, the tension and agony unrecognized by his own self. Jean Yano supported Ian, whose pale face rested against his chest, appearing as if she had ceased to breathe. Observing the dazed Xiang Yichen, Jean Yano brusquely commanded, what are you waiting for? Take her to the hospital. At her shout, Xiang Yichen finally reacted, lifting Ian from Jean Yano's embrace and rushing out. Xiao Yinqing and Jean Yinu trailed behind, while Zhong Cheng and Su Jingning remained motionless. Su Jingning sat in her seat, her gaze fixated on the anxious Xiang Yichen, who rushed out with a pale face, her lips pressed into a thin line. Lingbai, where are you going? Su Jingning directed her attention to Shui Lingbai, who was following closely behind Jean Yinu, preparing to exit the room. Shui Lingbai turned back, a smirk playing at one corner of his mouth as he pointed towards the departing figures of Xiang Yichen and the others. Of course, I'm going to see what's happening. What do you intend to do? Ian has nothing to do with you. Do not forget who your fiancé is. Su Jingning's expression darkened, her displeasure at Shui Lingbai's concern for Ian palpable. I do not require your permission on how to act. My fiancé, Shui Lingbai's cold laughter was laced with mockery. The words my fiancé were pronounced with a heavy emphasis, resonating painfully. Su Jingning's expression hardened, her muscles twitching involuntarily. Zhong Cheng and her brother were still present. Yet, he blatantly undermined her in front of them. Her heart raced chaotically, her face taut as she watched Shui Lingbai leave. Xiang Yichen cradled Ian as he entered Jean Yinu's car, with Xiao Yinqing promptly taking the passenger seat. Ian curled into a fetal position, his head resting on Xiang Yichen's lap, his complexion ashen. The vehicle jostled slightly on the road, and Xiang Yichen looked down at Ian's pale face. Cold sweat beading on his forehead, he gently wiped it away, his fingertips meeting a chill. Ian furrowed his brow, waking from unconsciousness and pain, his eyelids drooping as he struggled to adjust to the blinding light streaming through the back window. As his blurred vision gradually sharpened, the glaring white light outlined Xiang Yichen's features. In that brilliance, Xiang Yichen's face became obscured, shrouded in shadow, rendering his expression unclear, save for the halo that defined his contours. Ian's pain caused him to involuntarily twitch, his already curled form shrinking further, yet upon recognizing Xiang Yichen, his heart constricted. His hands, pressed against his stomach, clutched the leather seat, compelling him to sit up. "Ian, what are you doing? Lie still." Xiang Yichen, perceiving her intent, firmly pressed down on her shoulders, securing her against his legs, his large hand resting on her left cheek. The palm was icy, yet beads of cold sweat continued to emerge. "Given the circumstances, why must you act tough? What is wrong with leaning on me? Mind your own business. No matter how much it hurts, I don't need your concern." Ian's eyes reddened, anger flushing her pale cheeks with a hint of color. What could possibly matter to her? The notion that love isn't required to treat her well is all a facade. "Ian, stop this." Xiang Yichen raised his voice, suppressing her tirade. He pressed a hand to the back of her head, ensuring she remained comfortably reclined against his lap, her face buried in his abdomen. With one hand pressed against her abdomen, he kneaded it rhythmically. He was acutely aware of her pain. After all, a man's strength could alleviate her suffering more effectively. To be candid, Ian's hands had long grown weak from the constant pressure, yet each of Xie Chen's firm yet gentle ministrations brought her considerable relief. The man maintained a silent demeanor, yet his tender touch reverberated warmth through the fabric, offering a soothing sensation. Ian, stiffened, gradually relaxed as he continued to massage her. Her face nestled against his abdomen. Through his t-shirt, she suddenly felt a wetness, accompanied by a subtle warmth that quickly turned cool. The figure in his embrace trembled, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably, and as Xie Yichen glanced down, he realized she was crying. No sound escaped her lips. She battled her emotions with fierce restraint, causing her shoulders to quiver violently. Tears fell onto his shirt, pricking his skin like 1,000 needles, making his own abdomen contract in response. She felt wronged, so deeply wronged. Just moments ago, she had declared her desire for him, yet upon encountering Su Jingning, he had completely forgotten her. At home, her mother had abandoned her, interred prematurely in the earth. After her sister's betrayal, she was left to suffer further harm. She, too, was a woman yearning for tenderness, for a man to care for her. Once, Chu Yang had adored her, but ultimately, he succumbed to the impulsiveness of love. "Xie Chen, do you not comprehend that I, too, experience exhaustion and pain? Even if you cannot bestow upon me love, must you not at least offer a modicum of attention? Instead of casting me aside to languish in solitude upon the arrival of another woman, cannot you open your eyes to see who stands by you now?" Suddenly a large, warm hand began to caress her hair with exquisite gentleness, imbued with an air of apology. The hand that had been kneading her abdomen did not cease, and she felt enveloped in a cocoon of attentive care and protection. This unexpected tenderness felt surreal, like a fleeting illusion, yet it caused her tears to flow even more freely, rendering her heart achingly vulnerable. It was pitiable, simply due to his wordless gentleness. She had already surrendered. Xie Chen had yet to utter a single apology, yet she found herself unwilling to harbor resentment against him. "Oh, how I loathe you. I detest you. Xie Chen, I truly hate you." At last, she could no longer contain her sobs, striking him with her fists in helplessness. She hated him, genuinely hated him. "I despise how effortlessly you influence me. I resent that even now. I cannot genuinely hate you. I abhor that your heart remains with another woman. Yet you still seek to comfort me in this manner." Xie Chen furrowed his brow slightly, but remained silent, allowing her to vent her emotions. At Jin's comprehensive hospital, after the examination, the doctor handed the prescription to the nurse and addressed Xie Chen, saying, "If you had arrived any later, Miss Ian might have faced complications beyond mere stomach pain, perhaps even a gastric hemorrhage." "What happened?" Xie Chen inquired in a low voice, astonished that someone who had seemed perfectly fine could have deteriorated to such a critical state. "Gastric bleeding is predominantly caused by ulcers in the stomach and duodenum. Excessive work, irregular eating habits, and heightened emotional stress can also lead to such conditions." The doctor remarked, "I have just conducted an examination, and Miss Yi's gastric health is rather precarious. Given her history of gastric ailments, the existing issues, compounded by emotional and dietary factors, are bound to exacerbate her condition." The doctor then inquired, How is Miss Yi's eating routine? Does she eat well? Has anything affected her emotions recently? Upon hearing the doctor's questions, Xiang Yichen recalled that this morning, Ian had hurried home without having breakfast. She had gone to the dynasty and complained of stomach pain, not touching her food at all. The plate remained untouched. I cannot speak to her dietary habits, but it is evident that her mood is quite poor, even severely repressed. Jean Yanua interjected. The doctor nodded. Please encourage the patient to relax and ease her mind. Otherwise, her gastric issues may recur. Fortunately, the situation is not yet dire. I have prescribed medication. She should focus on recuperating and maintaining a regular diet. Moreover, for the next few days, she should consume light meals. The doctor then instructed the nurse to administer an injection to provide quicker relief from the pain. The nurse returned with the medication, handed it to Xiang Yichen, and then accompanied Ian out. However, upon exiting, they encountered Xue Lingbai standing in the corridor outside the department. Upon seeing Ian, he smiled and asked, "How are you feeling now?" Ian was taken aback. Prior to this moment, she had no interaction with Xue Lingbai, not even knowing his name until today. Yet, this man demonstrated far greater concern than Xiang Yichen. Nevertheless, Ian managed to smile and replied, "Much better, thank you. What brings you here? Where is Jing Ning? Have you just left her behind?" Xiang Yichen could not help but remark upon seeing Xue Lingbai. Xue Lingbai smirked. "Xiang Yichen, you seem oblivious to propriety. Ian is right here, yet you unabashedly express concern for Jing Ning. I truly wonder what to make of you. Do you need to react so strongly to anything concerning Jing Ning, to the point of forgetting everything else?" Xiang Yichen stiffened, turning to look at Ian, who indeed had changed her expression, her jaw clenched tightly as she glared at him. Ian replied coldly, "If you are so concerned, why not go back and see her?" "I'm fine now." With that, Ian left without looking back. "I have followed you back. What more do you desire?" she reiterated. Xiang Yichen pressed his lips together, his chest heaving with agitation, remaining silent for a few moments before ultimately turning to follow Ian. "Come back with me." Xiang Yichen grasped Ian's arm. Ian forcefully shook off his hand. "Go find Su Jingning. Go. Why do you care about me? I'm truly fine now. If you wish to go, then go. There is no need to force yourself to stay with me." "Ian, I am interested in you precisely because you understand boundaries. This is not the place for you to act petulantly toward me." Xiang Yichen wore a solemn expression and declared firmly, "I shall say this for the last time. Return with me." A cold smile crept across Ian's face, suggesting that he had lost his dignity here. Did it imply that if he did not accompany him back, their relationship would be irrevocably severed? Ian chuckled, filled with self-mockery. He had triumphed. She still got in his car. Throughout the journey, Ian remained silent, his jaw tense as he gazed out of the window, the oppressive atmosphere persisting until they reached the entrance of the house. At the doorway, Ian could not restrain himself any longer and remarked, "We have arrived home. There is no need for you to endure it. If you wish to leave, then do so." Bang! Xiang Yichen slammed the door shut with force. "Ian, how long do you intend to cause a scene? I have accompanied you back. What more do you want?" Ian retorted without restraint. "Did I ever ask you to return with me? If you wish to seek out Su Jingning, then go ahead. Must you heed Xue Lingbai's provocations? He merely spoke a few words, and it incites your anger towards me." Xiang Yichen exclaimed furiously. "Xiang Yichen, I know not what transpired between you, Xue Lingbai, and Su Jingning. However, he spoke a truth. Whenever matters concerning Su Jingning arise, your reactions are vehement, so intense that you forget everything else. Xiang Yichen, this world does not revolve solely around Su Jingning. There are others who require your concern." Ian shouted, her anger compelling her voice to rise. Xiang Yichen furrowed his brow, though his tone softened somewhat. His hands instinctively found refuge in his pockets as he exhaled deeply. "I concede that today, I neglected you." His voice dwindled, almost deflated. "It won't happen again. Is it merely today?" Ian pointed emphatically at her own heart, her fingertip pressing against her chest. "If you were to inquire within, you would realize that every time Su Jingning appears, I vanish from your memory. At the resort, you insisted that I accompany you. Yet in the shadows, you kissed her. Had the timing been right, you two would have long since been entangled. During the second encounter at Qinghua, everything seemed well until her presence turned me into your outlet for frustration. You wish to demonstrate to her that you can manage without her, do you not? But please do not exploit me. Xiang Yiqian, I too possess a heart. It is flesh and blood, vibrant and alive. I cannot remain indifferent to being used by you. Just 3 hours ago, you professed that you would cherish me, treating me as a girlfriend. Yet in the blink of an eye, upon seeing Su Jingning, I became a mere afterthought. I mentioned my stomach pain, and you dismissed it, perceiving it as mere petulance. Tears streamed down Ian's face, yet her laughter was laced with derision. Xiang Yiqian, you truly do not understand me. I, Ian, would never lie merely to be petulant. I disdained such behavior. She had never been one to indulge in caprice. Had she shown even a hint of vulnerability, Shuyang would never have entangled himself with Yiren. Do you think me blind? I cannot see your actions? Ian chuckled bitterly, pointing to the mark she had left on his neck that morning. Are you so afraid of Su Jingning discovering this? Her gaze lingered briefly on your neck, prompting you to hastily adjust your collar in an attempt to conceal the evidence. Xiang Yiqian, who among us truly has something to hide? Are you so perturbed by the marks I have left that you regard them with disdain? What if Su Jingning were to witness it, who remains unaware of our relationship at this point? Do you suppose Su Jingning believes my presence beside you is solely for the purpose of washing your clothes and preparing your meals, merely to engage in idle conversation? Watching as Xiang Yiqian's brow furrowed deeper, he seemed poised to speak. Yet he opened his mouth but uttered not a word. Huh. It appears you find yourself at a loss for words. Ian took a step back, her demeanor deflated as her shoulders slumped. With a weary tone, she remarked, Xiang Yiqian, if you are so fond of Su Jingning, why not reclaim her instead of tormenting me? Xiang Yiqian, perhaps we should. Yin inhaled deeply. Having wrestled for an eternity to voice this thought, Xiang Yiqian was like a poison to her. She had become addicted and was reluctant to extricate herself. Yet, she understood that if she did not break free now, her life would be irrevocably altered. She would never find another chance to escape, and her heart would be irrevocably ensnared by Xiang Yiqian, trampled underfoot, never to be reclaimed. However, before she could finish the words she had so painstakingly prepared, she was interrupted by Xiang Yiqian's furious outburst. Yi-en, before I speak, there are certain matters that should not fall to you to address. He regarded her with a stern expression. Ian looked at him, her heart heavy with bitterness. Did he insist on being the first to speak? If he did not declare his disdain for her, was she to remain trapped? Xiang Yiqian seemed incensed by her ungrateful remarks, coldly declaring, I have stated that I will no longer neglect you. What I promised you, I shall fulfill. I will pretend I did not hear that. And you ought to calm yourself. With that, Xiang Yiqian turned on his heel and departed, the door slamming shut with a resounding bang. Will there truly be no future for us? Ian's lips twisted into a bitter smile. She and he had never possessed a future together. As Shui Lingbai exited the hospital, he drove home, only to find Su Jingning seated on the carpet outside his door, her legs drawn up, arms wrapped around her knees, curled into a pitiable ball that tugged at one's heartstrings. Yet, Shui Lingbai maintained an impassive expression, as if this was not his fiancée, but a complete stranger. Shui Lingbai cherished tranquility and preferred to avoid excessive interaction with unfamiliar faces. His stature was undeniable. His grandfather was a founding hero. His maternal grandfather had served as the chairman of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference shortly after the establishment of the nation. And his father bore 2 stars on his shoulders, a figure of equal standing with Xiao Yunqing's father. His mother was also a member of the CPPCC and a leading candidate for the next chairmanship. With such a distinguished background, many sought to align themselves with him, thus reinforcing Shui Lingbai's desire for solitude. He chose this hotel-style apartment, purchasing an entire floor to ensure he was not disturbed. This apartment was developed by the clandestine owner of the dynasty, with management services that are undoubtedly comparable to that of the dynasty itself. The scrutiny of personnel entering and exiting is exceedingly stringent. Had it not been for Su Jingning's connection as Su Lingbai's fiancée, she would not have been allowed entry by the hotel security. This floor is frequented solely by Su Lingbai, so as soon as the elevator doors opened, Su Jingning instinctively knew he had returned. Upon seeing Su Lingbai step out of the elevator, she immediately scrambled to her feet, eagerly awaiting his approach. What brings you here? Su Lingbai in Guit in Dai Feng. Lingbai, just returned from the hospital? Su Jingning asked. Su Lingbai replied with a slight nod. What is wrong with you? Ian has no relation to you, so why are you so concerned about her? I feel unwell, and you didn't even bother to ask. Do I not exist in your eyes as your fiancé? Su Jingning chastised him. Do you realize how humiliating it is for you to leave me stranded at the hotel? What will Zhong Cheng and the others think of me? Su Lingbai smiled, his lips curling in a sardonic manner. What kind of relationship do we share? You and I both know the truth. Su Jingning, just because I refrain from speaking about certain matters does not imply my ignorance. Allowing you to retain the title of my fiancé is already a concession on my part. As he spoke, Su Lingbai produced a card key and slid it across the door lock. Just as the door cracked open, Su Jingning unexpectedly wrapped her arms around his waist from behind, her soft body pressing against his firm back, as if instinctively but insistently pushing against him. Lingbai, please do not treat me this way. I love you. Lingbai, Su Jingning whispered, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. I'm sorry, I was wrong, I apologize. Please do not treat me this way. I love you. I truly love you. Su Lingbai, growing impatient, pulled her hands away from his waist and turned to speak, only to be met with her lips suddenly pressing against his. Ignoring all restraint, Su Jingning stood on tiptoe to kiss him, her lips cold as ice, mirroring his own frigid demeanor. She endeavored to warm him with her tenderness, casting aside her pride, her hands cradling his face as her soft lips fervently sought to embrace his, her tongue teasing the contours of his lips. Yet all was in vain. A sense of defeat washed over Su Jingning as he offered no response, his lips pressed tighter together. She desperately attempted to pry them apart. But despite her efforts, her tongue ached from the exertion, yielding no success. Exhausted, she released him, her hands remaining on his cheeks. Her swollen lips slightly parted as tears trickled down the corners of her eyes. Lingbai, even the slightest acknowledgement would suffice. Just a bit of response from you would be enough. Su Jingning whipped softly. Su Lingbai lifted her chin with his index finger, his thumb absent-mindedly caressing her skin. A flicker of inscrutable emotion flashing in his eyes before he suddenly broke into a smile that could prove fatal. Do you desire so earnestly for my love? Su Jingning froze momentarily, her cheeks involuntarily flushing a delicate crimson as she subtly nodded. Just as she did, her lips were captured by Su Lingbai's, their breaths mingling, a fragrance intoxicating enough to ensnare her senses. With a soft murmur, Shui Lingbai lifted her entirely into his embrace, forcefully kicking open the partially ajar door. The sound of the door slamming shut resonated, severing all external noise. The elevator door, inexplicably ajar, remained open. Xiang Yiqian stood with his hands lodged in his pockets, leaning against the elevator door, his expression dark and foreboding. Xiang Yiqian, who am I? Ian declared before turning away without a backward glance. Xiang Yiqian pressed his lips tightly together, his chest rising and falling with intense agitation. After a brief moment of silence, he turned and followed Ian. Come back with me. Xiang Yiqian grasped Ian's arm. Ian forcefully shook off his hand, exclaiming, Go seek Su Jingning. Why are you still concerned about me? I truly have no issues now. If you wish to leave, do so. There is no need for you to remain here against your will. Ian, my interest in you lies in your understanding of boundaries. This is not the place for you to act petulantly. Xiao Yicheng stated with a composed expression. I shall reiterate one last time. Return with me. A cold smile crept across Ian's face, implying that he had lost face in front of Yixiao here. Did it suggest that if he did not accompany him back, their relationship would reach an irrevocable end? Ian chuckled, filled with self-mockery. He had won. She still got into the car with him. Throughout the journey, Ian remained silent, his jaw tense as he gazed out the window, the oppressive atmosphere lingering until they reached the front door. At the entrance, Ian could not help but utter, We have arrived home. You need not endure this any longer. If you wish to leave, then go. Bang! Xiang Yiqian slammed the door with force, exclaiming, Ian, how long do you intend to create this scene? I have returned with you. What more do you want? Did I compel you to come back with me? If you wish to seek Su Jingning, then go ahead. Ian retorted without hesitation. Must you heed Shui Lingbai's provocations? One mere remark from him can incite your wrath towards me. Xiang Yiqian shot back angrily. I am unaware of what transpired between you. Xue Lingbai, and Su Jingning. However, one thing he stated is true. Every time something related to Su Jingning arises, your reaction becomes exceedingly intense, so intense that you forget everything else. Xiang Yichen, there exists more in this world than just Su Jingning that requires your concern. Ian shouted, her anger causing her voice to rise repeatedly. Xiang Yichen furrowed his brow. Though his tone softened somewhat, his hands habitually slipped into his pockets as he exhaled deeply. I admit, today I neglected you, he said, his voice deflating like a balloon. It won't happen again. Is it merely today? Ian pointed to her chest, her index finger pressing firmly against her heart. If you were to truly examine your feelings, you would realize that each time Su Jingning appears, you forget my existence. At the resort, you insisted I accompany you, yet in my absence, you kissed her. If the circumstances had been right, you two would have long since been in bed together. The second time at Tsinghua, everything was fine until she showed up, and I became your outlet for frustration. You wish to prove to her that you can manage without her, don't you? But please do not exploit me. Xiang Yichen, I too possess feelings. My heart beats as yours does. The blood within is as red, and I cannot be indifferent to your exploitation. Just 3 hours ago, you promised me that you would cherish me, treating me as you would a girlfriend. Yet in an instant, upon seeing Su Jingning, you completely forgot my existence. I mentioned my stomach pain, and you dismissed it, treating it as mere petulance. Xiang Yichen, you truly do not understand me. Ian, would never lie, just to sulk. I disdain such behavior. She was never one to throw tantrums. Had she even displayed a hint of vulnerability, Chuyang would not have become entangled with Ian. Do you think me blind? I cannot see your actions. Ian let out a bitter laugh, pointing to his neck where the mark of her morning kiss still lingered. Are you that afraid for Su Jingning to see? Just a fleeting glance from her at your neck, and you hastily adjusted your collar to conceal the evidence? Xiang Yichen, who among us is truly unworthy of public view? The traces I have left behind, do they weigh so heavily on your mind? So contemptibly? What of Su Jingning witnessing our connection? Is there anyone who remains oblivious to the nature of our relationship? Do you believe that Su Jingning perceives my presence by your side as merely for the purposes of domestic servitude and idle conversation? I watched as Xiang Yichen's brow furrowed even deeper. He seemed poised to utter something, yet his lips parted in silence. It appears you were at a loss for words. Ian took a step back, his entire demeanor resembling that of a deflated balloon. His shoulders drooping in despondency as he weakly uttered, Xiang Yichen, since you are so fond of Su Jingning, why not reclaim her instead of tormenting me? Xiang Yichen, perhaps we should. Ian took a deep breath, having struggled for a long time before uttering those words. Xiang Yichen was like a poison to her. She was addicted and reluctant to escape. Yet, she understood that if she did not extricate herself at this moment, her life would be irrevocably ruined. She would never have the opportunity to break free again. Her heart would be entirely ensnared by Xiang Yichen, trampled upon, and irretrievably lost. However, just as she had mustered the courage to speak the words she had long told herself she must voice, she was abruptly interrupted by Xiang Yichen's furious shout. Ian, before I have a chance to speak, there are certain things that should never fall to your lips. Xiang Yichen gazed at her with a stern expression. Ian gazed at him, a bitter sensation gnawing at his heart. Must he insist on being the first to speak? If he remained silent about his disdain for her, did that mean she cannot leave? It seemed that Xiang Yichen was provoked by her ungrateful words, as he coldly declared, I have promised not to neglect you any longer. I will fulfill my commitments to you. As for your last statement, I shall pretend I did not hear it. Now, you should take some time to calm down. With that, Xiang Yichen turned and departed, leaving Ian to hear only the resounding bang of the door as it was forcefully shut. Would it truly be different from now on? Ian bitterly curled her lips. There was never a future for them. As Xue Lingbai emerged from the hospital, he drove home, but upon exiting the elevator, he found Su Jingning seated on the carpet at his doorstep, her legs drawn up, arms wrapped around her knees, curled into a pitiful ball that evoked an instinctive pang of sympathy. Yet, Xue Lingbai's expression remained impassive, as if the forlorn figure before him was not his fiancée, but a complete stranger. Xue Lingbai cherished tranquility and preferred to limit interactions with unfamiliar faces. His lineage was prominent. His grandfather was a war hero. His father a figure of equal stature to Xiao Yunqing's father, and his mother held a significant position as well. With such a background, many sought to associate with him, reinforcing his desire for solitude, which led him to acquire an entire floor of this hotel-style apartment to avoid disturbances. This establishment was developed by the hidden owner of the dynasty, and its management was as esteemed as the dynasty itself, with stringent scrutiny of those who entered. Had it not been for Su Jingning's relationship as Shui Lingbai's fiancée, she would not have been permitted entry by the hotel security. This floor was exclusively frequented by Shui Lingbai, so as soon as the elevator doors opened, Su Jingning recognized his return. Upon seeing him emerge, she quickly rose from the floor, her eyes eagerly awaiting his approach. "Why are you here?" Shui Lingbai inquired coolly. "Lingbai, did you just come back from the hospital?" Su Jingning asked. "Yes," he replied with a slight nod. "What happened to you? Why are you so concerned about Ian, who has nothing to do with you? I am Manuel. And you don't even ask, do I not exist as your fiancé in your eyes?" Su Jingning chastised him. "Do you realize how humiliating it was for you to abandon me at the restaurant? What will Zhong Cheng and the others think of me?" Shui Lingbai smirked derisively. "We both know the nature of our relationship, Su Jingning. Just because I choose not to speak on certain matters does not imply ignorance. Allowing you to retain the title of my fiancé is already a concession on my part." As he spoke, he produced the key card and swiped it across the door lock. Just as the door cracked open, Su Jingning suddenly wrapped her arms around his waist from behind, her soft form pressing against his solid back, instinctively yet firmly nudging him. "Lingbai, please don't treat me this way. I love you." "Lingbai," Su Jingning murmured softly, her voice tinged with a hint of sobs. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I love you, I truly love you." Shui Lingbai, growing increasingly impatient, attempted to disengage her hands from his waist, but as he turned to speak, her lips unexpectedly pressed against his. Unfazed, Su Jingning rose on her toes to kiss him. Her lips were cool, mirroring his own frosty demeanor. She endeavored to warm him with her fervent affection, casting aside her pride as she cupped his face in her hands and kissed him with determination. Yet all of this seemed utterly futile. Su Jingning felt an overwhelming sense of frustration as the man offered her no response, his lips pressed even tighter together. With a heavy heart, she released her hold on him, her hands still cradling his face, her swollen lips slightly parted, tears trickling from the corners of her eyes. "Lingbai, even the slightest acknowledgement would suffice." Su Jingning wept softly. Shui Lingbai lifted her chin with his index finger, his thumb idly caressing her skin. A flicker of inscrutable emotion passing through his gaze before he suddenly broke into a smile so lethal it could slay. "Do you desire my love so desperately?" Su Jingning froze, yet her cheeks involuntarily blushed a deep crimson, and she barely managed a nod. However, at that very moment, her lips were captured by Shui Lingbai's kiss, his breath intoxicatingly sweet. With a soft moan, he swept her off her feet, kicking open the partially ajar door, and with a resounding bang, he shut out all sounds. The elevator doors had mysteriously opened and remained ajar. Xiang Yichen leaned against the side, his hands stuffed in his pockets, his expression dark and foreboding. Night fell, and Xiang Yichen had yet to return since he left. Ian, unwilling to confront him, took her blanket and retreated to the guest room. That night, the silence of her solitary room was suffocating. Lying on the bed, she turned her head to gaze out the window at the moon, so near yet so far. The room was dim, but the moonlight spilled perfectly onto the bed, casting a silvery glow upon her, illuminating Ian's face with an icy clarity. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Ian instinctively looked over to see Xiang Yichen stepping into the room, bathed in moonlight, approaching her bedside. The soft mattress visibly sank as he lay silently beside her, brushing his fingers against her cheek. "Let us reconcile, shall we? No more quarrels. I promise to treat you well, to never repeat my past mistakes," Xiang Yichen murmured, a faint scent of alcohol wafting from him. Not unpleasant. His deep voice resonated in her ears, causing Ian to shiver at the sound of her name. How long would this vow endure? Ian pondered, her fingertip trailing from his nose to his upper lip, then gently down to his lower lip, pressing softly. Xiang Yichen remained silent, while Ian's gaze grew clearer in the dim light. "All right, Xiang Yichen, I will trust you once more. This time, do not let me down." "Xiang Yichen, captivated by the gentle movement of her lips, suddenly turned and kissed her fervently. Ian instinctively cradled his face, lifting it away from her own lips. Xiang Yiqian frowned slightly, displeased by her abrupt withdrawal. Ian looked at him earnestly, seeing her reflection in his dark eyes. Xiang Yiqian, who am I? Xiang Yiqian frowned. Ian. He was not intoxicated. He certainly recognized her. In truth, he could never mistake Ian for anyone else, nor could he ever confuse her with another. He still vividly recalls the first encounter with Ian amidst a whirlwind of emotions. It was during the tumultuous time when news of Su Jingning's engagement had just surfaced, a period when his heart was at its most fragile and his spirits at their lowest. Yet, upon laying eyes on Ian, he experienced a fleeting moment devoid of thoughts of Su Jingning. When in her presence, he never actively recalled Su Jingning, nor had he ever pondered the reason behind it. Perhaps it was simply that Ian and Su Jingning represented two polar opposites in temperament. One, with a fiery disposition that could easily incinerate, and the other, as her name suggests, embodying tranquility and serenity. As he uttered Ian's name, her eyes sparkled momentarily, her heart fluttering with joy. He did not perceive her as a mere substitute. In that moment, he clearly saw her, Ian, with her arms wrapped around his neck. She gently pressed against the nape of his neck and boldly met his lips. Xiang Yiqian had not anticipated her assertiveness, nor the suddenness of the kiss, which brought forth not just surprise, but a deeper sense of delight. Ian, do you love me? Came her sultry, husky voice, her lips brushing against his as she spoke, allowing him to feel the vibrations of his throat. Ian hesitated, her misty eyes trembling, and with great difficulty, she parted her lips. No. I love. Xiang Yiqian pressed his lips tightly together. Ian, how do you want me to respond? You do not love me, nor allow me to love you. As long as I wish to remain by your side, I cannot profess my love for you. Why must you repeatedly seek my answer when I am at my most vulnerable? I cannot say I love you. Don't you understand? Xiang Yiqian, do you know the turmoil I endure, biting my tongue as I nearly let the truth slip, only to stifle those insincere words? Do you know that my true answer is no, I love? What more do you desire, Xiang Yiqian? What must I do to satisfy you? Xiang Yiqian, you blood-sucking demon. You are draining my heart and soul. Must I become a soulless shell for you to find contentment? You are truly cruel. I despise you, Xiang Yiqian. Ian suddenly exclaimed as she buried her face in the crook of his neck. Immediately after, she bit down fiercely, tasting the metallic tang of blood. Ouch! Ian, what are you doing? Xiang Yiqian exclaimed in a low voice, surprised. He too was flesh and blood, capable of feeling pain. Yet he had not anticipated this woman to act as if she had lost her mind. A gentle bite might have been playful, but who would have thought Ian would bite down so hard, causing him to tense with discomfort? Does it hurt? Ian finally released him, her voice soft. What do you think? Xiang Yiqian replied, somewhat irked, bewildered by the sudden shift in her demeanor. I want you to feel pain, Xiang Yiqian. Remember this pain today. If you ever cause me pain in the future, I shall make you suffer even more, far worse than today. You remember the bite mark on your neck? It was I who left it, Ian declared. She recalled Pearl, the young girl who had bitten Zhang Wuji, leaving an indelible mark upon his memory for a lifetime. That unfortunate woman, destined never to share her life with him, nonetheless ensured that Zhang Wuji would remember her in her most beautiful moments, making her a part of his very essence. While she lacked confidence in securing Xiang Yiqian's affection for eternity, she was determined to make him remember the pain of this day, a memory that would linger for a lifetime. Each time he glanced at that imprint, he would be reminded of a woman who had once endured his loveless demands in his embrace, who had dared to bite him, ensuring he would never forget this day. You woman! Xiang Yiqian's heart jolted. He was uncertain of her seriousness, but her tone left no room for doubt. In the morning, Ian groggily opened her eyes, still weary from the previous night's exertions with Xiang Yiqian. As her mind struggled to awaken, she found him smiling at her with a mischievous glint, reminiscent of a cat eyeing a plump fish. Xiang Yiqian. Ian gritted her teeth in annoyance. Xiang Yiqian, with a lazy grin, replied, Mornings are when men find it hardest to control themselves. You must understand. Control yourself quickly. Ian pushed against his chest. Did you not promise you would behave? That was yesterday. Today is an entirely different matter. Xiang Yichen teased. In the midst of half-sleep, when her body was most relaxed, Ian, roused from slumber by Xiang Yichen's playful antics, felt utterly lethargic, a stark contrast to his exuberance. Xiang Yichen's gaze darkened momentarily as he leaned closer. Did I hurt you last night? You. Ian, still drowsy, looked at him in surprise, unprepared for such a tender inquiry that warmed her heart. Xiang Yichen, please refrain from springing such heartfelt word upon me unexpectedly. I might truly fall for you. What should I do? Ian's heart tightened. This man was a potent poison, drawing her in with each lingering moment. A flicker of joy danced in Xiang Yichen's eyes. So, have you fallen for me yet? Not yet. Yet Xiang Yichen did not exhibit any significant anger. Instead, a smirk graced his lips. You will inevitably come to love me. With that, he pressed his lips against hers with fervor, unsatisfied with her response. Come, let me take you for breakfast, he smiled, pulling her up and allowing her languid face to rest against his chest as she listened to the rhythmic beating of his heart. I have no desire to move, Ian murmured, suddenly lifting her head to reveal a sweet smile. You should prepare it for me. I'll eat whatever you make. Do you think I would consider taking my own life? I have no desire to move, Ian repeated, her sweet smile lingering. Xiang Yichen was momentarily taken aback, his previously indulgent smile fading, though the corners of his mouth still curled slightly. He gently pinched her rosy cheek and remarked, I only prepare meals for my wife. Upon hearing those words, Ian became utterly frozen, while Xiang Yichen could distinctly sense the warmth emanating from her body gradually dissipating, leaving it cold and stiff. Even the previously playful demeanor had vanished, her face still retaining a rosy hue, yet it had palpably shifted to a more distant expression, losing the intimacy that had just existed. The atmosphere plummeted several degrees in an instant. Just as Xiang Yichen was about to speak, he noticed Ian stir, attempting to distance herself from him and make her way towards the bathroom. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped her wrist, his brow furrowing slightly. Are you upset? Ian smiled faintly and said, No, I'm going to take a shower first, and then we can go out for dinner. As she spoke, she gently shook off his hand, leaving Yi Chunsheng to watch in silence as her wrist slipped from his grasp, which was not particularly tight. Instead of feeling relieved by her response, a deeper sense of suffocation enveloped him. Ian was completely submerged in water. Even his head was immersed, his eyes wide open, unfazed by the stinging sensation of the water. The warmth of his tears mingled with the liquid as he fixated on the pristine white ceiling, unblinking. He possessed the capacity to cherish her, yet he maintained a boundary, preserving that line for his future wife. Uncertain of who that future spouse might be, she was certain it could never be her. Jealousy began to creep in, a jealousy directed towards the woman who would one day receive his affections, perhaps even more fervently, and who would be the one for whom he would cook with his own hands. Ian forced a smile, the air escaping from his nostrils transforming into bubbles that gradually ascended to the water's surface. Suddenly, the creaking sound of a door opening pierced the air, yet she remained motionless, maintaining her original posture. Before long, she caught a glimpse of Shi Yichen's face through the water. He stood beside the bathtub, gazing down at her submerged form, his brow furrowed tightly, revealing a hint of distress. A self-deprecating smile lingered on Ian's lips, not yet retracted when Xiang Yichen suddenly bent down, his long arm plunging into the water to lift her up. Ian, what are you doing? Do you wish to drown? As the splashing sound subsided, Xiang Yichen's displeased reprimand reached her ears. Then suddenly burst into the... This laughter only served to deepen Xiang Yichen's displeasure, his handsome, thick eyebrows nearly knotting together in frustration. What are you laughing at? Ian clung to Xiang Yichen, chuckling softly as he said, Xiang Yichen, do you truly believe I am so despondent as to contemplate suicide? His brows relaxed momentarily before furrowing tightly, and although he remained silent, it was evident that a flicker of such thoughts lingered in his mind. Ian vigorously tapped his firm chest with his finger and declared, Don't be foolish. If I were to immerse myself entirely, even my head, I would not be so naive as to perish for a mere utterance of yours. I'm not so fragile. I, Ian, would never act foolishly for the sake of a man. Upon hearing these words, Xiang Yichen should have felt a sense of relief. Yet, inexplicably, a heavier weight settled in his heart. It seemed that he did not hold such significance in her eyes, at least not enough for her to act foolishly on his behalf. "What are you doing here?" Ian shot him a sideways glance. "I'm taking a shower." "Who knows how long it will be before you finish," Xiang Yichen replied as he embraced Ian and stepped into the bathtub together. The water, which had been perfectly suited for one, suddenly overflowed with the addition of another, cascading over the edge like a miniature waterfall, splashing onto the floor. This time, Xiang Yichen behaved himself, refraining from any inappropriate actions, and the two quickly completed their bathing. In the car, Ian gazed at the congested road ahead, where a red light had transformed the thoroughfare into a long, winding queue. "Where are we headed?" Ian inquired. "To the Dynasty," Xiang Yichen responded, maneuvering the vehicle forward in tandem with the cars ahead. Ian furrowed his brow. It seemed that Xiang Yichen and his companions had a particular fondness for the Dynasty. The breakfast at the Dynasty was served from 7 to 9, and they did not extend a moment beyond that. With the current traffic congestion, it was evident that they would arrive late. "No matter if others cannot make it. Even if we arrive late, we shall still be served," Xiang Yichen declared. "Even if we go now for a late-night snack, the Dynasty will surely accommodate us." Ian blinked and teased. "Is the Dynasty owned by your family?" "Not exactly, but it's quite close," Xiang Yicheng replied, turning to Ian with a smile. "It was established by Xiao Yinqing." Ah, even Ian could not suppress his astonishment. The scale of the Dynasty was indeed nationwide, with each establishment exuding unparalleled opulence, rendering the distinction between headquarters and branches nearly obsolete. The magnitude of such an enterprise was quite formidable. Yet, it was surprisingly under the purview of Xiao Yinqing. No wonder, every time they visited, the manager of the Dynasty seemed to exhibit an extraordinary warmth, far exceeding that shown to other patrons. Indeed, even at 9:15, the manager respectfully ushered them inside. "Yishao, please wait a moment. Breakfast will be promptly served in your VIP room," the manager announced. Xiang Yiqing nodded, preparing to ascend to their room on the second floor, but Ian halted him, saying, "Just the two of us in a room feels rather dull. Let us sit in the hall instead." The manager was taken aback. Everyone knew that Xiang Yiqing preferred to avoid the bustling hall, disliking the sensation of being scrutinized by curious onlookers. Thus, he always retreated to his VIP room, even when alone. After all, it served as a symbol of status. At the Dynasty, only patrons possessing a VIP card were permitted to dine in the VIP rooms, while others could only reserve seats in the hall. The regulations were uniformly observed across all the Dynasty establishments, with ordinary VIP cardholders limited to reserving VIP rooms on the first floor. A select few elite VIP cards were bestowed upon a minuscule number of individuals, primarily those like Xiang Yiqing, who held significant political and business connections. For holders of elite VIP cards, the Dynasty maintained exclusive VIP rooms on the second floor, available without reservation at any time and never shared with others. This division mirrored the very essence of the Dynasty, reminiscent of the ancient stratification between nobility and commoners. The architecture of the Dynasty resembled ancient royal palaces, with imposing vermilion doors silently reminding visitors of its extraordinary nature. The interior DCOR was steeped in antiquity, adorned with precious antiques and artworks. And the furnishings in the VIP rooms were categorized according to the standards befitting nobility, as exemplified by the materials used in Xiang Yicheng's room, which reflected a level of luxury reserved for a future era. The manager remained silent, anticipating Xiang Yicheng's refusal of Ian's suggestion, yet was taken aback when Xiang Yicheng said, "Very well. Manager He, are there seats available in the hall?" Manager He looked up in surprise. He knew that Xiang Yicheng would never compromise his habits for anyone. Even Su Jingning had never made such a request. Yet this time, the woman beside Xiang Yichen surprisingly voiced her thoughts, which left Manager He even more astonished by Xiang Yichen's prompt acquiescence. Manager He couldn't help but scrutinize Ian closely. He recalled her presence from previous visits when Xiang Yichen had brought her along. During their last outing, he had cradled her in his arms, his complexion pale, rushing out with great urgency, followed closely by Xiao Yinqing and others, making it difficult for the manager to forget. However, he quickly composed himself and remarked, "Indeed, of course there is." What followed, however, left Manager He even more astounded. Xiang Yichen took the initiative to pull out a chair for Ian, and during the ordering process, he inquired about her preferences for each dish. Xiang Yichen, accustomed to being pampered and living according to his own whims, had never before shown such concern for another's tastes. This display of consideration caused manager He's eyes to widen in disbelief. Perhaps due to the minor discomfort from the morning, fearing Ian might still be upset. Xiang Yichen was exceptionally attentive, truly fulfilling his promise and beginning to cherish Ian. Ian also noticed the expression of the manager who had just departed. Clearly, this unprecedented action by Xiang Yichen was something entirely out of the ordinary. Sister, Ian initially felt somewhat better due to the unspoken apology from Xiang Yichen. However, a familiar, delicate voice suddenly pierced through his thoughts, causing his temporarily uplifted spirits to plummet. Turning around, he beheld Iren, joyfully linking arms with Chu Yang, approaching with an expression of delight. Observing Iren's cheerful demeanor, Ian's countenance darkened significantly. Iren was elated, yet there lingered a hint of discontent. Sister, have you come here for breakfast? Chu Yang and I have just finished our meal, Iren remarked with a smile. However, dear sister, breakfast has already been served and concluded. Are you perhaps waiting for lunch? Ian truly found himself at a loss for words. Could it be that Iren believed they were mentally unhinged, rushing over to have lunch in the early morning? Ian did not respond to her. Instead, he let out a cold laugh. Isn't Chu Yang Company facing difficulties recently? How is it that you still have money to squander here? The dynasty is not a realm where the owner of a small company like Chu Yang can frequently indulge. The unrelenting sarcasm from Ian rendered Iren speechless. Her lips pressed together in silence. Chu Yang, however, scoffed dismissively. I can still afford a meal or two. Sister, do you mind if we sit down? Iren blinked her bright, expressive eyes, glancing between Ian and Xiang Yichen. For some inexplicable reason, her face flushed slightly at the sight of Xiang Yichen. She dared not focus too much on him, and quickly turned her hopeful gaze back to Ian. Yet, to her surprise, Ian coldly uttered a single word, mind. Iren had not anticipated that Ian would show her no leniency whatsoever. She stood there, dazed, twisting her fingers in a manner that appeared pitiful, evoking sympathy from anyone who laid eyes upon her. In an instant, even Ian seemed taken aback as Iren seated herself opposite him, beside Xiang Yichen, and she lamented, Sister, please do not act this way. We are, after all, sisters. Let us not become estranged to the point of resembling strangers. With a disdainful snort, Ian expressed her disbelief at Iren's audacity. Furthermore, why must she choose to sit beside Xiang Yichen, all the while adopting such an embarrassed and sorrowful demeanor? Chu Yang, you should join us as well. It is fortuitous that Yi Shao is here. We can surely converse with him. He is so understanding and compassionate. He will undoubtedly acquiesce to our wishes, Iren continued, gesturing towards the seat next to Ian. Chu Yang merely furrowed his brow slightly, but ultimately complied with Iren's request, taking a seat beside Ian. Meanwhile, Xiang Yichen's brow furrowed uncontrollably as he observed Chu Yang and Ian sitting closely together, a sight that left him feeling quite uneasy. Ian smirked, her lips curling mockingly. Was there something peculiar about her eyes that set her apart from others? How could one deduce that Xiang Yichen was reasonable? Sister, I understand that you are still upset with me regarding Chu Yang, but we must delineate between public matters and private affairs. They cannot be conflated. Iren's voice was soft and gentle, her tone languid, creating an impression that her sweetness was unintentional. Yet, her voice possessed a captivating allure that could make one's bones feel weak, compelling one to acquiesce to her every request. Sister, you have stated that love cannot be forced. Since you have let go, why do you still target Chu Yang? Iren twisted her fingers, her gaze momentarily dropping before lifting to meet her sister's eyes. Suddenly, she declared, or perhaps you are unable to let go. You still harbor feelings for Chu Yang. She cast a sidelong glance at Xiang Yichen. Sister, it is unfair to treat Yi Shao this way. Since you have chosen him, your devotion should be unwavering. At these words, Ian's expression shifted dramatically, her countenance darkening further. Iren, are you here to seek my forgiveness, or to sow discord? She appeared to be startled, her body trembling as she instinctively reached out to grasp Ian's hand. only to discover that his hand was not resting on the table at all, and she could not make contact. "Sister, please do not say such things. I did not mean it that way." She hastily shook her head, her delicate face paling considerably. And in her fluster, she turned to Xiang Yiqian, her small hands clutching his arm. "Yixiao, I did not intend that." She misunderstood, she explained in a flurry. Her exquisite features tinted with a faint blush of anxiety, her eyes welling with unshed tears, on the verge of breaking into sobs. Her demeanor was truly pitiable. Xiang Yiqian smiled slightly, and when he deliberately exuded his charm, that smile was utterly captivating. The young lady could hardly endure the smile of Xiang Yiqian. Her gaze was fixated upon him, to the extent that she momentarily forgot that Chu Yang was seated across from them. As she beheld his smile, she gradually unveiled a dreamy expression of her own. Xiang Yiqian's smile became increasingly enchanting, brimming with charisma, as his hand gently enveloped hers. Just when she presumed that Xiang Yiqian was about to offer her comfort, a sudden sharp pain jolted her back to reality. With a startled cry, she realized that he was unrelentingly grasping her hand, forcefully withdrawing it from his grasp. After discarding her hand, he proceeded to take a damp towel from the table to wipe his hand, flicking away non-existent dust from his shirt as if her touch was repugnant. Throughout this entire episode, Xiang Yiqian uttered not a single word, yet he thoroughly humiliated her. Her complexion was pale as death, for never before had anyone treated her in such a manner. She could hardly believe that Xiang Yiqian could be so heartless. She had always been able to evoke a sense of protectiveness in men. After all, Chu Yang had once loved her out of pity. Why then could Xiang Yiqian so completely disregard her? The young woman felt her face burning with heat. Her cry of pain immediately drew the attention of the surrounding guests. With a pouting expression of grievance, tears began to well in her eyes, creating a misty veil that stirred the hearts of onlookers. Yet, it seemed that Xiang Yiqian found her discomfort insufficient. With a wave of his hand, he summoned Manager He. Manager He had already been attentive to the unusual scene, standing at a distance, prepared for any instructions from Xiang Yiqian. Thus, upon his call, Manager He promptly appeared. "Young Master He," Manager He addressed him. "The dynasty must exercise caution in its hospitality. Accommodating any guest diminishes our standards." Xiang Yiqian coldly retorted, "These two have disrupted my dining experience with my girlfriend. Kindly escort them out. Furthermore, I do not wish to see them in the dynasty again." Manager He nodded, turning to Chu Yang and the young woman. "Please, you two must leave." His tone remained polite, yet the warmth had vanished, replaced by a palpable formality that made it impossible for them to remain seated, no matter how thick-skinned they might be. Chu Yang was seething with rage. This was an utter affront. Was Xiang Yiqian truly so formidable? Was the dynasty so prestigious that they would so brazenly eject guests? "Manager He, I am a patron of the dynasty. You have always prided yourselves on superior service. Is this how you treat your customers?" he exclaimed, his voice filled with indignation. Though his company might not rival Xiang Yiqian's in size, he was nonetheless a rising talent in T-City, possessing his own sense of dignity. Manager He merely smiled, unfazed by Chu Yang's fury. "However, the dynasty retains the right to select its clientele. I apologize, Mr. Chu and Miss C, but we will no longer accommodate your business." With that, he signaled to two security guards, "Please escort these guests out." Chu Yang was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that the dynasty would so audaciously reject incoming business. "Ian, must you be so ruthless?" He glared at the young woman. Ian smirked slightly. "As long as you refrain from bothering me, I wouldn't resort to such extremes. Besides, there are plenty of restaurants besides the dynasty. You can always choose another venue." Chu Yang, after all, held a certain status. Being turned away by the dynasty equated to a disqualification from the upper echelons of society, unless he were to be welcomed back by the dynasty. The likelihood of re-entering that circle was bleak, although Chu Yang had yet to ascend to the upper class. Being recognized as one of the 10 most promising entrepreneurs in T-City, it was only a matter of time before he found himself among the likes of Xiang Yiqian. The actions taken by the dynasty this time not only obstructed his path to advancement, but would also cast a shadow over his future business dealings. People would speculate that being rejected by the dynasty implied he had offended someone closely associated with them. Regardless of who it was, once those individuals spoke, his endeavors in business would become increasingly arduous. To avoid offending the privileged circle of Xiang Yichen, everyone would be exceedingly cautious when considering business dealings with Chu Yang. Although Xiang Yichen had not directly intervened, he had effectively wielded the influence of the dynasty to sever a significant portion of Chu Yang's future prospects. Sister, please don't be like this. You've been with Chu Yang for quite some time. Can't you consider your bond? Iran implored, remaining seated beside Xiang Yichen. Yishao, I beg you, talk some sense into my sister. I misspoke earlier. It was my fault for lacking eloquence. Please don't be angry. I truly apologize. As Iran spoke, she attempted to grasp Xiang Yichen's arm. Xiang Yichen, filled with disdain, swiftly withdrew, unable to comprehend how a woman could be so bothersome. What did Chu Yang see in her? Apart from her tears, she was utterly useless and excessively clingy. Manager He, Xiang Yichen said, suppressing his irritation. Manager He immediately understood, instructing the two bodyguards, show them out. Please, this way, the bodyguard stated coldly, devoid of any emotion. Chu Yang let out a cold snort. The situation had escalated to this point. Lingering any longer would only lead to further embarrassment. He took Iran by the hand and departed. The surrounding patrons watched them, momentarily stunned. They had long heard tales of the dynasty's prestige, capable of turning away guests and maintaining a blacklist of those denied entry. It was said that those who found themselves on such a list often saw their businesses falter within a few years, culminating in failure. However, hearing about it and witnessing it firsthand were entirely different experiences. Xiang Yichen cast a cold glance at the onlookers. He had no desire to be the subject of their entertainment. Let us retreat to the room for our meal, he said, leading Ian away. This time, Ian did not persist any longer. After the commotion caused by Chu Yang and Yi Run, she lost the desire to dine in the hall. However, both of them remained oblivious to the fact that not far away, at a nearby table, Xue Lingbai was watching their departing figures with keen interest. Unexpectedly, what began as a whimsical decision to occupy a corner of the hall instead of a private room granted him the opportunity to witness such a captivating scene. His girlfriend, Xue Lingbai, toyed with the teacup in her hand, pondering how one day Yichun would indeed acknowledge a woman as his girlfriend. How intriguing indeed. Xue Xiao, someone beside him remarked upon noticing his reaction. Xue Lingbai set down the teacup and lightly tapped its rim with his fingers. Go and investigate those two individuals from earlier. Ian followed Xiang Yichen into his exclusive VIP room. After a moment of silence, she could no longer contain herself and finally spoke. Xiang Yichen, did you just say I am your girlfriend? Hee. Xiang Yichen chuckled lightly, leaning in to gently grasp her chin. What is it? Do you desire to be my girlfriend? So much? Ian curled his lips slightly, but did not retreat. He replied nonchalantly, if you merely mention this to provoke Chu Yang, then let it be. Consider my inquiry as if it never happened. Huh, your temper seems to be growing increasingly fierce. Shi Chen chuckled, showing no signs of annoyance. After all, what does status truly matter? Regardless, I will always treat you with kindness. Ian cast her gaze downward, her eyelashes fluttering like a fan, concealing her eyes. With her index finger, she traced circles on Xiang Yichen's chest, murmuring, I simply do not wish to be like your past women. I do not want to be just another companion among many. If I am to be one, I desire to be unique. You claim to cherish me as your girlfriend. Why not treat me as such? Xiang Yichen abruptly raised his head, his brow slightly furrowed, his expression unusually solemn. Do you now consider me merely your bedfellow? What is my significance in your heart? I believe that what we share could be deemed a romance. Xiang Yichen remained silent, indifferently caressing her chin, the rough texture of his thumb gently gliding over her delicate skin. Is that not the case? Ian inquired, after a prolonged silence. Facing the ever-silent Xiang Yichen, Ian felt as if her heart would leap from her chest. His gaze was profound, concealing all emotions within the deepest recesses, rendering it impossible for her to discern even a hint of sentiment. Yes, he finally uttered after the suffocating silence, lightly brushing his lips against hers. Since you care so much, you shall be my girlfriend. Let us embark on this romance together. With those words, Ian felt an overwhelming surge of joy, nearly bursting into cheers. Consequently, Xiang Yichen treated her exceptionally well, so much so that it incited envy and jealousy among her female colleagues of the company. Initially, they would speak with a hint of sarcasm, but eventually they fell silent, unable to utter a word. Xiang Yichen's kindness was so profound that it rendered others numb to it, and even the most critical would eventually tire of their disdain. For instance, in addition to picking Ian up and dropping her off every day, he would wait outside her office during lunch, taking her out to dine. If he were particularly busy and unable to leave, he would have Wang Chao deliver lunch to Ian's office. Her colleagues would witness Wang Chao, a well-trained waiter, entering in succession, holding exquisite silver trays filled with steaming dishes, presenting them to Ian with care. Moreover, whenever the company organized gatherings, any restaurant of a certain stature would undoubtedly recognize Ian, addressing her respectfully as Miss Ian, ensuring exceptional service, with managers personally attending to her, and even a chef introducing the day's specialties directly to her. On one occasion, while Ian was en route to a bidding event with two colleagues, a male colleague driving the car accidentally grazed another vehicle. "How could you drive like that?" the man exclaimed, glaring at the newly acquired Qian, now marred with a scratch after only a few days. Su Shilun glanced at the damaged car, apologizing profusely. "I am truly sorry. We are in a hurry." "And your hurry gives you the right to scratch my car?" the aggrieved owner retorted, unyielding. "I sincerely apologize, sir, but we have pressing matters to attend to. Here is my business card. Rest assured, we will reimburse you for the damages caused by the spray paint." Ian approached and handed the card to the car owner. "Who cares?" The man dismissively swatted the card from Ian's hand. "I can afford a Qian. Why would I concern myself with a mere repair cost? Today, I intend to smash your vehicle to vent my anger." "How can you behave in such a manner?" my colleague clearly signaled. "You not only failed to slow down, but recklessly surged forward as if your life depended on it. We acknowledge our fault in scratching your car, but you share some responsibility as well." Zhang Ying could no longer tolerate his arrogance and exclaimed in anger, "You drive a Qian, so what? If you have the ability, then don't mind if your car gets scratched. Damn it, you've hit my car, and you still have the audacity to claim righteousness. Aren't you in a hurry? I'll tell you this. If you don't allow me to smash your car immediately, no one will leave today." The man resorted to blatant intimidation. "In that case, let us involve the police." Ian shook his phone. "The police? Oof. It won't matter if they come." The man glanced at Ian and her colleagues, who were in a company-branded Honda, with disdain. He had connections with the traffic bureau, and with just one phone call, the police would conveniently ignore his actions. Before long, a police car came to a halt before them. "Missy," the officer who stepped out of the vehicle was taken aback upon seeing Ian. "Captain Liu." Ian smiled upon recognizing him. "I didn't expect you to come in person." Captain Liu had met Ian during an event with Xiang Yichen a while back. He was behind their director Chun, who had advised him to keep an eye out for Ian in case she encountered any trouble in the future. "I happened to be the closest, so I came over first." "What is going on?" Captain Liu asked with a smile. "It's nothing serious, just a minor accident. We were initially trying to negotiate compensation, but this gentleman insists on damaging our car," Ian replied nonchalantly. "Oh, so you know each other," the car owner said sarcastically, reaching for his phone to summon help. Captain Liu chuckled coldly and pressed the man's hand down to prevent him from dialing. "What are you doing?" The man glared at Captain Liu in fury. "Regardless of whom you intend to call for assistance, I advise you to abandon that thought," Captain Liu remarked with a smile. "Otherwise, you might just provoke Yishao." The man froze. In the entire T-City, only one person is worthy of being called Yishao. Captain Liu paid no mind to the man's reaction and continued. "If you still wish to damage the car, that's fine. This Miss E happens to be Yishao's girlfriend, and I wouldn't mind having Yishao come over to watch you do it." The implication was clear. You have quite the audacity to damage the car of Yishao's girlfriend. Look at what you're saying. "So, she's Yishao's girlfriend." The individual immediately donned a sycophantic smile, yet inwardly lamented. He had long heard whispers that Xiang Yichen had a girlfriend, one he had openly acknowledged, and he lavished her with affection. However, he had never had the opportunity to meet her, for someone of Xiang Yichen's stature was not easily accessible. To his surprise, fate had orchestrated this unexpected encounter. Why had he not been informed sooner? Such a misunderstanding could have been easily avoided, especially among acquaintances. As he glanced at the front of his car, he inquired, "But your vehicle?" "It's nothing. Just a trivial matter." The man quickly interjected. "Missy is pressed for time, so allow me to escort you all," Captain Liu offered, confident that with his presence, traffic signals could be disregarded. Ian was equally unreserved, taking advantage of Shi Chen's goodwill. "Thank you, Captain Liu," he exclaimed. "Not all," Captain Liu replied, personally opening the car door for Ian. Zhang Ying and Su Sherlin exchanged glances. The deference Ian received from restaurant managers in the past was nothing extraordinary, as many patrons in the service industry were treated with similar courtesy. However, the fact that even the police were treating him with such respect indicated that his status was anything but ordinary. Ian entered the vehicle, a hint of self-mockery gracing her lips, a sentiment only she could comprehend. In the past, she harbored a profound disdain for individuals like Xiang Yichen, who leveraged their power to traverse life with privilege. Yet, ironically, she had now become one of them. Following this incident, the news inevitably reached the ears of her colleagues, who began to truly notice the transformation in Ian. As she mingled with the elite alongside Xiang Yichen, she inadvertently absorbed an air of sophistication. Her previous tendency to be obsequious diminished, replaced by an aura of confidence and nobility. A subtle pride, intrinsic and unpretentious, emerged within her, evoking a sense of admiration from others without any ostentation. Moreover, after this event, even the jealousy of her colleagues could no longer manifest openly. It was evident that Xiang Yichen held Ian in high regard. Had he been an emperor in times past, Ian would have been akin to a beguiling enchantress, capable of wreaking havoc. Who among them would dare to offend such a person? A single misstep could result in Xiang Yichen condemning them to a life of destitution. Indeed, they might find even the role of a beggar beyond their reach. Ian shook her head, reflecting on the surreal sweetness of recent days. Xiang Yichen seemed entirely consumed by thoughts of her, yet she understood that he harbored a lingering affection for Su Jingning. This evening, she had prepared an elaborate feast, for she would be on a business trip the following day, leaving her unable to see him for several days. Tonight, they must savor every moment together. Suddenly, warmth enveloped her from behind, a heated breath cascading over her neck, igniting both warmth and a tantalizing itch. Her waist was encircled, and soon, delicate, moist kisses rained upon her nape. Having tied her hair up for convenience, her smooth neck was now fully exposed, perfectly positioned for his fervent kisses. The sensations made her giggle uncontrollably, and she playfully retorted, "Xiang Yichen, stop teasing me. I'm trying to cook. I told you we could have gone out to eat." Xiang Yichen murmured in her ear, his lips brushing against her sensitive earlobe. Just the gentle caress of his lips caused her earlobe to flush a deep crimson, as if blood were about to spill forth. She feebly retracted her neck, saying, Xiang Yichen, please stop. The dishes at the restaurant can't compare to mine. Or do you not enjoy my cooking?" With a sideways glance, Ian shot him a playful look. "You truly know how to pin a label on me." Xiang Yichen chuckled, planting a light kiss on her lips. "All right, I misspoke. I shall patiently await your grand feast. If you wish for a grand meal, then cease your mischief and go watch television." Ian laughed, brandishing a spatula and gesturing towards the kitchen door. "What are you waiting for?" "You are my greatest dish," Xiang Yichen murmured softly, his voice low and husky, akin to a dreamlike reverie. As he spoke, his arms tightened around Ian's waist, drawing her closer. "Xiang Yichen," Ian exclaimed in surprise, not expecting his sudden surge of confidence. "Xiang Yichen," she protested, twisting her body in an attempt to break free from his embrace. "I'm cooking here. Stop it. You're cooking, and I am not hindering you." Xiang Yichen maintained his grip, reveling in the softness of her form, both pleasurable and exhilarating. No matter how Ian squirmed, she could not escape him. Gradually, their playful banter became increasingly intimate, the atmosphere around them heating up. Ian could even hear the sound of his heated breaths, warm air cascading over her ears and cheeks. That fervent breath felt like a dye, painting her face and neck a vivid scarlet. Ian's hand, gripping the spatula, was losing strength, and just as his fingers were about to weaken and release, the doorbell rang. Ding-dong. 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 The sudden, sharp sound pierced through the air, interrupting their playful banter and the sweet, tender atmosphere that enveloped them. Unbeknownst to him, Ian had nestled into Xiang Yichen's embrace, softly leaning against him and unconsciously displaying affection. They had laughed and played for a while, their breaths becoming somewhat erratic as she leaned in, lightly panting, one hand resting on his chest, gently pushing. "Open the door." "Huh." Xiang Yichen remained unperturbed, his solid chest unyielding to her gentle push, and he bestowed a light peck on her lips, patting her head. Wait for me. The feast is coming. Ian, feeling a mix of shyness and vexation, couldn't help but stamp her feet in frustration. Xiang Yichen chuckled with delight, striding towards the door, his straight back igniting a mischievous urge in Ian to give it a playful slap. Yet later, Ian found herself regretting it more than once, incessantly questioning herself whether the outcome would have been different had she not urged Xiang Yichen to open the door. As he reached the entrance, the doorbell rang insistently, and his thick brows knitted tightly in displeasure. The person outside clearly lacked the sense of restraint, interrupting his meal and incessantly ringing the bell. With a sudden motion, he flung open the door, ready to unleash a torrent of reproaches upon the uninvited guest. However, upon opening the door, he was momentarily taken aback, his intended words faltering as he stared in astonishment at the figure before him, his initial stern demeanor dissolving into sheer surprise. Jingning. Xiang Yichen gazed at Su Jingning, who had her head bowed, obscuring her expression. Upon hearing his voice, Su Jingning slowly lifted her gaze, and the sight of her face struck Xiang Yichen like a heavy blow to the heart. Tears streamed down her cheeks, her eyes swollen, her nose reddened, and the lipstick that once adorned her lips washed away by her tears, revealing their natural rosy hue, now dampened by sorrow. Silently weeping, Su Jingning stifled her sobs, her shoulders trembling as she tilted her face up to Xiang Yichen, her helplessness shattering his heart into fragments. Jingning, what has happened? Xiang Yichen's expression shifted to one of concern. Yichen, Su Jingning cried out, throwing her arms around him, her small frame trembling uncontrollably. Who is it? Ian, noticing Xiang Yichen's prolonged absence, grew curious and ventured to the door. Yet, as she neared, her heart lurched, rendering her unable to take another step. She stood frozen, gazing at the scene before her, the two figures tightly entwined, Su Jingning burying her face in his chest, softly weeping, while Xiang Yichen tenderly caressed her hair, gently imploring, Jingning, what is the matter? Please don't cry. Hearing Ian's voice, Xiang Yichen turned his head, not pushing Su Jingning away nor offering an explanation. You should go prepare the meal. Such a nonchalant statement seemed intended to dismiss her. Ian tugged at her lips, yet remained motionless, her gaze fixed intently upon Xiang Yichen. She awaited his release of Su Jingning, but Ian sorrowfully realized that Xiang Yichen was not regarding her at all. Instead, he bowed his head and said to Su Jingning, Jingning, please return to your room first. Su Jingning silently nodded, allowing Xiang Yichen to guide her past Ian. Ian desperately wanted to point at her and berate. Are you missing an arm or a leg? Or are you paralyzed that you must rely on others for support? Yet, at that moment, it felt as though his throat had been constricted, rendering him utterly voiceless. His legs felt as if they had taken root in the ground, immobilizing him. All he could do was watch helplessly as Xiang Yichen assisted Su Jingning into the guest room, unable to intervene. I'm sorry. It seems I have come in an opportune time, Su Jingning murmured as she sat on the edge of the bed. What are you saying? Xiang Yichen frowned in displeasure. Jingning, what is the matter with you? Tears clung to Su Jingning's eyelashes, and she blinked a few times. Yichen, are you mocking me for my misguided choice? Xiang Yichen was taken aback. Her words seemed disjointed. After a moment, he managed to ask, does this concern Xue Lingbai? The name Xue Lingbai pierced his heart like a thorn. Witnessing Su Jingning's tears and pain, which were caused by another man, made Xiang Yichen's heart ache with a tumultuous pain. Su Jingning wiped her face, but new tears flowed uncontrollably. I know he doesn't love me at all. To him, I am merely an option, a fiancé he happens to have. I thought time would make him see me, but it was all in vain. He doesn't care about my feelings. Even knowing I would be hurt, he continues his games. Su Jingning cried. He doesn't even bother to hide it from me. Xiang Yichen remained silent beside her, listening to the woman he cherished lament over another man, a bitter experience indeed. He had just left that little star's home and was photographed. When he asked, the man didn't even bother to lie, bluntly telling him that she was merely one of his many girlfriends. As Su Jingning spoke, her sorrow deepened, and she clutched Xiang Yichen's hand tightly, as if it were a lifeline. Yichen, what should I do? I truly love him. So deeply. What do men think? I cannot fathom his thoughts. He plays around, never taking anyone seriously, yet I feel no different from his other flings. In fact, he treats me worse than them. Yichen, teach me, please. Su Jingning grasped his large hand, her tears soaking his palm. Xiang Yichen swallowed hard, feeling a lump in his throat, and after a pause, he finally spoke. Have you never considered leaving him? His voice was hoarse and rough, caught in his throat, sounding like sandpaper scraping against a wall. Leave? Su Jingning repeated in a daze, then slowly shook her head. I cannot leave him. I'm like a fish out of water. Without him, I would perish. I love him so much, yet I find myself unable to bear it. If love is so painful, why persist? Xiang Yichen's voice was soft, as if it resonated right beside her. Su Jingning offered a bittersweet smile, slowly raising her gaze to meet his face. He was undeniably handsome, rivaling Shueling Bai, and perhaps even exuding a touch more of a masculine vigor. While Shueling Bai embodied an air of scholarly refinement, Xiang Yichen radiated a commanding presence. Unconsciously, her fingers brushed against Xiang Yichen's cheek, the sun-kissed skin seeming to melt beneath her touch. Yichen, she mused, how wonderful it would be if the love I held were for you. Perhaps then, this pain would not be so acute. Her crimson lips parted slightly, her eyes fixated on him, unwavering. You would surely treat me well, wouldn't you? Xiang Yichen appeared entranced, his gaze locked onto hers, unblinking as Su Jingning's face drew ever closer. Their relationship was far from innocent. Before her engagement to Shueling Bai, they had already shared a more intimate connection. Su Jingning found it curious that she could distinctly separate love from physical intimacy. Even after sharing a bed with Xiang Yichen, she felt no hesitation in proceeding with her engagement to Shueling Bai, and even after that, she could still pursue a physical relationship with Xiang Yichen. However, since Xiang Yichen had met Ian, he had not touched her again, and now he could scarcely recall the essence of Su Jingning. As her soft, red lips neared his, he did not retreat. Instead, he lowered his head to meet her advance. Just as their lips were about to connect, a mere breath apart, Xiang Yichen abruptly halted, swiftly turning his head, allowing her lips to graze his chin. Yichen? Su Jingning exclaimed in astonishment, but she quickly released him, her gaze dropping in embarrassment. I apologize for my indiscretion. You haven't eaten since you arrived, have you? Xiang Yichen inquired. Su Jingning nodded, and he responded, I shall fetch you something to eat. Ian sat at the dining table, gazing at the array of dishes before him. Curry crab, black bean clams, spicy sea conch, sot ed prawns, and scallops garnished with green onions. These were all favored delicacies of Xiang Yichen, yet he remained uncertain if he would have the opportunity to savor them tonight. Lost in thought while staring at the sumptuous spread, he was suddenly startled by the sound of a door creaking open. He looked up to see Xiang Yichen emerging from the guest room, his expression inscrutable, revealing little of his current mood. Yet Ian could still sense a subtle heaviness in the air. Xiang Yichen approached the table and glanced at the feast laid out before them, stating, I will take some for Jingning. Ian tightened his fists, striving to suppress the emotions bubbling within him. Yet the voice that escaped his lips remained taut. Aren't you going to eat? I have no appetite, Xiang Yichen replied nonchalantly. Fait, no appetite. She had spent the entire night preparing only to receive such a lackluster response. I'll fetch a tray, Ian announced, rising and moving like a zombie to the kitchen, where he retrieved 2 empty plates and a tray, just as she was about to place a portion of each dish onto the plates. Xiang Yichen halted her. Let me do it. With that, he picked up a crab, deftly extracting the meat with a spoon and placing it onto the plate. She disliked the task of shelling. As he spoke, he continued his work, spooning out several pieces of conch meat, meticulously removing the clam meat, and while selecting the scallops, he carefully set aside the chopped scallions. Ian mocked with a smirk. She probably doesn't enjoy scallions either. Shi Chen, taken aback, fixed his gaze upon Ian's face, and after a moment, he nodded slightly. Taking up the tray, he said, You go ahead and eat. There's no need to wait for me. With that, he turned on his heel and departed, tray in hand, without a backward glance. Ian's stomach twisted painfully, his entire being taut as a tightly drawn string on the verge of snapping. I am waiting for you, Ian declared with stubborn resolve. This evening was meant to belong to the two of them. This meal had been meticulously prepared by her for him. Without the leading character, what meaning did it hold for her to perform a solo act? Yet, this sentiment elicited not a trace of response. Only the resounding thud of the guest room door, being slammed shut. Su Jingning, hearing the door close, raised her head, tears clinging to her lashes, rendering them even darker. Su Jingning's identity was one of refinement. Everything she used was exquisite, including her mascara, which was a leopard print from HR. Its waterproof formula allowed her tears to linger on her lashes without smudging, paradoxically stripping away her elegance and amplifying her pitiable appearance. Her nose, tinged with red from crying, paired with her moist, tear-stained lips, stripped away the glamour of the day, making Su Jingning appear particularly vulnerable at this moment. Do eat something, your stomach isn't well. And you mustn't go hungry, Xiang Yichen remarked, placing the tray upon the table and guiding Su Jingning to sit. She glanced at the dishes before her, recalling that when she had seen Ian at the door, she had been wearing an apron, and these dishes were undoubtedly crafted by his hand. The mere thought of it diminished her appetite. She set down her chopsticks and shook her head, saying, I do not wish to eat. Jingning, you are saddened and distressed. Yet in the end, it is yourself who suffers, Xiang Yichen frowned. Su Jingning continued to shake her head. Seeing these, I have no appetite. Xiang Yichen sighed and chuckled lightly. I forgot, you are accustomed to the dynasty cuisine. I shall order takeout for you. With that, he exited the room once more. Ian gazed at the uneaten dish before him, then observed Xiang Yichen placing a takeout order from Wang Chao. With a derisive chuckle, Ian remarked, What? Is she not going to eat what I made? She has grown accustomed to Wang Chao. Xiang Yichen responded, but upon noticing Ian's movements, his voice abruptly escalated. Ian, what are you doing? Ian deftly discarded the remnants of the meal into the trash, leaving behind only an empty plate stained with soup. This dinner was intended for you. I had no need for her to cherish it. But since you have no desire to eat, it serves no purpose to keep it. I shall never permit anyone to trample upon my sentiments, Xiang Yichen, and tonight you have succeeded in doing just that, Ian remarked with a cold sneer. Casting a glance at the now cold dishes on the table, a feast that had transformed from warmth to chill, mirroring the gradual cooling of her own heart. Ian, do you really need to react so strongly? Jingning is in a foul mood tonight. What is wrong with me, keeping her company? If we don't eat tonight, it's not the end of the world. I can make it up tomorrow, Xiang Yichen said, his expression darkening. Make it up tomorrow? Xiang Yichen, has Su Jingning taken your wits along with her? I have a business trip tomorrow. Whom do you intend to make it up to? Ian scoffed, noting that he had even forgotten the significance of tonight's dinner. The day after tomorrow marks 100 days since we met, but I won TB here. So I wish to celebrate in advance. It seems that is no longer possible. With that, Ian resumed her task of discarding the carefully prepared dishes, one by one, into the garbage. Xiang Yichen, you claim my reaction is excessive, and you are correct. As long as it pertains to Su Jingning, my response will indeed be profound. If you wish to avoid driving me to madness, refrain from engaging in outrageous behavior before me. Ian's expression was icy as she disposed of the meal she had lovingly prepared, not even tasting a single bite. He claimed her reaction was excessive, but she desired nothing flawed. Xiang Yichen stood motionless, watching as Ian cast away her heartfelt intentions, not even blinking an eye. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, shattering the oppressive atmosphere. Xiang Yichen walked to the door, returning with takeout from Wang Chao. Upon his return, he noticed the guest room door was ajar, and Su Jingning stood at the entrance, leaning against the doorframe. Yichen, it seems I have arrived at an inconvenient time. I apologize for interrupting. I shall take my leave now, Su Jingning said, feigning to depart. But before she could step away, Xiang Yichen blocked her path. Ian scoffed. Knowing full well I am here, you should not have come. You have your own fiancé, yet you seek out another man in the dead of night. Su Jingning, is your apology sincere? Ian. Su Yichen abruptly turned, his expression frigid as he barked. Return to your room. Ian smirked self-deprecatingly, remaining motionless as he gazed at Xiang Yichen. You could tread on me a little harder. Xiang Yichen turned around and, upon seeing Su Jingning's pallid complexion, softened his tone. How can you leave in this state? I cannot allow you to depart on an empty stomach. Let us have a meal first. With that, he escorted Su Jingning back into the room. With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut, completely isolating Ian from the scene. Watching Su Jingning finally consume a morsel, Xiang Yichen felt a sense of relief wash over him. You should not leave tonight. Stay here and rest for the evening. I cannot bear the thought of you alone. Miss E. Su Jingning hesitated to voice her concerns. Do not worry. We can discuss it later. Xiang Yichen replied nonchalantly. Perhaps due to past experiences, or perhaps because Ian had forgiven too swiftly before. He believed that a little coaxing afterward would suffice to resolve any issues. Rest well. I shall step out for a moment, Xiang Yichen said. Yichen. Su Jingning suddenly grasped Xiang Yichen's hand. Please, don't go. Could you stay with me? Ian stood motionless at the doorway, his presence lingering for an indeterminate duration, his legs succumbing to numbness, yet Xiang Yichen remained elusive within the confines of the room. An oppressive silence enveloped the space, leaving her in utter ignorance of their activities. Having gone an entire night without sustenance, her feet had lost sensation, and, as her body swayed, she leaned helplessly against the wall. A sudden pang gripped her stomach, sharp enough to alter her complexion. Her hands pressed desperately against her abdomen, which remained empty, grinding painfully against itself. Steadying herself against the wall, she made her way back to the bedroom, crawling onto the bed in a fetal position. The stillness in the room was profound, the only sound being the rhythmic ticking of the clock on the wall. She longed to close her eyes, yet the pain thwarted her attempts at slumber. The chimes of the clock faded, while Liang Yan's words grew ever more distinct. Once entangled with such individuals, love ensnares you. Rien n'est impossible. Once you cross that threshold, liberation is a distant memory. Ultimately, all that remains is a soulless shell. Your spirit, deemed unworthy, is discarded alongside the vessel that once housed it. Ian felt a sharp pang in his stomach, his entire body shrinking further in response. Though he had not yet grown weary, he had already isolated her outside the door. Xiang Yichen, I am right beside you, yet your sorrow, your silence, remains oblivious to me. The one I love most dearly is so close at hand, yet joy eludes me entirely. It appears that sweetness can wither, and happiness can become ensnared in a quagmire. This has transformed the hue of the sky and the warmth of my heart. Xiang Yichen, when you are with me, your thoughts linger on her. You have never heard the clamor within my heart, nor can you perceive the depths of sorrow concealed within my smile. Your world is vast, yet it encompasses only her, obscuring my starlight and monopolizing the remnants of your kindness. Ian curled up, wrapped in a blanket, yet still feeling the chill. The blanket was cool, the sheets equally so, freezing her skin and piercing her heart. Perhaps this place had never belonged to her from the very beginning. She was merely a fleeting passerby in the hurried march of time, leaving no trace in his heart. As dawn gradually broke, the sunlight had yet to seep in. Ian had not slept all night, remaining in her curled position, gazing at the open bedroom door. Throughout the night, Shi Yichen had not emerged from the guest room, nor had he set foot in the bedroom again. Her stomach ached to the point of numbness, and every pore in her body felt as if it were blocked by needles, stinging painfully. She felt as if the night had cloaked her in a frost-like chill. Slowly, she propped herself up, changed her clothes, and approached the guest room door, which remained firmly shut. The handle was icy, and she hesitated to touch it. After standing for a moment, Ian finally walked to the door and picked up the luggage by the entrance before stepping outside. Ian dragged his luggage out of the apartment and was making his way forward when the door of a black Audi Q7 parked in front of the building swung open unexpectedly. Upon seeing the person who emerged from the vehicle, Ian was taken aback. Lingbai, are you here to provoke Xiang Yichen or to annoy Su Jingning? Are you here to pick up Su Jingning? Ian pulled at his lips. Lingbai smiled slightly, approached her, and naturally took the suitcase from her hand. I came to fetch you. You're on a business trip today, aren't you? I imagine Xiang Yichen is rather occupied to see you off. As he uttered the last line, his gaze mockingly flicked towards the floor of the apartment where Xiang Yichen resided. No need, I can manage on my own. Ian replied coldly, attempting to reclaim her luggage from Lingbai's grasp. However, Lingbai was quicker, lifting the suitcase without a word and placing it into the open trunk. A clear indication that he had plotted this in advance. With a decisive thud, the trunk was shut tightly, leaving Ian dumbfounded as he had effectively commandeered her belongings. Lingbai, what are you doing? We are not particularly acquainted, are we? Your fiancée is upstairs, after your quarrel, instead of seeking her. You are here entangling with me. What exactly is your intention? Ian glared at Lingbai, whose countenance bore an expression of indifference. Are you jealous because I was with Xiang Yichen? Lingbai chuckled. Let us go. You mentioned heading to B City. Coincidentally, I am headed there as well. We might as well travel together. Ian stood motionless, Xue Lingbai. What exactly is going on between you and Su Jingning? Observing Xue Lingbai's demeanor, it was clear he did not seem to care for Su Jingning. Moreover, she sensed that his presence here this morning was likely not for Su Jingning at all, but rather, as if he had come specifically to wait for her. Xue Lingbai shrugged nonchalantly, responding, "It's just as you see." With that, he casually placed his hand on her back, guiding her into the passenger seat. "I don't care about the three of you, but could you refrain from dragging me into this?" Ian remarked, doubting that Xue Lingbai would be so kind to her without reason. The two had barely any prior interaction, making his sudden display of affection feel exceedingly jarring. As Xue Lingbai started the car, he glanced at her, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Ian, ever since you stepped into Xiang Yichen's world, you have willingly entered a realm from which you cannot escape." Ian was momentarily taken aback by the words of Xue Lingbai, rendered speechless as if choked, allowing Xue Lingbai to accelerate and whisk her away. As Xue Lingbai departed with Ian, Xiang Yichen slowly opened his eyes. His elongated figure had curled up on the sofa throughout the night, resulting in an unrestful slumber. His eyelashes fluttered gently, sensing an itch on his cheek. The quality of his sleep had already been poor due to his curl posture, and now it felt as if a feather were brushing against his cheek, causing an irritating tickle. The fluttering of his long eyelashes intensified, and with a deep exhale, he finally opened his eyes. Upon doing so, he found Su Jingning's face magnified before him, the proximity so close that they could feel each other's breath. A playful smile adorned Su Jingning's lips, a rare expression of mischief gracing her features as she pinched a strand of hair between her index finger and thumb, lightly sweeping the ends across his cheek. It was then that Xiang Yichen comprehended the source of the tickling sensation on his face. He offered a slight smile to Su Jingning. "You are awake." "Yes. It's uncomfortable sleeping on the sofa. I told you to join me, but you refused." Su Jingning pouted. Xiang Yichen merely chuckled, stretching lazily as he sat up from the sofa. Observing his movements, Su Jingning suddenly inquired, "Is it because of Ian?" Xiang Yichen paused momentarily, but quickly responded, "Don't overthink it. This bed is meant for one. It can't accommodate two." Su Jingning lowered her gaze, her expression dimming. If they could not fit two, did that mean he had to spend the night curled up on the sofa alone? "In truth, I shouldn't have invited you to keep me company." Ian must have misunderstood. Su Jingning's voice carried a genuine note of regret. "However, last night, I truly did not wish to be alone." "Don't dwell on it. She should be up by now. I'll ask her to prepare some breakfast." Xiang Yichen evidently wished to avoid further entanglement in this topic, rising to open the door. Yet, there was an unsettling absence of the familiar sounds of clattering utensils and sizzling oil. The house was eerily quiet. At this hour, he had grown accustomed to hearing Ian's bustling activity, a melody that roused him from slumber. However, today that sound had abruptly vanished, leaving an unsettling stillness in its wake. A jolt of anxiety surged within Xiang Yichen as he hastened to the kitchen, only to find it desolate and void of any activity. There was no breakfast prepared, nor had the utensils been touched. Wordlessly, he dashed to the bedroom, where he discovered the door ajar. The sheets and blankets were neatly arranged, bearing the imprint of someone having lain there, yet Ian was nowhere to be found. On the vanity, her skincare products had all vanished, and, aside from that, nothing else seemed amiss. Yet, Xiang Yichen felt a profound emptiness enveloping the house, a chill that made him shiver. Clenching his teeth, he yanked open the wardrobe door, only to release a breath of relief. Her clothes were still there. Xiang Yichen picked up his phone and dialed Ian's number. Ian found herself in Xue Lingbai's car, feeling an inexplicable chasm of silence between them, as if they were mere strangers. The oppressive stillness within the vehicle was nearly suffocating. Suddenly, the ring of her phone pierced through the tranquil air, resonating in Ian's ears like celestial music. She hastily retrieved her phone, but upon seeing the name Xiang Yichen, she hesitated, reluctant to answer. "Why not take the call?" Xue Lingbai cast a glance at the phone in her hand, a smirk playing on his lips upon seeing Xiang Yichen's photograph. "Shall I answer it for you? Su Jingning is with him now, and you are here with me. I could pick up, just to rattle him a little." Ian smirked. "Are you attempting to provoke Xiang Yichen, or perhaps Su Jingning?" "Su Jingning?" Xue Lingbai scoffed softly. "She is hardly worth my concern." Ian couldn't help but glance at him. Xue Lingbai's reaction was truly inscrutable. Not answering? Shui Lingbai raised an eyebrow. Perhaps he thinks you've run away from home. TCH. Ian let out a cold scoff, but still answered the call. Hello? Why did it take you so long to pick up? Where are you? Xiang Yichen inquired in a deep voice, his tone tinged with urgency. Ian suddenly found it amusing. Xiang Yicheng, have you forgotten that I am on a business trip today? Upon hearing her sarcastic remarks, Xiang Yicheng inexplicably felt a sense of relief. It was merely a business trip, not an escape. While he was still sorting through his own emotions, Su Jingning approached. Yicheng, where is Ian? Through the phone, Su Jingning's voice was soft yet clear enough for Ian to hear distinctly. Her expression suddenly turned icy. Xiang Yicheng, you're something else. Ian decisively hung up the phone and tossed his mobile into his bag. As Xiang Yichen listened to the busy tone on the line, his expression turned ashen. Yichen? Su Jingning called out, noticing the stormy visage of Xiang Yichen. Taking a deep breath, he said, Let us go. We shall have breakfast. Su Jingning observed his retreating figure, sensing an unspoken transformation within him. Shui Lingbai appeared utterly indifferent to Su Jingning's whereabouts, her actions, or her company. Ian even suspected that if Su Jingning were to share a bed with Xiang Yichen, Shui Lingbai would remain unfazed, engaging in conversation with her as if they were quite familiar, discussing various topics along the way. Upon arriving in B City, he insisted on her staying at the Dynasty Hotel. When Ian registered, she felt a twinge of anxiety. The Dynasty belonged to Xiao Yinqing. What if he discovered her arrival with Shui Lingbai and informed Xiang Yichen? However, she quickly reassured herself, given the numerous branches of the dynasty across the nation. Could Xiao Yinqing possibly inquire about each one? Besides, even if he did inform Xiang Yichen, so what? She had nothing to be ashamed of. Sharing a hotel with Shui Lingbai did not imply anything untoward. Furthermore, why should Xiang Yichen and Su Jingning be allowed to maintain ambiguous relations while she could not even approach her fiancé as friend? With these thoughts, Ian felt a sense of relief. It seemed that Shui Lingbai truly had business in B City. Since the day she checked in, she had scarcely seen him. Yet, during her meals, the waitstaff would constantly inform her that Shui Lingbai had settled the bill. This gave her the peculiar sensation that, even in his absence, he was somehow always present by her side. Since arriving in B City, Xiang Yichen had not contacted her at all. Several times, Ian contemplated calling him, but each time she picked up her phone, she found herself unable to dial. On the third day, unable to resist any longer, Ian booked a return flight to T-City, departing 2 days earlier than planned. Bang, bang, bang. Early in the morning, a loud knocking echoed at her hotel door. Ian, open the door. It's Shui Lingbai. Let me in. He shouted from outside, pounding on the door with force. In recent days, Ian has been tirelessly occupied, striving to return home as soon as possible. After much effort, he finally concluded his affairs and booked an 8 o'clock flight for tonight. He planned to indulge in a leisurely slumber at the hotel in the morning to rejuvenate himself. However, he was abruptly interrupted by the incessant sound of knocking at the door. Ian, if you do not open the door soon, I shall have the attendant let me in. Shui Lingbai shouted from outside. Ian sat up irritably, her already disheveled hair becoming even more chaotic as she ran her fingers through it. Frustrated, she rushed to the door, flinging it open without even taking a moment to discern Su Lingbai's presence, and erupted, What are you shouting about? What business do you have this early in the morning? You must return tonight. Su Lingbai, his face a shade of iron, inquired. Ian was taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation he found himself in. He nodded slightly and inquired, What is it? Are you not returning the day after tomorrow? Why are you leaving early? Why didn't you inform me? Shui Lingbai could not restrain her questioning. Had she not asked the hotel staff to book a flight? And had the manager not carelessly remarked on why he was not departing with Ian, he would have remained oblivious to it all. For the past 2 days, he had deliberately avoided contact, aiming to resolve matters swiftly and then take Ian around. Little did he know that this woman had quietly arranged her ticket and was preparing to leave, intending to abandon him here alone. Ian scrutinized Shui Lingbai from head to toe, utterly perplexed by the man's sudden outburst of temper. Shui Lingbai, are you jesting with me? Ian raised an eyebrow. We are hardly acquainted. And since when must I inform you of my return? Do I require your approval to go back? Shui Lingbai pressed his lips tightly together. His teeth clenched, the tension evident in the tautness of his cheeks. His breathing was slow and labored, clearly struggling to contain his fury. Ian cast an uncertain glance at him. His anger was genuinely intimidating, causing her heart to flutter anxiously. Very well. If you wish to demean yourself, I shall not interfere. After a lengthy pause, Xue Lingbai finally managed to force those words through clenched teeth. Bang! He slammed the door shut, leaving Ian standing by the door, staring at the already closed entrance, her chest rising and falling erratically. What does he mean by that? She demeaned herself? So what if she did? Does he have any right to dictate her choices? Ian felt a heavy gloom enveloping him, his already somber mood deepening further, dispelling any remnants of drowsiness. Just as he was about to turn away, a knock at the door interrupted him. Ian, open the door. Xue Lingbai called from outside. Click. As Ian opened the door, he was met with Xue Lingbai standing at the threshold. Have you not finished scolding me? Do you wish to continue berating me? He retorted. Fine. Let's pretend that what I said earlier was mere nonsense, shall we? Xue Lingbai raised her hands in a gesture of surrender. I hurriedly completed my work, hoping to spend some time with you. Yet now you are leaving tonight. Ian hesitated, the words caught in his throat, unable to escape his lips. Xue Lingbai's expression was so earnest, devoid of any mockery. Xue Lingbai, I fail to comprehend why you are so kind to me. Ian could not restrain his curiosity. Their acquaintance was fleeting, and Xue Lingbai's standing was no less formidable than Xiang Yichen's. Why then this indulgence? She was not so self-deceived as to believe in a sudden infatuation from Xue Lingbai. She was acutely aware of her own worth. Her looks were above average. Yet such beauty was plentiful. Xiang Yichen had found her intriguing, which had piqued his interest, but she did not perceive Xue Lingbai as equally mundane. Upon hearing this, Xue Lingbai flashed a bright smile, revealing a row of white teeth. I enjoy it. I am lonely and cold. Is that not enough? Bored. Ian rolled his eyes, responding with annoyance. If he was unwilling to speak the truth, there was no need for her to linger on the matter, and she prepared to shut the door. Wait a moment. Xue Lingbai blocked the door she was about to close. You have a flight tonight. You are free during the day, are you not? Ian had not anticipated that a mere instinctive inquiry of what are you doing would lead her to be pulled by Xue Lingbai to the amusement park. Having just disembarked from a dizzying roller coaster that had sent her stomach into turmoil, she clung to Xue Lingbai, her complexion pale and on the verge of nausea. Observing that Xue Lingbai's own countenance was hardly any better, Ian could not help but exclaim, What on earth are you thinking? If sitting is uncomfortable, why subject yourself to this torment? I just needed to let off some steam. This is one of the few legitimate ways to express oneself vocally, Xue Lingbai replied. Ian stared at him blankly. Are you feeling unwell? How is your mood? Xue Ling smiled lightly. Ian detested that seemingly all-knowing smile of his, as if he had already seen through her entirely. Nothing could be concealed from him. The sensation of having her privacy laid bare before him, with not a single shred of cover, provoked a visceral urge within her to unleash her frustrations. Ian did not respond. He cast a glance at the enormous carousel soaring high above and declared, I wish to ride the chariot of the sun. Xue Lingbai chuckled softly, saying nothing as he followed closely behind her. In the amusement park, nearly every attraction required a wait of 1 to 2 hours. Although Xue Lingbai could have utilized his privileges to skip the lines, both he and Ian felt that such an approach would diminish the joy of the experience. So they chose to queue with everyone else. After a round of exhilarating rides, though weary, Ian found a sense of genuine relief settling in her heart. Initially, she had assumed that Xue Lingbai would be unable to secure a ticket for the evening flight, and they would part ways at the hotel. However, to her surprise, he insisted on accompanying her to the airport. Let us go. Once you're back in T-City, give me a call. If you're reluctant to do so, a message will suffice, Xue Lingbai urged. If you fail to reassure me of your safety, I shall fly back tomorrow and seek you out at Xiang Yichen's. When mentioning Xiang Yichen, despite his attempts to mask it, the corners of his lips betrayed a subtle stiffness. Ian smiled. Although I am unsure why you are so kind to me, I sincerely thank you. Xue Lingbai, wearing a smile, gazed at Ian's figure gradually fading away at the boarding gate before finally retracting his smile and dimming the light in his eyes. When Ian returned home, it was already 10 o'clock. Upon disembarking from her flight, she had received news that a torrential downpour had swept through City B, transforming the streets into a veritable sea. She felt fortunate to have arrived ahead of the storm. She refrained from calling Xiang Yichen to inform him of her early return, opting instead to resolve their previous misunderstandings in person, believing that a phone call was unnecessary. However, upon reaching her doorstep, she discovered that the door was firmly locked. As she opened it, the anticipated darkness greeted her, devoid of any sound, cold and uninviting, as if no one had ever inhabited the space. Upon switching on the light, she glanced at her reflection in the mirror mounted on the shoe cabinet facing the entrance. The image revealed a weary traveler, her face etched with fatigue and shadowed by dark circles, betraying her lack of rest. It dawned on her that the relentless pace of the past few days had drained her complexion, rendering it pale. The empty room echoed with silence, prompting Ian to furrow her brow in concern. Just then, the tranquility was pierced by the shrill ring of her mobile phone, startling her senses. She had yet to contact Shui Lingbai. Ian fished out her phone, certain that Shui Lingbai, unable to await her call, had decided to reach out. However, her eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the caller's name, Xiang Yichen. She swiftly answered the call, her heart racing with a mix of apprehension and anticipation. "Hello," she responded. "I heard about the heavy rain in City B. Many people are stranded outside. How are you?" Xiang Yichen inquired. "Bien me fine," Ian replied, a warm current flowing through her heart as she listened to the cacophony on the other end. She then asked, "Where are you?" "At Tsinghua," came his indifferent reply. "With Yanqing and the others?" Ian instinctively thought of Su Jingning. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but she sensed a brief pause from Xiang Yichen before he replied vaguely. Just as Ian was about to speak, a familiar female voice echoed through the phone. "Yichen, I feel so unwell." It was Su Jingning. Ian would likely never forget her voice for the rest of his life. Gripping his phone tightly, he let out a cold laugh. "Ha, Xiang Yichen. I hope you have Xiao Yanqing and the others by your side." "Ian," Xiang Yichen called out immediately. However, Ian had no desire to listen to the ambiguous tones on the other end of the line any longer. He hung up and stepped outside. "Driver, to Tsinghua." Ian hailed a taxi. At this hour, the roads were clear, and he quickly arrived at his destination. Without counting the fare, he tossed money at the driver and rushed into Tsinghua. "Missy," the manager approached Ian as soon as he saw him. "Has Xiang Yichen arrived?" Ian asked with a stern expression. "Ah." The manager stammered, "Young master, Ian disregarded him, observing the manager's nervous demeanor. He was certain that Xiang Yichen was indeed present. He brushed past the manager and headed towards room 2 of the Huang section. "Missy," the manager followed closely behind, uncertain of what Xiang Yichen and Su Jingning were doing inside. Ian's apparent determination to catch them in the act made him hesitant to let Ian proceed. "Manager He, this is a matter between Xiang Yichen and me. As a guest of Tsinghua, it would be best if you refrain from interfering." Ian suddenly halted, turned around, and spoke coldly. "Ah, Missy." The manager's face was troubled, but he ceased to obstruct her. "Sigh, go ahead. Thank you." Ian nodded and continued forward with a composed expression. "Yichen, you're all I have left." Su Jingning sobbed in Xiang Yichen's embrace. "Shui Lingbai has vanished, and my phone is unreachable. I simply cannot get in touch with him. Yichen, am I really that unbearable? My fiancé ignores me, and now you are cold toward me as well. Jingning, you are drunk." Xiang Yichen furrowed his brow slightly, allowing Su Jingning to cling to him. "Yichen, you know I'm not drunk." Su Jingning lifted her face, tears clinging to her eyelashes, making her eyes shimmer even more. "That was Ian who called, wasn't it?" Xiang Yichen remained silent. Su Jingning continued, "Yichen, have you fallen for her?" Xiang Yichen was taken aback, then chuckled softly. "Jingning, you truly are intoxicated. Otherwise, why would you say such a thing? Do you not love her?" Su Jingning whispered, "Dare you look me in the eye and say that you, Xiang Yichen, do not love Ian? Do you dare?" Xiang Yichen paused for a long moment, but then gently cupped her face, his thumb brushing away the tears from her cheek as he whispered, "I, Xiang Yichen, do not love Ian," as if struck by his words. Su Jingning suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling his face down while her lips met his in a fervent kiss. "In my eyes, you are nothing but a vile person." Ian gazed upon the scene before her, feeling an icy chill envelop her, as if the very air around her had turned to frigid ice. Her mind reverberated with a singular phrase: Xiang Yichen does not love Ian. Although she had long been aware of this painful truth, Hearing Xiang Yichen utter those words to another woman rendered her heart achingly cold, fragile to the point of shattering. The image before her grew increasingly blurred, and unbeknownst to her, thick tears began to well in her eyes as she watched the couple kiss. The scene resembling a fleeting illusion. Huh? Ian laughed mockingly, her eyes unwavering. Even as she tried to suppress her emotions, the tears could not be held back. The quiet room was suddenly pierced by Ian's laughter, sending a chill through Xiang Yichen's heart. He abruptly released Su Jingning and turned to the doorway, where he found Ian standing, watching them with a smile that belied the sorrow in her eyes. Ian, Xiang Yichen called out, his voice hoarse. Huh, Xiang Yichen, is this your gift for my early return? Is this what you meant by being with Xiao Yinqing? When did Xiao Yinqing become a woman? Ian fixed her gaze on Xiang Yichen without blinking. How ironic. For the first time, Xiang Yichen appeared flustered, a sensation he had seldom felt due to her. Yet, this time, confusion etched itself across his face, tragically stemming from Su Jingning. Xiang Yichen, how are you any different from Chu Yang? At least he once promised me a future. What have you offered? Ian advanced step by step, her tear-filled gaze fixed upon him. Su Jingning, I truly do not understand you. If you love Xiang Yichen, why become engaged to Shui Lingbai? If your heart does not belong to Xiang Yichen, then why entangle yourself with him after your engagement to Shui Lingbai? You derive a sense of achievement from playing two men against each other, don't you? Ian scoffed. In my eyes, you are nothing but a wretched person. Ian, Xiang Yichen exclaimed sternly. What? Are you hurt by my words about her? Ian retorted coldly. I merely spoke a few words about her, and you are this distressed. If I were to harm her even a hair, would you tear me apart? Xiang Yichen, she is engaged to another man. Regardless of her feelings toward Shui Lingbai, she belongs to someone else. Do you truly believe she is a treasure worth pursuing? Enough. The nature of my relationship with her does not require your commentary. Xiang Yichen shouted angrily. Does it not? Ha ha ha. What do you take me for? Ian looked up at him, tears stinging her eyes. Miss Ian, this is indeed a matter between Xiang Yichen and myself. Su Jingning suddenly interjected. Suddenly, with a sharp sound, before Su Jingning could finish her sentence, Ian struck her across the face, sending her head to the side, her long hair cascading over her face. Su Jingning's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Ian. She could hardly fathom that this woman would strike without so much as a greeting. Was she mad? Silence. Stop pretending in front of me, Ian exclaimed sharply. Ian, Xiang Yichen shouted, a mix of shock and anger flooding him. Without a second thought, he seized her wrist, the very hand that had just slapped Su Jingning, forgetting to temper his strength. He gripped it so tightly that Ian felt as though her bones might shatter. Tears, already brimming in her eyes, began to flow more freely under the pressure, yet she valiantly stifled her pain, refusing to let Xiang Yichen see her suffering. Raising her free left hand, she hastily wiped away her tears from her cheek and defiantly declared, If you care for her so much, then strike back on her behalf. With that, she turned her face to the side, exposing her entire left cheek to him. Xiang Yichen's expression darkened, his grip on her wrist tightening to the point where it felt as if he might crush her. His lips pressed into a thin line. Yet he ultimately refrained from retaliating. Ian gazed at him, unable to forget the words he had spoken, nor the image of him kissing Su Jingning. She could accept that he did not love her. After all, Xiang Yichen had made that abundantly clear from the start. However, she could not tolerate the fact that, after being with her, he remained entangled with Su Jingning. If his affections lay so firmly with Su Jingning, then why not simply end things with her? Are you unwilling to take action? Is your heart not pained? Then allow me to strike, Ian declared through clenched teeth. She raised her hand, and just as Xiang Yichen anticipated, she would lash out at Su Jingning. A sharp crack resounded. 5 vivid red marks suddenly adorned the left side of Ian's cheek. It turned out she was not aiming to hit Su Jingning, but rather herself. This slap was not retribution for Su Jingning, but rather a punishment for herself. Shui Lingbai was right. I am indeed foolish. I hurriedly completed my work, compressing 5 days into 2, racing back with the sole intention of reconciling with you. Ian chuckled bitterly. Yet who would have known that you were indifferent, already ensnared by another's charms? It is I who am foolish, offering myself up only to have my dignity trampled. Xiang Yichen, does my heart hold no value in your eyes, worth less than a single tear from Su Jingning? As Xiang Yichen beheld the imprint of her slap on her fair skin, it appeared even more pronounced. Despite the turmoil within him, words caught in his throat, rendering him speechless. Ian, after a prolonged silence, Xiang Yichen finally furrowed his brow and uttered her name. Do not call my name, especially not with the lips that have kissed her. It feels tainted, Ian retorted, pointing accusingly at Su Jingning. She cast a glance at the wine and the exquisite snacks on the table, realizing that the two were indeed living quite luxuriously here. Ian found it absurd that just moments ago, Xiang Yichen had called her while Su Jingning lay nestled in his embrace. How delightful it must be to hold the woman one adores, only to feign concern for another. She squinted, her gaze growing increasingly disdainful of the food and drink before her. In a fit of madness, she bent down and swept everything from the table to the floor. The bottles and dishes fell silently onto the soft carpet, yet the food splattered everywhere, creating a nauseating blend of wine and broth. Ian, what madness is this? Stop it. Xiang Yichen abruptly seized Ian's wrist. What if I am mad? From the very beginning, I have been a lunatic. Ian's disheveled hair became even more unkempt, strands clinging to her tear-streaked face, presenting a picture of utter disarray. Let us go. With a stern expression, Xiang Yichen pulled Ian towards the exit. As they reached the door, he glanced back, still uneasy about Su Jingning. Take her back. I wish to be alone, Su Jingning said weakly. Xiang Yichen paused for 3 seconds, his gaze lingering on her, before he nodded and dragged Ian away. Only after they disappeared and the echoes of Ian's cries faded, did Su Jingning grit her teeth and survey the chaos before her. Ah! She screamed, frantically overturning the table, her hair even more disheveled than Ian's, embodying sheer madness. Ian, have you had enough of this ruckus? Upon returning to the apartment, Xiang Yichen flung Ian's hand away and shouted angrily. Ian, have you fallen in love with me? Ian glared at Xiang Yichen. Do you think I am merely causing commotion? Fine, let us pretend I am. While I toil away at work, you revel in Su Jingning's company. My heart and mind are consumed by thoughts of you. I finally return, only to find you kissing her. Am I not entitled to express my frustration? Xiang Yichen, I do not yearn for your affection. I know you do not love me. But if you claim we are in a romantic relationship, then please, be physically loyal to me. Ian screamed in a fit of hysteria. Don't make me feel like you're not even as good as Chu Yang. Ian, Xiang Yichen bellowed, his eyes blazing with fury. Why must she compare him to anyone, especially Chu Yang? Did she still harbor feelings for that man? Chu Yang was not even worthy of comparison. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, his phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. Exasperated, he pulled out the device, intending to dismiss the call, as he had no inclination to converse with anyone. Yet upon seeing the name on the screen, his hand froze mid-motion. Jingning? Xiang Yichen answered the call. Woo-woo-woo. Yichen, I think someone is watching me, and I'm so scared. Su Jingning's voice trembled with fear on the other end of the line. Xiang Yichen felt an immediate tension in his mind, momentarily disregarding Ian, his brows furrowing tightly. Jingning, where are you right now? I'll come at once. Su Jingning provided her address over the phone, while Ian silently observed him, her heart growing colder at Xiang Yichen's reaction. After hanging up, he turned to Ian and said, Jingning is in danger. I must leave immediately. Stay here and wait for me. In danger? Ian scoffed, noting that they had only been gone for half an hour, just because of a phone call from Su Jingning. He was rushing off again. Jingning, can't you just leave things be? Ah! Ian laughed blankly, questioning why Xiang Yichen would believe her words. What are you doing, Xiang Yichen? Are you so gullible as to trust her claims of danger? Ian, he shot her a cold glare. Calm down. And don't become insufferable. Insufferable? She laughed heartily. Now I've become intolerable to you. Have you grown to dislike me? He retorted. You claim I find you insufferable. But have you considered why I might feel this way? Ian looked at him with self-mockery. If you had given me even a semblance of security, I wouldn't have turned into this. She took a step back, her expression gradually cooling, even the fire in her eyes extinguishing. In a low voice, she warned, Xiang Yichen, if you step out of this house to find Su Jingning, then it's over for us. This time I mean what I say. If you go to her, then I will leave at once. Gazing at Xiang Yichen's somber face, she inhaled deeply. Choose me or her. The decision is yours. Ian stared unwaveringly at him, gambling on whether Xiang Yichen would opt for an ethereal affection that had never truly belonged to him. or if he would at least cherish the tangible presence of her who remained by his side. Xiang Yiqian looked deeply into Ian's eyes and asked, "Ian, have you fallen in love with me?" Ian's stomach twisted painfully. Yes, she had indeed fallen for him. With a self-deprecating smile, she replied, "Love? That's not quite the case. I've said before, if I follow you, I will dedicate myself to you, but I expect the same devotion in return. I've had enough of situations like Chu Yang's. I can't bear it when you demand my unwavering focus on you while my heart remains filled with thoughts of Su Jingning. It feels degrading and utterly unfair. I can't tolerate how every time there is an issue with Su Jingning, no matter how trivial, you rush to her side as if the sky were falling. I don't even know what you two do together. To you, her call is a royal decree, and my pleas fall on deaf ears. Xiang Yiqian, I can't stand it. I cannot bear that I stand right before you, yet you fail to see me, while you can discern even the tears in her distant eyes. From the moment I joined you, not once have you provided me with genuine security. You asked me if that is love? Ian smiled. Let me tell you, that is not love, for if you do not love me, then you are unworthy of mine. Ian raised an eyebrow, allowing tears to cascade down her cheeks. My request is simple and pure. I only wish that when you desire me, your eyes hold only me. Tonight is the final moment. If you step outside, it will truly be the end for us. Xiang Yiqian's expression darkened further. His hand gripping his phone tightly by his side, the knuckles turning white. The sound of his fingertips rubbing against the device echoed like the threat of shattering it. Ian stood motionless, awaiting his response, her heart racing in disarray, utterly out of rhythm. Taking a deep breath, Xiang Yiqian finally moved. He turned and took a step, a gesture that appeared resolute yet shattered Ian's heart. A single tear fell, soon followed by a downpour. As she helplessly watched Xiang Yiqian retreat further away until he faded from her blurred vision. With a resounding bang, he uttered not a word more, leaving only the chilling sound of the door slamming shut. The noise struck her heart with the force of a cannon, leaving it in ruins. Xiang Yiqian. Ian could no longer contain herself and cried out, "Ah!" She collapsed weakly, burying her face in her palms, tears soaking her hands as they flowed through her fingers onto the soft carpet beneath her. "Xiang Yiqian, you scoundrel! How could you just leave like this?" Ian sobbed softly, yet the frigid air offered no solace, the room enveloped in silence save for the ticking of the clock accompanying her despair. Xiang Yiqian, his face ashen, raced to the location mentioned in Su Jingning's phone call. From a distance, he spotted her surrounded by 4 thugs in the dark of night, shivering in the cool air. The car screeched to a halt at the roadside as he dashed out. "What are you doing?" he shouted, his voice slicing through the stillness as he rushed into the circle of thugs, shielding Su Jingning in his embrace. "Yiqian!" Su Jingning exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him, huddling closer in his arms, tears still glistening on her face. Xiang Yiqian looked down, his brow slightly furrowed. "Jingning, are you all right?" She shook her head. "Thank goodness you arrived." One of the thugs glanced at Xiang Yiqian's Audi S8 parked nearby and whistled. "Oh, looks like a rich guy came to the rescue. We'll take care of both of you today, reaping both wealth and pleasure." Xiang Yiqian scoffed disdainfully, viewing these four as nothing more than filthy pests, coldly uttering, "Get lost. Damn, this brat needs to be taught a lesson." The thug, incensed by Xiang Yiqian's contempt, charged at him with a clenched fist followed by his companions. However, having grown up in a military family within a military compound, Xiang Yiqian found such petty scuffles beneath his notice. "Xiang Yiqian, farewell." The 3 individuals beside him surged forward. Yet Xiang Yiqian, having been raised in a military family within a military compound, regarded such petty scuffles with indifference. The punches and kicks he delivered were the result of rigorous training, each strike executed with precision and formidable strength. The once quiet street resounded with anguished cries, and Xiang Yiqian observed the 4 thugs sprawled on the ground before he intended to escort Su Jingning away, only to notice 2 police officers approaching. "What is happening?" One of the officers shouted from a distance, unable to discern the scene clearly. Xiang Yiqian halted, awaiting their arrival. "Young master," one officer exclaimed, "we received reports from nearby citizens about a brawl, and upon investigation, we discovered it was you. Encountered a few thugs and merely engaged in a bit of exercise." Xiang Yiqian replied nonchalantly, "Please take these 4 into custody." The officer instructed his subordinate, a newly assigned officer. "Young master, we shall not disturb you further. We will take these four away," the officer affirmed. Xiang Yichen nodded, saying, "Should you require anything, feel free to contact me. I will cooperate." "Ah, young master, you are too courteous," the officer remarked, wisely choosing not to linger any longer. Xiang Yichen, ever protective of Su Jingning, leaned down to ask, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Thankfully you arrived in time," Su Jingning replied, her voice trembling with residual fear, her face pale as a ghost. "Let us go. I shall escort you home," Xiang Yichen said. Su Jingning did not reside in the grand estate of the Su family. For convenience in her work, she had purchased a two-bedroom, two-living-room apartment in the city center, close to her company. Given the prime location in T-City's bustling business district, her apartment was undoubtedly valued at a premium, among the highest in the real estate market. After ensuring Su Jingning was home safely, Xiang Yichen prepared her a cup of hot chocolate to soothe her nerves. Glancing anxiously at his watch, it was already past midnight, and he hoped that the woman would be patiently waiting at home for him. For the first time, due to Ian, Xiang Yichen felt an unusual sense of restlessness. Seeing him constantly check his watch, Su Jingning, her eyes swollen from tears, mustered the courage to speak. "Yichen, I do not wish to be alone tonight. Could you stay and keep me company?" Considering her harrowing experience of nearly falling victim to those four thugs, Xiang Yichen found it impossible to deny her request. "Very well," he finally said, turning his gaze from the watch to nod in agreement. On Ian's side, it is high time to teach that woman a lesson, for she should not quarrel with him over trivial matters incessantly. If he were to return so swiftly, she might genuinely believe he has capitulated to her. As for her claim of wanting to leave, a barely perceptible smile of confidence graced Shi Chen's lips. He did not believe that Ian's evident concern for him would allow her to truly walk away. Ian sat quietly on the ground, leaning against the bed. After Xiang Yichen departed, she wept for a while, and then remained in that position, her eyes devoid of luster, staring blankly ahead. In truth, she herself could not discern what she was gazing at. It was merely a haze of gray. Her tears had long since dried, leaving her eyes bloodshot and somewhat stinging. Although her time with Xiang Yichen spanned only a few fleeting months, it felt as though he had siphoned away half of her existence, leaving her both physically and emotionally exhausted. She listened to the clock on the wall, ticking away, accentuating the chill and silence that enveloped the room. Suddenly, her body shuddered as she picked up her phone and deftly dialed Xiang Yichen's number. Xiang Yichen, seated on the sofa, glanced at the name displayed on his phone. Though his demeanor remained composed, a smile crept into his heart. He tilted his head to glance at Su Jingning, who was peacefully slumbering on the bed, and then rose to leave the room to answer the call. Yichen," Su Jingning suddenly cried out, sitting up in bed, her eyes wide and unfocused, her chest heaving. This piercing scream halted Xiang Yichen in his tracks. Instinctively, he pressed the reject call button and rushed to her side. "Jingning, what is wrong?" he inquired, gently resting a hand on her shoulder, concern etched on his face. Su Jingning wrapped her arms around herself, shaking her head in a daze. "I dreamt that I was surrounded by four people, and there wasn't a soul on the street. I was terrified and tried to scream, but no sound escaped my lips. All I could see were those four grinning menacingly at me, drawing closer and reaching out their hands. I wanted to call you for help, but when I got through, it was a woman who answered. I couldn't find you anywhere. Wah, Yichen, I'm so scared. So scared. Don't leave me. Please." Xiang Yichen sighed and gently patted her back. It's all right. I'm here." Su Jingning trembled, slowly releasing her grip on her shoulders, then cautiously moved behind him and, after a moment of hesitation, embraced him tightly. Still holding the phone, Xiang Yichen's device rang once more. He glanced at the name on the screen, pondered for a moment, then pressed the reject button again, ultimately shutting the phone off. The fact that she could call him now assured him that she would not depart. "I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable." A mechanized female voice echoed in Ian's ears, a sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth, tinged with sorrow. His choice had been rather decisive, leaving no room for ambiguity, clearly conveying that she should relinquish any remaining illusions. Was Su Jingning now holding his phone, mocking her own naivety? Tears streamed down her cheeks, falling onto the carpet and leaving a damp ring. The phone in her hand seemed to mock her silence, offering no sound at all. Wah! Ian clutched his stomach, which inexplicably chose this moment to twist in pain. This ache was more intense than ever before, surpassing even the agony he felt during that incident at the Dynasty in the night before his business trip. Perhaps during those two occasions, Xiang Yiqin may not have been concerned for her, yet at least he was present by her side. However, this time, she found herself utterly alone. An unprecedented terror assailed her from all directions, permeating her very being. Xiang Yiqin, Xiang Yiqin. She clutched the phone tightly in her hand, fully aware that no call would elicit any response. A sorrowful smile lingered at the corners of Ian's lips, for this time, she found herself unable to leave. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her, and pain consumed her senses, rendering her unconscious. She was unaware of how long she had been in that state. But when she finally opened her eyes again, the sky outside had begun to brighten. A chill coursed through her body, yet the room remained eerily silent. Xiang Yiqin had not returned throughout the night. The agonizing pain in her stomach had lessened compared to the previous evening, yet it still twisted and tormented her relentlessly. Her gaze fell upon the suitcase at the door. Upon her return last night, she had not even bothered to unpack, and now it seemed she had spared herself considerable trouble. With a sense of futility, she rose from the floor, leaning against the wall as she made her way to the door, avoiding the reflection of her pale, ghostly visage in the mirror. At this moment, she even detested herself. She placed the room key upon the cabinet by the door and turned to take one last glance at the apartment, a frigid reminder of a past she wished to forget. "Goodbye, Xiang Yiqin," she murmured softly, her voice hoarse and sickly, her frail body dragging the weighty suitcase as if it might collapse at any moment. Exiting the apartment, the elevator doors opened and closed, seemingly discarding the time she had shared with Xiang Yiqin, the past days fading like a fleeting dream. As the elevator doors shut, it felt as though she had silently bid farewell to his world. Leaning against the elevator wall, she closed her eyes, unable to suppress the tears that streamed down her face. The salty taste of her tears lingered on her lips, bitter and impossible to swallow. Each night after their separation was marked by an unbearable silence, the ticking clock accompanying her in recollection. Once, the phone had carried his softest voice. Now, it echoed with nothing but cold indifference. "I gave you my heart. Could you please not abandon it? A simple I love you. Could it ever keep us from parting? I bestowed upon you my heart. Why then did you only offer me solitude? Even if I profess my love, perhaps you no longer wish to hear it." His embrace had once been the warmest and most familiar, but now, who occupied that cherished space upon his chest? His promises had once held an unconscious sweetness, yet now each word felt like a piercing thorn in her heart. "I gave you my heart. Could you please not abandon it? A simple I love you. Could it ever keep us from parting? I entrusted you with my heart. Why then did you grant me loneliness? Even as I profess my love, perhaps you no longer wish to hear it. Memories, the final remnants of you, are of your silhouette gradually receding into the distance. And then you left, leaving no trace behind. I then crumbled, surrendering to tears. Hatred surged within me each time I recalled the past. Yet still, I loved you. Could it not awaken me from the stupor? Suddenly, with a resounding chime, the elevator doors opened once more, and Ian stood foolishly within, gazing at the figures outside, rendered speechless and entranced. She could only utter that one sound, the rest lodged firmly in her throat. "Ian, what are you doing? Have you truly run away from home this time?" Shui Lingbai gazed at her with a teasing expression. "What brings you here?" Ian finally regained his voice, astonished. "When 084 left, you should have stayed away. What brings you here?" Ian reiterated, still incredulous. "What did I tell you yesterday? Once you returned to T-City, you would give me a call or send me a message. Instead, I waited the entire night without so much as a word. I pride myself on keeping my promises, so I flew back early this morning, heading straight here." Shui Lingbai chuckled. It was only then that Ian realized that beneath his beaming smile lay an unmistakable visage of fatigue. Even his attire appeared wrinkled and disheveled. Though her interactions with Shui Lingbai had been few, she had discerned in their brief encounters that he was someone who placed immense value on his appearance, even bordering on narcissism. His garments were typically devoid of any creases. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have them meticulously pressed. Yet, here he stood before her, a person so concerned with his image, with unkempt hair, dark circles under his eyes, and a faint stubble adorning his lips. dressed in clothes that looked as though they had been hastily retrieved from a pile. Shueling Bai, you haven't spent the night awake waiting for my call, have you? Ian asked incredulously, the very thought seeming almost surreal. Shueling Bai chuckled self-deprecatingly. Indeed, I have. But judging by your appearance, it seems you are not faring any better. Ian forced a weary smile as he dragged his luggage out of the elevator, ignoring him entirely and striding forward. You haven't told me yet. What is going on? You were so eager to return yesterday, and now you're leaving with your bags. Are you truly running away from home? Shueling Bai inquired, catching up to her. It is not a matter of running away from home, Ian replied coolly. Amidst Shueling Bai's bewildered expression, he continued, my relationship with Xiang Yichen has come to an end. Shueling Bai contemplated countless possibilities, and upon seeing Ian with her luggage, the first thought that crossed her mind was that she must have quarreled with Xiang Yichen. However, the reality was far graver than mere discord. Finished? What do you mean? After a brief moment of shock, Shueling Bai pressed on. It means exactly what it sounds like. We are done, finished, severed. Ian abruptly halted, turning to face Shueling Bai with an air of profound sarcasm. Last night, I hurried back only to witness him kissing your fiancée in a state of infatuation. Shueling Bai, you were right. I have been foolishly self-deprecating. Between Su Jingning and me, Xiang Yichen will never choose me, so I refuse to subject myself to the torment of remaining by his side, allowing him to trample upon my dignity. To her astonishment, Shueling Bai chuckled upon hearing this. Shueling Bai, what on earth is wrong with you? Your fiancé, he has so brazenly betrayed you, and you could still laugh? Ian gazed at him in horror. She merely holds the title of my fiancé, Shueling Bai remarked nonchalantly, then took Ian's luggage from her. Come on, since you're leaving here, let me give you a ride. Ian stared blankly at Shueling Bai's back as she walked ahead, utterly perplexed by how someone could remain so composed while their fiancé, he was clearly entangled in an ambiguous relationship with another man, as if it were none of their concern. Ian shook his head and moved forward, but as soon as he took a step, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him. The persistent ache in his stomach intensified suddenly, rendering him unable to stand steady. In a state of confusion, Ian felt a buzzing in his head, and suddenly darkness enveloped him, leaving him in oblivion. Shueling Bai, who had been walking ahead, heard a loud thud and immediately turned back, only to find Ian collapsed on the ground. Ian, Shueling Bai hastily set down his suitcase and rushed over, lifting Ian into the car. Just as Shueling Bai drove away with Ian, an Audi S8 pulled up beneath the apartment building, almost as if it arrived just after Shueling Bai's vehicle disappeared from sight. Xiang Yichen stepped out of the car, his eyes tinged with bloodshot fatigue. He had spent the night with Su Jingning, who had been plagued by nightmares, leaving him with little rest. Furthermore, he had slept on the sofa, and upon rising, his back ached and his body felt sore. Su Jingning had insisted he stay for breakfast, but an inexplicable sense of foreboding overwhelmed him, compelling him to leave without eating. After exiting the car, he glanced up at his apartment before entering the building. Upon reaching his door, he inserted the key, only to find it wouldn't turn. The door was locked. A wave of dread washed over Xiang Yichen. He turned the key again, and with a click, the door finally opened. As he stepped inside, he noticed that the suitcase, which had been by the entrance, was missing. That was not alarming. Perhaps Ian had packed it away. Looking around, he caught sight of the keys on the nearby cabinet. He picked them up, gripping them tightly in his palm, the jagged edges digging into his skin, yet he felt no pain. Without removing his shoes, he strode into the bedroom and yanked open the wardrobe, only to find that the clothes Ian had left behind before his business trip were still there, while the items Ian had taken with him were entirely absent. It's the last time tonight. If you walk out, we will be finished for good. The echoes of Ian's words from the previous night reverberated in his mind. He took out his phone and saw the missed calls he had ignored. Ian had called several times since he had turned off his phone, but he had been oblivious. His thumb hovered over Ian's name, hesitating before he ultimately dialed another number. Zhuo, find out if Ian went to work today. Within 5 minutes of issuing the command, Zhuo responded, Yishao. Miss Ian did not come to the office today, nor did she request leave. Understood. Xiang Yichen's face tightened, struggling to maintain his composure. Yishao, do you need assistance in locating Miss Ian? Zhuo inquired. No need, leave it as it is. Xiang Yichen coldly replied and hung up the phone. Ian, you have truly outdone yourself. Xiang Yichen seethed, his eyes reddening with fury as he raised his hand and forcefully threw the keys onto the floor. He had believed Ian was merely bluffing, trying to frighten him, but he never expected that she would actually leave. He fell back onto the sofa, loosening a button of his shirt. Go on. If you leave, don't ever come back. Damn it. He felt a surge of frustration, never expecting the woman to depart so decisively, without the slightest hesitation, denying him even the chance to argue. She left without uttering a word. Xiang Yichen glanced at the name on his phone, pride preventing him from calling Ian to inquire about her whereabouts. If she could leave him in silence, she should not expect him to coax her back. She had chosen to walk away, so be it, they were finished. Ian, you are not the only one with a temper. Shiichin forcefully hurled his phone onto the ground, yet the device merely thudded against the carpet, producing little sound or damage. It was akin to expending all his strength in a punch, only to strike against a soft cushion, rendering the effort utterly futile and amplifying his frustration. Ian slowly opened her eyes, finding herself in an unfamiliar environment, permeated by the scent of disinfectant. She attempted to move her arm, but as she did so, a sharp pain shot through her hand. Gasping in surprise, she realized that a needle was still embedded in the back of her hand. You're awake, Xue Lingbai exclaimed immediately. When you fainted, it truly frightened me. Ian furrowed his brow. I'm fine. With your demeanor, one might think you are pursuing me. Ian frowned again. I'm truly all right. You claim to be fine. Yet the doctor has warned you about your poor stomach health. During those 3 days in City B, you were so preoccupied that you neglected to eat, ultimately damaging your stomach. You've been brooding over it, and now all of it has erupted, Xue Lingbai stated, his tone growing increasingly stern. Sighing, Xue Lingbai observed the silent Ian. Ian, if you do not take care of yourself, how can you expect to claim that Xiang Yichen is trampling upon you? Ian opened his mouth, taking a deep breath. Could you refrain from mentioning him? I do not wish to hear it. All right, I shall not speak of him. Xue Lingbai surrendered, raising both hands in defeat. By the way, a certain Liang Yin called you earlier. You were in a deep slumber, so I answered for you. She should be arriving shortly. Did you tell her? Ian abruptly turned, alarmed. Liang Yin had previously warned against developing genuine feelings for Xiang Yichen, adamantly asserting she would never do so. Yet, she had contradicted herself, and now found herself in this disheveled state, leaving her unsure of how to face Liang Yin. Ian, he confided in me, and you plan to keep this from me as well? Liang Yin's voice suddenly rang out. Ian glanced toward the door, where Liang Yin stood, visibly furious. Liang Yin, Ian called out, somewhat sheepishly. Liang Yin assessed Xue Lingbai, who shrugged in response. You two converse. With that, he voluntarily exited the room and closed the door behind him. Ian, what is going on with Xue Lingbai? How did you become entangled with him? Liang Yin asked, her brow furrowing as she sat beside Ian. You know him? Ian inquired, astonished. Liang Yin's eyes flickered as she replied. Xue Lingbai, the esteemed young Master Xue. Who doesn't know of him? His family background is formidable, not at all inferior to Xiang Yichen's. Ian regarded Liang Yin, realizing that she seemed to be concealing quite a bit from her. Xue Lingbai seldom featured in newspapers or magazines, and although people might recognize the name, few could identify him. Yet, Liang Yin had recognized him instantly. Without allowing Ian to ponder further, Liang Yin immediately continued. What have you done to yourself? Just look at your face. You've become as thin as a wisp, pale and utterly unhealthy. Ian, when you are with Xiang Yichen, are you truly happy? If you were genuinely content, how could you allow yourself to deteriorate like this? After a pause, she scrutinized Ian for a long moment before asking, Ian, what exactly is going on between you and Xiang Yichen? It's over, Ian replied with a bitter smile. You are right. A man like him is truly dangerous. Engaging with him is a mistake. Liang Yin stared at Ian, rendered speechless for a long time. Ian, have you truly fallen for him? Liang Yin asked earnestly, her expression unusually grave, her youthful face suddenly appearing mature and intense. Ian opened her mouth, offering a rueful smile. Love? Perhaps it is merely affection. Affection? Liang Yin shook her head. If it were merely affection, you wouldn't be in such a wretched state. Liang Yin exhaled a deep sigh, resigning herself to the reality that whether he loved her or merely liked her, It was all in the past now. She ought to forget that man entirely. Ian chuckled lightly. Liang Yin, could you assist me in finding a place to stay? I have vacated my previous rental, and now I need a new home. Sure. Leave it to me. Liang Yin readily agreed. After finishing his 4-drip, Ian exited the hospital, initially planning to wait for Liang Yin to find him a room. However, to his surprise, Xue Lingbai had already arranged everything for him, even negotiating the price, allowing him to move in immediately. This not only saved him considerable hassle, but also presented an acceptable rate. The accommodation was on par with his previous residence, so Ian did not hesitate to accept. He had anticipated that news of his breakup with Xiang Yichen would spread swiftly throughout the company, yet it appeared as if nothing had transpired. Female colleagues continued to make subtle jabs at him, and Mr. Luo remained as courteous as ever. Just as Ian pondered why the news of his separation seemed to have vanished into thin air, his phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. The caller ID displayed Aunt Do, a neighbor from home. Furrowing his brows, Ian recalled that he had saved her number for emergencies, though she had never called before. Aunt Do? He answered, a sense of dread creeping in, fearing something had gone awry at home. Ian, you need to come back. Your house is about to be turned upside down. Aunt Do's panicked voice echoed through the line, and Ian could hear the chaos on her end. They are here to collect debts. Debts? Ian sprang from his chair, exclaiming, causing a stir among his colleagues. Embarrassed, he lowered his head and stepped out of the office, retreating to a corner of the stairwell to speak quietly. Aunt Do, what do you mean by debts? That old hag, who are you calling? A coarse voice erupted from the other end. And no, I was calling my daughter. Aunt Do stammered. Don't even think about calling the police. I assure you, they can't help with this. Paying debts is a matter of principle. This woman gambled and lost. She must repay what she owes. The voice barked. Hang up the phone now. All right. Aunt Do hurriedly agreed, her voice trembling. Ian could envision the intimidating figures on the other end, their faces marked with scars, dressed in sleeveless shirts, adorned with tattoos that hinted at their unsavory characters. Without delay, Ian grasped the phone, understanding the situation even without Aunt Do's further elaboration. He promptly requested leave from Mr. Luo, perhaps due to the discretion surrounding his breakup. He received approval without resistance. Standing outside the company, Ian found himself unable to hail a single taxi. Just as panic began to set in, a familiar Audi Q7 pulled up before him. Ian, what are you doing? Xue Lingbai leaned out of the passenger window, inquiring. Don't ask too many questions. Just take me somewhere. Ian paid no heed to the potential entanglements with Xue Lingbai. At that moment, every second was of the essence. Without waiting for Xue Lingbai's consent, he entered the car and provided the destination. Noticing Ian's urgency, Xue Lingbai understood that the matter was pressing, and he swiftly pressed the accelerator, propelling the vehicle forward. How did you end up downstairs in my office? Ian couldn't contain his curiosity within the confines of the car. Isn't it nearly noon? I thought I would come to invite you for lunch, Xue Lingbai replied casually. Ian looked at him in surprise. Xue Lingbai, with such enthusiasm. I might think you were pursuing me. What if I were? Xue Lingbai chuckled, his smile concealing a myriad of emotions, leaving one uncertain of its authenticity. Ian hesitated for a moment, feeling a flicker of panic under Xue Lingbai's gaze, but quickly regained his composure, laughing heartily. Come on, you, the illustrious young Master Xue, could never be interested in someone like me. Everyone knows your relationship with Xiang Yichen is far from cordial. It's inconceivable that you would be enamored with his woman. Xue Lingbai's smile abruptly cooled, his lips pressing into a thin line, his eyes flashing with a hint of coldness. With a sardonic grin, he half-jokingly remarked, Not necessarily. Perhaps in revenge, I might actually pursue you. A chill ran down Ian's spine, and his expression darkened. Xue Lingbai, this joke is far from amusing. Huh, Ian, truth be told, I am not as complicated as you perceive. Why can't you view me with a simpler lens? Perhaps I merely wish to treat you well. Xue Lingbai stated with a smile, gently touching the tip of his nose with his index finger. But I am inherently complex, especially when dealing with individuals like you. If one does not remain vigilant, they risk being devoured whole, oblivious to the danger, Ian countered. Individuals of your standing rarely extend kindness without ulterior motives. Xue Lingbai chuckled at his self-deprecating humor and chose to remain silent. Ian stole a glance at him, Raising an eyebrow. Are you upset? Upset is not quite the term, but it certainly leaves a sour taste in my heart, Xue Lingbai admitted candidly. Regardless, I still thank you. Whether or not there is an agenda behind it, your kindness towards me is truly appreciated, Ian expressed sincerely. You truly are something else, Xue Lingbai remarked with a bemused smile. It's like giving a whip only to receive a sweet date in return, isn't it? With a laugh, Ian responded, just focus on driving. Oh dear. Just as Ian finished speaking, Xue Lingbai ran a red light. Soon after, a police officer on a motorcycle began pursuing them. Xue Lingbai glanced in the rearview mirror, showing no signs of slowing down, continuing to speed ahead. Xue Lingbai, there's a police officer behind us. Ian couldn't help but remind him. I know. We'll be at your place shortly. Let them follow us. Xue Lingbai replied nonchalantly, as if the officer tailing them were merely a child playing a game of hide and seek. As Xue Lingbai had predicted, his car came to a stop in the courtyard of Ian's residence, and the pursuing officer followed suit. Xue Lingbai remained unfazed, and, as the officer approached, upon recognizing Xue Lingbai, he visibly froze. Young Master Xue. Xue Lingbai patted the rear of his car, remarking, I just acquired this vehicle. Do remember the license plate to avoid such mix-ups in the future. The officer, with a sense of earnestness, duly noted the plate, apologizing, I was unaware it was you. Young Master Xue. I shall take my leave now. Xue Lingbai offered a faint nod in acknowledgement of his efforts. Ian stood in astonishment before the scene, which had unfolded in less than a minute. Do you ever refrain from exercising your privileges? Ian could not help but inquire. Why would we abstain? Xue Lingbai replied with a serene smile, gesturing towards the tumult above, where the sounds of an argument resonated throughout the courtyard. Shall you not see for yourself? It was only then that Ian realized the urgency of the matter and hurriedly ascended the stairs. Su Win, today, you either repay the debt or forfeit a hand. The choice is yours, bellowed a burly man with a menacing presence. Who dares to take Ian before my eyes? The man reiterated his demand with ferocity. Su Huiqin, today, you either repay the debt or forfeit a hand. The choice is yours. Do not smash anything. Please, I have already stated that I lack the funds. Grant me some time, and I shall return your money. Even if you were to sever my hand, I still would not be able to produce the funds. Su Huiqin shrieked, her gaze falling upon the wreckage of her home, where tables and cabinets lay shattered, her heart trembling in despair. No money, you say? The burly man scoffed coldly. Your hand would indeed serve no purpose, but your daughter, she is quite delicate and truly evokes sympathy. As he spoke, his murky gaze shifted towards the frightened Iran, who cowered in the shadows. The young woman shivered slightly, her round, expressive eyes glistening with tears, evoking a sense of poignant vulnerability. Such establishments are rare, and presenting her would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. The burly man grinned maliciously, casting a glance at Su Huiqin. If you refuse to repay the debt, it suffices to use your daughter as collateral. We shall then consider the matter settled. No, I refuse. The young woman hurriedly moved to Su Huiqin's side, grasping her arm, trembling all over. Mother, please don't hand me over to them. No. Su Huiqin cherished her only daughter dearly. How could she ever surrender her to such individuals? Besides, the young woman had recently forged a bond with Chu Yang, and their relationship was blossoming. She intended to rely on her daughter for a life of comfort. To relinquish her would be to sever her own future. Su Huiqin vehemently rejected the proposition. Absolutely not. You desire a woman, do you not? I have another daughter. She is also quite lovely. I can offer her instead. Suddenly, a slap resounded, catching Su Huiqin completely off guard, leaving her dazed and her head ringing, with countless stars dancing before her eyes. Su Win, is that even human speech? Yin Yan's shoulders trembled with indignation, the hand that had struck Su Huiqin still raised in the air, shaking like a leaf. Her face aflame with fury. I turn a blind eye to your previous hostility towards Yan. After all, she is not your biological child, and expecting you to treat her with the same affection as Run was utterly impossible. But to contemplate selling En is unconscionable. Yan's anger transformed her complexion into a vivid shade of red, bordering on purple. Run is your daughter, yet En is also mine. Yan exclaimed vehemently. Regarding the debt you owe, Let me make it clear that you shall not lay a finger on Ian. She owes you nothing and has no obligation to repay your debts. Ian has become involved with Xiang Yichen. She has secured a wealthy benefactor. What harm is there in her assisting me with a portion of the debt? Moreover, even if I were to sell her, would Xiang Yichen permit it? Su Huiqin retorted acerbically. Your schemes are rather clever. If Xiang Yichen refuses, then he must be the one to clear Ian's debts, correct? Yin seethed, regretting her initial judgment in associating with such a woman. She had assumed that a man raising a child would lack the meticulousness of a woman and sought to find Ian a caring stepmother, only to end up with the tempestuous Su Huiqin. Dad! Ian rushed in, witnessing the chaos and Yin's trembling form, hastening to support her. Su, I fear your plan may be misguided, Ian remarked, having overheard their loud quarrel, even from downstairs, absorbing every word spoken by Su Huiqin. Ian, you arrived just in time. If you wish to prevent your father from facing ruin, you must quickly produce the money. Ohuijin urgit upon seeing Ian. Ian let out a cold laugh. I have no money. No money? Is it possible for you to be without funds? Su Huiqin responded with a chilling smile, as though she had just heard an absurdly ironic joke. You are associated with Xiang Yichen, and yet you dare to claim poverty? Do you take me for a mere child of 3? She continued with a disdainful tone. Ian is still with Chu Yang. Why do you not seek assistance from him? Ian replied icily, sister. You are aware that Chu Yang's company has been struggling lately. Ian interjected cautiously from aside. Su Huin Vito. Xiang Yichen is immensely wealthy. The amount I owe is but a drop in the bucket. She then swiftly turned to the burly man, pointing at Ian. You know Xiang Yichen, right? The esteemed Yi Shao of Hurue? Ian is his woman. You would do well to treat me with respect. Xiang Yichen is not someone you can afford to offend. Indeed, upon hearing Su Huiqin's words, the man's gaze towards Ian shifted, now tinged with a newfound wariness. Ian coldly curled his lips. It's futile. I have parted ways with Xiang Yichen, and I am left with not a penny. You can forget about relying on his name. What? How could you possibly break up? Su Huiqin's voice abruptly rose, becoming sharp and piercing. Then, with a sneer, she remarked, I told you. What makes you think you could ever be with Xiang Yichen? He would tire of you sooner or later, just like Chu Yang. Ian's expression changed dramatically. Although she did not love Chu Yang, his betrayal remained a thorn embedded deep within her heart. While it may have seemed that the thorn had been removed, in reality, it was merely the visible part that had been severed. The roots still festered within her, untouched. With Chu Yang's betrayal and Xiang Yichen's rejection, even Ian's formidable strength faltered upon hearing Su Huiqin's biting remarks. Her words were akin to pouring salt and chili on an open wound. The burly man, upon hearing Ian's words, immediately concealed his previous trepidation. What more do you have to say? Return the money, he demanded. Ian produced the funds. Now that you have broken up with Xiang Yichen, I refuse to believe he hasn't given you a severance fee. Su Huin skvik. Isn't it true that wealthy individuals fear being pursued by their ex-partners post-breakup, and thus offer a substantial separation fee? I am not as despicable as you, Ian retorted. I assure you, I have not received a single penny. Xiang Yichen doesn't even know when I left. I have nothing. You must resolve your debts yourself. Dad, let us leave. Not so fast. Until my issues are resolved, none of you shall depart. Su Huiqin fumed. No money, is it? Look at her. She gestured toward Ian. She is quite attractive. Once courted by Xiang Yichen, even if they have parted ways, her name still holds weight. If she were sent to a nightclub, patrons would surely flock to her upon learning she was Xiang Yichen's former lover. Su Huiqin, silence yourself, Ian exclaimed, trembling with anger. Yet the burly man scrutinized Ian with newfound interest, nodding in approval. Indeed, she is quite lovely. Moreover, being Xiang Yichen's woman certainly adds to her value. Observing the man's growing interest, Su Huiqin pressed on. What do you think? Quite appealing, isn't she? If you can erase my debt, I will allow you to take her. Upon hearing this, the man began to weigh his options. While the allure of Xiang Yichen's former lover was undeniable, he also had to consider the wrath of Xiang Yichen himself. Even though they had parted, the thought of her selling herself in a nightclub would tarnish Xiang Yichen's reputation. Should he incur Xiang Yichen's ire, the consequences would be dire. Even the nightclub owner would likely not withstand the fallout. Just then, Shui Lingbai, who had been silently trailing behind Ian, stepped forward. Until now, all attention had been focused on Su Huiqin's outbursts, leaving no one to notice Shui Lingbai's presence. Now, with all eyes on him, he stood confidently, exuding an air of authority, as if he were a sovereign accepting the admiration of his subjects. To provoke Shui Lingbai is to invite annihilation. Faced with so many scrutinizing gazes, Shui Lingbai stood with an air of calmness, exuding a regal presence as he accepted the admiration of the crowd. "Who are you?" Su Huiqin inquired sharply, while beside her, Irin blinked her curious eyes, captivated by yet another remarkable man. Although she was unaware of Shui Lingbai's true identity, his appearance, attire, and demeanor radiated an aura of nobility, akin to that of Xiang Yichen, a quality that even Chu Yang could not rival. Irin bit her lip, feeling a pang of injustice. Why? Why was it that every time Ian was surrounded by such exceptional men? During her university days, she had dated Chu Yang, the object of affection for many female students, who later established his own company and became a golden bachelor. With Chu Yang by her side, Ian seemed so blissful, garnering admiration and envy from all. Irin had thought that by winning Chu Yang over, she would attain the same happiness as Ian. However, another figure, Xiang Yichen, emerged, even more handsome and accomplished than Chu Yang. What Chu Yang could not provide for Ian, Xiang Yichen certainly could. Even now, the designer labels adorning Ian were items Irin had never even touched. She hesitated to ask Chu Yang for anything, not only because his business was not thriving, but also because he cherished her for her gentle and considerate nature, never imposing unreasonable demands. Given this impression, how could she dare to request such extravagant gifts? At last, it seemed that Xiang Yichen would no longer be with Ian, and just as she was about to rejoice, she realized that Ian still surpassed her. Yet another figure, Shui Lingbai, had appeared, his status still unknown, but his demeanor suggested wealth and privilege. Why? Why was Ian always surrounded by outstanding men? Why could she never catch up with Ian? Each time she thought she might outshine Ian, she discovered that the chasm between them had only widened. The more Irin pondered, the more infuriated she became. Yet the more she observed Shui Lingbai, the more exceptional he appeared. Such a remarkable man deserved someone like Ian, and it felt like a loss. Shui Lingbai disregarded Su Huiqin, deeming her unworthy of his attention. He stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Ian, and addressed the burly man. "Which venue do you represent? Return and inform your superiors that these two women," he gestured towards Su Huiqin and Irin, "are of no concern to me. However, should anyone dare to lay a finger on Ian, it shall be a direct affront to me, Shui Lingbai." The burly man was momentarily taken aback by Shui Lingbai's declaration. Shui Lingbai? He struggled to maintain his composure, nearly collapsing to the ground. Those who ventured into this line of work possessed a list of individuals to avoid at all costs, and Shui Lingbai was undoubtedly on that list. Within their circle, there was a saying, "Chun Xiao is as fierce as a dragon, Yi Xiao as fierce as a tiger, Pei Xiao as cunning as a fox, and Shui Xiao as ruthless as a wolf." To provoke Ling Xiaoqian was to forfeit one's life. Provoking Xiang Yichen would lead you to choose self-destruction, thereby sparing yourself from a more excruciating demise. Offending Pei Jun may not cost you your life, yet it could render your existence worse than death itself. As for incurring the wrath of Shui Lingbai, prepare for your complete obliteration. Shui, the young master, the burly man, finally recognized the figure before him. The very embodiment of ferocity, Shui Lingbai. "Do you recognize me?" Shui Lingbai raised an eyebrow. "That is splendid. Did you comprehend my earlier remarks?" "I understand." The once arrogant man, who had seemed ready to kill, now cowered like a frightened mouse. "Very well. Continue," Shui Lingbai declared, stepping aside with Ian, distancing himself from the unfolding drama. Though Su Huiqin was unaware of Shui Lingbai's identity, the palpable fear exhibited by the man indicated that he was undoubtedly a figure of immense stature, rivaling Xiang Yichen. However, witnessing Shui Lingbai's indifference to the plight of others, merely safeguarding Ian, caused Su Huiqin's expression to shift dramatically. "Ian, are you truly going to stand by and watch as people perish?" "Su Huiqin, on Su," You chose to gamble, abandoning a stable life. Are you unaware that 9 out of 10 gamblers lose? Ian replied coldly. Silence. Your opinion on my affairs is unwarranted. If your father were not so inept, I would not need to resort to luck, hoping to win some money to support our household. Suhin Vito Sapi, bitterly lamenting a life spent in mediocrity, still merely a gatekeeper at her advanced age. If I had any talents, would I have allowed myself to be cornered like this? You. Ian trembled, realizing you have always looked down upon my lack of ability. Unbeknownst to Ian, the couple, once meant to support one another, had spent decades only to find themselves resented by each other. If you truly wish to contribute to the family, you ought to seek employment rather than indulge in gambling. Ian's voice was icy. Do you believe you can amass wealth through gambling? Do you think you are a god of fortune? With a resounding crash, Su Huiqin abruptly hurled her chair to the ground. I don't care. I have no money. Either you repay my debts or witness the family disintegrate. You. Ian seethed, raising his hand in anger. Ian hurriedly shielded Su Huiqin. Father, stop. The money is already owed. Why not have a civil discussion with my sister and let her assist in repaying Mother-S debts? Ian, you too? Ian clearly articulated his thoughts. She had parted ways with Xiang Yichen, and what funds could she possibly possess now? Even if they had not separated, I would never allow Ian to lend you money. Xiang Yichen's wealth is his own, not Ian's. How can you always seek to exploit others? Ian fumed, astonished that family members with whom he had shared decades could utter such shameless words. But has my sister now found Shueling Bai? Ian blinked, tears welling in her eyes. Couldn't my sister speak with Shueling Bai? Surely he possesses wealth? Ian stared at Ian in disbelief, never imagining such audacious words could emerge from her lips. Could it be that Ian is merely there to assist them in extracting money from men? Indeed, what about Shueling Bai? Upon being reminded by Ian, Su Huiqin quickly grasped the situation. What lack of funds? I believe she simply relishes the sight of our demise. She switches partners with such alacrity, each one wealthier than the last. Surely, it is their fortunes that pique her interest. You, Su Huiqin. Ian's eyes brimmed with blood, reddened with fury. How could she speak so disdainfully of Ian? The more Ian pondered, the angrier she became, staring at the mother and daughter before her, as if she had never truly known them. A companion of half a lifetime had turned so alien, so fearsome, an overwhelming sense of despair washed over her, rendering her utterly powerless, as though her heart were on the verge of extinguishment, and the world had transformed irrevocably. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Ian's vision, obscuring everything in a haze, speckled with indistinct white dots, reminiscent of a television devoid of signal, her mind buzzing incessantly. At last, everything faded to black. She could see nothing, hear nothing, and her body fell heavily to the ground. Father. Ian's complexion drained of color as she rushed to Ian's side, lifting him up. Father. Ian. Quickly take him to the hospital. Shueling Bai urged from the sidelines. Oh, right. Ian nodded vigorously, yet her eyes were frantic, devoid of focus, her mind in disarray. Fortunately, Shueling Bai was present, swiftly carrying Ian while shouting. Ian, don't just stand there. Ian was momentarily stunned, but soon regained her senses and hurried after them. Ian, wait. What will happen to my money if you leave? Who will repay my debts? Su Huiqin, seeing Ian about to depart, immediately grasped her arm. Ian turned back, seething with anger, glaring at Su Huiqin. Have you no humanity? My father is your husband, and he has collapsed. You still think of your money? Let the devil pay your debts. Ian forcefully shook off Su Huiqin, indifferent to her fate, and turned to chase after Shueling Bai. Su Huiqin looked towards the burly man. Please grant me a few more days. You see, although Ian has separated from Xiang Yichen, her relationship with Shueling Bai is thriving. She may claim she won't assist me, but if I plead a little more, she surely won't have the heart to ignore me. Even if she disregards my plight, she must consider her father, right? If you truly harm me, Ian might regret it later, and have Shueling Bai settle the score with you. Upon hearing Su Huiqin's words, the burly man couldn't help but shudder, exchanging glances with his companions. Su Huiqin's reasoning was not entirely without merit, although Ian had appeared indifferent to her plight moments ago. Who could say if it was merely for their benefit? The crucial factor was Xue Lingbai's unexpected involvement. Better to be cautious than to take risks. For even a 1% chance was too great a gamble. Very well. I shall grant you a few more days. If by then you still fail, to repay. Even for Xue Xiao's sake, we shall not relent. The burly man spoke in a gruff tone, though his demeanor clearly softened. Let us go. He beckoned his companions to depart. Su Huiqin immediately appeared deflated, her body succumbing to weakness as if the air had been let out of her. Fortunately, Irin was there to support her just in time. Irin, this place it's no longer livable. Su Huiqin uttered feebly, Ian certainly won't repay me. And when the time comes, those people will come knocking. I want to live with you, she added. But I live with Chu Yang, Irin replied hesitantly, her gaze flickering, clearly reluctant to accommodate Su Huiqin. What is wrong with living with Chu Yang? Mother wishes to seek refuge. Is that not permissible? Su Huiqin's expression shifted. Irin, have I not cared for you in vain? I am your mother. Is it too much to ask for a place to stay? Seeing Su Huiqin's wide-eyed stare, as if she would devour her if she dared to refuse, Irin withdrew slightly. And no, Irin said cautiously, but mother, may I discuss it with Chu Yang? After all, I currently reside in his house. Discuss what? What is there to discuss? I am to be his future mother-in-law. Surely, I can stay without issue. Does he no longer wish to marry you? Su Huiqin raised her voice. There is no more to say. This matter is settled. We are leaving now. Mother. Chu Yang is still at work. Irin followed closely, watching Su Huiqin hastily pack her belongings. As long as you have the key, we will settle in first. And when he returns home, he will know. Su Huiqin replied nonchalantly, quickly organizing her luggage. There is not much to take. These clothes have been around for years and can easily be discarded. I'll have a word with Chu Yang to procure some new ones. Su Huiqin declared, clutching a small travel bag and tugging Irin along. Irin, being tugged along by Su Huiqin, dared not utter a word. Upon hearing Su Huiqin's insistence that Chu Yang purchase items, her complexion paled with fear. Mother, Chu Yang's company has been. Irin murmured. Irin, what is the matter with you? Always siding with Chu Yang, bending your elbow outward. Su Huiqin snapped impatiently. Even if the company is struggling, does that mean we cannot afford to buy a few garments? Just look at what you are wearing. It is hardly better than market stall merchandise. Now observe Ian. Everything she wears and adorns herself with exudes opulence. Do not think that just because I'm older, I am unaware of those prestigious brands. I am well acquainted with Dior and Chanel. Under no circumstances must we allow Ian to outshine us. Mother, enough. Do not speak further. Hurry up and let's go. Are we to linger here and become the subject of ridicule? Su Huiqin said sharply, silencing Irin as she pulled her away, disappearing from the curious gazes of the neighbors. Ian gazed at the ailing Enian Sheng, whose nose was adorned with an oxygen tube and whose hand bore the mark of an intravenous needle. It was then that Ian realized he had shown too little concern for his father. His father, having long surpassed the age of retirement, was unable to enjoy the comforts of home and still had to venture out to the community to guard the entrance. The community that Yinxing surveyed was not an upscale neighborhood, but rather a commonplace residential area, characterized by its stark simplicity. Even in winter, clad in a heavy military coat, one could still feel the penetrating chill. In summer, the small pavilion at the entrance offered no respite from the relentless sun, subjecting all to its unyielding glare throughout the day. Enian Sheng has been incessantly berated by Su Huiqin at home, causing him immense pressure. Coupled with the strained relationship between Ian and Su Huiqin, recent events have left him feeling profoundly repressed. It wasn't until today, when Su Huiqin's situation served as a catalyst, that he unleashed all his pent-up emotions. Doctor, my father. Ian cast a glance at the still unconscious Enian Sheng before turning to the doctor. You must prepare yourself. The patient's stroke symptoms are exceedingly severe, having resulted in hemiplegia and even impairing his ability to communicate, the doctor explained. Once he regains consciousness, he will be unable to engage in normal conversation for an extended period. The extent of his condition can only be assessed after he awakens. I recommend transferring the patient to the intensive care unit until his condition stabilizes, after which we can consider changing his room. Ian nodded in a daze. Who could have anticipated that his seemingly healthy father would suddenly fall gravely ill? Ian suddenly felt as though half of the sky had collapsed. Although she did not often return home, she frequently communicated with her father over the phone. Even though he may not have been of much assistance in her work and life, she always felt a profound sense of security knowing that her father was there, supporting her from behind. Ian, Xue Lingbai, suddenly called out to her loudly. Ian blinked, and though his gaze had shifted towards Xue Lingbai, there was a distinct lack of vitality in his eyes. He appeared to be looking at her, yet his focus was elsewhere. Ian, pull yourself together. Xue Lingbai grasped her shoulders firmly, locking his eyes onto hers with unwavering intensity. Your uncle is in dire need of care at this moment. If you continue to drift in this haze due to such a minor setback, how can you expect him to recover? Ian gazed at him, his pupils suddenly quivering, blinking as he finally regained his senses. I understand now. That evening, upon returning home from work, Chuyang entered the foyer to discover a pair of unfamiliar women's leather shoes, distinctly worn and clearly belonging to a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s. Lowering his gaze, he furrowed his brow. It was suddenly greeted by a warm exclamation from above. Chuyang, you're back. Dinner is ready. Quickly change your clothes and come to eat. At these words, Chuyang abruptly looked up to see Su Huiqin placing a plate of stir-fried garland chrysanthemum on the dining table. Andy, what brings you here? Chuyang asked, momentarily stunned, instinctively glancing at Iran beside him. Oh, I was just worried about you two young folks. Yidan Herdekuks. And I didn't want you to feel burdened, so I came over to be your free caretaker, Su Huiqin said with a charming smile. Chuyang, you don't mind having this old lady around, do you? Chuyang forced a smile. Of course not. Auntie, your presence here has saved us quite a bit of trouble. Oh, indeed, that is what I thought too. Chuyang, come. Sit down and enjoy your meal while it's hot. Suwin en tusitasti betgon. She removed her apron and carelessly wiped her hands on her clothes, suddenly exclaiming, Oh dear, my clothes are torn. You see, these old garments of mine have been worn for 7 or 8 years, and every time I go out I get laughed at. Upon hearing this, Chuyang paused in his action of serving himself, then smiled. It's nothing to worry about. I'll ask Yiren to accompany you tomorrow to get a few new outfits. This is also my fault for not noticing during my visits. Oh, how could I possibly accept that? Su Huiqin's face lit up with joy as she hurriedly sat down, continually serving Chuyang more dishes. Come, eat up. In the stillness of the night, shortly after 1 o'clock, Yin Sheng awoke, finding Ian sprawled at the bedside in a feigned slumber. Suddenly, a commotion broke the silence, and upon lifting his gaze, Ian noticed Yin Sheng wide awake, emitting muffled sounds. Father, you are awake. I will summon the doctor. Ian promptly pressed the bell beside the bed. The on-duty doctor and nurses hastened to his side, conducting a thorough examination. Doctor, how is my father? Ian inquired anxiously. The doctor shook his head. The patient has temporarily lost his ability to speak. However, rest assured, he can still comprehend what you say, though he is unable to articulate his thoughts. Furthermore, his condition is quite severe. He has lost mobility in both legs and will require treatment for an extended period, followed by rehabilitation for gradual recovery. Alas, even if he does recover, he may never regain his previous agility. The prognosis will depend on various factors. Optimistically, he might be able to walk slowly on his own or with the aid of a cane, but should his recovery be less favorable, he may have to rely on a wheelchair. Doctor, regardless of the challenges ahead, please do everything possible to ensure my father's recovery. I will fully cooperate with any requirements. Ian declared resolutely. The doctor nodded. Certainly, we will do our utmost. However, the immediate priority is to calm the patient's emotions. As the doctor spoke, he glanced at Yin Sheng, who lay on the hospital bed. Though he could not articulate his thoughts, his eyes were wide, bloodshot, and his face flushed. MMM. Yin Sheng could only emit indistinct sounds. His legs were devoid of sensation. Even the desire to strike them with his hands was thwarted, as he could not lift his arms. His hands trembled uncontrollably, contorted into an unnatural shape, resembling claws bound together. Father, Dad, Ian grasped his hand. Please remain calm. The color drained from Yin Sheng's face, his eyes glistening with unshed tears that eventually cascaded down his weathered, wrinkled visage, following the creases etched upon it. Father, please, don't despair. You will recover. You will be well again. Ian reached out, continuously wiping away his father's tears, yet each time he managed to dry them. Fresh tears would emerge anew. Ian tirelessly repeated the same words. Dad, trust me, you will be all right. Watching his father weep incessantly, Ian's heart ached deeply. Perhaps, as Su Huichin had remarked, his father was not particularly capable, having never accomplished anything of great significance throughout his life. Yet, his father remained resilient. Except for the day his mother passed away, Ian had never witnessed him shed a tear. However, this time was different. He cried, utterly helpless, devoid of any semblance of courage. Ian Sheng slowly shook his head. His trembling hand attempted to rise, but only managed to lift slightly, feebly pointing at Ian. MMM. MMM, 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 MMM. Ian shook his head and said, Dad, I do not hold anything against you. Truly, I do not. You must recover swiftly. Your swift recovery is the greatest gift to me. I still wish for you to take care of me. Once you're well, you shall move in with me. Ian Yin's reaction had dulled. Tears continued to flow, yet with less intensity. He slowly blinked a few times, allowing Ian to hold his hand. The following day, Xue Lingbai, who had been sent away by Ian, returned once more, bringing breakfast and a change of clothes for Ian. At present, Ian Yansheng is unable to partake in solid food and relies solely on intravenous nutrition for sustenance. Since I cannot enter your home, I have purchased a few new garments for you to wear. Xue Lingbai handed the clothes to Ian. Ian caught sight of the Dior logo on the paper bag, and his eyelid twitched slightly. Could you not purchase something more ordinary for me? With my meager salary, it would take me several months to repay you. Who asked you to repay? Xue Lingbai retorted, shoving the clothing into her arms. Xue Lingbai, I acknowledge that my words may be harsh, but we are not related. I have no obligation to owe you anything, Ian declared as he carried the garments into the washroom. Xue Lingbai remained stationed outside the washroom, exclaiming, Ian, must you always speak to me as if you wish to suffocate me? This clothing is a gift from me to you. Is that not sufficient? I have no reason to accept your present. Ian donned the outfit and emerged from the washroom. Ian's demeanor has been refined to the point where he effortlessly commands the presence of the attire he wears, feeling no discomfort in it whatsoever. Xue Lingbai, no longer willing to prolong the discussion, realized that the more he engaged with her, the more exasperated he became. Let us eat. After dinner, I shall take you to the company, he declared. Ian looked at him earnestly. Could you refrain from being so kind to me? It makes me uneasy. You woman, Xue Lingbai retorted, incensed. While others eagerly sought his favor, such as Su Jingning, this woman persistently believed that he intended to harm her, relentlessly attempting to push him away. As time passed in her company, Xue Lingbai cultivated an ability to filter out the words he did not wish to hear. For instance, when Ian insisted he not accompany her, he feigned ignorance and ultimately escorted her to the company building in an unwavering manner. Uncertain if it was intentional, Xue Lingbai deliberately exited the vehicle, in full view of the public, and meticulously advised her, I have matters to attend to tonight and cannot pick you up. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call me. And remember, amidst your busyness, do not forget to eat. You must care for yourself to adequately look after your uncle. Lastly, keep me informed of any developments regarding your uncle. Having said this, he offered her no time to respond, leaping back into the car and speeding away as if fleeing for his life. Due to Xue Lingbai's commotion, the entire building was now aware of the profound connection between him and Ian. If there were no degree of intimacy, how could the esteemed young master Xue devote so much time to someone ostensibly unrelated? Just as the breeze from Xiang Yichen had faded, Xue Lingbai's presence stirred another wave of gossip within the office. Ian, what is going on between you and Xue Lingbai? Liang Yin inquired as she approached Ian's desk. Do you believe those rumors? Ian responded. Liang Yin, with a resigned smile, replied, I find myself with ample reason to believe them. Did I not witness you and Xue Lingbai together last time? That man does not casually form close ties with just anyone. Furthermore, he was the one who brought you to the company this morning. How else am I to interpret this? Ian shook his head. Liang Yin, you must trust me. There is truly nothing amiss between us. Ian, Liang Yin replied, her tone growing stern. The last time you were with Xiang Yichen, you claimed the same. Yet what transpired afterward? Wasn't the lesson from Xiang Yiqin sufficient? Do you still dare to plunge headlong into matters with Shuai Lingbai? Ian gazed at Liang Yin, suddenly extending his hands to vigorously rub his palms across his face, taking a deep breath. Liang Yin, something has happened to my father. He suffered a stroke just yesterday. Coincidentally, Shuai Lingbai was present, which explains the situation we encountered this morning. Liang Yin was taken aback, her eyes widening in shock. How is uncle now? Ian shook his head wearily and remarked, I am hindered in my movements, unable even to articulate my thoughts. Therefore, Liang Yin, I must inform you that I will be quite occupied during this period, and I shall rely on you to shoulder more responsibilities at the company. Not a problem at all. Should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to express your needs. Liang Yin replied. Ian smiled and replied, understood. Are the medical expenses sufficient? Given my uncle's current condition, this expenditure is undoubtedly substantial, Liang Yin remarked. Ian shook his head. I still have some savings here, enough to sustain me for a while. As for the rest, I shall take it one step at a time. Liang Yin began to speak, but was interrupted by Ian. Liang Yin, I understand, but when it comes to money, I prefer not to owe anyone. Ian stated, if it comes to a point where there's no other option, I will consider borrowing from you. But isn't it premature to assume we have reached a dead end? Ian, you're simply too stubborn, Liang Yin remarked, shaking her head. You must promise me, when the time comes and you truly cannot find a solution, do not be too proud to ask for help. Do you understand? Ian smiled and nodded. Ian Yinxing's body has not yet recovered swiftly. He still requires a substantial amount of medication and physical therapy for gradual healing. Although Ian is constantly on the move, he always presents himself as relaxed in front of Ian Yinxing. Even if Ian Yinxing is unable to respond, Ian continues to engage him in conversation, discussing work matters, sharing anecdotes from the day, telling light-hearted jokes, reading the newspaper to him, and watching television together. It was at this moment that Ian realized how scant her communication with her father had been in the past, due to the dynamics with Su Huiqin at home. She had been reluctant to see her, which resulted in her infrequent visits. Their interactions had dwindled to mere phone calls, and over time, the opportunity for them to sit together and converse had become exceedingly rare. However, during this occasion, all those lost moments were finally reclaimed. Although he could not respond to her words, Ian Yinxing conveyed through his gaze that he was listening and understood her, occasionally managing a smile, amused by Ian's remarks. Thanks to Ian's efforts, Ian Yinxing's spirits improved day by day. Gradually, though his hands could not move as nimbly as before, they regained some mobility. Ian brought a tablet and, while chatting with Ian, he could respond by pressing the screen with his fingers, one at a time. Although it was a slower process, it still facilitated communication. Ian patiently awaited Ian to type out everything he wished to convey. The doctor also endorsed this method, believing it would inadvertently enhance his dexterity. Well, I still have some savings that even your aunt is unaware of. I initially intended to reserve it for your dowry, but now you can withdraw it for medical expenses. Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. Ian painstakingly typed this message. Ian was taken aback, as he had presumed that his father was under the strict control of Su Huiqin, yet he had not anticipated that his father still secretly considered his well-being. She was aware that her father's monthly salary was entirely appropriated by Su Huiqin, leaving him with nothing but his meager meal allowance during work hours. Regardless of the amount, it was certain that this money was saved through her father's self-sacrifice, bit by bit. This money, under no circumstances, could she touch. Dad, I have enough money on hand. You need not worry. When the time comes and I run out, I will use yours, Ian remarked with a smile. Well, my child, do not solely concern yourself with me. I am doing just fine. You should return and rest more, Ian Sheng wrote, as he could no longer bear to see the pallor on Ian's face. Likewise, Liang Yin found it equally unbearable. Ian, you cannot continue like this. Even if you wish to bury your unpleasant memories in busyness, you cannot ruin your own health. During the company's lunch break, Liang Yin addressed Ian, observing that this woman could even doze off while eating, her head swaying continuously, yet astonishingly, her mouth still managed to chew. What are you saying? Ian was jolted awake, shaking off the drowsiness to resume her meal. You know exactly what I mean. Why must you torment yourself because Shi Yiqin has taken root in your heart? Liang Yin stated earnestly. I know that your father is currently in good condition. Although he has limited mobility, his spirit is even better than before. You fear that you cannot care for him during the day, so you hired a caregiver to watch over him 24 hours a day. Yet despite this, you still manage to torment yourself to this ghastly state. Are you punishing yourself, or are you punishing those who care for you? Liang Yin softened her expression. Ian, allow yourself to relax a little. Ian let out a long sigh before nodding his head. Upon hearing this, Liang Yin immediately burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Well, that's a promise you made. Tomorrow is our university reunion, and you absolutely must attend. You've been cooped up for far too long. It's time for you to breathe some fresh air." "All right," Ian replied with a nod. Liang Yin then winked at her. "By the way, Fong Baran from our graduating class will also be there. I remember the rumors that circulated about you two back in the day. I hear he is now a mid-level manager at a bank and quite sought after. Moreover, he still doesn't have a girlfriend, so I believe there is a chance for you two this time around." Ian let out a helpless chuckle. "Liang Yin, are you insisting on dragging me along this time, simply to play matchmaker? Why not?" Liang Yin immediately replied, "The best course of action for you right now is to swiftly embark on a new romantic relationship to liberate yourself from the influence of Shichun. Moreover, you have been getting too close to Shui Ling Bai lately, and I am quite concerned." Ian shook his head, exclaiming, "I am truly exasperated with you. I have not had any particular dealings with Shui Ling, yet you make it sound as though there is something substantial. If ever I were to be with him, it would solely be due to your words." When Ian informed Ian that she would be attending a class reunion, Ian was more elated than when she visited him daily at the hospital, almost wishing to hasten her departure. Ian observed this with a pang of sorrow, realizing just how much worry she had caused her father. That evening, Liang Yinfei urged Ian to adorn herself elegantly, leaving Ian in a state of bemusement. "Please don't make me look like I'm going on a blind date." "Why the grandiosity?" Ian protested. "They're merely old classmates, and one might think I'm deliberately trying to show off." "Oh, but you're showing off." Liang Yin pointed at her Dior shirt. "This outfit is worth several months of someone else's salary. You, my dear, are the epitome of understated ostentation." Ian surveyed his attire. The once inexpensive garments had long been discarded by Xiang Yichen, who insisted the woman of Xiang Yichen deserves the finest in every aspect of life. It is best to rid oneself of these. The clothes he wore were merely a few pieces she had taken on a business trip, left untouched in her suitcase that fateful night, and thus had been hastily pulled on. A bitter smile tugged at her lips. She had vowed to sever ties with Xiang Yichen, yet here she was, clad in his gifts. How ironic. "Let us go, just as we usually do," Ian urged, firmly pulling Liang Yin along, ultimately preventing her from applying any smoky eye makeup. Upon reaching the entrance of Qinghua, Ian paused, momentarily frozen in surprise. "What brings you here?" he asked. "Huh?" Liang Yin chuckled awkwardly. "I was afraid that if I mentioned this place, you wouldn't come, so I hesitated. This gathering was arranged by our former class leader, Ji Yanwei. You know him well. He has always been one to seek grandeur, relishing in ostentatious displays. Thus, he insisted on this venue for the reunion. Everyone knows that securing a reservation at Qinghua is no easy feat. By managing to do so, he not only flaunts his capabilities, but also showcases his prosperous lifestyle." Ian shook his head and followed Liang Yin into the venue of passion. Initially, he presumed that the dim lighting and the crowd would shield them from encountering any acquaintances. However, to his surprise, upon entering, he collided directly with the manager. Given the significant commotion she and Xiang Yichen had caused that evening at Passion, it was inconceivable that the manager was unaware. Upon seeing her, the manager exhibited a momentary look of astonishment. Ian was at a loss as to how to respond, for she was no longer the same as before. In the past, others would show her respect due to her association with Xiang Yichen, but now that he was no longer by her side, it was likely that they wouldn't even spare her a glance. As Ian hesitated about whether to greet the manager, she heard the manager's jovial voice. "Miss E, you have arrived." The manager maintained a demeanor of utmost respect and courtesy, revealing no hint of insincerity. Nor did he show any sign of negligence due to Ian's change in status. To Ian's surprise, upon noticing Liang Yin beside her, The manager courteously addressed her as well. Miss Liang. Hello, Manager He. Ian responded with a smile, embodying the principle that respect begets respect. Liang Yin also smiled and nodded at Manager He, whose demeanor towards her prompted Ian to cast a curious glance at Liang Yin. After all, it was not common for someone to be treated with such deference by Manager He. Was it due to her connection with Shi Chen? And what of Liang Yin? Are you here to see young Master Shui? He is in room 3, the manager remarked with a smile. Ian finally understood that the manager had clearly misunderstood. Shui Lingbai is also here? I did not come to find him, but rather to attend a reunion. I see. The manager continued to smile. Which room have you reserved? Ian directed his inquiry towards Liang Yin, who, feeling embarrassed, replied, I didn't book a room. I'm in the booth in the lobby. The manager displayed neither irritation nor disdain. His awareness was keen, for he was well informed about matters that others were oblivious to. Though it appeared that Ian and Xiang Yichen were at odds, he maintained a close rapport with Shui Lingbai, who was not one to extend kindness indiscriminately. Even his fiancée, Su Jingning, did not receive the same attention as Ian. This alone warranted the manager's respect towards her. Then, let us proceed, the manager gestured graciously, leading Ian and Liang Yin. Initially believing they had arrived early, they soon discovered that most guests were already present upon reaching the booth. Ian, Liang Yin, oh, you finally made it. We were just wondering whether to go outside to fetch you, exclaimed the former class monitor, Ji Yanwei, his pride unmistakable. Yet he failed to recognize that the person guiding Ian and Liang Yin was Manager He. These individuals rarely frequented Tsinghua, and when they did, they seldom encountered Manager He, who did not personally attend to just anyone. We were delayed a bit after work, Ian said with a smile, keeping his tone light. Please sit, please sit. Yi Yanwei erzt. This booth is the largest here. You have no idea how difficult it is to book. I had to pull some strings to secure it. Truly, we owe you a debt of gratitude, class monitor, Liang Yin remarked with a smile. Seemingly oblivious to her sarcasm, Ji Yanwei waved dismissively. It's nothing. Those capable should take on more responsibility. We couldn't rely on you to make reservations. Otherwise, I fear we would all be left standing. His comment immediately chilled the atmosphere. As the expressions of those present varied, with most clearly disapproving of his words, the manager smiled and said to Ian and Liang Yin, I must take my leave. Thank you for your help. Ian nodded. By the way, where's Fong Baran? Wasn't he supposed to come as well? Liang Yin scanned the room, but could not spot him. He is caught in traffic and will be late, one person replied while checking the time, estimating his arrival would be soon. Oh, Liang Yin, why do you ask about Fong Baran the moment you arrive? Teased another. Didn't you notice who I brought with me today? Liang Yin responded with a laugh. Upon hearing this, everyone in attendance understood, elongating their tones in unison. Oh, Ian, you warned her. Ian admonished Liang Yin, having previously advised her against pairing herself with Fong Baran, yet she persisted in ignoring his counsel. Oh dear, Ian is shy. Shy, someone jested, prompting a wave of laughter and banter from a group. Apologies for my tardiness. Just as the crowd was stirred into a lively uproar, a gentle voice resonated behind Ian and Liang Yin. The leading man has arrived, one person exclaimed. Ian was momentarily taken aback. In truth, there was initially nothing amiss. Yet the ruckus stirred by others rendered her inexplicably anxious, a sense of guilt washing over her, making it difficult to meet Fong Baran's gaze. Fong Baran had shed his youthful, athletic demeanor from school days, now a poised bank executive clad in a tailored suit, exuding an air of composure. A subtle smile graced his lips, and his movements had become notably more restrained. Senior Fong, surely you still remember a few of us? Liang Yin inquired with a smile. Of course, Fong Baran replied, his eyes narrowing slightly in a warm, inviting manner. Ian, it has been quite some time, he said, casting a calm gaze upon her. Yet, Ian felt as though his stare was almost piercing. She kept her head down, her cheeks flushed with heat, acutely aware that he did not avert his gaze. The atmosphere around them was filled with suggestive laughter, clearly indicating that everyone was eager to witness the unfolding drama. Ian mustered her courage and lifted her head, offering an awkward smile as she addressed Senior Fong. She was undeniably mortified, uncertain of when Fong Baran had arrived and how much of the earlier teasing he had overheard. At this moment, her sense of propriety had all but vanished. To make matters worse, Liang Yin joined in the teasing. Ian, Senior Fong, do sit together. With that, she cleared a space for the two to sit side by side. Ian found himself in a state of awkwardness. Although he wished to decline, the words eluded him. Do not mind if I join you. Suddenly, a voice, cold and abrupt, pierced the air. The crowd looked up in surprise, only to discover Xue Lingbai standing behind Ian, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Ian's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice rising in surprise. Xue Lingbai, what brings you here? Wasn't this fellow supposed to be in the private room? Why was he here causing a ruckus? Although those present may not have seen Xue Lingbai, they had certainly heard his name. Xue Lingbai, the young master. The expressions of everyone shifted multiple times as they looked at Ian, their astonishment and fear evident. It appeared that the two were quite familiar with one another. Xue Lingbai raised an eyebrow. I heard manager, he mentioned your arrival. So I thought I would come and see for myself. You really are something, knowing I was here and yet you didn't come to find me. His expression darkened. Had manager he not mentioned her presence, he would have been oblivious. He had hastily abandoned his friends to rush out, only to discover this group desperately trying to pair her with another man. Moreover, judging by her expression, she seemed to be blushing profusely. A sense of discomfort stirred within Xue Lingbai, and he could not quite fathom why, but an inexplicable anger simmered beneath the surface. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Fong Baran, who appeared to be a successful individual. Given his age, he was indeed doing well for himself. Yet, in comparison to Xue Lingbai, he seemed rather ordinary. What has Ian found so appealing about him? Under the unabashed scrutiny of Xue Lingbai's piercing gaze, Fong Baran did not flinch or show any sign of weakness. Instead, he boldly met the gaze head-on. While Xue Lingbai appraised him, Fong Baran reciprocated, examining the esteemed young Master Xue, a figure to whom everyone pays their respects. In this moment, the previously subdued aura of Fong Baran surged, allowing him to nearly match Xue Lingbai in presence. With the formidable Xue Lingbai in their midst, all around them held their breath, too apprehensive to utter a sound. Ian merely curled his lips in indifference, dismissing him casually. I'm here for a class reunion. Furthermore, you must be with a group of friends whom I do not know, and I have no desire to join, especially since I am uncertain whether that man Zhong Cheng will be present. His hostility towards her is palpable, and she finds him quite bothersome. Xue Lingbai chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed by Ian's temperament, as if he had grown accustomed to it. He addressed the assembled guests. I hope you don't mind if I take a seat. Of course, someone eagerly replied, shifting aside to make room for Xue Lingbai. Don't just stand there. Please, take a seat. Xue Lingbai pulled Ian along as he spoke, seamlessly placing her apart from Fong Baran. As soon as Xue Lingbai settled down, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Not only did the teasing cease, but even a simple conversation seemed too daunting for anyone present. Noticing the sudden chill in the air, Ian felt a twinge of guilt. After all, a reunion should be a time for old classmates to catch up, share stories, and vent frustrations about life and work, reveling in camaraderie while lamenting the trials posed by bosses and colleagues. There were always those eager to showcase their achievements, ostentatiously adopting a haughty demeanor, seizing every opportunity to flaunt their successes. Even if such displays might not be universally admired, they were uttered without reservation, creating at least a semblance of a relaxed atmosphere. Yet now, despite the blaring music in the grand hall, the ambience had turned stifling and tense, as if these individuals were afraid to even breathe, each inhalation laden with trepidation. Shall we move to another room? Xue Lingbai suggested. Ian, you should also request a room from Manager He. Having us all out here makes conversation rather inconvenient. Just listen to that music. It's quite overwhelming. Xue Lingbai's words instantly flushed Ji Yanwei's face red. Moments ago, he had been bellowing about the challenges of securing a booth. Yet now, one simple remark from Xue Lingbai prompted the suggestion of a private room. A private room? Was it so easily obtainable? These VIP rooms, categorized by nobility, were not within their means. Even the most modest of these rooms, designated as xiong, were typically reserved for the owners of substantial companies, individuals not easily found mingling among the crowd. Ian cast a piercing glance at him, tugging at Shui Lingbai as she rose abruptly. I apologize, but we have some matters to attend to and must take our leave. Please inform me when we gather again. I shall certainly be there. With that, Ian pulled Shui Lingbai towards the exit. Shui Lingbai acquiesced to her insistence, turning back to offer a polite smile and a nod of apology to everyone. Fong Baran observed their departing figures, his pupils flickering momentarily before he concealed the emotions swirling within his gaze. Once outside, Ian abruptly released his hand, exclaiming, Shui Lingbai, what on earth is wrong with you? Why did you speak those words in front of my classmates? Are you unaware that your remarks would embarrass them? Arun? For you, as Shui Xiao, such a thing is trivial, yet for us fresh graduates entering the workforce, it is utterly unattainable and unaffordable. Merely enjoying a booth outside and sharing the costs is already quite sufficient. I know. I simply do not enjoy being indoors. Shui Lingbai retorted with a dismissive snort. If you dislike being indoors, then go enjoy yourself where you prefer. No one has compelled you to stay. You were perfectly content in that room. Why come out to stir up trouble with us? Ian trembled with indignation. This man, wealthy and powerful, ought to consider the feelings of others. Not everyone is privileged like them. Not everyone possesses a formidable background from birth that demands careful handling from all. Ian, Liang Yin is desperately trying to pair you with that man. Can you not see it? Or are you merely playing the fool? Shui Lingbai suddenly interjected. Ian was taken aback, never having anticipated such a rapid shift in conversation. It was utterly perplexing. Wait, what does this have to do with you? We are not discussing this matter. Ian blinked and spoke. I do not relish being confined within, no. It is precisely this reason that makes me reluctant to have you remain there, Shui Lingbai remarked, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Ian. Under the moonlight and amidst the dazzling glow of the lights, his eyes shone with an intensity that made her hesitant to gaze directly at him. The street was abuzz with noise, yet at that moment, Ian felt as though she had become deaf to all sounds. As if the universe had narrowed down to just her and Shui Lingbai. She stood at the level of his shoulder, tilting her head up to gaze at him, her dazed expression creating an illusion of rapt attention. Caution! Shui Lingbai's expression suddenly shifted, and he grasped her arm, pulling her into his embrace. At that moment, as he secured her, Ian heard a swift whoosh, the sound of a car speeding by, creating a gust of wind that brushed against her back, nearly colliding with her form. Ah! Ian gasped, her entire being enveloped in Shui Lingbai's protective hold. She turned pale as she glanced back at the road, still shaken. Initially prepared to chastise the potentially intoxicated driver, only to recognize a familiar vehicle. An Audi S8. Though the car sped past, she caught sight of it halting abruptly at a red light not far ahead, screeching to a stop at the traffic line. Ian gazed at the familiar license plate number on the car parked nearby, his heart abruptly tightening, even his empty stomach, devoid of a single grain of rice, seemed to convulse in response. It was Xiang Yichen. That was Xiang Yichen's vehicle. Had he seen her with Shui Lingbai? Surely he must have. Otherwise, why would he have rushed over in such a frenzy, nearly colliding with her, observing the cold, metallic car that encapsulated Xiang Yichen within? The distance between them felt insurmountably vast, as if they were worlds apart, unreachable for a lifetime. A chill coursed through her body, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. Even nestled in Shui Lingbai's embrace, she felt no warmth. Shui Lingbai squinted at the car ahead, recognizing it as Xiang Yichen's. In fact, he perceived the situation with greater clarity than Ian. As the vehicle narrowly brushed past her, he glimpsed through the glass the fury etched across Xiang Yichen's face. Taut and menacing, radiating a lethal intensity. Shui Lingbai pressed his lips tightly together, biting down so hard that the veins in his cheeks were visible. Even he had never witnessed Xiang Yichen in such a state of uncontrollable rage. Not even on the day of his engagement to Su Jingning had Xiang Yichen displayed such fury. Instead, he had maintained an air of calm, expertly concealing his emotions. Yet this time, he was utterly consumed by wrath, recklessly unleashing his fury, nearly endangering Ian in the process. Although he had skillfully calibrated his anger, intending merely to teach Ian a lesson rather than truly harm her, the situation was perilously close to crossing a line. Xiang Yichen, for Ian, you remain uniquely significant. It is likely that, unbeknownst to you, she has already surpassed Su Jingning in your heart. After the traffic light flickered a few times, it turned green, and the car swiftly vanished from their view. Ian, momentarily dazed, turned around to realize she was still trembling in Xue Lingbai's arms, prompting her to instinctively pull away. This sudden fright shattered the fragile spark of intimacy that had just begun to blossom between them, extinguishing it before it could even take root. The atmosphere could never return to its previous state. Xue Lingbai, with an inscrutable expression, stated, "I will take you home." Ian nodded, taking her place in the passenger seat. Staring out the window, had Xiang Yiqian truly intended to harm her? "Xiang Yiqian, do you truly not value me to such an extent?" With a taut expression, Xiang Yiqian halted his vehicle at the corner just after the red light turned green, glancing in the rearview mirror as Xue Lingbai's car passed behind him. He could even see Ian's face as she gazed out the window. Tonight, he had been summoned home by his father's urgent call, as he was en route to his parents' house. But unexpectedly, he had encountered Ian entangled with Xue Lingbai on the roadside. Especially Ian, gazing up at Xue Lingbai with such earnestness. She wore a long shirt dress, her hair casually tied in a bun, and the hem of her skirt danced gently in the night breeze, bestowing upon her an air of serene beauty. Such a feeling rarely manifested in Ian, but when it did, it was a beauty striking enough to leave one awestruck. At least, this was the first time Xiang Yiqian had witnessed this side of Ian, and he was so taken aback that he momentarily lost his composure. The car parked at the roadside as he remained in a daze for a prolonged moment. The atmosphere between Ian and Xue Lingbai seemed to hover at the precipice of ambiguity. In that moment, everything else faded into oblivion, leaving only the two of them in a world of their own. The scene, amidst the din of the night, exuded an exquisite tranquility that added a serene beauty to the chaotic rhythm surrounding them. Yet, to Xiang Yiqian, this beauty was painfully glaring. When had these two grown so close? They were leaning in so near. What could they possibly be doing? Especially Xue Lingbai's gaze, so intensely fixed on Ian, as if he could kiss her at any moment. The mere thought that Ian's soft, tender lips might have already been tasted by Xue Lingbai made his heart constrict with an unbearable pressure. He felt an overwhelming urge to smash something. His chest ached fiercely, a conflagration of emotions threatening to erupt from within, impossible to contain. In a fit of frustration, he slammed the accelerator to the floor, the car roaring to life with a deafening sound as it surged forward, skimming dangerously close to the edge of the road, heading straight for Ian. He harbored only one thought, to shatter the bothersome scene before his eyes, maintaining a safe distance, intent on causing no harm to Ian. However, just as the car nearly brushed past Ian, Xue Lingbai suddenly pulled her into his embrace, their bodies colliding tightly together. Ian, startled, appeared pale and trembling, prompting Xue Lingbai to hold her even closer. That sight was even more blinding than before. In a fit of rage, Xiang Yiqian slammed his hand on the horn, unleashing a long, piercing blast. Xue Lingbai's car had long vanished from sight, yet Xiang Yiqian's eyes burned with fury. Passers-by who had just crossed the street were startled by the sudden horn, cursing, "Are you insane?" Xiang Yiqian, his face ashen, completely disregarded the insult from the roadside and pressed the accelerator, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. He drove into the residential area where the Xiang family villa was located, stopping the car at a distance from home. Rolling down the window, he retrieved a pack of Guogong Panda cigarettes, lighting one and taking a deep drag. The exhaled smoke curled into the air like a white ribbon, drifting with the wind. Some of the haze filled the car, blurring his vision and clouding his gaze. With a cigarette pinched between his fingers resting on the window, he watched as it burned slowly, the tobacco turning to ash, lingering precariously at the tip without falling. Perhaps feeling that the smoke was somewhat stinging his eyes, Xiang Yiqian opened the car door, leaning against it while inhaling the cool air. Yet his mind was consumed by the image of Ian and Xue Lingbai locking eyes, causing his gaze to drift away from reality. He took a fierce drag from his cigarette, which was still a long half left, and with force, he flicked it to the ground, extinguishing it with the tip of his shoe. The half-smoked cigarette became misshapen beneath his foot, losing its elegant cylindrical form, with the tobacco spilling out. He took a deep breath, returned to the car, and with a loud thud, slammed the door shut before driving towards the Xiang family villa. Upon entering the house, Xiang Yichen donned a cheerful smile, a stark contrast to his usual reserved demeanor, infused with a hint of lightness. "I'm back. Have you eaten yet?" He heard his mother, Mrs. Xiang, who had been waiting at the door, cheerfully inquire as he stepped inside. "Not yet. I was just waiting to enjoy a meal at home," he replied with a smile, changing into his slippers. Indeed, no matter how delicious the food outside may be, it cannot compare to the taste of home, and besides, it's not healthy, Mrs. Xiang remarked with a laugh. "You should really eat out less." Xiang Yichen chuckled, but abruptly halted mid-sentence. He intended to say that he rarely dined outside anymore, but the sudden thought of Ian having left him alone at home struck him. There would be no one to prepare meals for him now. "What's the matter?" Mrs. Xiang observed her son, expecting him to finish his thought. "Nothing." Xiang Yichen shook his head, diverting the subject. "Mom, when will dinner be ready? I'm starving. It's all prepared. I was worried the dishes would cool down, so I waited for you to return before finishing them up," Mrs. Xiang said, giving him a knowing glance. "You go sit in the living room for a bit. Your father is here." Xiang Yichen nodded with a smile and walked into the living room, where he found Xiang Minghui seated on the sofa, engrossed in the news. "Dad," Xiang Yichen called, taking a seat opposite him. Xiang Minghui glanced at his son, offering a subdued and thereafter, silence enveloped them. The television broadcast was delivered in an impeccably standard manner, yet Xiang Yichen absorbed none of it. After a while, Xiang Minghui suddenly picked up the remote and turned off the television, plunging the living room into an uncomfortable stillness that made Xiang Yichen uneasy. "Have you been getting quite close to Su Jingning lately?" Xiang Minghui inquired, breaking the silence. "I've known Jingning and Yunqing since childhood. We've always had a good relationship," Xiang Yichen replied, frowning and feigning ignorance. "Don't jest with me. I can differentiate between a good relationship and something ambiguous," Xiang Minghui said in a grave tone. "Dad," Xiang Yichen's voice lowered. "What are you trying to say?" "I heard that while Xue Lingbai was on a business trip, you spent the night at Su Jingning's house," Xiang Minghui stated. Xiang Yichen's pupils trembled as he turned to Xiang Minghui. "Dad, you wouldn't have hired someone to follow me, would you?" "I'm not that dull," Xiang Minghui replied coldly. "I have always believed in your capabilities, even to the extent that you might surpass me. Yet, when it comes to Su Jingning, how can you be so foolish? You were completely unaware that reporters were trailing you and capturing photographs this morning. If it weren't for my acquaintance with the president of that magazine, who called me immediately after seeing the draft, this incident would have erupted into a scandal across the city." Xiang Yichen's countenance darkened, and he remained silent. That morning, he indeed felt out of sorts, his mind in turmoil, as if something ominous was about to transpire. He was preoccupied with the urgency to return and find Ian, oblivious to the fact that he had been photographed by the reporters. In the past, such an encounter would have been utterly impossible. Fortunately, the matter was suppressed. Had it been published the following day, how would you have explained it? To so brazenly put a green hat on Xue Lingbai, the Xue family would have been furious. Even our Xiang family would have to confront the situation head-on. There would be no escaping unscathed. Xiang Minghui exclaimed in anger. "The Xue family is not inferior to ours. Were it merely the Xue family itself, I wouldn't be so cautious. However, the terrifying aspect lies in their connections. If the two families were to unite, even two Xiang families would be insufficient. I erred in this matter. My considerations were lacking," Xiang Yichen murmured softly. "What considerations were lacking? Do you think your mistake was in letting the reporters discover you?" Xiang Minghui raised his voice. The more Xiang Yichen disregarded his words, the angrier he became, almost wishing to strike him to jolt him awake and clear his mind. Seeing Xiang Yichen's expression, it seemed he truly held such thoughts. Xiang Minghui was so enraged that his hands trembled. "Ever since Su Jingning became engaged to Xue Lingbai, you should have maintained your distance from her." Taking a deep breath, Xiang Minghui continued, "I have never interfered in your friendships, not even regarding Ian from some time ago. I remained silent, believing it inconsequential. After all, you have already ended that relationship, which I anticipated long ago. For outcomes I could foresee, there was no need for me to play the villain and make you uncomfortable. All along, I thought you possessed a moral compass, discerning what is right and what is wrong. But how could you be so unreasonable when it comes to Su Jingning?" Xiang Minghui expressed, his tone laced with disappointment. Dad, Xiang Yichen furrowed his brow. Jingning has grown up under your watch. Why do you harbor such animosity towards her? I have watched her grow, which is precisely why I understand her temperament so well. She is engaged to Xue Lingbai, regardless of how he treats her. It is a decision she has resolutely made. Whether she ends up suffering or thriving, she must bear the consequences. If she cannot stand being lonely, she should not come to you and entangle you further. If she had any regard for the Su family or for you, she would not act in such a manner, Xiang Minghui declared. Xiang Yichen furrowed his brow, realizing that Xiang Minghui's words echoed Ian's sentiments. As the person directly involved, he may not see clearly, yet he understood that there was some truth in what Xiang Minghui said. However, this was Su Jingning. He could not simply abandon her. Yichen, Xiang Minghui suddenly sighed and softened his tone. You must remember, Su Jingning is not Su Yan. Whether you wish to make amends or seek solace for yourself, you may treat Su Jingning well, but it must not be done in this manner. Dad, Xiang Yichen's expression shifted dramatically as he sprang to his feet, his body tense, struggling to remain composed. What are you doing? Am I hitting the mark, and you're bristling like a hedgehog? Xiang Minghui's gaze sharpened abruptly, his voice rising in an unwavering command. Sit down. The Xiang family has carved its path through blood and sweat. If you cannot endure this small truth, are you truly a man of the Xiang family? Xiang Yichen's chest heaved violently, his fists clenched tightly, the cracking of his knuckles loud in the silence. He gazed down at his father, who remained steadfast on the sofa, unyielding as a mountain, his eyes still keen even through the lenses of his reading glasses. Although he looked up at him, Xiang Minghui's presence loomed like a towering peak, demanding respect. Taking a deep breath, Xiang Yichen slightly relaxed his fists and gradually sat down, though his expression remained dark. Yichen, let me be clear. Even when Su Jingning was still single, I never intended for her to become the daughter-in-law of the Xiang family. Xiang Minghui stated, his decades of experience allowing him to read people with remarkable accuracy. This woman was restless, and she could not escape his scrutiny. If today, their roles were reversed, if Xiang Yichen were Su Jingning's fiancée, she would still find a way to flirt with Xue Lingbai, potentially bringing disgrace to Xiang Yichen. However, Xiang Minghui did not express this thought explicitly, as he felt he had already said enough. Any further elaboration might provoke Xiang Yichen to leave immediately. Now that she was engaged to Xue Lingbai, regardless of whether they could truly be together in the future, even if they eventually parted ways, I would never permit her to cross the threshold of the Xiang family. Xiang Minghui resolutely declared, extinguishing any notion Xiang Yichen might harbor. Dad, Xiang Yichen was shaken to his core. He had always believed the relationship between the Xiang and Su families was harmonious, having grown up together and become familiar with one another. He had thought his father would have a fondness for Su Jingning, but he had never imagined his father held such discontent towards her, even if she truly breaks off the engagement. A woman who has been engaged and then withdrawn is not worthy of the Xiang family. We are not a dumping ground, just because others discard her. Should we take her in? Absolutely not, Xiang Minghui asserted. Dad, your words are too harsh. Xiang Yichen replied solemnly. Su Jingning is not refuse. How can you compare her to that? What? Now you intend to confront me over a woman? Xiang Minghui slammed his hand on the armrest of the sofa. Xiang Yichen glared at Xiang Minghui. Both father and son locked in an impasse, unable to find common ground. In an effort to diffuse the tension, Madame Xiang hurriedly interjected. Dinner is ready. Come on, let's eat and chat. She approached Xiang Yichen, nudging his arm playfully. You two stubborn men. Every time you meet, it's nothing but furrowed brows and glaring. Must we make life so unbearable? Come, dinner waits. She guided both of them to the dining room, continuously serving Xiang Yichen. My dear, you've been away for so long, living alone and constantly dining out. Restaurant food is laden with oil, and who knows how many times it's been reused. It's far from the comforts of home. We live in the same city. Why is it so difficult for you to return home? Mom, please stop serving me. My bowl is overflowing. Xiang Yichen chuckled. Let him be. He knows how to serve himself. Xiang Minghui interjected abruptly. All right, Madame Xiang replied, as she placed a generous helping of bok choy on his plate. Eat up. As Xiang Yichen savored his meal, He couldn't help but notice Madame Xiang stealing glances at him. Unaware at first, but now fully aware of her scrutiny, he found it hard to eat comfortably. "Mom, do you have something to say to me?" Xiang Yicheng said resignedly, bracing himself for another round of admonishment regarding Su Jingning. "Well, Yicheng, you still don't have a steady girlfriend at 26. If you keep this up, when will we ever have a grandchild?" Madame Xiang initially hesitated, but once the words were out, they flowed freely. "Do you remember the youngest daughter of the Zhou family? You played together often as children. Just the other day, I was chatting with Mrs. Zhou, and her Yulin is in her senior year now. She is not only beautiful and well-behaved, but her family background is also respectable. She is from our circle, and we know each other well. Moreover, she is still innocent. She hasn't even had a boyfriend yet. Such a match is truly rare." Xiang Yicheng silently sipped his soup, knowing he couldn't evade the conversation. "Indeed," Madame Xiang continued, "Yicheng, I've arranged for you two to meet. I assure you, Yulin is genuinely wonderful. Speak up, Mom. If you've already decided, what is there for me to say?" Xiang Yicheng replied with little enthusiasm. "What do you mean I've decided? I'm seeking your consent." She retorted, "Look at the people surrounding you lately. An Ian with no family background and Su Jingning, someone else's fiancé. I am only thinking of your future." Xiang Yicheng set down his spoon and gazed at Madame Xiang, saying, "Mother, since you are seeking my opinion, may I express my dissent?" "Of course not." Madame Xiang swiftly retorted without a moment's consideration. "Then what is the point of discussing this? I disagree, and you refuse to acquiesce. So why are we even conversing?" Xiang Yicheng spread his hands and smirked. "Nevertheless, you must arrange a meeting with Yulin," Madame Xiang insisted, adding, "I assure you, it is no exaggeration. Once you lay eyes on Yulin, you will undoubtedly take a liking to her." Seeing Xiang Yicheng's indifferent demeanor, Madame Xiang's temper flared, and she pushed him lightly, exclaiming, "Will you or will you not agree? I will not consent, and you will undoubtedly drag me over to her." Xiang Yicheng replied, "Just let me know when the time is set. However, Mother, I must clarify, just because you think highly of her does not mean I will. If I find her unappealing, do not force me." "Very well. I shall not meddle in the affairs of the younger generation. Just ensure you attend when the time comes." Xue Lingbai parked the car beneath the Ian apartment building. She felt a twinge of awkwardness toward him and, upon arrival, hastily expressed her gratitude and bid him farewell before promptly exiting the vehicle. Xue Lingbai, resigned, opened the car door and stood beside it, watching her hurriedly retreat into the building, shaking his head with a wry smile. When did he become such a formidable presence in the eyes of women? Xue Lingbai understood Ian's strong-willed nature and knew she would likely reject his assistance. Therefore, when searching for accommodations for her, he endeavored to find a place within her financial means. He was not foolish enough to mimic the male protagonist from romantic dramas, purchasing an apartment only to rent it to her at a low price. Ian was no fool. Thus, he procured an apartment that was reasonably priced and within Ian's budget. A cozy one-bedroom that would suffice for her alone. Although it lacked an elevator, the stairwell was well equipped, alleviating any concerns about unforeseen circumstances. As Ian ascended to the third floor, the level of her apartment, she was taken aback upon encountering someone waiting at her doorstep. "Ian!" Chuyang exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy at the sight of her, as if he had been eagerly anticipating their meeting. "I came to see you. When I found you weren't home, I decided to wait by the door." He smiled, the expression tinged with a hint of shyness, momentarily transporting them both back to their university days, those youthful times. His bashful grin accompanied by the habitual scratching of the back of his head spoke volumes. Was it Xue Lingbai who brought you back? I just saw him from the window." Chu Yang hesitated, inquiring, "Are quite familiar with him?" It was only after their breakup that Ian realized the men who came and went in her life were each more remarkable than the last. Post-separation, Ian appeared to possess a beauty that surpassed her former self, an elegance imbued with a subtle femininity that was far more alluring than the naive dependence of her past. Now, as he gazed at Ian, he suddenly felt that aside from her endearing looks, the former girlfriend he had once known lacked any distinctive charm. Initially, she had seemed refreshing, but as time wore on, she revealed herself to be akin to a single-flavored fruit candy, sweet to the point of cloying, ultimately leaving a sense of monotony. In contrast, Ian was different. Each glance at her unveiled a new facet. Especially after a breakup with Xiang Yichen, there lingered a faint sorrow in her eyes, reminiscent of a woman tempered by the trials of time. She exuded a wealth of stories, yet her gaze radiated a resilient strength tinged with vulnerability, evoking an irresistible urge to open one's arms and offer her a sanctuary. Ian glanced at him with impatience. When we were together, it was nearly impossible to find you. Now that we've parted ways, you come knocking at my door and even concern yourself with my social life? What business is it of yours whether I am acquainted with Xue Lingbai or not? Ah, I didn't mean anything by it. Just a casual inquiry. Chuyang retorted, failing jorneret. Surprisingly, instead of storming off, he exhibited a sense of vulnerability. Ian regarded him with a hint of skepticism. What brings you here? Xu Yang revealed a subtle smile, seemingly regaining his confidence, transforming into the man who exuded charm in the presence of women. Ian, I've been waiting at your doorstep for over an hour. Won't you invite me in for a moment? Although it is summer, the evenings can be rather chilly. Xu Yang remarked with a smile. Ian let out a cold smile. Even though she had parted ways with Xu Yang, inviting a man into her home. With the two of them alone, what if something were to transpire? Would she not find herself in a situation where neither heaven nor earth would respond to her plight? If there's something to discuss, then speak your mind, Ian said coldly. Xu Yang hesitated, deflating like a puncture balloon. Ian, even now, you still harbor such animosity towards me. I have no ulterior motives. I merely heard that you and Xiang Yichen have broken up. At his words, Ian raised an eyebrow, a cold smile gracing her lips. It was Yi-Run who told you, wasn't it? My breakup with Xiang Yichen is of no concern to you. Ian, you needn't always push me away with such sharpness upon seeing me, Xu Yang said, furrowing his brow momentarily before softening his expression. I truly bear no ill will. You've come here merely to inform me that you are aware of my separation from Xiang Yichen? Ian scoffed, growing increasingly impatient as the man before her stammered, unable to articulate his intentions clearly. Ian, let us start anew. Chuyang Sudin Li de Tladet. Return to my side, forget about Xiang Yichen. I will treat you exceptionally well, and I promise to make amends for the wrongs of the past. Ian was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the revelation that Xu Yang had come to her for this matter. Ian, taken aback by surprise, was misunderstood by Xu Yang, who thought her astonishment stemmed from overwhelming emotion. He immediately reached out, enveloping one of her hands with both of his, and declared, Ian, it was only after parting that I realized my true affection lies with you. I cannot envision my life without you. You're the only one truly suited for me. Ian regained his senses, gazing at the hand that he held tightly, suddenly feeling a discomfort akin to being bitten by insects, as if his hand were teeming with bacteria. Without a moment's thought, he forcefully shook it off. Chuyang, you have Yi-Run now. Why do you come seeking me? Did you not once declare that I was too assertive, far less gentle and understanding than Yi-Run? How is it now that you find me appealing? Ian regarded him with a cold sneer. Back then, I was foolish, failing to appreciate what I had. Xu Yang lamented, his face a mask of regret. Can you grant me another chance? I was naive, only realizing after our breakup that you were indeed the best for me. And then what? If I were to return to your side, what about Yi-Run? Ian raised an eyebrow, inquiring. Of course, I would break up with her. Ian, rest assured, I would never engage in such duplicitous behavior. Xu Yang asserted resolutely. Oof. Ian scoffed, as if to say you've never done such a thing before. Xu Yang, you wish for me to return only to discard Yi-Run. What happens if you encounter someone even better than I? Would you not promptly cast me aside? Or perhaps, after I return, you would realize that Yi-Run truly is the better choice for you, and then you would discard me to seek her back? Ian shook his head, exclaiming, TSK, TSK, I truly feel pity for her. How could she possibly find herself enamored with someone as despicable as you? You wish for me to return? Absolutely not. Xu Yang's expression suddenly darkened, his face a stormy shade as he glared at Ian. Ian, do temper your words. I have humbled myself to seek your favor. Yet you persist in your mockery. You have already severed ties with Xiang Yichen. What is there to be so proud of? I have come to plead with you, to match your worth, and I assure you, it is no indignity for you. Moreover, you have already been with Xiang Yichen. He has had his fill of you. Do you truly believe yourself to be of such high value? In a fit of rage, Xu Yang's words tumbled out unchecked, devoid of thought. Get lost. Ian spat through gritted teeth. Yes, I may be cast aside by Xiang Yichen, but even as such, I have no interest in you. Ian pointed at the staircase. Chuyang, get out. Just leave. Chuyang suddenly snapped back to reality, his complexion ashen. Ian, I was just speaking nonsense earlier. I am sorry. I was wrong. I misspoke. I apologize. As he spoke, he attempted to grasp Ian's hand once more. But Ian was not about to grant him that chance, and swiftly evaded him. Chu Yang's gaze sharpened, and he stepped forward, seizing her shoulders, yearning to pull her into his embrace. Ian, please forgive me. I am so sorry. I did not mean any of those words. I was mistaken. Ian. Chu Yang held onto her tightly, causing her arms to ache from his grip. Ian, please forgive me. I apologize. None of those words were spoken from my heart. I was wrong. As Ian noticed the frantic expression on his face, she realized that the light in his eyes had lost all semblance of reason. Chu Yang, let me go. Ian trembled with cold, finally succumbing to fear. Ian, please forgive me. Come back to my side, and I shall devote myself entirely to you. Chu Yang gazed at Ian's flustered face, inexplicably filled with a sense of allure that enhanced her competence with an enchanting touch. The reason he lost Ian was precisely because he held her in such high regard. Had she not been reluctant to engage with him so early, he would not have succumbed to Iren's temptations, ultimately allowing Xiang Yichen the opportunity to exploit the situation. He should have adopted a more ruthless approach, akin to Xiang Yichen's. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Chu Yang looked at Ian's lips and leaned in to kiss her. Suddenly, a fist, seemingly from nowhere, struck his left cheek with a resounding thud. Caught completely off guard, Chu Yang was knocked to the ground, crashing against the wall with a loud bang. He glared up, curious to see who had the audacity to meddle in his affairs. Prior to Ian's return, he had assured the neighbors that he was merely trying to appease his girlfriend and that any disagreements would be inconsequential, hence the lack of concern from them. Yet, when he looked up and recognized the newcomer, the curses he intended to unleash were abruptly swallowed. Xue Lingbai glared at him with a murderous expression, shielding Ian behind him. You didn't leave? Ian asked, surprised to find herself protected. I waited downstairs, and when your lights remained off for too long, I grew worried and came to check. Xue Lingbai replied, never taking his eyes off the seated Chu Yang. At that moment, all Ian could see was his sturdy shoulder, feeling secure under his protection. Though the night air was cool, warmth enveloped her. Xue Lingbai's punch had been quite forceful, splitting Chu Yang's lip and drawing crimson blood. I've seen shamelessness before, but never to the extent you display, utterly disregarding your dignity, Xue Lingbai remarked disdainfully. Chu Yang lifted his hand to wipe the blood from his lip, feeling the sting of his injury causing his face to twitch before he managed to rise from the ground. Ian, Chu Yang began, but Xue Lingbai interrupted him. Get lost, he commanded. Clenching his fists tightly, Chu Yang found himself at a crossroads. If he simply walked away, he would lose face. Yet, he could not afford to offend Xue Lingbai. Chu Yang, it's time for you to leave. Staying any longer would be pointless, Ian stated. Return to Iren and advise her to visit the hospital to see her father. Regardless of the circumstances, he is still her biological father. Ever since Ian was hospitalized, neither Su Huiqin nor Iren had made an appearance, as if they were completely indifferent to the situation. Chu Yang took a deep breath, gritting his teeth as he departed, realizing that the current situation left no room for further discourse. Despite the frustration bubbling within him, he had no choice but to bow to the circumstances. As he reached the corner of the staircase, he glanced back at Ian, his eyes flashing with a haunting intensity. Xue Lingbai spared Ian from further discomfort. After such an upheaval, the awkwardness between them had considerably diminished. Please go inside and rest well. I shall take my leave now. Ultimately, he watched as Ian retrieved his keys and unlocked the door before he finally departed. Upon returning home, Iren greeted him as soon as he opened the door. Chu Yang, why are you returning so late? She inquired. I had an impromptu meeting with a client, Chu Yang replied nonchalantly, lacking the inclination to engage with her. Chu Yang, even if you are busy, you must spend some time with Iren. You have been away frequently. How can this continue? Su Huin in does it? Iren is nearing graduation, and you two have been together for a year now. Isn't it time to discuss marriage? Chu Yang cast a disdainful glance at Su Huiqin. a flicker of contempt crossing his eyes. How had he never noticed this woman's insatiable greed before? Ever since she had moved in, she had incessantly requested various luxuries. Today, it was clothing, tomorrow a handbag, and the day after that a necklace, all high-end branded items. He wondered how, at her age, she possessed such an abundance of fashion knowledge, surpassing even that of contemporary youth. Not long ago, representatives from financial company had come to collect debts. This was an upscale residential area, home to company executives and CEOs. The sight of debt collectors might lead neighbors to assume his business was in dire straits, necessitating loans from a financial institution. Originally, business was already challenging. The commotion caused by the financial company could easily fuel rumors, complicating matters further. To avert greater losses and complications, Chuyang reluctantly decided to repay Su Huiqin's debts. She instantly beamed, resembling a brothel madam, her demeanor fluttering with joy as she promised to repay him. With a cold smirk, Chuyang approached. Having already resigned himself to the notion that his money would go to waste the moment he withdrew it, he realized that he had been ensnared by the mother and daughter duo, who viewed him as nothing more than a cash cow, an ATM from which they could effortlessly extract resources without contributing anything in return. Each passing day deepened his regret and darkened his mood, fueling his desire to avoid returning home altogether. What a peculiar situation it was. These two had intruded upon his sanctuary, and despite it being his residence, he found himself unable to call a home. In his frustration, he resolved to seek out Ian that evening, hoping for a chance to rekindle their past connection. "Aunt, I'm quite fatigued. Iran is still young and has a long way to go before graduation. Discussing such matters now would only hinder her academic pursuits. Let us postpone everything until after her graduation," Chuyang remarked, loosening his tie as he entered the house. She bit her lip, and it would be disingenuous to claim she was not hurt by Chuyang's response. Even she could discern that his words were merely a fade meant to placate Su Huiqin. Although the timing may not be opportune for marriage, they could at least discuss future plans, perhaps even set a date to establish some stability. "Inger, what has transpired between you and Chuyang recently? He seems to exhibit a markedly diminished affection towards you," Su Huiqin remarked. Once Chuyang departed, Su Huiqin's smile faded. Could it be that he has taken another woman outside? Surely not, Inger mused, though doubts began to creep in. Why not? He has a history in this regard. If he could maintain a relationship with you while courting Ian, it stands to reason that he could seek other women while being with you, Su Huiqin cautioned. "Be vigilant and keep a close watch on him." "Understood, mother. I shall go in and check on him," Inger replied. Upon entering the bedroom, she found Chuyang had just changed into his loungewear. Hearing the door open, he glanced at her, noting her perpetually pitiful demeanor, which he found rather exasperating. "Can't you adopt a different expression? Is there anything to eat?" "I'm famished," he said, having foregone a meal to avoid missing Ian, followed by being humiliated by Xue Lingbai. He now felt the uncomfortable emptiness in his stomach. "You haven't eaten? Were you not meeting a client? How could you skip a meal?" "Yingya and Kvilet. Not eaten is simply that. Why do you have so many questions? Am I supposed to deceive you?" Chuyang retorted impaciently. Inger felt as though his irritation was an affront to her. "I was merely asking out of concern." She pouted slightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Chuyang, what has changed? Why do you seem so impatient with me? Do you no longer care for me?" She often sheds tears, yet to Chuyang, these tears have lost their value. "Do you find it amusing to constantly dwell on such thoughts?" Chuyang retorted impaciently. "All you do is cry, while I am here with an empty stomach, lacking the time to engage in this trivial discourse." She shivered slightly. "Because you didn't return home last night, I didn't save you any food. So, there's nothing to eat at home, is there?" Chuyang exclaimed angrily. "There are two women in the house, yet there's not even a morsel to eat. What kind of situation is this? What do you want to eat? I can make it for you right now," she said, her body curled up and tears welling in her eyes. "Could you please stop crying? Have I mistreated you in some way? Why do you cry so easily? Where do all those tears come from?" Upon seeing her in such distress, Chuyang could no longer contain the fire within. Ian would never behave like this. She rarely shed tears, and when she did, it was only in moments of deep sorrow, true tears of heartache. Moreover, Ian would never allow him to go hungry. No matter how late he returned, there was always food saved for him. The more he pondered, the more unsettled he felt, and he gruffly stated, "Fine, I'll go out to eat." With that, Chu Yang slammed the door and left. With tears in her eyes, she stepped out, saying, "Mother, please do not cry. I have heard everything you said." Observing Yang's behavior, it is possible that his distress does not stem from another woman, but rather from overwhelming work-related pressures. You too must refrain from crying at every turn. He is already burdened with stress. Your tears will only exacerbate his irritability, Su Huiqin remarked. She could only nod pitifully, desperately holding back her tears. "How long has it been since you engaged in that activity?" Su Huin suddenly inquired. With her face flushed crimson, she replied, "It's been a while." "Dignity, do you truly require it?" Su Huin zima. "You must coax him tonight when he returns. If you soothe him, he will be in a better mood," she added with an expression of experience. By the time Chu Yang returned, it was already past midnight, reeking of alcohol. Irin had not slept, feeling the bed sink beside her, knowing that Chu Yang had lain down. She immediately moved closer. Chu Yang was quite frustrated that evening, and as Irin willingly approached him, he allowed himself to release his pent-up emotions upon her. The next day, although Irin felt a bit of discomfort and it was not as delightful as before, at least Chu Yang still desired her. As long as he was willing to touch her, it provided her with some reassurance. "Irin, your father is in the hospital. You should visit him when you can." Chu Yang suggested. Irin was taken aback and replied, "He doesn't take care for me. Having my sister is enough." Su Huiqin chimed in, "Indeed. He only has eyes for Yin. With Yin looking after him, there's nothing to worry about." Implicitly, it was clear that neither mother nor daughter wished to visit Yin. Chu Yang glanced at the two women with a cold smile in his heart before leaving for work. Early that morning, before heading to work, Irin emerged from the bank, gazing at the mere 20,000 remaining in her account, and she sighed heavily. Indeed, her savings could hardly sustain Yin's treatment for long. During Yin's therapy, Irin had sought the best possible care, spending lavishly on the most expensive medications, and thus her funds drained away like a waterfall. Now, with just 20,000 left and the hospital fees looming, it would last at most 2 or 3 weeks. Nowadays, hospitals would not commence treatment without payment up front, and Irin, putting away her passbook, felt a deep sense of despair about how she would acquire the necessary funds. Xue Lingbai, she had no familial ties to him and saw no reason to owe him a favor. She always felt that he was like a bottomless pit, concealing something within that she would likely never uncover. Borrowing money from him? Irin believed that would be akin to making a deal with the devil. What about borrowing from Liang Yin? Liang Yin was not a local, living alone in T City and sending money home. Her expenses were already substantial. If Liang Yin knew she was in financial distress, she would undoubtedly help her, even to the point of financial ruin. However, Yin's illness was insatiable. With no end in sight, why should she drag Liang Yin down into that abyss? Lost in thought, Irin received a sudden call from Xue Lingbai. "Irin, I'll pick you up after work and take you out for dinner." He hung up before she could even respond, as if he anticipated her refusal. Irin stared blankly at her phone. She had no opportunity to decline. With her mind preoccupied with medical expenses, she found no inclination to join the wealthy Xue Lingbai for a meal. As the end of the workday approached, she anxiously anticipated her escape. Just as the clock struck the hour, she received a call from Xue Lingbai, who awaited her downstairs. "I know," Ian replied curtly, promptly disconnecting the call. "Ian," Liang Yin called out as she made her way outside. Sensing what Liang Yin was about to say, Ian offered an apologetic smile. "Liang Yin, I'm sorry. I have plans." With a bittersweet smile, Liang Yin sighed, "I understand that some matters cannot be forced. You should go." "Liang Yin." Ian looked at her, concern etched on her face. "Is something troubling you?" Liang Yin paused, then smiled lightly. "Stop guessing, just go." Ian nodded, unaware that at the moment she turned away, Liang Yin let out a heavy sigh. The grandeur of the dynasty remained ever imposing, and Ian never imagined she would have another opportunity to enter. Having plummeted from the heights, she now perceived the dynasty as a palace of antiquity, a realm reserved for the privileged, where she could only gaze from afar, barred from entry. Upon seeing Ian and Xue Lingbai approach, the manager of the dynasty was visibly taken aback, puzzled by the unexpected association between the two. "Young Master Xue, Miss Ian," he greeted respectfully. Would you prefer to sit in the hall or in the VIP room? Xue Lingbai inquired. As Ian spent time with Xue Lingbai, she discerned a striking difference between him and Xiang Yichen. Xue Lingbai sought her opinion first, while Xiang Yichen would make a decision and then ask for her agreement. Although both appeared to respect her, Xiang Yichen's approach often left Ian little room to refuse. When she felt indifferent, she would acquiesce to his wishes. In contrast, Xue Lingbai allowed her the utmost freedom of choice, even in matters she deemed trivial, inviting her to express her preferences. The hall. Please, Ian replied instinctively, wishing to avoid the discomfort of being in a confined space with Xue Lingbai. It seemed Xue Lingbai sensed her thoughts, and with a light chuckle, he addressed the manager. Very well, please find us a table in the hall. Of course, the manager replied promptly. Young Master Xue, Miss Ian, this way please. Brother Xiang? A gentle, yet somewhat shy voice called from across the way. What? Xiang Yichen snapped back to attention, gazing at Zhou Yulin. Having received a call from Madame Xiang the previous day, he was informed of a meeting with the youngest daughter of the Zhou family, set to take place at the dynasty. He hadn't anticipated that shortly after settling in, he would spot the manager leading Ian and Xue Lingbai nearby, evidently intending to sit in the hall as well. Xiang Yichen narrowed his eyes slightly. She was still the same, disliking the idea of being alone with another person in a closed room. As Zhou Yulin's call brought him back to reality, he couldn't help but be distracted again by her presence. Madame Xiang had insisted he personally fetch Zhou Yulin from her home, and upon arriving at the dynasty, Zhou Yulin had also requested to sit in the hall, claiming it felt more comfortable. Strangely, he found himself recalling Ian. She had expressed a similar sentiment during their own encounter. Unconsciously, he found himself lost in thought, though his gaze was directed towards Zhou Yulin. The visage that occupied his mind was unmistakably Ian's. Her delicate laughter, her expressions of anger and embarrassment, the way she left a mark on his neck, claiming it as her own, these myriad faces vividly flashed before him. Had Xue Lingbai ever witnessed such a variety of her? Without realizing it, he tightened his grip on the wine glass, his fingertips turning pale from the lack of blood flow, a stark contrast against the ruby hue of the wine. Brother Xiang? Zhou Yulin, oblivious to his hand, noticed his unblinking eyes fixed intently upon her. Overcome with shyness, her cheeks flushed, she called out to him, her voice imbued with sweetness. Xiang Yichen, startled by Zhou Yulin's exclamation, came back to his senses and beheld her rosy complexion, aware that she had misconstrued the situation. However, he chose not to clarify, instead finishing the wine in his glass while his gaze trailed towards Ian and Xue Lingbai. Ian and Xue Lingbai had just placed their order when Xue Lingbai received a call. Hello, Lingbai, where are you? Su Jingning inquired over the phone. Dining. Is there something you need? Xue Lingbai replied nonchalantly. No, it's just that I haven't seen you since you returned from your business trip, Su Jingning said, her tone revealing her disappointment. Xue Lingbai, growing impatient, smirked as he glanced at Ian across the table. Jingning, you should be well aware of our relationship. It's not one of mutual affection or deep attachment, so there is no need for us to meet constantly. Do as you please. I want to interfere in your life, nor do you need to concern yourself with mine, he stated, the sarcasm evident in his smile. Ian's expression shifted as he realized that it was Su Jingning who was calling. At that moment, the server arrived with their dishes. Xue Lingbai unabashedly declared, Ian, please enjoy your meal. There's no need to wait for me. His words clearly resonated through the phone, reaching Su Jingning's ears. Lingbai, are you with Ian? Su Jingning's voice rose sharply, tinged with indignation. Are you at Wangchao? Xue Lingbai smirked again. Don't concern yourself with my whereabouts. Nor should you think coming to find me. Su Jingning, if you dare to confront me, we shall immediately annul our engagement. How could you treat me this way? Yes. Initially, it was I who insisted on our engagement, pressured by your family. But how can you so casually speak of annulling it? Even if you do not love me, cannot you perceive the affection I hold for you? Am I not deserving of a modicum of respect? Respect? Is that something you truly require? Xue Lingbai scoffed coldly, stating his hunger before hanging up. Ian raised an eyebrow, aware that Xue Lingbai appeared indifferent towards Su Jingning, though he had not anticipated such a level of aloofness. She suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for Su Jingning. from her demeanor. It was evident that she harbored feelings for Xue Lingbai, yet he treated her with such coldness. Regardless of Su Jingning's character, this treatment was undeniably pitiful. Why do you deliberately mention my name? Afraid Su Jingning doesn't know you and I are together? Ian shot him an annoyed look. Xue Lingbai's actions seemed intentionally provocative towards Su Jingning. How delightful. She had to interfere between you and Xiang Yiqian, and now, the tables have turned. It's your turn to provoke her, avenging yourself in a way. Isn't it? Xue Lingbai shrugged nonchalantly. Ian felt a stirring within her, rendered speechless, merely gazing at him. Could it be that he acted this way? To assist her in seeking revenge? Xue Lingbai, you. Ian's voice dropped, becoming somewhat hoarse. What are you dawdling about? Eat your food, Xue Lingbai said, thrusting the chopsticks into her hand. These dishes are all ones you ordered, so hurry up. All these dishes were her favorites, yet Xue Lingbai hardly touched them. It was only later that she realized these dishes were precisely those he disliked. When ordering, he had remained silent. Now, he barely moved his chopsticks, merely watching her eat. The situation was so transparent that Ian couldn't help but understand. Xue Lingbai, could you refrain from being so kind to me? I don't know how to respond, Ian admitted, staring at the array of her favorite dishes that she suddenly found hard to swallow. You stubborn fool, who expects you to respond? You must not have been pampered before. Xue Lingbai chuckled, attempting to lighten the atmosphere. Ian opened his mouth, yet no words escaped his lips. Indeed, he found himself profoundly affected by Xue Lingbai's words. When with Chu Yang, it was predominantly she who indulged him. Although Shi Yiqian had showered her with affection, it was based on subjective perceptions. Upon reflection, that perhaps did not constitute genuine adoration. A sudden bitterness engulfed her throat, and Ian, feeling helpless, uttered, I need to use the restroom. Xue Lingbai's smile was too dazzling, rendering her unable to remain seated in his presence any longer. Ignoring Xue Lingbai's reaction, Ian hurriedly got up. Xiang Yiqian was only half listening to Zhou Yulin as she spoke of her aspirations and interests, when his gaze caught sight of Ian making her way towards the restroom. I wish to graduate in the future, Zhou Yulin said, her face illuminated with dreams, but suddenly darkness enveloped her vision. Xiang Yiqian abruptly stood, interrupting her with an apology. Excuse me, I need to use the restroom. Zhou Yulin blinked in astonishment, not having the chance to respond. All right, go ahead. Before Xiang Yiqian had already walked away, leaving her with nothing but the receding silhouette. She stared at that figure, momentarily lost in thought, her cheeks flushing anew. Xiang Yiqian strode purposefully to the restroom, only to find Ian leaning against the wall outside, lost in contemplation, seemingly unaware of anything around her. The thought that Ian could engage so warmly with Xue Lingbai while he felt abandoned fueled his agitation, and with a pale countenance, he approached her. As he drew nearer, he observed Ian still entranced, and the sensation of being overlooked ignited his temper. What are you so engrossed in that you can't even see me? Startled by the familiar tone of reproach, Ian snapped back to reality, only to find Xiang Yiqian standing right before her. She barely reached his shoulder, and leaning against the wall, made her appear exceedingly languid, just grazing his chest with her form, the light around her entirely obscured by him, casting a shadow over her head. His face, turned away from the light, was shrouded in darkness, intensifying the pallor of his already grim expression. Ian opened her mouth to speak, yet her voice emerged as a rough whisper, akin to sandpaper. She had never anticipated encountering him again. She had thought their paths would diverge completely after her departure. However, their reunion unfolded in this unexpected manner. Observing his demeanor, it seemed as though he had sought her out deliberately. I wondered how you could leave me so easily. Turns out there's another Xue Lingbai. Ian, you certainly move quickly, Xiang Yiqian spat out, his anger making him careless with his words. Even though Ian's complexion appeared unhealthy and her eyes held a hint of melancholy, he chose to disregard the past, allowing his jealousy to eclipse his reason. Ian coldly curled her lips. Xiang Yiqian, do not sully my departure with such filth. You are well aware of my reasons for leaving. Ian scorned the notion of straddling two boats and then concocting excuses for leaving. It was he who had wronged her, entangled with Su Jingning while being with her, creating a web of deceit. Now that they had parted, he behaved like a jealous fool, confronting her with indignation. What was this? Was this man simply idle and seeking trouble? Where had his emotional displays been before? Who was he trying to impress now? She had no interest in it. Ian gazed at the evident fury etched across his face. Despite the fear that gripped her, she mustered her courage and pushed past him, imploring, "Please, step aside." She sought to leave and return to find Xue Lingbai. At that moment, Xiang Yichen appeared far too intimidating, and it seemed that remaining by Xue Lingbai's side was her only refuge. Yet, since Xiang Yichen had followed her, he would not permit her to depart so easily. He seized her arm, yanking her back with a force driven by rage, his grip unyieldingly tight. Ian felt as though his arm was about to shatter from the pain as he was forcefully yanked back into position, his back colliding harshly against the wall, leaving him ensnared within the confines of the man's embrace. "You slept with him?" Xiang Yichen demanded, his face a shade of stormy gray. The word "slept with" nearly spat out through clenched teeth, sounding almost menacing. "Ian, we have no connection now. Whether it's with Xue Lingbai or anyone else. What does it matter to you?" Ian retorted with a cold sneer. Xiang Yichen's chest heaved with barely contained fury, his heated breath cascading onto her face. He had always known that this woman was not one to be trifled with. She was resolute in her farewells, never lingering in the past. No matter how much Ren Chuyang had apologized, she had remained unfazed. Now, Xiang Yichen found himself engulfed by a similar sorrow as Chuyang. Xue Lingbai was no saint either. It was implausible for him to treat someone well without reason. Suppressing his rage, he spoke in a low voice. "Ian, Xue Lingbai is not as simple as you perceive. I am well aware of that, but what of it? His kindness is all that matters to me." Ian responded coldly. "Both you and Chuyang once promised to treat me well, yet in the end, it was for the sake of another woman that I was betrayed. Now, my intentions are no longer pure. That is of little consequence to me." Upon hearing her reply, Xiang Yichen felt an unsettling conviction that she might indeed have been intimate with Xue Lingbai. He fixated on her lips, twisted into a sardonic smile. And images flooded his mind of the night she had gazed serenely at Xue Lingbai the moment he kissed her. It was as though he had fallen under a spell. Suddenly, he leaned down and captured her lips in a fervent kiss. Ian's eyes widened in shock, the unexpected kiss leaving her no chance to evade. The instant their lips met, Xiang Yichen realized he had succumbed to her allure. The unique sweetness of her lips surpassed any confectionery delight, more fragrant than blossoms, sweeter than fruits. Ian struggled, pushing against his chest. It was then that Xiang Yichen recognized that throughout their time apart, he had never forgotten her sweetness. In that kiss, he discovered that she was even more enchanting than his memories had portrayed. Yet, the woman in his arms seemed not to share his sentiments, persistently resisting him. Though her struggles grew weaker and her breaths heavier, it did little to quell his fury. Resolutely, he seized her unruly hands, gripping her wrists and securing them behind her, rendering her efforts to escape futile. "You are unworthy," Ian scoffed coldly, perceiving her as perpetually ungrateful. "What does it matter? My kissing skills surpass yours," she retorted with a derisive smile. Xiang Yichen clenched his jaw, images of her kissing Xue Lingbai flashing through his mind incessantly. "Xue Lingbai is indeed Jingning's fiancée. Are you not the one who despises seductresses? Why would you want to become one?" Xiang Yichen said gravely, reminding her of Xue Lingbai's status. "Why not? Both of my men were taken by seductresses. Now, I find that being a seductress is rather appealing. At least I'm more desirable than a legitimate partner." Ian chuckled lightly. "Moreover, Su Jingning is fully aware of my relationship with you, yet still insists on entangling herself with you. So why shouldn't I pursue Xue Lingbai? I want her to experience the pain of having a man lured away by another woman. Is this revenge you seek?" Xiang Yichen's expression darkened abruptly. Ian, observing his demeanor, felt a pang of bitterness. She thought that by enticing Xue Lingbai, Su Jingning would be hurt, and that would sadden him too. Indeed, Ian raised her chin defiantly, looking at him with a stubborn gaze. "You know my temperament. If someone wrongs me, I will not only refuse to forgive, but will also retaliate. If Su Jingning makes my life miserable, I shall make hers 1,000 times worse." Xiang Yichen could not help but firmly grasp her chin. "You wish to be a seductress, do you? That also depends on whether you possess the qualifications." As soon as he finished speaking, his fingers tightened around her chin, forcing her closer to his face. The pressure was painful, and Ian stood on her toes, trying to alleviate the discomfort. Just as their eyes met, he suddenly lowered his head and kissed her forcefully. That kiss, reminiscent of their previous encounter in the palace, seemed to linger as he had softened upon seeing her tears, unwilling to witness her sorrow. Yet, she was still so close to Xue Lingbai, even kissing that man. The anger bubbling within Xiang Yiqian found no release. His tenderness had merely resulted in her running to another man. This time, he vowed not to let her go. Even if she cried hoarsely, she should not expect him to relent. Ian's lips were captured, and she struggled fiercely. In the confined space of the room, whatever Xiang Yiqian did to her went unanswered by the world outside. She initially thought she couldn't retaliate, but suddenly, she bit his lip hard. Ouch! Xiang Yiqian winced in pain, yet he was taken aback by the wounded look in Ian's eyes before he could utter a curse. What are you doing? Are you seeking justice for Su Jingning by treating me this way? Tears welled in her eyes, her heart heavy, bitterness flooding her mouth. He instinctively uttered a sound of concern, his thumb caressing her chin. Her words pierced his heart, though he had never thought that way. Why did she have to drag Su Jingning into this? Ian's chest tightened painfully, struck by his concern, staring at him in a daze. Suddenly, she struggled frantically, flailing her arms and shouting, "Do not call me that. You are not worthy. I forbid you to call me that." In her frenzy, she fought desperately, and several times. Xiang Yiqian nearly failed to restrain her. His eyes narrowed slightly as he grasped her wrists firmly, applying a bit of pressure to secure her wrists behind her back, forcing her body to bend forward against him. "Let me go. Release me," Ian cried out, trapped and unable to move. Helpless, she could only scream. However, having tasted the sweetness of their connection, Xiang Yiqian had no intention of releasing her. He held her wrists tightly, capturing her lips with precision. The soft sounds of her responses echoed like an incantation from his lips, deep and resonant, reminiscent of a midnight dream, intoxicating and momentarily disorienting Ian. As she was transported back to their fleeting moments of joy, the mere thought of her with Xue Lingbai ignited his fury, compelling him to lift her effortlessly and carry her to the bed. Finally free, her lips gasped for air, but the atmosphere was thick with his scent, leaving her no escape. As soon as he set her down, her previously restrained hands found their freedom, and she immediately pushed against his chest. "Xiang Yiqian, you cannot do this. We are no longer together." His expression darkened. What did she mean they were no longer together? Her words ignited his anger, and he seized her hands that were pressed against his chest. Her delicate wrists fit easily within his grasp. "I'll tell you this, Ian. You are my woman now, and you will never escape our bond," he declared with fury. He hastily tore his tie from the collar of his shirt, and Ian, alarmed by his actions, exclaimed, "What are you doing, Xiang Yiqian? You cannot. Let me go." With her arms raised above her head, bound tightly, she struggled futilely. "Xiang Yiqian, you cannot restrain me. Release me. You cannot do this." Finally, he released her lips and gazed down at her exposed skin, still smooth and unmarked by Xue Lingbai. The realization brought a smile to his lips. Suddenly, the phone at her bedside rang, the unexpected sound causing Xiang Yiqian to frown in displeasure, cursing the intruder who dared to call at that moment. Yet, he felt fortunate that Ian's hands were restrained. Even if she wanted to answer, she could not, and he could simply hang up for her. As he picked up the phone, intending to disconnect, he noticed the name displayed and raised an eyebrow, suddenly less hasty. "Do you wish to know who was calling?" He paused, holding the phone, a mischievous smirk playing on his lips. Upon seeing his expression, Ian tensed, watching him in silence. Xue Lingbai, with a hint of sarcasm, held the phone up to Ian's face, urging her to see the name on the screen. "TSK, TSK. It's only been a short while since we parted, and he's already calling." Ian remained silent, biting her lip, her eyes fixed nervously on him. Xiang Yiqian chuckled. "What do you think would happen if I answered? Should I tell him what we're up to? He would go mad." "Ian," she replied, her lips pale, her gaze unwavering on his hand. "Please don't answer." "Why not? This is quite a rare opportunity," Xiang Yiqian said, his fingers drumming rhythmically on the back of the phone, feigning regret. "If you answer, I will hate you," Ian said through gritted teeth, her breaths quickening with anger. His expression suddenly grew profound. A a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You already hate me a little, don't you? If you want me not to answer, you should show some sincerity. What do you want? Ian glared at him, unable to fathom what she could possibly offer him. I'm not asking for anything excessive, Xiang Yichen replied, his smile growing warmer, though Ian felt increasingly uneasy. Now, tell me honestly, has Xue Lingbai kissed you? Or taken you to bed? No, no. At this moment, Ian couldn't afford to sulk. Her only thought was that Xiang Yichen must not answer the call. We are completely innocent. He has never kissed me or taken me to bed. With that, Ian scoffed, adding a touch of mockery. Not like you and Su Jingning. Xiang Yichen chose to ignore the latter part, his heart leaping with joy. Xue Lingbai had never touched her. He found it astonishing that Xue Lingbai could endure this long. Regardless, Ian was still his, entirely his, untouched by any other man. Xiang Yichen genuinely smiled, his lips curling upward in a proud arc that only grew wider. I've told you, hurry and hang up the phone, Ian urged anxiously. Xiang Yichen abruptly ceased his laughter. He must be that important to you if you can't bear for me to answer. You two aren't, perhaps, engaged in some pure romance? Or is Xue Lingbai incapable? The thought of Xue Lingbai's significance in Ian's heart extinguished his earlier joy. Yes, he had intervened just in time. Xue Lingbai hadn't had the chance to touch her, but that didn't mean he wouldn't in the future. Given Ian's evident distress, he found it hard to believe her claims of innocence. Mind your own business. Do you think everyone is as sordid as you? Ian retorted angrily. I've given you the answer you wanted. Now hang up the phone. Oh no, that won't do. If I hang up, he is so suspicious that he thinks something is wrong. What if he bursts through the door and sees us like this? What then? Xiang Yichen showed no concern. In fact, he hoped Xue Lingbai would come. But upon hearing this, Ian's face turned pale. Ian gasped in surprise, and before she could devise a plan, Xiang Yichen had already taken over the call. To her astonishment, however, Xiang Yichen remained silent and instead held the phone to her ear. Ian, why did you take so long to answer? Xue Lingbai inquired the moment the call connected. Ian cast a doubtful glance at Xiang Yichen, unable to believe his sudden kindness. Yet she replied, I was just taking a shower and only just finished, so I answered when I heard the phone. Xiang Yichen chuckled lightly. Did the water wash away my saliva? Ian, are you still there? Came a voice on the other end, accompanied by a reminder, please remember to rest your eyes during prolonged reading. Xue Lingbai, growing impatient from the lack of Ian's response, couldn't help but ask, are you all right? Your voice sounds strange. I'm fine, Ian insisted, desperately suppressing her unease, her brow furrowed tightly. I might just be a little under the weather from being overly tired lately. Xue Lingbai's concern deepened as he detected the oddness in her tone. Do you have any medicine at home? He pressed. I do. Ian's voice trembled as she quickly replied. I just bought some. Suddenly, Xiang Yichen looked up and flashed her a wicked grin, as if mocking her for the lie. Then be sure to drink plenty of water, Xue Lingbai advised. Yet, as he listened more intently, he sensed something was amiss, prompting him to refrain from ending the call hastily. I'm tired, Ian stammered, desperately wishing to conclude this unbearable conversation. Xue Lingbai's expression darkened further, but his voice remained steady. All right, make sure to rest well. Good night. Good night, Ian replied, as if finally freed from her burdens. Yet, Xiang Yichen continued to hold the phone to her ear, remaining close, which left her feeling an inexplicable emptiness. Suddenly, unprepared and having let her guard down, Xiang Yichen launched an unexpected advance, causing Ian to instinctively scream. The sound, built up from her previous restraint, erupted in a powerful and liberating release. On the other end, Xue Lingbai had not yet hung up. He was accustomed to waiting for Ian to end the call first, but was taken aback by the piercing scream that echoed through the line. Upon hearing Xue Lingbai's startled reaction, Ian felt a chill wash over her, leaving her frozen in place. Her eyes widened in shock, completely at a loss for how to respond. Finally, Xiang Yichen removed the phone from her ear, pressed the hang-up button, and carelessly tossed the device onto the bed. Xiang Yichen, you are clearly being intentional. Despite her utmost caution, as she was on the verge of ending the call and allowing herself to relax, you abruptly intervened, rendering all her previous efforts futile. You did this on purpose. Ian wanted to glare at him in anger, yet he found himself left with nothing but a sense of powerlessness. Indeed, Xiang Yiqin unabashedly acknowledged his actions, even lifting his lips into a triumphant smile. I did it on purpose. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly enchanting, a series of heavy knocks resounded at the door, accompanied by the frantic voice of Xue Lingbai. The three words 104 shattered her idyllic reverie. At that moment, the enchanting ambience was interrupted once more by the relentless knocking. As Xue Lingbai's voice rang out, "Ian, open the door." "Ian!" Xue Lingbai shouted in a fit of exasperation. Ian could not possibly be oblivious to the reason behind that piercing scream before the phone call ended. Who is she with inside? Is Shichen in there? "Ian, open the door." Xue Lingbai relentlessly pounded on the door, as if he might shatter it into pieces. "What are you doing? Why are you making such a racket at this late hour? Who are you?" A neighbor suddenly flung open their door, visibly enraged. At this hour, some are watching television, others seeking rest after a long day's work, wishing for a moment of tranquility, yet here is this person outside, shouting and causing a disturbance. Who could possibly maintain their composure in such a situation? Xue Lingbai turned with a heavy demeanor. When had he ever needed to consider the opinions of others? His fierce expression startled the neighbor. "You go on." The neighbor's face turned pale, and without uttering another word, they slammed the door shut. Ian was abruptly startled by the voice of Xue Lingbai, causing her to freeze as though a bucket of cold water had been splashed upon her. "Xiang Yiqin, you, stop, please." Ian's complexion paled suddenly, and she hastily pushed against his chest, her voice trembling with panic. Upon witnessing her reaction and hearing Xue Lingbai outside, Xiang Yiqin could not suppress his rising anger, feeling a mix of anxiety and indignation. Ian's modest apartment was already small, and her high-pitched screams reached Xue Lingbai's ears. Xue Lingbai's expression shifted. "Ian, Xiang, you." "Xue Lingbai, he's outside." Ian could not help but exclaim. "What of it? Are you so terrified of him discovering what we are doing together? Or are you afraid he might learn whom you are with? You should abandon any thoughts of remaining loyal to him. He is well aware that you have been my woman." Xiang Yiqin retorted coldly, his anger flaring as he noticed her preoccupation with the presence of Xue Lingbai outside. "No, someone is listening outside. This is unacceptable. How will she face Xue Lingbai again?" The thought of Xue Lingbai would forever remind her of this night. How could she continue living? Yet, Xiang Yiqin desired precisely this outcome, a grin spreading across his face. What is there to fear? Simply treat him as if he does not exist. As he spoke, he placed his hands on her back, lifting her to sit upon his lap. Ian now simply wished for him to cease, his entire being languidly draped over him, hands resting upon his shoulders. As if he had discerned her thoughts, Xiang Yiqin gently grasped her waist and said, "Be obedient and refrain from uttering those three words before me. Once I've had my fill, I shall help you dismiss him." "Humph." Ian let out a muffled grunt. It would be absurd to trust him this time. Observing her indignant demeanor, clearly expressing her disbelief, Xiang Yiqin found amusement in her frustration. "You may not trust me now, but I shall not release you. It would be wiser for you to comply." "You." Ian gazed at his smug, smiling visage, the audacity of his words rendering her momentarily speechless. Lowering her gaze, she pressed her lips to the hollow between his collarbones, drawing out a crimson strawberry. "Ian, I have left my mark on you here. When that man outside sees it, he will know you are taken," Xiang Yiqin murmured. Ian was taken aback, feeling an uncanny familiarity with those words. Suddenly, it dawned on him that she had once said the very same thing to him. "Xiang Yiqin, I have left my mark on you here, so that those women outside will know you are taken." Yet now he had returned those words to her, unchanged. "Taken?" Ian smiled wryly. She was not an inanimate object to be claimed by anyone. When he had initially cast her aside, dismissing her with a mere kick, how can now assert himself as her master? In her naivety, she once believed that leaving a mark upon him would secure his loyalty, but in the end, what did that amount to? It paled in comparison to a single word from Su Jingning. Ian stared blankly at him. Labels can easily be peeled off, let alone a kiss mark that will fade in a few days. Xiang Yiqin was momentarily taken aback, observing Ian's expression as his eyes narrowed intently. His finger gently caressed the mark nestled between her collarbones, the color of the kiss mark deepening gradually, akin to a butterfly yearning to take flight from her collarbone. After the peak of exquisite beauty, it leaves no trace behind. I shall not allow it to vanish, Xiang Yiqian declared in a low voice. Meanwhile, the sound of Xue Lingbai calling from the door had long since ceased, unnoticed by Ian. Ian leaned weakly against his shoulder, his long hair matted with sweat, clinging to his body as he breathed heavily. Although Shi Yiqian was reluctant to leave, he was acutely aware that there was still a task to be accomplished, to lay Ian down upon the bed. Upon stepping outside, he was immediately struck by the crispness of the air, a stark contrast to the warmth and comfort emanating from Ian's body. He donned a pair of trousers, remaining bare-chested, and leaned down to place a gentle kiss on Ian's forehead, whispering softly, "Be good. I shall go and see to it that Xue Lingbai is sent away." Ian was initially lounging with his eyes half closed, too weary to utter a single word. With the silence outside, she had momentarily forgotten about Xue Lingbai until Xiang Yiqian suddenly brought him up, causing Ian to jolt awake. Was he intending to inform Xue Lingbai about their earlier activities? Absolutely not. Ian sat up abruptly, but it was too late. Xiang Yiqian had already strode towards the door with his long legs. Although the outside was quiet, Xiang Yiqian was well aware that Xue Lingbai would not simply leave. It was likely he believed that further calls would not elicit a response, so he chose to wait at the door instead. With a click, Xiang Yiqian opened the door and, indeed, found Xue Lingbai standing there with a pallid complexion, radiating an aura of menace that silenced even the most audacious neighbors who might have complained about the noise. Xue Lingbai stood there, head bowed, obscuring his expression, his fists clenched tightly, as if shrouded in an ominous shadow. Upon hearing the door creak open, Xue Lingbai instinctively lifted his gaze, and upon seeing Xiang Yiqian, he momentarily froze. The sight of Xiang Yiqian clad only in trousers, with his upper body exposed and marked by scratches, made the situation all too clear. Xue Lingbai tightened his jaw, his teeth grinding audibly. "Oh, you haven't left yet?" Xiang Yiqian remarked with a smirk, his lips curling in triumph. Xue Lingbai coldly twitched the corners of his mouth and gritted out, "Xiang Yiqian." Before he could finish, he suddenly lunged forward, striking Xiang Yiqian's cheek with a swift motion. Bang! Xiang Yiqian was caught off guard by Xue Lingbai's sudden aggression and was sent crashing to the ground, his lips split open and blood seeping from the wound. Spitting out the blood, Xiang Yiqian rose from the ground and swung his fist at Xue Lingbai. Ian heard the sounds of scuffle at the door and hurriedly donned his shirt and trousers, disregarding the need for a neat appearance. Prioritizing only the covering of his body, he dashed to the entrance, where he witnessed two individuals who usually held themselves in high regard, now entangled in a brawl reminiscent of street fighting. "Xiang Yiqian, what do you mean by this? You were the one who took her away, and now you return to seek her out?" Xue Lingbai exclaimed, landing a punch into Xiang Yiqian's abdomen, his voice laden with fury. "What business is it of yours? Who gives you the right to intervene? This is a matter between Ian and myself. Let us not forget you are engaged. You have no claim to her." Xiang Yiqian retorted fiercely, retaliating with a punch of his own. "Damn it, do you think you deserve her? You are entangled with Su Jingning, and you have even less right than I do," Xue Lingbai shouted, his fist raised in anger. "What do you want with her now? Are you afraid of her growing closer to me, causing Su Jingning distress? Xiang Yiqian, why not just go to Su Jingning? I can hand her over to you, if that's what you desire." Bang! Those words ignited Xiang Yiqian's fury completely, and he struck Xue Lingbai squarely on the nose. "What the hell are you saying? Do you treat Jingning as a mere object to be given away?" Ian rushed out, yet found himself unable to take another step, his body frozen in place. The man who had just moments ago been so intimately entwined with him now turned to argue with Xue Lingbai over another woman. "Ian." Xue Lingbai was the first to notice Ian standing behind Xiang Yiqian. Rising from the ground, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, calling out in a daze. Ian smiled with profound disappointment. "Xiang Yiqian, can you not grant me the slightest belief, just once? Instead, the moment you turn away, I hear another woman's name from your lips. You haven't even left my home yet, and there it is, Su Jingning again. If you care for her so much, why do you seek me?" "Huh." Just as Xue Lingbai said, "Are you afraid of me getting too close to him, causing Su Jingning distress?" Xiang Yiqian stood rigid, witnessing Ian's disappointed smile. In a hoarse voice, he called out, and he wished to convey that was not his intention. It had slipped out unconsciously, without much thought. Don't call me. You truly disgust me. Don't address me in that manner. Ian shouted, tears streaming down her face, suffering from the humiliation he had inflicted upon her. She was weary of every attempt to trust him, to draw near, only to find that the space beside him was never meant for her. She had endured the torment of intimacy, only to have his lips utter the name Su Jingning. This made her feel so cheap, so utterly broken. Those 3 words had become a curse in her eyes, shattering all her beautiful illusions. It seemed she could never escape or evade them. And then, no. Xiang Yiqin panicked, unsure how to explain, for the first time resenting himself for mentioning Su Jingning. Those words had become so habitual to him that they slipped out instinctively. This instinct was terrifying. It was indeed an inescapable spell. Get out. Get out of my home. Leave. Ian pointed toward the door, her hand trembling, so fragile. She bit her lip, her eyes brimming with tears. She could no longer endure the presence of Xiang Yiqin, shadowed by Su Jingning, standing where he was, as if she could smell Su Jingning's perfume in the air. And then, Xiang Yiqin attempted to step forward, but as he did, he saw Ian retreating further back. Xiang Yiqin, get out. Please. Just go. Don't make me hate myself so much. Don't make me feel so worthless. Just leave. Go away. Ian wrapped her arms around herself, lowering her head, refusing to look at him. She sank down, curling into a ball, trembling in the corridor. Ian, Shui Lingbai called out. Shui Lingbai, you should leave too. Please. You all go. Just go. Don't come back. Just leave. Ian cried out, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Shui Lingbai maintained a stern expression, forcing himself to divert his gaze from Ian, addressing Xiang Yiqin. Just go. Yet, Xiang Yiqin stood as if rooted to the ground, staring blankly at Ian. Xiang Yiqin, do you truly wish to drive her to madness? Shui Lingbai admonished sharply. Xiang Yiqin snapped back to reality, pressing his lips tightly together, and finally followed Shui Lingbai out. With both men gone, the cacophony dissipated, leaving behind a chilling silence that enveloped the room. After the tranquility, what ensues is an exquisite solitude that leaves her trembling with cold. Sitting upon the frigid ground, she clutches herself tighter, unable to dispel the chill that envelopes her on this late summer, early autumn night. Typically accustomed to receiving several calls a day, Shui Lingbai has now endured 3 consecutive days devoid of any news. Ian instinctively glances at his phone multiple times, yet lies silently on the table, offering no sound. With a sigh, she reflects that having witnessed her with Xiang Yiqin, he is unlikely to pay her any heed in the future. Ian chuckled self-deprecatingly. After all, these wealthy young men were merely capricious in their pursuits. Shui Lingbai ignored her, and she was relieved to avoid being ensnared in yet another tumultuous situation, preferring instead to lead a tranquil life. Wasn't he that far more delightful? Not only Shui Lingbai, but even Xiang Yiqin had not made an appearance since that day she had sent him away. The funds in her savings account had been entirely exhausted, and reluctantly, Ian had to resort to the account her father had mentioned, which, although modest, would suffice for a while longer. Her father was currently in a critical phase of treatment. It was imperative that there be no interruptions. As usual, she finished her shift and visited the hospital to check on Yin Yinxing, leaving only after visiting hours had concluded. Upon returning home, she was startled to see a figure standing at her door. Shui Lingbai, you are intoxicated, Ian remarked. Her brow furrowed as the strong scent of alcohol wafted through the hallway. After 3 days of silence and no word from him, he now stood before her, inebriated. Shui Lingbai leaned weakly against her door frame, and upon hearing Ian's voice, he lazily turned his gaze toward her. His nose was swollen and bruised, and there was color staining his lips. His face was flushed from the alcohol, and his eyes appeared unfocused, as if struggling to perceive the person before him. Ian. Shui Lingbai gazed at her, his look somewhat unfocused, his speech slurred by inebriation. In. Xiang Yiqin calls you that, doesn't he? In. Ian sighed. Normally, when he was sober, she found him insufferable. Now, inebriated, he had completely abandoned all semblance of reason, rendering her utterly powerless. She exhaled heavily. Shui Lingbai, you are intoxicated. Come inside and have a glass of water to regain your composure. As Ian spoke, he retrieved the keys to unlock the door. Xue Lingbai leaned against the door frame, observing the profile of Ian's face, so earnest. Had I known this method would grant me access to your abode, I would have employed it much earlier. Ian rolled his eyes, astonished that despite his inebriation, his mind remained sharp as he opened the door. Kulmin, he beckoned. She stepped inside, scarcely registering the sound of the door closing behind her. Intent on fetching him a glass of water from the kitchen, she reconsidered and instead retrieved a can of grapefruit tea from the refrigerator, believing it would provide him greater comfort. Just as she unscrewed the lid, she was suddenly enveloped from behind by a pair of arms, her body pressing against a solid chest, the scent of strong liquor wafting into her nostrils. Xue Lingbai buried his face into the crook of her neck, his heavy breaths igniting both warmth and a tingling sensation. Xue Lingbai. Ian tensed, frozen in place, afraid to move. Ha! Ian, do you feel the same when Xiang Yichen holds you? Always ready to flee. Xue Lingbai chuckled self-deprecatingly. Behind her, she could not see the bitterness etched on his face, a bitterness more profound than that of bitter herbs or astringent tonics. Xue Lingbai, you're drunk, Ian murmured, nervously swallowing. Drunk? Xue Lingbai appeared to ponder aloud. If I weren't intoxicated, I could hardly contain the fire within. Do you know how I felt when I saw you with Xiang Yichen that day? He placed his hand on Ian's chest. Ian, I have tried so hard. Why does your heart not beat for me? What does Xiang Yichen possess? Ian's heart raced as she slowly exhaled, turning her face towards him and calling out his name. Xue. However, just as she began to speak, he abruptly silenced her with a kiss. Ian exerted all his strength to push against his chest. Yet the man possessed such formidable power that he firmly confined her in his embrace. Despite her resistance, it proved utterly futile against his overwhelming strength. Ian furrowed her brow, her eyes wide with shock, and with a resolute heart, she attempted to seize his lips. However, just as she made her move, Xue Lingbai seemed to sense her intent, abruptly retreating and releasing her mouth. Xue Lingbai, don't. Xue Lingbai, Ian exclaimed in astonishment. Xue Lingbai, please don't do this. I beg you. She desperately dodged, pulling her neck in. Fear gripped her, compelling her to plead. Xue Lingbai, let me go. Let me go. You're frightening me. You call him E, yet refer to me as Xue Lingbai. Xue Lingbai replied with a low, pained chuckle, his voice tinged with anguish. Ian, could you not be a tad fairer to me? Xue Lingbai, you're intoxicated. What is wrong with you? Please stop. Stop. Ian cried out, her face pale and her voice frantic. Xue Lingbai, I implore you. No, I beg you. Terrified, she trembled uncontrollably, finally realizing the stark difference between him and Xiang Yichen. Yet, Xue Lingbai appeared oblivious, continuing to kiss her with fervor. Please, Xue Lingbai, no, let me go. Let me go. I beseech you. Release me. She writhed and squirmed, her fear overwhelming her to the point of tears. In that small room, escape was impossible, and there was no one to call for assistance. A wave of helplessness engulfed her, intensifying her sobs. Xue Lingbai, Wu, I beg you. Please don't treat me this way. Wu, don't. Ian cried, her voice breaking. Just as despair threatened to consume her, Xue Lingbai suddenly halted his actions, his steady breath cascading over her skin. Ian was momentarily taken aback, cautiously lowering her head to find Xue Lingbai leaning against her, motionless. Xue Lingbai? Ian called out tentatively, but received no response. She gently prodded him with her hands, but to her astonishment, even her light touch caused him to topple to the ground. Startled, she hurriedly adjusted her clothing to cover herself before leaning down, relieved to hear the sound of his breathing. It turned out he was merely intoxicated and had fallen asleep. Ian lacked the courage to approach him any further, even to assist him onto the bed, terrified that any movement on her part might rouse him, leaving her to wonder who would come to her aid. In a flurry of anxiety, she hastily adjusted her attire, seized the keys and wallet from the cabinet by the door, and fled. Just as the door slammed shut, Xue Lingbai slowly opened his eyes. He had not been sleeping at all. He had merely been pretending. The once slightly hazy eyes, dulled by alcohol, had regained their clarity. And as he gazed in the direction of Ian's departure, a flicker of hurt crossed his gaze, a self-mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. Ian hailed a cab and arrived at Liang Yan's residence. The sole person occupying her thoughts at that moment was Liang Yin. Liang Yin was right. She could not entangle herself with individuals like Xue Lingbai, for in the end, she would be left with nothing but herself. Xingzhong, Xingzhong. Ian stood at the entrance of Liang Yan's home, pressing the doorbell. The chime echoed for quite some time without a response. Were it not for the faint light emanating from her apartment, which he had noticed while downstairs, he would have genuinely believed that Liang Yin was not home. Liang Yin, Liang Yin. After a prolonged silence, he grew anxious and called out, fearing that something might have befallen her. 106 Xiao Zhongshuan. Liang Yin, Liang Yin. Still, there was no answer, and his concern deepened, prompting him to shout out in a fit of anxiety. Liang Yin had been striving in T-City alone, without any family nearby, relying solely on him as her friend. If anything were to happen, it would indeed be difficult for her to find someone to assist her. Finally, with a click, the door swung open, revealing Liang Yin standing at the threshold. Although she had made an effort to tidy herself up, the creases in her clothing were still apparent. Her expression was fraught with tension, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes bore an unmistakable hint of spring, a look Ian was all too familiar with. Upon seeing him, Liang Yan's surprise was palpable. "Ian, what is wrong? You?" In her nervousness, she forgot to invite him inside first. As Ian called her name, he noticed a man standing a short distance behind Liang Yan, his attire relatively intact, albeit wrinkled. "Xiao Xiao." Ian's eyes widened as he glanced back and forth between the man and Liang Yan, disbelief etched on his face. Although he was not well acquainted with Xiao Zhongshuan, he knew of him through Xiang Yichen. The eldest son of the Qiao family, he was the designated heir, running a private hospital and renowned in the medical field. Many prominent figures in politics and business sought him out for surgeries. Yet it all hinged on his availability and mood. If he did not like you, he simply would not see you. Xiao Xiao's 3 cardinal rules for consultations were: no time, no service; bad mood, no service; dislike, no service. Any violation of these principles, regardless of one's status, would result in him dismissing the request without a second thought. His family's formidable influence made it clear that even the most powerful figures in politics and business could not afford to provoke him. Moreover, his 2 friends, Lung Xiaoqin and Pei Jun, were notorious figures in both the legitimate and underworld realms, exuding an air of arrogance wherever they went. To confront one was tantamount to confronting all 3. Individually, they might not seem intimidating, but together they became a formidable force that few dared to challenge. When these 3 formidable individuals united in retaliation, it was akin to the backing of their respective powerful families, creating an alliance that no faction could afford to provoke. Xiao Zhongshuan was indeed such a formidable presence. Yet, the question lingered. How had Liang Yan become entangled with Xiao Zhongshuan? Had she not always opposed her association with Xiang Yichen and his circle? How had she found herself entwined with Xiao Zhongshuan? The sight of them together was enough to lead Ian to speculate about what had transpired between them earlier, providing clarity on why the door had taken so long to open. Seeing Ian's incredulous expression, Liang Yin couldn't even bear to look at her face. With her gaze evasively averted, she called out, "Ian, you. Please come in." As she spoke, Liang Yin stepped aside to make room. Ian caught sight of Xiao Zhongshuan's displeased frown and, with a bitter smile within, shook his head. "No need," he replied. "I have nothing pressing. I merely happened to pass by and thought I would come to see you. You all, please continue. I shall take my leave." With that, Ian, much like Liang Yin, evaded her gaze and hurriedly turned to depart. "Ian, Ian," Liang Yin called from behind, instinctively pursuing him without a second thought. Ian hurriedly pressed the elevator button. As soon as the doors opened, he swiftly stepped inside, seemingly intent on evading Liang Yin, fervently pressing the closed door button. "Ian," Liang Yin called out, racing to catch up, feeling an urgent need to prevent Ian from leaving so abruptly. Ian shook his head and said, "Liang Yin, please let me be alone for a moment." As he spoke, the elevator doors slowly closed. Liang Yin gazed at the firmly shut doors, her heart sinking gradually, and a sense of despondency enveloped her. Her shoulders drooped in defeat as she stood there, lost in thought. Suddenly, her wrist was grasped firmly, yanked backward, and she found herself enveloped in a solid embrace. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Qiao Zhongshuan's kiss descended upon her. He was indifferent to Liang Yan's emotional state and unconcerned about any potential issues between her and Ian. He desired her now, without hesitation. Liang Yan was captured by his kiss, her lips instantly rendered captive, while tears began to cascade down her cheeks uncontrollably. Ian burst out of the elevator, his feet scarcely pausing as he sprinted with all his might, continuing to run far beyond Liang Yan's community before gradually slowing his pace. He wandered aimlessly along the roadside, breathing heavily and struggling to comprehend the situation with Liang Yan. Now, he found himself without a home to return to, unsure of where to go next. Counting the money in his wallet, he realized that after deducting the fare from earlier, he was left with a mere 52 yuan. It was hardly sufficient for even the most economical lodging. With a sigh, Ian slumped his shoulders and came to a halt. "Ian," a voice called out, imbued with uncertainty yet unmistakably familiar, resonating from behind him. Ian turned around and was taken aback to see Fong Baran. He was holding a plastic bag from a nearby convenience store, clad in a checkered shirt and work pants. The shirt hung loosely outside, unbuttoned and casual, unlike the formal attire he had worn previously. On his feet were a pair of flip-flops. His short hair lacked the usual styling product, falling softly and swaying gently with the night breeze. This relaxed appearance was a stark contrast to the elite, formal attire Ian had observed during their last encounter in the realm of emotions. Ian gazed at him in astonishment. His appearance was truly striking. Though she was aware it was somewhat impolite, she couldn't help but scrutinize him from head to toe, confirming that indeed it was Fong Baran. "Senior Fong, is that you?" Ian blinked, uncertainly inquiring. Fong Baran chuckled sheepishly. "I live nearby. I stepped out to the store for a few things and saw you standing here in a daze. Is everything all right?" "Nothing much," Ian replied, shaking her head. Fong Baran seemed to see through her, stepping closer. "It's rather dangerous for a girl to be out alone at this hour. My home is just ahead. Why not come over for a bit?" This suggestion suddenly reminded Ian of Xue Lingbai. Although Fong Baran might not harbor any particular interest in her, the prior incident had genuinely frightened her, leaving her with lingering apprehensions. Fong Baran awkwardly tapped his forehead. "Look at me, so thoughtless. I should have clarified. I live with my sister. She attends to university, but dislikes staying on campus. I worry about her being alone outside, so I let her stay with me." As he spoke, Fong Baran lifted the plastic bag in his hand towards Ian. "These are pomelo tea and snacks I bought for her. That girl is so lazy. She absolutely refused to come out, insisting that it was too perilous for a delicate maiden like her to venture out alone, so she made me go instead." Ian smiled with newfound understanding, but when he spotted the transparent plastic bag containing ABC sanitary napkins, he couldn't suppress a chuckle, nearly spitting out his drink. Fong Baran was momentarily taken aback, glancing down at the bag. Upon seeing the sanitary napkins, his face flushed crimson. "That girl insisted I buy this for her." Fong Baran stammered, his cheeks tinged with embarrassment. "Well, it seems I shall be troubling Senior Fong tonight." Ian stifled his laughter, his lips twitching slightly, partly due to the fact that he had no means of returning home that evening. Aware of the unspoken circumstances, Fong Baran refrained from probing further. "Troubling? You merely have to endure a bit of closeness with that girl." Ian nodded, having resolved his accommodation issue for the night. Coupled with the slight awkwardness caused by Fong Baran, his previously gloomy mood had lightened considerably. Even his tone became more relaxed. "Senior Fong, if you walk down the street like this without calling out to me, I truly wouldn't recognize you," Ian remarked with a grin. "Actually, I prefer dressing this way. After donning formal attire for so long, it becomes quite constraining." "This is far more comfortable," Fong Baran replied with a smile. "But does this look presentable?" "Not only is it presentable, but it also exudes a certain disheveled charm. When you wear formal wear, you immediately appear as an elite professional. But now, you've aged down several years, resembling a university student." Ian laughed. "Coincidentally, my sister says the same." Fong Baran's eyes sparkled with delight at the mention of his sister. "It's evident that you share a close bond with her," Ian remarked, a hint of envy in his voice. At this point, she could be said to have no home, since their father's accident. Neither Su Huiqin nor Irin had visited him in the hospital, leaving just the two of them. To be candid, Hu wouldn't desire familial affection. Fong Baran scratched his head, chuckling softly. The residential community where Fong Baran resided was quite pleasant, classified as a high-end gated community. He mentioned that he rented the apartment, as he lived with his sister, hence the choice of a more desirable environment. During their conversation, Fong Baran showed no reluctance in speaking about his sister, which piqued Ian's curiosity about what she might be like. Brother, I only asked you to go out and buy me some snacks. Why did you bring back a woman as well? Is the supermarket now so generous that they give away wives with purchases? Fong Jiran exclaimed upon seeing Ian, her expression akin to that of encountering a ghost. What nonsense are you spouting? Fong Baran immediately tapped her forehead. This is my junior from university. You ought to address her as senior, showing some respect. Brother, be honest with me. Is she not your girlfriend? Fong Jiran persisted, not ready to relent. Is this how you treat guests? You walk in and immediately call her sister-in-law. Are you trying to scare her away? Fong Baran retorted, unreservedly. Ian observed the interaction between the siblings beside him, noting how much more relaxed Fong Baran was in front of Fong Jiran. The affection shared was unmistakably familial, devoid of any need for pretense. Oh, if you're not going to say anything, then don't. It's not my first time seeing you bring a woman home. I'm simply curious. Fong Jiran remarked, unable to resist adding, is she really not your sister-in-law? This time, even Irin was amused by Fong Jiran's antics. Such a quirky girl. It was no wonder Fong Baran found her perplexing. Stop it. Fong Baran shot her a glare, genuinely concerned that Fong Jiran might scare Ian away with her teasing. Hee, I'm Fong Jiran. Just call me Jiran, senior. Fong Jiran laughed. Ian replied with a gentle smile. Quickly tidy up your place. Tonight, you'll sleep with Ian, Fong Baran instructed. Ian, feeling somewhat embarrassed, interjected. I'm sorry for the disturbance tonight. Just give me a mat, and I'll sleep on the floor. No need. I have a large bed. I'm not a restless sleeper, so my brother bought me a big one. There'll be plenty of space for both of us, Fong Jiran insisted. Ian, you come over here. How could I let you sleep on the floor? I'm afraid my brother might skin me alive. Fong Jiran's words hinted at her persistence regarding the sister-in-law issue. Fong Baran, exasperated, felt like stuffing a sanitary napkin in her mouth to silence her. He shoved a plastic bag into Fong Jiran's arms, saying, These are all your things. Take care of them. The memory of the shop assistant's expression when he bought those items only deepened his frustration. Fong Jiran understood where Fong Baran's irritation stemmed from and accepted the bag with a smile. Ian, let's go to my room and chat. Since you're not his sister-in-law, there's no need to linger with him. Fong Jiran pulled Ian back to her room, leaving Fong Baran in a state of amusement. Fong Jiran was an endearing girl, lively and outspoken, often speaking before thinking, yet she bore no malice, making it easy for others to warm up to her. Ian, on the other hand, considered herself not particularly approachable and took a long time to form friendships. She needed to be deeply familiar with someone before opening her heart. Hence, Liang Yin remained her only true confidant. Thinking of Liang Yin, Ian's expression dimmed momentarily. However, thanks to Fong Jiran's company, she quickly shook off her gloom, finding amusement once more in the girl's lively chatter. Moreover, Jiran reveled in late-night conversations, and through her, Ian learned quite a bit about Fong Baran, both the embarrassing and the trivial, all divulged in one go by his sister. Ian mused that Fong Baran might regret bringing her home. Unbeknownst to her, she gradually drifted off to sleep amidst Fong Jiran's incessant stories, a smile gracing her lips. Schwellingby. Shi Chen's face was ashen. He had just returned from a business trip and rushed to Ian's apartment early in the morning, only to find no sign of her. Instead, he saw Xue Lingbai emerging from Ian's apartment. Early in the morning, no less. Was it not clear that Xue Lingbai had spent the night there? What good could come from a man and a woman staying overnight together? Xiang Yichen's face instantly turned ashen, his internal organs twisted in turmoil. The anguish of betrayal consumed him, coupled with the frustration of having something dear snatched away at the last moment, eroding his very being, leaving him both enraged and regretful, his expression contorted in anguish. Xue Lingbai was initially taken aback, never expecting to encounter Xiang Yichen beneath Ian's building. Observing his demeanor, it was clear he had arrived early, waiting in anticipation. With a triumphant smirk, he remarked, "Are you here to see Ian? It seems you have arrived too late." Bang! Without uttering a word, Xiang Yichen unleashed a punch directly to Xue Lingbai's face. His current emotions mirrored those he felt the night Xue Lingbai had opened the door to find him bare-chested, equally vexed. Surprisingly, Xue Lingbai did not retaliate, embodying the demeanor of a victor who deemed it beneath him to strike back. Xiang Yichen disregarded him and stormed upstairs. Bang! 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 Ian! Ian! Xiang Yichen pounded on the door with fervor, yet silence reigned within the room. After calling out for a considerable time, he realized something was amiss. It was only 6 o'clock, and Ian had yet to begin her workday. However, as he turned the doorknob, he found it locked. In a fury, he called Ian's phone, only to be met with silence, until moments later, the sound of his own phone ringing echoed from within the room. Frustrated, Xiang Yichen hung up and dialed Zhui Si. Zhui Si, find me Liang Yan's number. Xiang Yichen narrowed his eyes and added, also, have Yanqing send someone over to help me unlock the door. Zhui Si was prompt. Within a minute, he texted Liang Yan's contact information. Xiang Yichen, disregarding all else, immediately called Liang Yan. Hello. Liang Yan's voice came through the line. Liang Yan, this is Xiang Yichen, he spoke tersely. Upon recognizing his voice, Liang Yan's expression darkened. What do you want? I can't locate Ian, and she hasn't taken her phone, Xiang Yichen replied. Xiang Yichen, why are you suddenly concerned about Ian again? She is no longer your concern. Liang Yan retorted. Liang Yan, I don't have time to engage in this trivial matter. I fear something has happened to Ian. Xiang Yichen's tone grew increasingly urgent. He was no longer worried about Ian being with Xue Lingbai. His greater fear was that something had befallen her without anyone knowing. Hearing his distress, Liang Yan set aside her irritation. Is it possible she left early and forgot her phone? She usually goes to the hospital to see her father in the morning, so she might have left quite early. Xiang Yichen furrowed his brows, but I saw Xue Lingbai leaving her house this morning. If what you say is true, Xue Lingbai should have accompanied her. Liang Yan's heart raced. Xue Lingbai. No wonder what? Liang Yan, do you know something? Xiang Yichen's urgency escalated, as if he could leap through the phone to seize Liang Yan. She came to see me last night, around 11 o'clock. She seemed quite off at that time. Liang Yan lamented, expressing her deep regret. But what about her? Xiang Yichen inquired urgently. Liang Yan shook her head. She said nothing and simply walked away. How could you let her go as her friend, knowing she appeared unwell, and just stood there watching her leave? Xiang Yichen exclaimed in anger. How didn't he know? Had I foreseen this, I would never have allowed her to depart. Never, Liang Yan said, her voice heavy with remorse. Realizing no answers could be gleaned from Liang Yan, Xiang Yichen ended the call abruptly. Shortly after, people from Xiao Yinqing arrived. Xiao Yinqing employed a cadre of elites from various fields, including those renowned for their exceptional skills in lock-picking and wall scaling. Young master, Sibo called out. Is this lock functioning properly? Xiang Yichen pointed to the door lock, cautioning, do not damage it, and please provide me with a key that can open it. Sibo examined the lock, his eyelids twitching. Such a flimsy and feeble lock felt like an affront to his professional prowess. No problem, he replied, initially believing that Xiang Yichen's urgent summons indicated a significant task. Upon seeing the thin wooden door, he felt a sudden plunge from elation to disappointment. He had brought an array of highly specialized tools, but now only required a simple wire. With a swift motion, Sibo inserted it into the keyhole, and before Xiang Yichen could comprehend his actions, the door clicked open. Rushing inside, Xiang Yichen found the room empty. The bed was neatly made, showing no signs of occupancy. He picked up a phone resting on a cabinet by the door, only to discover that Ian's bag was still at home. If she had gone to work, how could she have forgotten her bag? Just then, Zhui Si called again. Young master, we have obtained some information. Miss Yi left the hospital at 10 last night, while Xue Lingbai arrived at Miss Yi's residence at 9:30. Miss Yi returned home around 10:20, but shortly after, she dashed out of the apartment and has not returned since. Furthermore, she has yet to appear at either her company or the hospital. Understood, Xiang Yichen replied, ending the call. Xue Lingbai, It was evident that Shui Lingbai had instigated Ian's frantic departure, undoubtedly engaging in illicit activities. Grasping Ian's phone, he drove straight to the hospital where Yin was located. While it was possible Ian might not visit the company, she would certainly not neglect to check on Yin. Upon inquiring with a nurse, he learned that Ian had not yet arrived, so he took up a position at the hospital entrance. Before long, a white Buick Regal pulled up, thanks to its light color and unblemished windows. Xiang Yichen easily spotted Ian seated in the passenger seat. As Ian exited the vehicle, the driver's door swung open, revealing an unfamiliar man. "Senior Fong, I'm so sorry for the trouble of having you drive me," Ian smiled. "It's no trouble. We were headed the same way," Fong Baran replied with a grin. Ian smiled back and prepared to bid farewell, but unexpectedly, someone grasped her arm. "You didn't come home last night. You were with that man, weren't you?" Xiang Yichen's face darkened as he glared fiercely at Fong Baran. Fong Baran merely furrowed his brow slightly and chose to ignore Xiang Yichen. "Xiang Yichen, what are you doing here?" Ian was taken aback. The person who had vanished for 3 days suddenly reappeared. He bore a wound on his face. Though it was less pronounced now, and compared to Shui Lingbai's injuries, Ian felt his were not as tragic. "Ian, I must be going," Fong Baran said with a smile. Ian nodded. "Drive safely on your way." Fong Jian, who had been sitting in the back seat, poked her head forward. "Sister Ian, come to play again sometime. I have so much to tell you about my brother." Before Ian could respond, Fong Baran drove off, determined to prevent Fong Jian from revealing more embarrassing tales. With Fong Jian's sudden interruption, Xiang Yichen's expression softened. "Are they living together? What does it matter to you?" Ian retorted, shaking off his arm with irritation. "Ian, think for a moment. How many times have you told me that phrase? What does it matter to you?" Xiang Yichen shouted angrily, feeling wronged. "It does matter. Xiang Yichen, isn't it true that you only care for Su Jingning? Didn't you choose her without a second thought when I pleaded with you? And now you dare to speak to me? Even if you forced me that day, you still spoke out for Su Jingning because of Shui Lingbai's words." Ian scoffed coldly. "You have reached this point, and you still expect something from me? Xiang Yichen, I beg you to let me go. I only wish to live my life peacefully, without being haunted by you. I have finally resolved to distance myself from you, seeking my own liberation. Why do you persist in tormenting me? Is it because of Shui Lingbai? Does his presence make you think I am something tasteless yet regrettable to lose? Or do you genuinely fear that I might take Shui Lingbai away and cause Su Jingning heartache?" Ian continued, "I truly do not understand you. If that is the case, wouldn't it be perfect? You could be with Su Jingning as you desire. I fail to see why you would keep entangling with someone who is insignificant to you." Her heart had wavered 3 nights prior. Last night's encounter with Shui Lingbai had further clarified her feelings. She was terrified that if Xiang Yichen continued to pursue her, she would become irrevocably ensnared. Xiang Yichen's face turned a deep shade of anger as he took a deep breath, gritting his teeth before saying, "Then let it be as if I never came." In a fit of rage, he slammed the car door shut, the engine roaring as he sped away. Consumed by fury, Xiang Yichen drove recklessly, weaving through lanes without a care for the nearby vehicles, provoking a cacophony of honking from all directions. At that moment, the sudden ring of a mobile phone pierced the air. Upon noticing it was Xiao Yunxin calling, Xiang Yichen suppressed his anger, pulled over to the roadside, and answered the call. "Yunxin? Yes, understand. I will head over immediately." When Ian returned to the office, Liang Yin promptly approached him, disregarding the awkwardness of the previous night. "Ian, what on earth happened? Where did you disappear to all night?" "Xiang Yichen called me this morning." Sounding frantic, "He called you this morning?" Ian looked at Liang Yin in surprise. "Yes, it seems he went to your house, mentioned you weren't home, and that no one answered your phone." He sounded utterly frantic. Liang Yin clicked her tongue. He was so anxious that I nearly questioned if it was truly Xiang Yichen. A heavy weight pressed against Ian's chest, akin to a boulder suffocating him, making it hard to breathe. So, he had gone to her house early in the morning. No wonder he was so furious. He must have seen Shui Lingbai. Ian shook his head with a wry smile. "Xiang Yichen, I am becoming increasingly bewildered." "Ian," Xiang Yichen said, "he saw Shui Lingbai leaving your house this morning. Didn't he do anything to you, did he?" Liang Yin could not help but inquire. Ian shook his head. "It's nothing." But Liang Yin, Are you all right after last night? Ian, please don't say anything more. Liang Yin shook her head. Let me gather myself first, and then I will tell you. Ian fell silent, refraining from pressing further. Xiang Yiqin drove to the dynasty, dismissed the manager, and made his way to the exclusive salon frequented by him, Xiao Yinqing and Jin Yinnu. The bar, swimming pool, and small cinema, among other recreational facilities, were all present, periodically enhanced by the trio's evolving hobbies. Upon entering, he saw Jin Yinnu and Xiao Yinqing seated on the sofa, engaged in conversation, with their favorite coffees placed on the table. Ah, it seems everything has been resolved, Xiao Yinqing remarked with a smile upon seeing Xiang Yiqin. Indeed, Xiang Yiqin nodded, his expression still not quite right as he thought of Ian. You cannot imagine the expression on Sibo's face when he reported back to me. It was simply priceless. Xiao Yinqing chuckled. At first, he thought it was a challenging task, only to discover it was just a piece of broken wood. He said he was almost compelled to cleave it in half with a single stroke. Xiang Yiqin settled onto the sofa, requesting a cup of coffee with little sugar and milk, lazily glancing at him. You summon me merely to vent your subordinates' grievances? Huh, what? Did you take a hit from Ian? Xiao Yinqing laughed, his face brimming with curiosity about the matter. Earlier that morning, he had received a call from Zui Si, informing him that Xiang Yiqin was urgently seeking to borrow someone, which piqued Xiao Yunqing's interest. He instructed Sibo to rush over and insisted that Zui Si clarify the details of the situation thoroughly. What exactly happened? Every mention of Ian seems to dampen the mood. Jin Yinnuo cast a fleeting glance at him. I had warned you long ago. Given Ian's temperament, it would be remarkable if he could still treat you as he once did. You two speak as though I am absolutely indispensable to her. Whatever temper, I am not swayed by such antics, remarked Xiang Yiqin gruffly. Observing the reactions of Jin Yinnuo and Xiao Yinqing, one would think he was trailing Ian, pleading for her affection. Ah, so you're indeed taken by the charm of the young lady from the Zhou family, Xiao Yinqing quipped knowingly. Xiang Yiqin paused, his mind wandering as he recalled who the young lady from the Zhou family was. He snorted dismissively. Why bring her up now? Didn't you go on a blind date with her? The Zhou family has expressed their satisfaction. She took a liking to you at first glance. Rumors are circulating that a union between the Zhou and Xiang families is imminent. Xiao Yinqing raised an eyebrow. Eventually, you must marry, but it certainly won't be Su Jingning. Otherwise, your parents wouldn't be pushing you into blind dates. Since you are indifferent towards Ian, your fate with Zhou Yulin seems almost sealed, Xiao Yinqing continued. Regardless of whom you marry, it is inevitable. I have met Zhou Yulin. She is quite lovely, not inferior to Ian or Su Jingning, Xiao Yinqing added. The Zhou family has been boasting, claiming that your mother is quite pleased with Zhou Yulin, and the sycophants are suggesting that an engagement is on the horizon. The matriarch of the Zhou family merely smiled, tacitly acknowledging the speculation without contesting it. Jin Yinnuo remarked, having been away on a business trip for 3 days. Xiang Yiqin had just returned, only to be further tormented by Ian, and thus had remained oblivious to the gossip. Xiang Yiqin scoffed. I wonder where the Zhou family derives such confidence. Regardless of the Zhou family's audacity, it is certain that other families, like the Wang or Zhao families, will emerge in the future, Jin Yinnuo asserted. As long as you remain unmarried, your mother will not relent. Xiang Yiqin took a drag from his cigarette, remaining silent. The cigarette he held seemed untouched as he extinguished it in the ashtray. Before the smoke had completely dissipated, he lifted his coffee cup and downed its contents. As though it were not scalding at all. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave, Xiang Yiqin stated, placing the cup on the table before hastily departing. That night, lying in bed, she gazed out the window, where only a tapestry of stars greeted her. The night sky was a deep blue, almost black, as if the entire window had been painted that shade, obscuring even the faintest star. The room was unlit, illuminated only by the soft, pale moonlight filtering through the window onto the bed, barely perceptible. Turning her head, she continued to ponder over Xiang Yiqin, his anger and the image of his departing silhouette lingering in her mind. She was uncertain how long she had been lost in thought, but as her eyelids grew heavy and the world outside blurred, they naturally drifted shut. In her dreams, Xiang Yiqin stood before her, so close that she could feel the warmth of his breath gently brushing against her face, a sensation so vivid that it sent tingles coursing through her. Just as she began to feel that delightful itch and was about to reach out to soothe it, her lips were suddenly captured by a kiss. Instinctively, she let out a soft murmur, thinking that in a dream, there was no need for restraint. However, upon hearing her sigh, the gentle kiss transformed abruptly. The kiss was astonishingly real, filled with the essence of Xiang Yichen. Yin was finally jolted awake, realizing this was no dream. Dreams did not possess such palpable sensations, especially the weight pressing down on her. With a sudden burst of awareness, she opened her eyes to find Xiang Yichen's face mere inches away, his large hand shamelessly roaming over her chest. Stunned, Yin felt an intense surge of anger, akin to the feeling of an intruder brazenly entering her sanctuary. Xiang Yichen, this is my home. How dare you just walk in here? What is there that I cannot do? He replied nonchalantly, his substantial form still pinning her down. Yin pushed against him with all her might, yet he remained immovable, as if forged from stone. As he unbuttoned her nightgown, revealing her fair skin, his gaze darkened upon noticing a fresh mark, a kiss, on her neck. Xiang Yichen, what exactly are you doing, sneaking into my house and climbing onto my bed? What do you take me for? If you wish to indulge yourself, go find another woman, perhaps Su Jingning. Yin exclaimed in fury, oblivious to his unusual demeanor. He touched you. Xiang Yichen's voice was steeped in a chilling fury. Yin paused, blinking in confusion. What do you mean? Shui Lingbai, you let him touch you. Xiang Yichen could no longer contain his wrath, even though he knew she would eventually manage to extricate herself. The mere thought of them alone together in a room for 15 minutes was enough to ignite his anger. It was inevitable that she would succumb to his kiss, given that she lacked the strength to resist him. Yin was at a loss for words. Before she could finish her thought, Xiang Yichen abruptly withdrew from her. In that instant, the weight lifted from her, leaving her feeling light and devoid of the warmth that had enveloped her moments prior. The cold air seeped into her skin, causing tremors to ripple through her body, making her shiver uncontrollably. Her complexion turned pale. Despite her earlier resistance, the moment he stormed away, her heart plummeted. Her gaze followed Xiang Yichen's retreating figure, only to discover that he had not left her home. Instead, he stormed into the bathroom, seething with anger. Moments latte. The sound of the shower filled the air, water cascading onto the bathroom floor with a rhythmic patter. Her small apartment lacked the luxury of space. The bathroom too cramped to accommodate a bathtub, forcing her to make do with a simple shower. The shower operates on gas, instantly providing hot water without the need to wait like an electric water heater. As she listened to the cascading water in the bathroom, Xiang Yichen suddenly emerged again, leaving the shower running, its rhythmic splashes still audible. His body remained completely dry. Clutching the hem of her nightgown, she sat up abruptly. Xiang Yichen, what are you doing? Put me down. Without warning, he swept her into his arms, carrying her horizontally. Yin kicked her legs frantically. Xiang Yichen, let me go. Silent and grim-faced, he carried her into the bathroom, forcing her beneath the shower's relentless stream. The water poured over her head, drenching her until she could barely open her eyes. Her hands flailed helplessly. Xiang Yichen, what are you doing? Let me go. Water streamed into her mouth, nearly choking her. Her nightgown clung to her skin, soaked through, outlining her figure like a second layer. With a sharp rip, Xiang Yichen tore the garment from her body. Xiang Yichen, have you lost your mind? Yiden screaming, blinded by the water. Wash it all away, he growled, his voice low and dark. Every mark he left on you, every trace of his scent, cleanse it completely. He captured her lips in a searing kiss, swallowing her protests. Trapped in his embrace, they stood together beneath the shower, the warm water cascading over them both. Thud! Suddenly, he pinned her against the wall. The cold white tiles sent a shiver through her as her bare back made contact. I missed you, he murmured, his breath hot against her skin. So I came. Yi. Yichen, please, gentler. It hurts. Her plea was soft, breathless. At last, he released her, his gaze lingering on the fresh marks overlaying the old, his own, deeper and more vivid, imprinted with his essence. She gasped as if reclaiming the ability to breathe, her chest heaving. From now on, he commanded, voice rough with possession. No one else touches you. Every inch of you belongs to me. Xiang Yiqian said in a deep voice, if I discover any traces that don't belong to me again, I swear I'll strip you of your very skin. You. Because of his ruthless words, Ian gasped in shock, but immediately she could no longer stand. You. Don't, no. Her legs weakened, unable to suppress her moans. Xiang Yiqian suddenly crouched down, lifting one of her legs onto his shoulder. As he raised his head, her fully exposed petals lay bare before him. From his tilted angle, he could see the surging nectar flowing from her delicate core, dripping drop by drop onto his lips, sliding into his mouth. Even as the shower's water continued to pour down, Xiang Yiqian felt parched, desperately craving the sweetness of her dew. Don't look at me like that, Ian couldn't bear this position anymore. With one leg draped over his shoulder, she allowed him to gaze upon her, while his scorching breath cascaded on her delicate petals, stimulating her sensitive bud to contract rhythmically. Coaxing forth more nectar, Xiang Yiqian suddenly parted his lips without moving, watching as her honeyed essence dripped into his waiting mouth. Heavens! What on earth was this man doing? Xiang Yiqian, don't do this, She let out a sharp cry as his tongue suddenly pierced her delicate core. The sudden intrusion caused her to clench tightly, trapping his tongue with an almost desperate suction. Xiang Yiqian's lips pressed against her petals, as if kissing her mouth, his mouth devouring her with relentless hunger. His tongue, now enveloped by her throbbing flesh, moved with wicked precision, teasing, flicking, lapping at her inner walls with the same dexterity as his fingers. Xiang Yiqian, I can't take it. I can't. You. Please, stop. Don't do this. Eileen tossed her head, trying to pull her legs free, but he held them firmly in place, rendering her helpless. His tongue continued its merciless assault inside her, completely disregarding her pleas. Her legs trembled violently, the one still barely touching the ground threatening to give way beneath her. No more. Stop. Please. Don't keep eating MMPH, NGH, Xiang Yiqian. It's too much, you, stop, she begged, unaware that her desperate protests only fueled his cruelty. The teasing strokes of his tongue suddenly shifted into deep, rhythmic thrusts, mimicking the movements of his hardened length. Wet and sinuous, it writhed inside her, not offering relief, but intensifying the unbearable ache. Her hips bucked involuntarily, her trapped body writhing in his grasp. No more. Get up now. It's too much. MMPH, too much. I can't. NGH. Humiliated and frustrated, tears welled in her eyes. Then, abruptly, he stilled, only to leave her hollow, aching. Her hips arched instinctively, seeking his mouth again. After a torturous pause, he withdrew, standing tall before crushing his lips to hers. He shared the taste of her essence, the sweetness lingering on his tongue, forcing her to swallow what he hadn't yet consumed. You were enjoying it so much, dripping for me, yet you still deny it. Xiang Yiqian taunted, his voice dark with amusement. NGH. Eileen flushed crimson with shame and fury as he suddenly lifted her, her legs in his grip, her body suspended helplessly in the air. Ian let out a startled scream, her complexion shifting dramatically as she instinctively clung tightly to him. The softness of her chest pressed closely against his lips, seemingly enveloping his entire face within her ample form. Xiang Yiqian smirked mischievously, seizing the opportunity to taste a red berry brought to his lips, while her legs encircled his waist. With a forceful thrust of his hips, he finally penetrated her. Just as he entered her, his grip momentarily loosened, causing her to descend sharply, intensifying the depth of his invasion. Both of them were overwhelmed, with the berry still held in his mouth, while her core was suddenly filled. He drove deep into her apex, triggering an explosion of sensation that compelled her to scream aloud. After the intense thrust, Xiang Yiqian abruptly halted his movements. He released the berry from his lips, lifting his gaze to meet hers. You often accuse me of mentioning Su Jingning, yet time and again, you bring her up yourself, and on numerous occasions. It is you who initiates the conversation, he remarked. Ian froze, staring at him in disbelief, rendered speechless by his unexpected reference to this matter at such a moment. He had refrained from addressing her earlier accusations, lost in the chaos brought on by the kiss mark left by Xue Lingbai, both of them having overlooked the past. Yet now, he had chosen to evoke it. It appeared he had not forgotten. He exhaled deeply. The night I sought you out, I left for a business trip the following day and only returned this morning. Ian was taken aback, her body trembling slightly within his embrace, as Xiang Yichen could distinctly sense her rigidity. She felt as if the cold tiles behind her were transferring their chill to her skin. Upon my return, I didn't even go home. I simply dropped my luggage with Swissy and came straight to find you. Who would have thought I would see Xue Lingbai leaving your house this morning? Xiang Yichen remained motionless, maintaining his position, his hands supporting her form, burying his face in the crook of her neck. As he spoke, his warm breath brushed against her skin, causing a tingling sensation. Ian stood still, her mind consumed by his words, a cacophony echoing in her thoughts. In truth, when I was with you, I never thought of Su Jingning at all, not even once. The remarks made to Xue Lingbai that evening held no ulterior motive. I merely believed she was not an object to be casually exchanged, Xiang Yichen murmured. I never intended to belittle you. I simply longed for you and came. I don't want the door to your home to be a barrier. When I think of you, I yearn to see you immediately, he continued, his lips brushing against her neck, inhaling her fragrant essence deeply, unable to resist capturing her scent. His words left her in a daze. The tranquil bathroom only filled with the sound of water splashing against the tiles, creating a soothing rhythm. The warm water cascaded over them, flowing continuously in the serene atmosphere. Ian, shall we marry? The warm water cascaded over the two, flowing steadily, enveloped in tranquility. Xiang Yichen, after a moment of silence, lifted his gaze to her, only to find Ian in a daze, seemingly entranced. He sighed, maintaining his previous posture, the desire still lingering within her. With his left arm cradling her form and his right supporting her back, he lifted her as though she were a child, carrying her away from the bathroom. As they walked, the desire within her stirred uncontrollably with each step, causing her body to sway downwards, prompting his arousal to rise insistently. With each movement, her form quivered. As she descended, his longing pierced deeper. Ian shivered, nearly toppling backward, startled into clutching his neck for support. Xiang Yichen observed her startled expression and chuckled softly, kissing her lips. Her mouth had already turned rosy and swollen from his kisses, her breath coming in ragged gasps, exposing a glimpse of her pearly incisors and the tip of her small tongue, all laid bare beneath his gaze as she tilted her head back. Her eyes, clouded and dreamy, seemed to have absorbed the mist of the bathroom, resembling a starry night veiled in a translucent shroud. Xiang Yichen laid her down gently, leaning over her, irresistibly kissing the corners of her eyes, tracing her lash line with delicate, moist kisses that scattered across her eyelids. Ian opened her eyes, gazing at him in a haze of confusion. This man bewildered her. He claimed to think not of Su Jingning when with her, but what of now? Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, the words caught in her throat as his earlier statement echoed in her mind. Ian, you often accuse me of mentioning Su Jingning, yet you frequently bring her up yourself. Many times, it is you who initiates the topic. Contemplating this, the question she intended to ask faded away. Xiang Yichen, I truly wish to know, what place do I hold in your heart? What is our relationship at this moment? Ian could not suppress the inquiry. Xiang Yichen pressed a tender kiss to her lips, recalling the purpose of his visit. Ian, let us marry, he declared suddenly. Boom! This was akin to a thunderous explosion in her mind. They weren't even officially dating, and he broached the subject of marriage without any forewarning, as if struck by a sudden impulse. Xiang Yichen, do you realize whom you are proposing to? Are you aware of what you are saying? Ian cupped his face, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him. Her question seemed almost comical, as if fearing he had mistaken her for another. Yet beneath her jest lay a profound anxiety, a complete absence of security. For her, Xiang Yichen embodied nothing but uncertainty. She recalled Chu Yang's words from the past. Ian, I warn you, if you leave today, don't you dare regret it. Do you truly believe Yi Chun is someone you could trifle with? Chu Yang, may not possess his prowess, but I offer something far more genuine than he ever could. Can I promise you a future, but can he? Her heart trembled uncontrollably. She had always harbored the same thoughts as Chu Yang. Yet when Xiang Yiqin suddenly proposed marriage, a vengeful thrill surged within her. She longed to witness the expressions on Chu Yang and Yi Ren's faces upon hearing the news of her union with Xiang Yiqin. Yet this vengeful sentiment lasted merely a few fleeting seconds before Ian regained her composure. She gazed at Xiang Yiqin, awaiting his response. "With you, Ian," Xiang Yiqin replied. Though his tone lacked the tender affection one might expect, it was merely a statement, an answer devoid of emotion. Instinctively, Ian sensed something amiss. But before she could grasp the anomaly, Xiang Yiqin abruptly thrust forward with a force unlike the teasing motions from before. This time, his movement was fierce and relentless, as though wielding a charging spear rather than the playful advances of earlier. The sudden intensity shattered Ian's thoughts entirely, scattering even the faintest trace of unease she had just detected. Her mind went blank under the impact, consumed only by the scorching heat surging through her, spiraling from her core to her very consciousness. Xiang Yiqin narrowed his eyes, observing her expression, now stripped of all coherent thought, and exhaled in quiet relief. That earlier declaration had slipped out too hastily. It was not yet the right moment to speak it. "You." Ian's eyes widened abruptly. This man clearly intended to gloss over the marriage proposal matter. Before anger could even surface, his hips were suddenly lifted high, leaving only his shoulders and neck still supported on them. His entire body was practically inverted. Her hips were lifted high, her legs draped over his shoulders, leaving her utterly powerless. Xiang Yiqin's body stood rigid, the angle granting him perfect leverage as he plunged deep within her from above. Each thrust sent tremors through her entire being, her supple breasts quivering violently as if about to detach. The near-inverted position made breathing arduous, her delicate gasps coming in ragged bursts, cheeks flushed crimson. Xiang Yiqin's hands gripped her waist fiercely, holding her in place as his movements grew swifter, more relentless. "Yi. Can't breathe. Slower. Her words came in broken gasps between each jarring impact, her voice strained as if the air had been knocked from her lungs. Yet instead of relenting, Xiang Yiqin hoisted her higher, driving into her with even greater force and intensity. He needed to exhaust her, to drain her completely, so she wouldn't have the energy for anything else. For Ian, his confidence was far from absolute, yet there were matters for which she alone would suffice. Damn it all, after such prolonged contemplation, no one else could possibly be more suitable than her. Yi. Ian raised both hands to the sides of her head, clutching the pillow tightly, the pillowcase creasing under her grasp. Can't take it anymore. Stop for a while. She whimpered continuously under his relentless thrusts, her breath hitching as if sobbing between gasps. Xiang Yiqin finally released her legs, just as Yin thought she could rest, only to be abruptly flipped onto her stomach. His large hands gripped her waist, forcing her onto her knees with her hips arched high, exposing her glistening petals and the tight entrance that clung desperately to him. Her head lay limp against the pillow as she let out a muffled groan. I don't want any more. Go, take care of it yourself. Before she could finish, Xiang Yiqin plunged deeper, his expression darkening like scorched coal. How dare she suggest such a thing? Did she truly expect him to retreat to the bathroom when she was right here, ripe for his pleasure? His hands kneaded the plump curves of her backside, savoring their softness. Though Yin appeared slender, she was voluptuous where it mattered. Her breasts, for instance, were exquisite, surpassing even the most meticulously crafted dolls in their perfection. And her hips, neither bony nor lacking, were full and rounded, their supple texture drawing involuntary murmurs of admiration from him. He gripped her firmly, fingers circling and parting her flesh, exposing the flushed petals that clung to him so desperately, as if refusing to let go. 112. Sign it. You'll be Mrs. Xiang. Get up, freshen up, and have breakfast. We have matters to discuss. His tone made it clear he considered this place his own, indifferent to whether and welcomed his presence or not. Ian furrowed his brow slightly, wrapping himself in a bedsheet. He retrieved a fresh set of clothes from the wardrobe, realizing that Xiang Yiqin had no intention of avoiding him. However, The small space offered little privacy. She could only clutch the bedsheet tightly while carrying her clothes to the bathroom to change. Upon emerging, she found Xiang Yiqin lounging on the sofa like a lord. As soon as he spotted her, he commanded, "Go prepare breakfast. I'm hungry." The mere thought of Ian's culinary skills instantly brightened Shi Qin's mood. Even though the upcoming matters might prove to be somewhat challenging, he momentarily set them aside, choosing not to dwell on them for now. Ian's brow immediately furrowed tightly. "Do not treat this place as if it were your own home. As for last night's events, I shall consider them as if I had been gnawed by a dog. Leave at once. There is nothing of consequence for us to discuss. Breakfast? Let him dream on. Chew by a dog." Yin Yiqin was instantly infuriated, his entire being brimming with indignation. He smirked coldly. "I recall that I fed you quite comfortably last night. Can you make a dog feel that comfortable? Shi Qin, leave. Depart at once." Ian pointed at the door and shouted, "He has many thorns, but she possesses just as many." Shi suddenly burst into ah. "Oh, come now. Let us not prolong this disagreement. Let us reconcile. Consider this merely a minor squabble between lovers." "Umph." Ian smiled in astonishment, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke. "You believe this to be a sea tune, but I beg to differ. I have stated that the moment you stepped through that door, our relationship was irrevocably over. It is finished, and it is truly over. There is no such thing as reconciliation, if everything could be resolved. I would have acquiesced when Chu Yang came seeking my assistance. He has returned to seek you again." Shi Qin's expression immediately darkened. Ian curled his lips in disdain, yet chose to remain silent, his expression clearly indicating acquiescence. Yin Yiqin, with his hands tucked into his trouser pockets, suddenly proclaimed, "Do you recall what I said last night? Let us marry." Ian was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. The words he uttered last night, were they truly sincere? She had never anticipated that he would bring it up once more at this moment. "Xiang Yiqin, it seems you once mentioned that you would not grant me marriage," Ian remarked, "and how could your family possibly allow someone like me, who possesses nothing, to enter? Aren't you all seeking matches of equal social standing?" Reluctantly acknowledging the truth, Su Jingming embodies the very essence of what they refer to as a match made in heaven. Yin Yiqin furrowed his brow slightly, carefully structuring his thoughts before articulating, "I simply refuse to have the so-called suitable match imposed upon me. Rather than being pressured into a marriage with someone merely deemed a suitable match, I would prefer to seek a partner who is at least somewhat acceptable to me. So, do you understand the advantages you possess in comparison to those so-called suitable matches?" Ian remained silent, his lips pressed tightly together. Yet Xiang Yiqin seemed utterly indifferent as he remarked, "You're not as clingy as those women. My interest in you remains quite high at the moment. Compared to those pretentious society ladies, I'd much rather have you as my wife. Moreover, should our feelings fade in the future, or if I grow weary of you, you'd leave without hesitation. No lingering attachments, no entanglements. That suits me perfectly. These past few days, my mother has been relentlessly pushing women upon me. I detest this feeling of being forced into things. Especially the Zhou family. They've grown far too audacious lately. After Xiao Yunqing informed me of the Zhou family's maneuvers yesterday, I investigated. Their actions were so blatant that uncovering the truth required minimal effort. The Zhou family seems convinced that an alliance with the Xiang family is a foregone conclusion. They've grown so bold that Zhou Yulin now presents herself as my intended fiancée. Even worse, many are currying favor with the Zhou family by offering them benefits, hoping to indirectly ingratiate themselves with the Xiangs. This sensation of being exploited under someone else's banner is truly intolerable. If he were to marry Ian, it would be tantamount to slapping the Zhou family across the face, a stinging, humiliating rebuke. Moreover, he harbored a genuine distaste for those aristocratic young ladies and sought to extinguish his mother's futile hopes. As he had confided to Ian, the only woman he could possibly accept now was Ian herself. This was the unvarnished truth. Since marriage is an inevitable path, does it truly matter whom one weds? He might as well choose someone who moderately pleases his heart. He reminisced about the days when he could effortlessly draw her into his embrace with a simple reach of his arm, returning home to the comforting aroma of a steaming hot meal that was exquisitely prepared. If married life would be like this, he could wholeheartedly embrace it, He believed his words had conveyed sufficient sincerity. Regardless of the circumstances, his willingness to bestow upon her a legitimate status was nothing short of a magnanimous gift. Countless women have passed through his life, fleeting encounters of a single night, brief dalliances lasting mere days, even several steady girlfriends. Yet every single one of them exhausted their schemes, trying to bind him down, desperate to secure some formal commitment from him. Yet he had never offered it before. And now Ian seemed the perfect fit. Just as Ian had mentioned earlier, he had made it clear from the start that he wouldn't promise her a future. Yet here he was, delivering one. What an extraordinary surprise. One would have expected her to comply without hesitation. He was no fool. He could clearly discern that Ian still harbored deep affection for him, overflowing at that. Otherwise, she wouldn't have allowed him to have his way with her not once, but twice. Yet, to his astonishment, Ian merely let out a hollow laugh, laced with unmistakable mockery, and that mockery was undeniably directed at him. Xiang Yichen, you claim to despise being forced into things. Well, so do I. Did I ever express anticipation for marriage with you? Did I profess any longing for a shared future? Never. From the very beginning, when I followed you, I knew there was no future between us. So the marriage you offer holds no interest for me. Ian took a deep breath and, taking 1,000 steps back, said, if I were to agree, marrying you would mean I would wholeheartedly commit to you, never once betraying you. But can you guarantee me the same? If in the future, Su Jingning encounters troubles again and gets into a quarrel with Shui Lingbai, will you abandon me, your wife, to seek her out? If Su Jingning ends a relationship with Shui Lingbai, will you immediately seek a divorce to return to her? With a cold smirk, Ian declared, I have stated before that once we are together, if your body touches another woman, if you involve yourself with Su Jingning, you become tainted. A man who is sullied is beneath my contempt. Likewise, I have no desire for such a marriage. If you wish to marry, seek someone else. Chen Yichen, his face ashen, inhaled deeply, suppressing the fury that surged within him. Ian, do not be obstinate at this juncture. I am aware that your father has suffered a stroke, and it is quite severe. This is a critical time for his treatment, yet you find yourself without funds. We cannot allow this to come to a halt. He gestured towards the contract that had long been placed upon the table. Ian then discovered that a contract had already been placed on the table, not thick, merely consisting of 2 or 3 sheets of paper. Xiang Yichen, fearing she might not see it clearly, placed the contract before her once more. Sign it, and you shall become Mrs. Xiang. Wherever you go, you will be treated like royalty. Those who once wronged you or betrayed you will have to abide by your wishes. I can help you ruin Chu Yang and obliterate everything you wish to destroy. Once you sign this, our agreement will take effect, and you shall be my wife. Your father will naturally become my father-in-law, and I shall bear all the expenses for his treatment. As for the one who conspired with Chu Yang and betrayed your sister, whatever fate you desire for her, I can arrange that as well. Xiang Yichen continued, presenting one tempting condition after another. Your father's stepmother, who caused him to suffer a stroke, just a word from you, and I can ensure she is left in utter despair, he asserted, his face brimming with confidence. However, Ian gazed at the contract with a mocking smile, observing Xiang Yichen's self-assured expression. She picked up the contract and, with a swift motion, tore it in half. Get out with your contract, she exclaimed, her laughter dripping with scorn. She then tore the halves apart again, now holding the paper in 4 pieces, which she forcefully flung at Xiang Yichen's face. Leave, take your contract, and go. I refuse to believe that I cannot secure proper treatment for my father on my own. As for Yi Run and Chu Yang, their matters are none of my concern. Leave, just go. Ian trembled with rage, her fists clenched tightly, her shoulders tense and shaking violently. Xiang Yichen's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Ian's refusal to be so resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. The reality was far removed from his expectations. He forced a smile and said, you will return to find me. With that, he strode away. Ian remained rooted to the spot, not turning back, her body quaking. After standing there for an extended period, she finally lifted her head, tears brimming in her eyes. She despised herself for having nearly succumbed to the impulse of accepting him. Even in a loveless marriage, she had considered marrying him. How could she be so unable to let go of this man? But soon, she dismissed the thought, called a locksmith to change the locks, and then headed to the hospital. Before she even reached the ward, she heard a piercing commotion emanating from inside. Yin, you are quite something. You even secretly left money for Ian. I am in debt, and those people are pressuring me at home, yet you have not lifted a finger to help me. Su Huichin's voice was sharp and high, as if it could pierce through walls. You clearly had money at that time, yet you clung to it tightly, refusing to give it to me. I stand helplessly as those individuals drive me towards a dead end. Yin Sheng, I have finally seen you for who you truly are. In your eyes, there is only your deceased wife and daughter. Su Huichin exclaimed. You, depart. I wish to see you no more. Yin Sheng, seated, spoke with considerable effort. His recovery was progressing well. Compared to the beginning when he could barely utter a word, he had now regained the ability to communicate. Provided he was not pressured, he could articulate complete sentences at a measured pace. However, his anger towards Su Huichin was palpable, each word escaping his lips in a terse and straightforward manner. Depart? Very well. Hand over the money intended for Ian, and I shall leave without a second thought. Su Huichin extended her hand. No. Money. Yin Sheng glared vehemently, spitting out the words. No money? Yin Sheng, do you expect me to believe you? Humph. Had I not returned home to retrieve the property deed, I would still be in the dark about the bank account you opened. Su Huichin pointed an accusatory finger at him. Do not think I am unaware when you married me. It was merely to have me serve as a caretaker for Ian. Now, after serving you and your daughter for the better part of my life, I have gained nothing in return, squandering my youth instead. You must compensate me for this. Su Huichin shrieked. Upon hearing her voice, Ian rushed into the hospital room, where he found Su Huichin berating Yin Sheng, while Iren stood silently beside, observing Su Huichin pressure Yin Sheng. Dad! Ian swiftly positioned himself in front of Yin Sheng protectively, his expression cold as he glared at Su Huichin and Iren. Father is unwell, and you have been absent until now, only to demand money upon your arrival. Do you not have any shame? We are merely claiming what is rightfully ours. Su Huichin felt no guilt whatsoever. Hurry and hand over the money. After serving you for so many years, I deserve at least a living allowance. There is no money, Ian replied. All expenses have been devoted to his treatment. Ian turned to Su Huichin and Iren, a cold smile gracing his lips. You two have arrived just in time. For my father's medical expenses, I have invested all my savings from my job, as well as the funds he provided me. As his wife and daughter, you both should contribute. Su Huichin, now faced with the prospect of not only failing to receive money, but also being expected to part with her own, felt a surge of indignation. Money? I have none. Ian chose not to engage in further argument with her, shifting his gaze to Iren, and calmly stated, Surely Iren has some. You are living well with Chu Yang and enjoying a comfortable life. Contributing to our father's treatment should not pose a problem. Iren cast a hurried glance at Yin Sheng and shook her head at Ian. That is not feasible. Chu Yang's company is struggling financially, and there are no surplus funds available. Moreover, she cast a sidelong glance at Su Huichin, realizing that Chu Yang had recently lent Su Huichin money for her debts, making it impossible to request further financial aid from him. Furthermore, the recent disdainful attitude of Chu Yang towards her has left her in a state of anxiety, rendering her utterly unfit to ask for financial assistance. Even someone as audacious as Su Huichin lacks the courage to do so, which is why her thoughts have turned to Yinying. In any case, they are devoid of funds. I truly do not wish to impose, sister, Iren murmured, but I find myself unable to aid our father, and can only beseech you for your understanding. Ian had not anticipated any support from the mother and daughter duo. However, upon hearing their brazen words, he could not suppress his indignation. When it came to requesting money, they were the most eager, yet now, when it is time to part with funds, they are quick to deflect responsibility. Ian was about to expel them when Yinying, already seething with fury, shouted, Leave. Just leave. Yinying, please refrain from creating a disturbance in the ward. A nurse, alerted by the commotion, approached and witnessed Yinying's face flushed with agitation. The nurse cast a cold glance at Su Huichin and Iren. She recognized Ian as he frequented the hospital to visit Yinying. But this was her first encounter with Su Huiqin and her daughter, leading her to instinctively conclude that the uproar was instigated by these unfamiliar women. Do not disrupt the patient's rest. If you continue this quarrel, I shall summon security, the nurse stated firmly. Leave. Just leave, Yin Yinqing exclaimed, his arms trembling uncontrollably. Father, please, calm down. Do not be so agitated. Ian quickly held Yin Yinqing, gently patting his chest to soothe him. Please, you two must depart and refrain from disturbing the patient. The nurse reiterated, seeing that remaining there would yield no financial gain. Su Huiqin snorted disdainfully and pulled Iren away. As they left, she shot a venomous glare at the nurse, muttering, a dog meddling in affairs that do not concern it. Yin Yinqing's eyes burned with rage as he watched the departure of Su Huiqin and her daughter, tears welling up in his once bright eyes. I'm so sorry, he managed to utter with great effort, articulating each word slowly. Father, do not say such things. Ian seated himself beside him, grasping Yin Yinqing's hand. Do not speak like that. You still have me, do you not? Let us pretend we have returned to the time when it was just the two of us. Tears shimmered in Yin Yinqing's eyes as he murmured, I have burdened you. No, absolutely not. Father, you must never utter such words again. I do not feel like a burden at all. As long as you are well, that is my greatest happiness. Therefore, you must not dwell on negative thoughts. You must take care of yourself, all right? Ian gripped Yin Yinqing tightly, fearful that he might succumb to despair. Yin Yinqing slowly nodded, allowing Ian to breathe a sigh of relief. Do not regret your choices. Moments later, she was summoned to the doctor's office. The physician, seated across the desk, scrutinized her with hands clasped, elbows resting upon the table. His expression one of palpable difficulty. Miss E, the funds for your father's treatment have been exhausted. According to the regulations, without further payment, we cannot continue his treatment. The doctor stated, you are aware that the hospital is currently experiencing a shortage of beds, and your father's condition necessitates a private room, which incurs substantial costs. If the medical fees are not settled promptly, I fear. I understand. Ian bit her lip. Director Wong, rest assured, I am determined to secure the necessary funds for my father's recovery. Grant me a moment, and I shall devise a solution. Director Wong sighed. Miss E, it is not that I lack compassion. It is simply that current policies are inflexible, and I am powerless to change them. I recognize your deep concern for your father and your unwillingness to abandon him. I will extend your deadline by 1 week. Should you still be unable to pay the treatment costs by then, I will have no choice but to comply with the regulations. I understand. Thank you, she murmured softly. As Ian exited the hospital, she suddenly recalled Su Huiqin's words. The property deed. Yes, the property deed. She could rent a place with her father later. But the priority now was to ensure her father's treatment. Although it was an old house, it was situated in a prime location, adjacent to a junior high school, and could fetch upwards of $1 million. Though the house was filled with memories of her and her parents, the present circumstances left no room for nostalgia. Su Huiqin, Ian muttered to herself, hurriedly hailing a cab and racing to Chu Yang's residence. Knock, knock, knock. Ian maintained a serious demeanor as she rapped on Chu Yang's door. Who is it? Su Huiqin's voice echoed as it drew nearer. The door creaked open, revealing Su Huiqin, whose irritation from the morning visit to Ian had not yet dissipated. Her expression darkened further upon seeing Ian. What do you want? I told you we have no money. Su Huiqin interjected before Ian could speak. I'm not here to ask for money, Ian replied, observing Su Huiqin's visible relief. With a cold smile, she said, I am here to reclaim the property deed. What? Su Huiqin's face shifted dramatically, and without hesitation, she attempted to shut the door. Fortunately, Ian reacted swiftly, blocking it just in time. Hand over the property deed. Ian insisted. On what ground should I give it to you? Su Huiqin, no. The funding for my father's treatment hinges on that deed. You must give it to me, Ian declared. Sister, that deed has already been given to Chu Yang. It has been mortgaged at the bank. Iran, who stood behind Su Huiqin, spoke softly. What? How dare you do this? That is our father's house. He is ill, and instead of caring for him, you demand money from him. How could you give away the house he built alongside our mother? Ian retorted angrily. What do you mean by others? Chu Yang is my future son-in-law. What is wrong with giving him the property deed? Stop invoking your mother. She is no longer alive, and that house has nothing to do with her. Su Huin's gulp. Her face contorted with derision. Ian, feeling the weight of the situation, had no desire to argue further. But that is still my father's. Without his consent, you simply handed it over to Chu Yang. Chu Yang, come out here. As soon as he heard their quarrel, Chu Yang was already approaching, arriving just as Ian called for him. Chu Yang, give me the property deed. Ian stated, weary of further discussion with Su Huiqin. You heard what Iran said. It's already in the bank. Unless I can repay the loan, I cannot retrieve it. Chu Yang replied without batting an eye. Then what about the money you borrowed? You need to give me the money. Ian insisted. It has all been invested in the company. Moreover, this is my money for the company. Why should I give it to you? Chu Yang spoke with an air of entitlement. But that money was secured against my father's house. Ian, overwhelmed with anger, could no longer contain his tears. Chu Yang, give me the money. My father is waiting for the funds to pay for his treatment. How can you people be so heartless? As his wife and daughter, you neglect his well-being, yet you gamble away his house for an outsider. Chu Yang, don't you feel guilty using that money? This house was earned through my father's hard work over a lifetime. My mother barely enjoyed a moment of peace. After so long of renting, they finally had their own home, and she passed away. Now, my father is relying on the money from this house for his medical care, and you've stolen it from him. Chu Yang, return the money to me. Ian cried out hoarsely, her voice breaking as she clutched Chu Yang's shirt, repeatedly striking his chest with her fists. Enough! Chu Yang's face darkened as he seized her wrist, regardless of her struggles, unable to bring his fists down. When my company was in trouble, how did we plead with you? Yet you refused to let Xiang Yichen help. Now that it's your turn to face difficulties, you come to blame us? Ian, this is all of your own making. I merely took what was rightfully mine. Chu Yang, you shameless wretch. Is this how you speak? Do you believe you are justified? Ian felt as if her lungs might explode from rage, utterly incredulous at his audacity. This man before her was once the one she spent 2 years with? How could she have ever thought he was flawless? What I said is not untrue. Chu Yang replied coldly, now leave my house. Ian stared at him, her face streaked with tears. Unexpectedly, she performed an action that no one could have anticipated. Thud! Ian suddenly knelt on the ground, shoulders slumped, teeth clenched on her lower lip, trembling violently. She raised her head, her gaze fixed intently on Chu Yang. Chu Yang, consider this my plea. Please return it to me. I beg you. If the treatment is delayed, my father's condition will worsen, and his life will be ruined. Please, I am begging you. Just give me the money from that house, even if it's only half, all right? If I cannot pay the hospital, they will throw my father out. I implore you. Chu Yang looked down at her, and after a long pause, he mockingly curled his lips. Ian, you two have come to this. Do you remember how I once humbly begged you? If you want me to agree to you, not a chance. Su Huin Lauget Ji Fan, tugging at Ian's hair, and forcefully expelled her, exclaiming, get out. Leave my home now. She dragged Ian out of the apartment and tossed her into the yard. Don't you still know Xue Ling Bai? Go seek him out. If he refuses to give you money, then resort to selling yourself. If you desire money, there are myriad ways to acquire it. I refuse to believe you possess none. Aren't you a dutiful daughter? For the sake of your father, go sell yourself. Ian fell to the ground, silently gazing at Su Huiqin, who, with clenched teeth, ceased her tirade but continued to regard her with a piercing stare. Sell? Ian chuckled softly. All right, I shall go sell myself. Just remember, do not regret this. Regret? How could that be? I am eager to witness how you entertain your clients. Su Huinzito Mali Si Oli. Ian raised her hand, wiping her face with the back of it before rising from the ground, heedless of the onlookers, vacantly departing. Mom, do you truly wish for my sister to sell herself? Upon returning home, Iran tugged at Su Huiqin's sleeve in inquiry. If she is willing, who can stop her? Su Huiqin shot back, jabbing her fingers sharply at Iran's forehead. I haven't even questioned you yet. You little rascal. I intended to retrieve the property deed, which you hastily gave to Chu Yang as collateral. Had Ian not confronted me today, I would still be in the dark. Did you plan to keep this from me indefinitely? Mom, Iran shrank back. Isn't Chu Yang currently in need of funds? We had no intention of selling that house. It was merely sitting idle. We could place it in the bank and wait for Chu Yang's financial situation to stabilize. The property deed would still belong to us. I can rent it out. The house is adjacent to a middle school, renowned in T-City for its high admission rates. Renting it out would surely yield a good price, yet you allowed it to be given to Chu Yang. He lacks capability and still relies on a woman's money. What kind of man is that? Suwin Thimak Bolun Li, feeling a pang of anguish at the thought of losing several thousand each month. Enough. Chu Yang, unable to endure any longer, interjected. Su Huiqin acted as if he were invisible, criticizing him for his lack of ability, which he found intolerable. Andy, all your living expenses while you resided here were covered by me. Whenever you requested this or that, I never uttered a word of protest. I simply complied, even while my company faced difficulties. Now you attempt to calculate costs against me. If we're to keep score, let us tally the rent you owe for staying here and all your expenditures, Chu Yang stated coldly. Iran, look at his demeanor. Su Huiqin blinked at Chu Yang, her gaze shifting back to Iran. Do not call her Iran anymore. I neither coaxed her nor deceived her. The property certificate was willingly given to me, Chu Yang stated. If you're truly dissatisfied with me, you may have Iran break up with me. I am indifferent. As for the property certificate, it cannot be reclaimed. Iran gasped in shock, hastily grasping Chu Yang's hand. Chu Yang, my mother merely mentioned that. She did not mean it. How could you suggest a breakup? You cannot abandon me. Chu Yang smirked, a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. If you wish to remain by my side, you should advise your mother to watch her words. We are in the same boat now. If she desires my company to flourish, she ought to refrain from causing me trouble. As for future living expenses, she must tighten her purse strings. No more Chanel or Dior. Those items she purchased recently should be sold. Chu Yang cast a cold glance at Su Huiqin, no longer harboring any respect for her. If you wish to continue residing here, then you must behave yourself. Otherwise, I hold the right to evict you. Having said this, Chu Yang slammed the door behind him. The multitude of tasks awaiting him at the company and the incessant chatter of two women at home were already exasperating enough. Su Huiqin was left utterly stunned, unable to fathom the sudden change in Chu Yang's demeanor. What on earth is happening? She lamented, feeling a mix of anger and frustration as she paced the room. Eventually, she sank down onto the floor, bewildered by the transformation in Chu Yang. It was utterly senseless. She shivered slightly, biting her lip, and quietly returned to her room, wishing to say no more to Su Huiqin. A gentle reminder, please take care of your eyes during prolonged reading. Suddenly, the door to the conference room burst open, and everyone looked towards the entrance in astonishment. Xiang Yichen immediately turned his gaze towards the door, frowning in displeasure, ready to reprimand. Left C had never been so inconsiderate. Fully aware he was in a meeting, yet allowing someone to intrude. However, upon seeing the visitor, he was taken aback. Ian stood before him, his eyes red-rimmed, unwaveringly gazing at Xiang Yichen. In the conference room, the others turned their attention to Ian, expecting Xiang Yichen to promptly dismiss him. However, to their astonishment, he locked eyes with this unfamiliar woman. Ian, let us marry, she suddenly declared. Her voice, though not deliberately amplified, resonated clearly in the hushed atmosphere of the room, where even the faintest sound of breath could be discerned. This unintentional yet unmistakable utterance reached the ears of everyone present. A deafening silence ensued, akin to the sudden detonation of a bomb, which left everyone's minds reverberating in disbelief. This woman, was she proposing to the president? Surely, she must be. Has she lost her mind? Who is this audacious woman? Everyone was acutely aware of how formidable Li Xiao was. Thus far, apart from that one individual, no one had truly managed to ensnare him. What audacity this woman possessed to propose so brazenly. As the crowd braced for Xiang Yichen's derisive laughter, he unexpectedly rose to his feet. In a swift motion, he crossed the distance to Ian, grasped her hand, and led her out. Upon reaching the door, he casually remarked, before pulling Ian into his office. Inside the office, the contract from their previous encounter lay before Ian. In truth, it contained little of substance, primarily stating that Xiang Yichen could dissolve the agreement at any time, leading to their divorce. Ian gazed at the contract and remarked, I wish to add a clause. During the duration of our marriage, regardless of your feelings towards me, you are forbidden from seeking the company of other women, including Su Jingning. Should you betray me with another partner, I reserve the right to initiate a divorce. Xiang Yiqian furrowed his brow slightly before responding. That is acceptable. Ian continued. You mentioned previously that you would take responsibility for my father's treatment. Is that still the case? Of course, Xiang Yiqian replied. Once we are wed, your father will be regarded as my own. Ian curled his lips, seemingly amused by his words. As for Chu Yang, I have no issue with his demise, and I even offer Su Huiqin as a bonus. Xiang Yiqian chuckled. He instructed Zhuo Si to reorganize the documents and place the new contract before her. If there are no objections, please sign. Ian swiftly affixed his signature without a glance, as if the contract before him were a deed of servitude. Before Su Huiqin, he had spoken no falsehood. Indeed, he had come to sell, albeit to a different buyer. Let us proceed to the Civil Affairs Bureau, he declared, rising and taking Ian's hand. Contrary to her expectations of long queues, the Civil Affairs Bureau was devoid of such crowds. With Xiang Yiqian's personal presence, who would dare to make him wait? A booklet was promptly produced, signatures were inscribed, and with a stamp, they were united in matrimony. Ian held the little red book, feeling that this marriage was truly baffling and rather amusing. Gazing at the names inscribed within, she never anticipated that her entry into matrimony would unfold in such a manner. There was neither a wedding ceremony nor a loving husband, but rather a sacrifice of her own happiness. I am quite astonished that you did not seek assistance from Xue Lingbai, Yang Yiqian remarked. If there was a singular obstacle to this marriage, it was indeed Xue Lingbai. Ian bitterly curled her lips. One deep pit is enough for me. There is no need to jump into a second. At her words, Xiang Yiqian's expression darkened slightly. Taking a deep breath, he replied, I have instructed Zhuo Si to return your apartment. After all, you didn't take much with you when you left, and your belongings are still there. You need not worry about the hospital. I've arranged for Zhuo Si to transfer your father to Yan Nua's care. It's all within our circle, so it's more reassuring, and the conditions there are better. Although there isn't much left in my apartment, I still need to go back and tidy up, Ian remarked. Hurry and get me divorced, she added, reiterating her earlier sentiment. Seeing Xiang Yiqian frown again, she continued, You don't have to accompany me. I'm familiar with your apartment. Once I finish tidying up, I'll call Zhuo Si to pick you up. Xiang Yiqian nodded in agreement, not receiving any objections from her. When Xiang Yiqian received a call from home, he was not surprised. After all, with so many people in the meeting room, it was inevitable that news would leak. He had no intention of hiding his marriage to Ian. Eventually, even the most stringent secrecy would fail to prevent discovery. Upon returning to the Xiang household, he entered to find Zhou Yulin present. Upon seeing him, she raised her eyes, her gaze imbued with a sorrowful resentment. Xiang Yiqian merely glanced at her, finding the situation amusing. The two had only met briefly and shared a meal. Yet she wore an expression of betrayal that was utterly laughable. Mother, he called out, taking a seat across from Mrs. Xiang. She nudged a plate of cookies on the table towards him, saying, If I didn't call you, you'd never think to come back and check in. Try these. They're made by Yulin herself. She brought them to me right after finishing, and they are delicious, better than those overpriced ones. Whoever marries Yulin will be quite fortunate. Aunt. Zhou Yulin blushed, shyly chiding her. She glanced surreptitiously at Xiang Yiqian and poured him a cup of tea. Brother Xiang, this is red tea my friend brought back from England. It pairs perfectly with these cookies. It's fragrant and not too heavy. You should give it a try. Xiang Yiqian glanced at the cookies and tea before disdainfully curling his lips. Mother, you know I've never liked these things. And this red tea lacks the rich aroma of proper tea. I don't enjoy it. Zhou Yulin froze momentarily, her hurt evident in her eyes as she bit her lip, looking even more pitiable. Xiang Yiqian felt a cold amusement. If it came to playing the victim, Ian's sister, Iran, was far more adept. He couldn't care less for Zhou Yulin's half-hearted, clearly unrefined performance. Mrs. Xiang, however, was displeased, her voice firm as she reprimanded Yiqian. Yet, Xiang Yiqian appeared to disregard her, ordering a servant to brew him a cup of coffee, effectively delivering a blow to Zhou Yulin through his actions. Mother, what was the reason you called me back? He inquired. Madame Xiang cast a glance at Zhou Yulin beside her, gently patting her hand resting on her knee, and remarked, Yiqian, I heard that a woman burst into the conference room during your meeting, boldly declaring her desire to marry you in front of so many people. Who is this girl? Lacking in decorum? Please do not speak ill of your daughter-in-law. Xiang Yichen replied with a light chuckle. What do you mean, daughter-in-law? Where did I acquire a daughter-in-law? Madame Xiang's expression shifted dramatically. I am married, Xiang Yichen stated calmly, oblivious to the tumult his words stirred within Madame Xiang and Zhou Yulin. It was akin to an atomic bomb detonating in the tranquil depths of their hearts, sending waves of shock rippling through. What? You? Madame Xiang exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief, struggling to articulate a coherent response. Married? Whose daughter? She inquired, her immediate assumption landing upon Su Jingning. However, the Shui and Su families remained at peace, and she had not heard of any dissolution of their engagement. She is not from a prominent family. It is understandable that you are unfamiliar with her, Xiang Yichen replied with a faint smile. Yichen, Madame Xiang's demeanor turned urgent as she attempted to rise, only to realize Zhou Yulin was still present. Observing the delicate situation unfolding, Zhou Yulin decided it was best for her to take her leave. Aunt, I shall take my leave now. If you enjoy the biscuits, I will bring more next time. Very well, Madame Xiang smiled, engaging in polite conversation with Zhou Yulin as she personally escorted her to the door. The more she saw Zhou Yulin, the more she appreciated her, saying, Yulin, do not be too disheartened by today's events. Yichen is not one to act without consideration. It must be that pressures at home have hastened matters, leading to this unfortunate incident. Aunt, I understand, Zhou Yulin replied in a tone of comprehension. Please do not see me off any further. It would be best to have a heartfelt conversation with Brother Xiang. After all, marriage relies on fate. If I am not destined to be with Brother Xiang, then it is simply my misfortune. Even if he marries someone else, I hope he does not choose unwisely and later regret it. Oh, Yulin, you're truly a good child. It is my son who lacks fortune, Madame Xiang lamented, growing increasingly reluctant to part with Zhou Yulin as she spoke. Zhou Yulin offered a few more words of comfort before departing. As she turned away, her expression transformed, regardless of whom Xiang Yichen had married. She resolved to uncover the truth. She, Zhou Yulin, could not allow herself to be outdone by an obscure woman. Just as the union between the Zhou and Xiang families seemed imminent, an unexpected complication had arisen, and this matter could not simply be brushed aside. Madame Xiang hurried back to the living room, neglecting to reprimand Xiang Yichen, and promptly called Xiang Minghui. Minghui, return immediately. Busy? What could possibly be more pressing? Your son has married an unknown woman without our knowledge, and you are still occupied. Come home at once. Yichen, you are foolish. You say she is not from a prominent family, which implies she is an ordinary person? Madame Xiang exclaimed angrily. How can our family, the Xiangs, accept an ordinary woman into our midst? I have indeed married her, Xiang Yichen replied with a smile, showing no concern for Madame Xiang's fury. Leave me at once, Madame Xiang declared, showcasing her formidable presence. Although she often appeared amiable, this demeanor was primarily reserved for Xiang Minghui and Xiang Yichen. Marrying into the Xiang family meant that her lineage was far from ordinary. Her birth name was Song Qian, hailing from the renowned Song family, a prominent clan in City B, famously known for producing the illustrious Song sisters. Women from this lineage were anything but commonplace in many prestigious families. The legacy of a Song daughter is often echoed through generations. While Madame Xiang seldom exhibited her assertiveness, when she did, it rivaled that of Xiang Minghui. Xiang Yichen's expression darkened. Mother, you insist that Su Jingning must not be allowed into our home. I wholeheartedly agree. However, in matters of marriage, I deserve to choose a woman I find appealing. Yet, none of the candidates you've presented have captured my interest. So, you find your current wife appealing? Madame Xiang narrowed her eyes, radiating shrewdness. Indeed, she is the one I find most agreeable, Xiang Yichen replied. Moreover, since you seem to be aware of the events that transpired in the conference room that day, do you believe that my marriage registration with her will remain a secret? News travels swiftly, especially gossip in this circle. Just after tying the knot, rumors of a divorce have already begun circulating. The Xiang family might soon become a subject of ridicule. Madame Xiang pressed her lips tightly together, clearly incensed. Fine, you may choose not to divorce. But how do you plan to explain this quiet marriage to our family and clan? Do you think the elders will approve of such actions? I have already made my decision, irrespective of their approval, Xiang Yichen replied nonchalantly. With a resounding clap, Madame Xiang struck the tea table before her. Yi Chen, do you still aspire to be the head of this family? Do you believe the Xiang family belongs solely to you, that you're the only man here? Remember, you have yet to assume that title. She admonished. Though your grandfather favors you, your second uncle has not stepped aside. He is intent on ensuring his son succeeds him. During such a sensitive time, how could you commit such a foolish act? Mother, I do not believe that becoming the head of the family requires the assistance of a woman, Xiang Yichen replied coolly. If my position is to be secured through my wife's family influence, then I would rather relinquish it. For even if I were to gain that title, it would not be stable. Without my own capabilities, I fear I might lead the Xiang family to ruin. I recognize your talents, Xiang Minghui, having lingered at the entrance of the living room for an indeterminate time, had overheard their exchange. As Madame Xiang raised her head upon hearing the words, Xiang Minghui had already approached her with a grim expression, taking a seat beside her while casting a somber glance at Xiang Yichen. You must consider that if you marry a wife devoid of any background or support, it will raise doubts about your judgment within the clan. What qualifications does one possess to lead the family if they cannot even choose a suitable spouse? Xiang Minghui asserted. You currently possess ample capability, and no one among the younger generation can rival you. However, if your choice of wife leads the clan to undermine your strength, that situation is absolutely intolerable. You may be capable, yet there are many within the clan who are also competent. Even if they fall short of your prowess, they would not disgrace the position of family head. Ability is one aspect, but connections are equally significant. When others have the support of their wives' families, must you fight alone? This alone provides them with ample ammunition to attack you. Xiang Minghui continued. Yi Chen, I lost in the last competition for family head. Therefore, in this contest among your generation, I cannot permit you to lose. He declared. I will not lose. Xiang Yichen replied, his demeanor as resolute as that of both Xiang Minghui and Madame Xiang combined. He rose to his feet, towering over the tea table, gazing down at Xiang Minghui and Madame Xiang, exuding the presence of a sovereign who has everything under control. He had already grasped the opposition and obstacles. What I desire is not to serve the position of family head, but for the position to serve me. I will not relinquish my freedom or my right to choose for such a title. I refuse to be a puppet of the family head position. What I seek is for that position to remain there, awaiting my ascension, regardless of my actions, Xiang Yichen proclaimed, gesturing into the void as if the title of family head were already within his grasp. Xiang Minghui remained silent, his gaze fixed on him, profound and penetrating. Madame Xiang pressed her lips together, struggling to comprehend her son's mindset. Why would he choose a more arduous path when a smoother and more advantageous route was available? We should bring her over to meet you sometime, Madame Xiang suggested, discontent with the idea of a daughter-in-law who remained unseen after marriage. Xiang Yichen nodded in agreement. Of course. While still at the Xiang residence, Ian was at home alone, having just finished packing her belongings to move into her new apartment. Confronted by an environment that remained unchanged, she couldn't help but scoff at herself, realizing she had come full circle back to where she started. Just as she was hanging clothes in the wardrobe, her phone rang unexpectedly. Ian hurried to grab her phone, only to see the name Shuel Lingbai flashing on the screen. Her hand trembled slightly as she felt the phone grow heavy in her grasp. The incessant ringing seemed relentless, vibrating through her palm and causing a slight tingling sensation. Hello? Ian answered the call. Ian, Shuel Lingbai's voice came through, raspy and strained. Where are you now? I went to your house, but the landlord said you have vacated. Ian licked his lips and said helplessly, I'm with Xiang Yichen. After a pause on the line, Shuel Lingbai's voice finally came through, low and subdued. The rumors outside are indeed true. You have married Xiang Yichen? Yes, Ian replied softly. There was no immediate response, and the silence on the other end was eerily unsettling. She could even hear Shuel Lingbai's heavy breathing. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the phone, startling her with its cacophony. Shuel Lingbai! Shuel Lingbai! Ian called out anxiously, but there was no reply, only the mechanical beeping of a disconnected line. 20 minutes later, Shuel Lingbai called back, his voice tinged with suppressed anger. Ian. I'm at Ku E near Xiang Yichen's house. Understood, Ian replied before hanging up and stepping out the door. At Ku Een CAF, Xue Lingbai sat in the far corner. As soon as Ian entered, her gaze swept the room and quickly landed on him. Xue Lingbai wore a somber expression, his untouched coffee before him, and when he sensed a shadow overhead, he looked up to find Ian standing in front of him. Why did you marry him? If your father's medical expenses are insufficient, why didn't you tell me? If you've been bullied by Su Huiqin and the others, why didn't you confide in me? You had to choose to marry Xiang Yichen in a clandestine manner, as if it were something shameful. Without any pleasantries, Xue Lingbai questioned him, his restrained anger palpable. Ian's lips quirked in a bitter smile. Xue Lingbai, in what capacity should I discuss this with you? I have never incurred a debt of gratitude without reason, one that I may never repay. At the very least, with Xiang Yichen, I have exchanged my marriage for something in return. You exchange for marriage? What if I were to make an exchange with you? Would you marry me? Xue Lingbai's gaze turned predatory. Thinking you cancel your engagement with Su Jingning? Seeing the shock on Xue Lingbai's face, she smiled. I suppose not. Thus, this is an entirely impossible scenario for you. Xue Lingbai's eyes reddened slightly, and suddenly, he let out a choked laugh, his voice muffled in his throat. All these words are merely excuses, Ian. You have fallen in love with Xiang Yichen, which is why you married him. You know he will hurt you, yet you still chose to marry him, hiding behind these ridiculous justifications. Xue Lingbai's gaze finally revealed the hurt he could no longer conceal. No amount of words could change the fact. He was merely defeated by a single word, love. Ian was taken aback, but the retort caught in her throat, rendering her voiceless. Xue Lingbai suddenly stood up. He didn't give you a wedding. He made no promises. He has given you nothing. Even the rumors of your marriage are merely speculation, questioning the origins of his bride. Ian, even knowing all this, do you still think it is worth it? Ian took a deep breath, gritting her teeth, yet she remained unable to utter a single word. Deep down, she knew it was not worth it, yet she had already taken a step into that abyss. What could she do? You say I cannot cancel my engagement with Su Jingning, right? Xue Lingbai said lightly. Let me show you. After finishing his words, he turned and walked toward the door. Just as he reached the threshold, he froze, his expression darkening ominously. Xiang Yichen, Xue Lingbai, have you not had enough fun? Xiang Yichen's face was equally grim. Upon hearing Zhu Si mention that Xue Lingbai had invited Ian here, he disregarded Madame Xiang's displeasure and rushed out. You truly resemble someone consumed by jealousy, he remarked. I am not playing. Xue Lingbai narrowed his eyes, a cold smirk twitching at the corners of his lips as he brushed past him. Ian remained seated, still dazed by Xue Lingbai's words, unable to collect herself for a long while. Let's go home. A deep, magnetic voice resonated above her. Startled, Ian looked up to find Xiang Yichen standing before her, silhouetted against the light, the sun casting a soft halo around him, creating an almost surreal aura. He smiled gently, reaching out to ruffle her hair, then extended his palm upward, inviting her, come along. Ian's fingers twitched slightly before she finally lifted her hand, placing it within Xiang Yichen's grasp. His palm was large and sturdy, making her hand appear diminutive in comparison, almost lost within his hold. The contrast of her fair hand against his sun-kissed, slightly rough palm created an unexpectedly harmonious image. The moment she surrendered her hand to his, he grasped it gently. Xiang Yichen, from this moment onward, I entrust my body and my heart to you, hoping only that you shall not be too cruel. His strong hand enveloped hers, seemingly responding to the unspoken words of her heart. Upon exiting the CAF, they spotted Zhu Si waiting by the car. Xiang Yichen helped her into the back seat, and they settled together. As they entered the neighborhood, they were met by a throng of reporters gathered beneath their apartment building. Yishao, Zhu Si frowned, calling out. Outside the car, a journalist raised his camera, spotting their vehicle and shouting, It's Yishao's car. At that exclamation, the crowd surged forward, surrounding the car and taking pictures. Xiang Yichen frowned, wrapping his long arm around Ian, pressing her face against his chest as he gently urged, Ian, do not look up. Ian's face was pressed tightly against him, feeling the rhythmic beating of his heart resonate against her cheeks, powerful and steady. Yishao, outside. The journalist continued to pound on the windows, attempting to glimpse Ian's true visage through Xiang Yichen's vigilant protection. The car came to a stop before the apartment, where Xiang Yichen secured Ian closely and assisted her out. Yishao, There are rumors that you are marrying a woman. Is this the one? Yishao, what is the identity of this young lady? Yishao, does your family approve of the marriage? The reporters incessantly shoved and tugged at Ian, disregarding Xiang Yichen's cold demeanor as they attempted to wrest Ian from his embrace. Suddenly, Ian's arm was yanked, pulling her away from Xiang Yichen. Upon hearing Ian's piercing scream, Xiang Yichen's expression turned icy as he noticed the indiscreet hand. With his left arm encircling Ian protectively, he freed his right hand to grasp the wrist of the reporter, pressing his fingers forcefully into the tender flesh. The reporter winced in pain, his face paling, and he nearly dropped his camera, almost rendering it inoperable. Xiang Yichen escorted Ian to the entrance of the apartment, with Zhuo Si positioned in front to prevent any further advances from the reporters. His face was ashen with fury as he surveyed the journalists standing before him. When their eyes met his frigid gaze, the reporters realized they were confronting the formidable Xiang Yichen, a man often referred to as a lion tiger by the outside world. In that moment, the explosive nature of the unfolding story left them momentarily dazed, forgetting that this man was not someone to provoke. Seeing that the reporters had finally grasped the gravity of the situation and fell silent, Xiang Yichen spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, please be mindful of your words. This is no mere miss. She is my wife, Ian, Mrs. Xiang, and you should address her as such. The declaration served as undeniable proof that indeed, she was his wife, and he was indeed married. The reporters were brimming with questions, yet none dared to be the first to speak in the presence of Xiang Yichen. His gaze, sharp as a sword, fell upon the reporter who had just manhandled Ian, who was still grimacing in pain, rubbing his wrist. Upon feeling Xiang Yichen's penetrating stare, he trembled slightly, his legs weakening as he struggled to maintain his composure. To lay hands on my wife, you can expect a letter from my attorney, Xiang Yichen stated coldly, before ushering Ian into the apartment, leaving the reporter with a face full of regret, wishing he could turn back time. What folly had possessed him to provoke such a formidable adversary? Once inside, as Xiang Yichen and Ian entered the room, his lips were unexpectedly graced by a gentle touch. He looked down in astonishment to find Ian tilting her face upwards, her lips curling into a shy smile, her bright eyes gleaming with delight, compelling him to kiss the corner of her eye. He did so, lowering his head to place a soft kiss there, smiling as he inquired, what prompted this sudden display of affection? She chuckled softly, her delicate finger unconsciously tracing circles on his chest. It was just for that moment when you call me Mrs. Xiang. Is being Mrs. Xiang such a source of joy? He teased with a light laugh. Ian shook her head, choosing not to elaborate. The profound impact of his admission, of calling her his wife, of acknowledging her as Mrs. Xiang, resonated deeply within her. You said I am your wife. It transcends the title of Mrs. Xiang. It is simply because I am your wife, Xiang Yichen, she said, tenderly caressing his cheek. You will regard me as your wife. One to you? Of course. Let us now fulfill the duties of a wife, Xiang Yichen declared, granting her no time to react as he pressed his lips against hers. This woman, uttering such tantalizing words at this moment, how could he possibly resist, especially with the alluring charm from that kiss, a seduction he hadn't witnessed in ages. Ian cupped his face, gently pushing him away. Xiang Yichen, it's daytime. And so what? We are at home, and no one can interfere, Xiang Yichen retorted, lifting her effortlessly and tossing her onto the bed. Ian landed on the soft mattress, bouncing slightly before he descended upon her entirely, pinning her down with an unyielding force. Do not meet Shuai Lingbai without my knowledge again. He is hardly a good person, Xiang Yichen asserted, capturing her lips in a punishing kiss. He savored her lips with fervor, biting down firmly enough to leave a mark, a line etched upon her mouth. Ian gazed at him in a trance, her hand brushing against his lips, feeling somewhat surreal. Xiang Yichen, you are behaving quite jealously. Xiang Yichen paused, a flicker of light passing through his eyes as he seized her wandering finger upon his lips, drawing it into his mouth. His tongue danced delicately around her fingertip, his lips enveloping her digit until it was buried to the root. His mouth was slick and soft, wrapping around her finger with an intoxicating warmth that made her tremble. A simple action rendered so sensually charged. He guided her dampened finger along her skin, trailing down to her most intimate flower, teasing the sensitive bud. Xiang Yiqian inhaled sharply, astonished that he was holding her hand to explore himself. Don't do that, it's too intense. Try it. Your fingers are soaked. This is the feeling of my fingers. Do you understand? Xiang Yiqian remarked candidly, his words utterly shameless. His lips traced the corners of her mouth, brushing against her cheeks, gently pecking at the corners of her eyes, capturing the tears that glistened there. Observing herself bare, while Xiang Yiqian remained fully clothed, she wriggled her waist in discontent. Let me touch you too, she pouted. It's unfair that only you get to touch me. Her words sent a thrill through Xiang Yiqian, even before she touched him. The mere utterance ignited an exhilarating rush within him. No longer hesitating, he swiftly stripped himself bare. His chest, sculpted and firm, was so defined that her hand could scarcely cover it. Enchantress, Xiang Yiqian playfully tapped her. Ian let out a faint grunt, pouting in defiance as he placed his hands firmly on his backside, mimicking his earlier gesture with a light slap. Demon, she exclaimed, causing Xiang Yiqian to burst into uncontrollable laughter, his chest vibrating with a deep, resonant sound that was anything but jarring. On the contrary, it was rich and magnetic, akin to the melodious tones of a cello, soothing and delightful to the ear. Ian lifted her gaze, her eyes slightly narrowed, revealing an intensified allure at the corners. Imbued with a hint of springtime flirtation, those captivating eyes seemed to ensnare the very soul. How could Xiang Yiqian withstand such a beguiling glance? The sight of her enchanting gaze left him taut with tension, almost painfully so. As the evening sun cast its golden glow through the window, it spilled softly upon her figure, bestowing a rosy hue upon her fair skin, enhancing the natural flush that arose from her emotions, rendering her beauty even more resplendent. In this moment, her allure was so profound that it left him in a daze. Her long hair cascaded down her smooth back, brushing against his sun-kissed skin, each strand igniting a tingling sensation that was both irritating and intoxicating. Seizing the opportunity, while Ian remained lucid, Xiang Yiqian was determined to reclaim his dignity. Poor Ian, oblivious to his prior premature exit, believed him to possess unwavering stamina, only to be nearly exhausted by Xiang Yiqian's subtle insecurities. Eventually, as Xiang Yiqian tenderly caressed her back, he observed Ian languidly sprawled across him, utterly spent. With a playful smile, his fingers entwined her long hair, he noted how her voice had grown hoarse from begging, until she finally surrendered, choosing to rest motionless against his chest. Only when he felt thoroughly satisfied did he cease his endeavors. Now Ian lay there, appearing on the verge of fainting, as if she might stick out her tongue in sheer exhaustion. Xiang Yiqian felt a contentment akin to that of a satiated beast, eyes half closed in delight as he relished the exquisite sensation of his prey resting peacefully in his embrace. Just as both lay in languid repose, disinclined to stir, Xiang Yiqian's phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from Zhuo Si, promptly answering, "Hello, what is it?" He cast a peculiar glance at Ian before adding, "Understood." Ian lifted her head, resting her chin upon her chest, relishing the sensation of his heartbeat beneath her. Observing the peculiar expression on Xiang Yiqian's face, she inquired once he had concluded his call, "What is it?" Xiang Yiqian pressed his lips together, seemingly reluctant to divulge. Yet after a brief pause, he begrudgingly revealed, "Xue Lingbai has been in an accident." "What?" Ian gasped, instinctively attempting to rise, only to be firmly restrained in Xiang Yiqian's embrace, rendering her immobile. "What are you so anxious about? It's not as if he has lost a limb." Xiang Yiqian's expression darkened, unable to bear her evident concern for Xue Lingbai. He is not gravely injured, merely bumped the front of his car against a lamppost. He sustained minor injuries. He will not perish. Confined tightly in Xiang Yiqian's arms, Ian struggled futilely, only to find him tightening his hold. The firmness of his body beneath her felt increasingly warm, causing her cheeks to flush. She looked up and declared, "We must go see him. I just met him this afternoon before the accident. Regardless of the circumstances, I cannot rest easy." Unconsciously, Xue Lingbai's face appeared in her mind, the pain reflected in his eyes impossible to forget. Upon hearing her words, Xiang Yiqian's lips formed a thin line. Initially encircling her with one arm, he now embraced her with both, as if fearing she might vanish, and rushed to Xue Lingbai's side. Visiting now is not appropriate, he stated. He has been in an accident, and his family is undoubtedly rushing to his side. It will be ill-timed for you to go. The Xue family is not to be trifled with. They can sense your presence and will deduce the nature of your relationship with him. If you go now, you will surely face a barrage of inquiries that could leave you feeling quite distressed. What do you mean by suggesting my relationship with him is impure? Ian retorted, pinching his arm, which felt as solid as stone. Despite the discomfort, he did not flinch. Since I have signed and sealed my commitment to you, I have no entanglements with others. What do you imply by that? Indeed, a veritable powder keg, ready to ignite, Xiang Yiqian chuckled gently, pinching her cheek. What I said is not erroneous. Xue Lingbai harbors no good intentions towards you. Your relationship is far from pure. Do you truly believe he would show kindness without reason? Why do you not see him extending such generosity to anyone else, but specifically to you? I understand, yet I detest hearing you speak in such a manner. Ian pouted. Your words suggest that something inappropriate has occurred between us. Xiang Yiqian gently ruffled her hair, the soft strands becoming a delightful mess beneath his palm. Currently residing in Yin Nua's hospital, he remarked, since you must visit your father tomorrow, I will accompany you. After we see him, we can conveniently pay a visit to him as well. He emphasized the word conveniently. Ian could only nod in agreement. Xiang Yiqian was correct. Regardless of the severity of the accident, given Xue Lingbai's status within the Xue family, it was inevitable that the family would flock to the hospital. Thus, her visit at this moment was indeed ill-timed. Just as Ian had nodded in assent and settled down, the two hands resting on her back began to wander indiscreetly downward, reaching her posterior. Suddenly, a firm grip ensnared the soft flesh there, lifting her slightly before letting her fall back down. Ah, you! Ian's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he become aroused again in such a short span of time? Yet, the only response was a contented groan from him. In the morning, Xiang Yiqian, in high spirits, took Ian to the hospital. During the ride, Ian was far from energetic. After being entangled with him from afternoon until evening the previous day, she had gone to bed without an appetite for dinner, and now her entire body ached. As she stepped out of the car, she winced, a sharp intake of breath escaping her lips as pain shot through her bones and tendons. Xiang Yiqian chuckled softly. Helping her out of the vehicle, Ian shot him an irritated glance, wishing he could experience this immobilizing pain himself. They first visited Yin Yinqing's hospital room. With Xiang Yiqian taking charge and the fact that this was Jin Yin Nua's hospital, as he put it, this is a family hospital. No need for formality. Yin Yinqing was transferred to a top-tier VIP room. Upon entering, they saw a nurse massaging Yin Yinqing, facilitating blood flow to his limbs. His hands were gradually regaining mobility as he practiced rotating an antique walnut in his palm, and even his legs were slowly able to lift and perform bending and stretching motions. Upon seeing Ian, Yin Yinqing anxiously remarked, "The hospital is too expensive." Ian took his hand, smiling. "Dad, you need not worry. Just focus on your recovery." "This, gentlemen." Yin Yinqing looked at Xiang Yiqian with suspicion. Just as Xiang Yiqian was about to respond, Ian interjected, "Dad, this is my friend, Xiang Yiqian. This hospital belongs to his friend, so you can rest assured." Upon hearing Ian's introduction, Xiang Yiqian pressed his lips tightly together, his jaw tense. After a moment, he calmly addressed Uncle. Yin Yinqing's gaze lingered on Xiang Yiqian for a considerable time. Though he was unwell, his mind was clear. The relationship between this man and Ian was evidently complex. Moreover, previously, Su Huiqin often mentioned at home that Ian had found a wealthy man named Xiang Yiqian. Concerned, Yin Yinqing looked towards Ian, fearing that she might make foolish decisions driven by her father's illness. Sensing her father's worry, Ian smiled reassuringly, "Dad, just focus on your health and recover soon. I'm doing well, so you need not fret. If there is truly cause for concern, then you should promptly take care of your health and come home to look after me." "All right." Yin Yinsheng immediately agreed, her gaze occasionally darting towards Xiang Yiqian. After conversing with Yin Yinsheng for a while, Yin, fearing that Xiang Yiqian might grow impatient, decided to lead him away earlier than planned. As they exited the hospital room, someone tightly grasped her wrist, the force causing her to wince in pain, tears brimming in her eyes. Why didn't you tell your father that you married me? Viank, yi, chen iklemit inengiv. I didn't want to worry him. There were no signs at all. Suddenly marrying a man would surely lead him to overthink. Besides, not informing him beforehand would only hurt him more, Ian replied. Looking up at Xiang Yichun, if you cannot provide me with a proper wedding, why should I let my father suffer too? You desire a wedding? Xiang Yichun still did not loosen his grip, his brow furrowing tightly. Ian observed him for a moment before smiling helplessly. It doesn't matter anymore. A wedding devoid of love is better left uncelebrated. With that, she broke free from his hold and walked ahead. Xiang Yichun stood rooted to the spot, watching her retreating figure, realizing for the first time how fragile she appeared. Her slender shoulders seemed capable of bearing countless burdens. Yet even the slightest weight could easily crush her. As they approached Xueling Bai's hospital room, Ian suddenly halted, prompting Xiang Yichun to look down in surprise. Su Jingning is inside, isn't she? Ian whispered, her voice barely audible yet laced with unease. Xiang Yichun's heart clenched painfully as he seized her hand, holding it firmly within his grasp. Let us go. Ian trembled with anxiety, but his grip was so strong that she felt secure following him. Suddenly, she perceived the breadth of his back, which shielded her entirely beneath his shadow. Xiang Yichun led Ian into the hospital room, where the Xue family had already departed, leaving only Su Jingning in attendance. As Xiang Yichun stepped inside, he found Xueling Bai smiling. But upon noticing Ian entering behind him, his smile faltered, his gaze fixating on their entwined hands, his eyes narrowing suspiciously. Su Jingning, momentarily taken aback by the appearance of Xiang Yichun and Ian, forced a smile. Yichun, you've come? Her eyes flickered to the clasped hands of Xiang Yichun and Ian, deliberately ignoring Ian. Xiang Yichun nodded. I came to see you. Although your injuries are not severe, it is necessary to check on you. He glanced at Xueling Bai, who had merely bumped his forehead against the steering wheel, sustaining a superficial cut that was bandaged, along with some abrasions on his arms wrapped in thick gauze. Ian frowned and addressed Xueling Bai. How could you drive so carelessly? Biting her lip, she felt increasingly guilty upon seeing his condition. Xueling Bai offered a faint smile. When one is troubled, they might as well crash into a pole. Ian's stomach twisted painfully, and even his heart felt constricted. How could she not know why he was upset? Xueling Bai, who would willingly crash into a pole. Ian bit his lip and spoke. Xueling Bai regarded her as if Su Jingning and Xiang Yichun were non-existent. If given another chance, I would crash again. Xiang Yichun clenched his fists and pulled Ian back into his embrace, his voice cold. You seem fine now. We should leave. Suppressing his anger, he dragged Ian towards the door, but Su Jingning called out to him. Yichun. Xiang Yichun halted, turning to face Su Jingning, and even Ian gritted her teeth, directing her gaze at her. Su Jingning smiled bitterly. I heard you two got married? Ian missed Xiang Yichun's response, only feeling his tense body shift slightly as he nodded. Well, congratulations, Su Jingning said. Thank you. Xiang Yichun's voice was hoarse, yet to Ian's surprise, he still held her tightly, refusing to let go. Despite the strength of his grip on her shoulder causing her to bite her teeth in pain, at least this time he did not release her. She could feel his hand trembling slightly, the sweat from his palm soaking through her clothing. Then, an uncomfortable silence enveloped them, but Xueling Bai broke it. Once I recover, let us gather Yinxing and Yin Nuo to celebrate your wedding together. Xiang Yichun looked at Xueling Bai, frowning, unsure of his intentions, yet he nodded in agreement. All right. He led Ian out of the hospital, and once in the car, just as he fastened his seatbelt, his lips were suddenly kissed, a gentle touch, devoid of passion. Her warm hands cradling his cheeks, soft and light, like a feather brushing against his heart. Thank you, Ian said softly, gazing at him. Xiang Yichun caressed her lips, his thumb tenderly tracing their softness. Are you really that concerned about Su Jingning? Ian silently nodded, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Xiang Yichun's lips curled into a gentle smile. Then I promise you, when you stand next to her, I will look at you first. Ian's heart jolted painfully, her stomach tightening even more than when she faced Xueling Bai, the turmoil within her escalating. For a long moment, she was at a loss for words. her eyes misting over. Finally, she inhaled deeply, her breath slightly choked, resonating in the quiet car. Xiang Yiqian, I want you to treat me well, but I fear your kindness may be too overwhelming. What should I do? She murmured, her lips trembling with unease. Xiang Yiqian cradled her face, his thumbs still lingering on her lips. In that moment, her strong facade shattered, and he knew she could no longer shield herself before him. Her expression was riddled with anxiety, her face pale, as if the weight of the world had descended upon her, threatening to crush her. He gazed at her intently, and in the convergence of their eyes, it seemed as though something had collided and dispersed, enveloping them in a gentle warmth within the confines of the car, akin to an invisible cocoon. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a mobile phone shattered this warmth. Xiang Yiqian gradually withdrew his hand from cradling her cheek and retrieved his phone, only to find it was a call from home. "Hello, Mom," he said, his expression shifting dramatically upon hearing the voice on the other end. After a moment, he replied, "I understand. I will bring her back." Once he hung up, a heaviness settled in his gaze. "My fourth uncle plans to celebrate his birthday in T-City this year, and the family has asked me to bring you along for them to see." Ian was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. "It's not merely for them to see, is it?" Xiang Yiqian sighed. "You know that the Xiang family is a large clan, and the position of heir often becomes the center of attention. The head of the family is not a title held for life. It is a term of 5 years, with a maximum tenure of 10 years. The current head has only 6 years left, prompting the younger generation to prepare early." He shrugged. "It resembles the historical struggles for a throne, and the intensity of competition is undoubtedly comparable. The methods employed are often fraught with treachery and bloodshed. Moreover, during the contest for the headship, several factions emerge, with the elders of the clan supporting their favored juniors, resulting in a multifaceted rivalry." Ian listened quietly. It was the first time she had heard Xiang Yiqian discuss family matters. His revelations indicated that this birthday celebration for his fourth uncle was far more than a mere social gathering for her as a daughter-in-law. Currently, the primary contenders within the Xiang family had coalesced into 2 factions, one led by her cousin Xiang Yiyang, the son of the current head, and the other represented by herself. Xiang Yiyang's principal supporter was undoubtedly her second uncle, along with several other clan members. In contrast, among her supporters was her fourth uncle. The fourth uncle had always maintained a close relationship with her father. During the contest for the headship between her father and second uncle, he had wholeheartedly supported her father, who ultimately lost the battle. Now that it was her turn, he was equally determined to back her. Among all her uncles, the fourth uncle held her in the highest regard, offering the most substantial support in the contest for leadership. Thus, she held immense respect for him. It was precisely for this reason that upon learning of her marriage, he chose to celebrate his birthday in T-City instead of his longtime residence in B-City. Xiang Yiqian remarked, "This time, the family's request for me to bring you along may not end amicably," he added. Ian gazed at him with a hint of melancholy. "Xiang Yiqian, do you regret marrying me?" She often felt that their union had been hasty, likely stemming from a momentary impulse on his part. Xiang Yiqian looked at her, smiling as he playfully tousled her hair. "Not all. You are far more intriguing than those daughters of noble families." As he spoke, he leaned closer, his lips brushing against her earlobe, inhaling the delicate fragrance emanating from her neck, whispering in a suggestive tone, "Regardless of day or night, your passion surpasses theirs." Ian's face flushed crimson, warmth spreading from her scalp to the nape of her neck, the lovely pink hue creeping into her collar, igniting a desire within Xiang Yiqian to tug at her neckline to see if her skin blushed as well. "How would you know if they're passionate? Have you experienced it yourself?" Ian retorted, her face still flushed, yet her gaze was icy. Xiang Yiqian paused, chuckling softly, starting the car without addressing her inquiry, leaving Ian in a state of vexation throughout the journey, ultimately sulking as Xiang Yiqian ushered her into a clothing store. They were to attend the birthday celebration of her fourth uncle, and it was essential to uphold decorum. Xiang Yiqian selected a gown for her, modest yet dignified, suitable for the elderly fourth uncle, who held traditional views on propriety, especially regarding women. He preferred guests to don kipayos when visiting him. The guest list for the fourth uncle's birthday was limited, as many close old friends resided in B City. This occasion was primarily for Ian, and it was unavoidable that some awkward matters would arise, making it unsuitable to discuss them in front of numerous outsiders. Nevertheless, it was still the fourth uncle's birthday, and a significant portion of T-City's populace sought to curry favor with him, including several prominent figures. Thus, the fourth uncle could not afford to be exclusive in his invitations, which indeed showcased his considerable influence. Even Lung Xiaochen, the president of Longting and regarded as one of the four divine groups alongside Hurui, was invited. Additionally, 5 of the 6 prominent families were represented. The Pei family led by Pei Jun, the Jin family represented by Jin Yinhua, the Xiao family by Xiao Yinqing, the Qiao family by Qiao Zhongshuan, and the Shui family. With the Xiang family included, the 6 great clans were nearly assembled. Unlike the other 5 families, whose heirs were present, the Shui family was unable to attend due to Shui Lingbai's injury and sent another representative instead. Compared to these formidable powers, others appeared less significant. However, Xiang Yichen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the inclusion of the Zhou family. Although the Zhou family was commendable, they were merely a step below the 6 great families. In the presence of the 6 clans, their stature seemed diminished, rendering them somewhat unworthy of attending tonight's banquet. Their participation, evidently, was facilitated by the Xiang matriarch's influence. Ian, entwined with Xiang Yichen's arm, spotted Qiao Zhongshuan amidst the crowd. Unlike before, he was accompanied by a different companion, one who appeared younger, still bearing the air of a student, seemingly an innocent girl. Ian's brow furrowed involuntarily, her gaze lingering on Qiao Zhongshuan. Qiao Zhongshuan sensed her gaze, casting a fleeting glance in her direction, his eyes momentarily lingering on her before swiftly moving on. Xiang Yichen detected the silent exchange between Ian and Qiao Zhongshuan, and with an air of displeasure, he intoned, "Do you know Qiao Zhongshuan?" Ian shook her head, "No, I do not know him." Xiang Yichen was evidently dissatisfied with her response. He was not blind and could easily discern her unease. Her answer was clearly a mere pretense. Discontent, Xiang Yichen pressed his lips together tightly, his demeanor growing cold. Ian acutely felt the atmosphere of pressure drop around her, as Xiang Yichen seemed shrouded in a shadow, evoking a shiver within her. She bit her lip and finally spoke, "I saw him at Liang Yan's house." The impact of her words was immediate, as Xiang Yichen turned to her with a puzzled expression. "It was the night before you returned from your business trip, when Shui Lingbai visited my home. I had initially planned to hide at Liang Yan's, but I encountered Qiao Zhongshuan there." Having broached the subject that had long troubled her, Ian felt a weight lift off her shoulders, and she boldly shared her lingering doubts with Xiang Yichen. "I do not understand how Liang Yan knows him. What is their relationship?" Ian raised her gaze to him. "You are all part of the same circle. Surely you must have some insights into their affairs. How much do you know about him and Liang Yan?" Xiang Yichen's expression softened slightly as he exhaled deeply, replying, "I only know that your friend and Qiao Zhongshuan are indeed together, and it seems their entanglement is quite complex. As for the duration, I cannot say. However, Qiao Zhongshuan has never been one to settle down and has no qualms about courting multiple women simultaneously. It would not be surprising if he were involved with other women while with Liang Yan." Ian was taken aback, her hand that clutched Xiang Yichen's arm trembling slightly. "Liang Yan, she..." Xiang Yichen furrowed his brow. "Would you like me to investigate?" Ian shook her head. "No need. Liang Yan must have her reasons for not speaking, and I do not wish to pry." Xiang Yichen nodded, just as Madame Xiang approached, accompanied by Zhou Yulin and Madame Zhou. Zhou Yulin, entwining her arm with Madame Xiang's, appeared endearingly intimate, making her resemble the daughter-in-law of the Xiang family to the unknowing onlookers. This sight only reinforced the guests' assumptions regarding the alliance between the Zhou and Xiang families, prompting them to reevaluate Zhou's standing in their minds. Perhaps future collaborations should consider the Zhou family. Even the ongoing ones might be shifted to them. "Come, greet your mother," Xiang Yichen instructed. Upon hearing his words, Ian roused from her reverie, looking up to see Madame Xiang approaching. Without uttering a word, Madame Xiang exuded a regal grace simply through her stride, a testament to her heritage from the Song family. Tonight, she donned a qi pao of deep blue adorned with silver-white four-leaf patterns, reminiscent of a distinguished matron from the Republic era. Although the Song family has yet to secure a place among the illustrious six families, its influence is undeniable and commands respect from all. Within nearly every family, a glance at the genealogy reveals the presence of women from the Song lineage in significant positions, thus weaving an extensive web of connections. Regardless of which family one examines, there always exists a myriad of ties to the Song family, be they through distant or close kinship. Therefore, despite the Song family's lesser power compared to the six prominent families, it holds a status that nearly parallels theirs, rendering it unwise for anyone to provoke them lightly. Though the matriarch of the Seong family may not recognize her as such, the fact remains that Ian hails from the Song family, specifically from its direct lineage, and has received the most orthodox education. Her every gesture and demeanor seem to echo the elegance of the original Song sisters. Upon encountering the matriarch, Ian compelled herself to remain composed, mustering a polite smile and addressing her as mother. This utterance caused an immediate stiffening of expressions on the faces of Zhou Yulin and her daughter. Regardless of the Seong family's acknowledgement of Ian as a daughter-in-law, the truth remains that she is married to Seong Yi-chin and occupies the spouse section of her identification card. This fact cannot be disputed. No matter how begrudgingly they accept it, the situation remains unchanged. Ian's call of mother was entirely justified. The matriarch scrutinized Ian from head to toe with a frigid and detached gaze, failing to respond to her salutation. She then bypassed Ian entirely, addressing Seong Yi-chin directly. "Your uncle will be out soon. Do not linger here." Turning to Zhou Yulin, she continued, "Yulin, come. Let me introduce you to your uncle. I am certain he will take a liking to you." The abrupt shift in her demeanor was striking, and despite Ian's efforts to maintain her composure, her smile faltered. The matriarch departed with Zhou Yulin, not uttering a single word to Ian throughout the encounter. It seemed that gaining the approval of the matriarch would be no easy feat. Xiao Yunqing approached, observing the matriarch's retreating figure. "I anticipated this," Seong Yi-chin remarked with a faint smile, seemingly unperturbed. Noticing Xiao Yunqing's companion, he added, "It is rare for you to bring someone along." The companion, with a light-hearted tone, teased, "The way you say it makes it sound as though I'm seldom seen." Seong Yi-chin chuckled softly and turned to introduce Ian. "This is Yunqing's childhood friend, Ningguan." He gestured towards Ian, saying, "My wife, Ian." At the moment he referred to her as his wife, both he and Ian felt a subtle shift within themselves, surprised by the naturalness of the term. Particularly for Seong Yi-chin, he discovered that he did not at all recoil from the word. Introducing Ian as his wife felt effortless, as though it were an inherent truth. And a warm current coursed through him, causing his heartbeat to slow for a moment. Ian's heart fluttered at the sound of wife. Savoring the warmth of such an endearing title, he longed to hear it once more, despite knowing that their relationship was confined to a mere marriage certificate and contract. With the conclusion resting in Seong Yi-chin's hands, depending on whether he still felt that initial spark, she found herself ensnared, unable to resist the allure of this ephemeral title. Ningguan, true to her name, was a woman of exquisite grace, her noble bearing evident at first glance. After all, how could one who had been a childhood companion of Xiao Yunqing be the daughter of an ordinary family? Yet, unlike Su Jingning and Zhou Yulin, Ningguan did not exude an air of aloofness. She maintained her regal demeanor while inviting closeness, her smile gentle as a spring breeze, refreshing to the soul. Upon hearing Seong Yi-chin's introduction, Ningguan smiled softly and said, "Hello." These simple words, etched within her smile, conveyed her sincerity. Among all the acquaintances she had made since arriving, aside from Xiao Yunqing and a few others, she was the first to make Ian feel at ease. Just as the introductions concluded, a commotion arose, drawing their attention toward the source. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, emerged, clad in a well-fitted suit. He stood tall and upright, his physique a testament to diligent exercise, devoid of the typical paunch associated with men of his age. Ian even found himself questioning whether this man possessed abs. Though his face bore the inevitable wrinkles of age, the stern visage still hinted at the charm of his youth, making him strikingly handsome and charismatic even at this stage of life. "Fourth uncle has arrived. Let us proceed," Seong Yi-chin gently remarked as he placed a hand on Ian's waist. Ian trembled slightly, This middle-aged man was indeed his fourth uncle. He had initially envisioned his fourth uncle as a businessman with gleaming eyes, yet the reality was quite different. His fourth uncle was still in the military, and he possessed a rather stern demeanor. "Do not be anxious," said Shi-Chen. Ian cast a helpless glance at him, saying, "You put it this way, and still expect me not to feel anxious." Seeing her expression, Shi-Chen couldn't help but smile and replied, "Come on, I'm here for you, aren't I?" Ian felt as if he could scarcely stand, his legs trembling, and were it not for Xiang Yichen's steadying hand, he would have collapsed to the ground like a limp noodle. Beside his fourth uncle stood Xiang Minghui and Madame Xiang, as Xiang Minghui's elder brother, who had once fervently supported him in becoming the family head. Though ultimately failing, Xiang Minghui held profound respect for this fourth uncle. Thus, this evening, he followed his fourth uncle's lead as though in the presence of an elder, prioritizing his wishes above all else. Xiao Yinqing and Ning Wan approached the fourth uncle, having walked ahead of Xiang Yichen and his companions. After years of camaraderie with Xiang Yichen, Xiao Yinqing instinctively knew how to act. It was imperative to first shield Ian from the situation, allowing her to mentally brace herself. "Fourth uncle, I wish you longevity and good health," Xiao Yinqing announced, presenting a long velvet box imbued with a subtle scent of pine. "This is Wang Shiji's initial moon letter. I hope it pleases you." "Ha ha ha." The fourth uncle's eyes sparkled upon hearing this. "You clever boy. You always seem to know what I desire. I must thank you for this. I arrived so hastily, and yet you managed to reserve the Dynasty Banquet Hall for me." "Fourth uncle, even if you had come on the day itself, I would have made arrangements for you immediately," Xiao Yinqing sweetly replied. "Fourth uncle, may you enjoy 100 years of health," Ning Wan graciously added, handing a silk box to the assistant behind the fourth uncle. "I have indeed brought something substantial today. This is a calligraphy piece from Huizong, though it pales in comparison to Yinqing's rare offering. So please do not think ill of it." "Young lady Ning, what are you saying? You and Yinqing are as one. A single gift from both of you suffices." The fourth uncle chuckled warmly. Xiao Yunqing's expression stiffened, and even Ning Wan's demeanor became somewhat awkward. Ian observed her profile from the side, noting that it was not shyness that clouded her features. Xiao Yunqing's momentary stiff expression quickly faded as he exchanged a few more pleasantries, then discreetly led Ning Wan aside. Ian took a deep breath. The moment had inevitably arrived, as he was led before his fourth uncle by Xiang Yichen. "Father, mother, fourth uncle, this is Ian, my wife. Your daughter-in-law," Xiang Yichen announced. No one anticipated that he would introduce Ian so openly. The Xiang couple had assumed that he had secretly married Ian, not only to act first and explain later, but also to protect her. After all, Ian's background was rather unremarkable, serving merely as a companion in this setting, allowing the outside world to speculate. Xiang Yichen was well aware of this. They had presumed he would conceal Ian's identity to prevent any unfavorable news from reaching the main family, which could hinder his prospects. Yet, no one foresaw that Xiang Yichen would be so brazen in his introduction. His sudden declaration left the guests in shock. Wasn't the Xiang family meant to be allied with the Zhou family? The Zhou young lady, poised as a prospective bride, stood beside Madame Xiang, leading everyone to believe that the alliance was inevitable. How could another woman, Xiang Yichen's wife no less, suddenly emerge? A wife is one who has legally bound herself through signatures and seals, protected by law. She is the true young mistress of the Xiang family, a status that far surpasses that of a mere future bride. Whispers of speculation began to circulate among the guests, as their previously decided collaboration with the Zhou family was now indefinitely postponed, all curious about the background of this newly introduced young mistress. Meanwhile, the Zhou family felt their pride wounded. Zhou Yulin bit her lip and tugged at her mother's skirt, while Madame Zhou's expression darkened. Yet she still patted her daughter's hand in reassurance. "Father, mother, fourth uncle," Ian called out. The faces of Mr. and Mrs. Xiang, along with fourth uncle, turned ashen, clearly displeased. Tonight, fourth uncle had intended to host a family gathering to exert pressure on Ian, but he had not anticipated that Xiang Yichen would summon the prominent figures of T-City. In such a public setting, if they embarrassed Ian, wouldn't it be tantamount to slapping their own faces? Experience spoke volumes as fourth uncle suddenly rose, ignoring Ian's address, and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is my birthday tonight. Please feel free to enjoy yourselves without constraint." Following a gesture from his assistant, music began to play, forcing the atmosphere to become lively. Even those eager to gossip, under fourth uncle's unmistakable signal, dared not cross him and return to their own conversations. The music muffled the chatter, allowing fourth uncle to smirk and say, "Miss Ian, I cannot bear such a title. Your identity as Mrs. Chen must be acknowledged by the entire family. It is not enough for anyone to merely occupy the spouse column on an ID card." His words clearly indicated that she was still regarded as an outsider. Ian pressed her lips tightly together, and though her insides were twisted in discomfort, she could not utter a single word of denial. Many around her, despite the music that sought to drown out their curiosity, persistently strained their ears to listen. Ian forced a smile and said, "What my fourth uncle mentioned is indeed true. However, it is ultimately up to one's efforts. I shall endeavor to earn the family's recognition." As she spoke, she produced a square box. "I heard from Chen that besides ancient artifacts and paintings, my fourth uncle has a particular fondness for jade. So I specifically selected a piece of white jade in the shape of a qilin to symbolize auspiciousness." However, her fourth uncle remained silent, and his assistant did not approach to accept the gift, leaving Ian in an awkward position, unable to retrieve it or present it. Ian's face turned pale as she struggled to suppress her discomfort, holding the weight aloft. The jade qilin was far from light, and as she presented it before her fourth uncle, her arms began to tremble, enduring the ache in silence. "What does Miss Yi's family do?" her fourth uncle inquired, refusing the gift, while Aunt Xiang pressed further. "They are merely an ordinary family. Nothing remarkable," Ian replied softly, her voice barely rising above the gentle strains of music. "Even an ordinary family must have some profession, do they not?" Aunt Xiang persisted, tightening her inquiry. Ian took a deep breath. "My father has retired and is currently recuperating in the hospital due to health issues, while my mother passed away long ago, and my stepmother is unemployed." "Oh, I see." Mrs. Xiang elongated her tone. "Yet, this is hardly unusual. One cannot expect extraordinary circumstances from an ordinary family, can they? However, I have heard that your father suffered a stroke due to your stepmother's gambling habits." "It is merely a minor family issue," Ian replied, though his stomach felt as if it were being pricked by needles. The veil had been lifted, laid bare before so many strangers, and she felt utterly humiliated, her eyes glistening with unshed tears from restraint. "However, Miss Ian, it is evident that your family's financial situation would hardly allow for such an extravagant gift as the white jade qilin. Such fine jade is certainly not inexpensive, especially of such a considerable size," Mrs. Xiang remarked, not reaching for it herself, leaving Ian to cradle it in his hands as she opened the box to admire the jade's color and translucence. "Mother, since Ian and I are husband and wife, we naturally present gifts together. There's no need to distinguish between you and me," Xiang Yichen stated, smoothly taking the jade from Ian's hands. Ian felt an immediate alleviation of his burdens. As his arms fell, the aching limbs trembled incessantly. "Oh, you could have simply stated that this jade was purchased by you. Given her family's circumstances, we hardly anticipated her bestowing anything of substantial value. Utilizing your funds, she has managed to save face. It's a win-win situation, is it not, Ian?" remarked Mrs. Xiang, each word laced with irony. "Indeed, I recall you once worked in sales. You must have developed quite a thick skin," she added with disdain. "Since it was gifted by Chen, I shall accept this piece of jade," said the fourth uncle nonchalantly, his astute gaze darting towards Xiang Yichen. "However, Yichen, in the future, please select your gifts with greater discernment. This choice leaves much to be desired." Ian's stomach twisted painfully. Although she had anticipated the humiliation, the scornful glares piercing her from all directions and the derogatory remarks striking her like bullets still made her tense, leaving her with a sour discomfort in her gut. Yichen's standards for selecting women were as discerning as those for choosing exquisite jade. Only the finest could be deemed worthy, lest the true gems be unjustly tarnished. Madame Xiang remarked, casting a pointed glance at the white jade handed to her son, clearly mocking Ian's unworthiness for such a treasure. "Mother," Xiang Yichen said in a low voice, unwilling to confront his mother here, but her behavior was excessively harsh. Ichun, his fourth uncle, admonished, his stern gaze fixed upon him. In the presence of one he usually held in great respect, Seong Ichun pressed his lips together tightly, refraining from further comment. "Come with me. I have matters to discuss with you," his uncle stated. A slight frown creased Seong Ichun's brow as he took Ian's hand, but his uncle promptly interjected, "I am discussing business with you. What need is there for a woman? Would she not survive without you?" Ian took a deep breath, suppressing the sting at the tip of her nose, and raised her head with pride, attempting to present herself as less disheveled. Even though she was uncertain if her appearance was still presentable, she offered a light smile to Seong Ichun and said, "Go ahead." Seong Ichun nodded in response. "You should go over there and have something to eat." He gestured towards the buffet at the side of the venue. Ian nodded, and Ichun followed his fourth uncle out. It is truly unfortunate to be associated with someone so beneath the standards. I feel embarrassed for Ichun. Mrs. Zhou coldly uttered these words before haughtily turning away. Ian closed her eyes, her eyelids trembling incessantly as she fought to contain the tears welling in her eyes. Her hands clenched into tight fists, and her shoulders quivered with suppressed emotion. Seong Ichun stood at a distance, surrounded by unfamiliar faces, those whose names she recognized only from the bustling marketplace but had never been deemed worthy enough to meet. They stood there, exuding an air of arrogance, engaged in laughter and conversation, occasionally casting curious, amused, or disdainful glances in her direction. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet their scrutinizing stares. In that moment, she found it impossible to embody the proud demeanor of those esteemed young ladies. For the first time, fear gripped her. She retracted her defenses, terrified of causing trouble for Seong Ichun. She moved forward cautiously, her confidence and strength crumbling. The protective facade she had so carefully constructed shattered. She felt like a reclusive woman unaccustomed to mingling with crowds, utterly out of place in this setting. "Em soda," she exclaimed in a flustered panic as she accidentally bumped into someone, her head bowed in anticipation of yet another round of humiliation. At that moment, she resembled a patient afflicted by despair. Her heart, having just endured such unrelenting scorn, recoiled in fear, rendering her insignificantly small. Her lips trembled as she stumbled over her words, repeatedly murmuring, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." "Em sorry." "It's all right," a gentle voice interjected. "Are you okay?" Ian lifted her head, and the woman before her smiled warmly, a smile that gradually soothed her heart. Ian shook his head in a daze, asserting, "I am fine." It is indeed quite disconcerting to attend such an event for the first time. The woman chuckled, winking at her, and mused that these individuals all seemed rather hypocritical, didn't they? Ian was taken aback. Her words inexplicably began to ease his troubled heart. "Do not take my earlier remarks to heart," the woman said. Ian's eyes widened in surprise. "Did you hear everything?" The woman smiled shyly, her cheeks inadvertently flushing a delicate shade of crimson, which added an alluring charm to her appearance. "I didn't mean to. I just happened to. Over here." Ian tugged at his lips and remarked, "Let them say what they will. After all, they are intentionally trying to embarrass me, and I had already prepared myself for this before my arrival." The woman inquired, "Do you truly love that man?" Ian was momentarily taken aback, then gently nodded. "Indeed, I love her deeply." The woman smiled and replied, "Then there is no need to concern yourself with the opinions of others, even if they are his parents. Their views hold no bearing on your love. As long as you believe that your actions are worthwhile, nothing else matters. Simply continue to forge ahead. If a mountain stands in your way, carve a path through it. If an ocean blocks your route, fill it in. As long as you persist in moving forward, a day will inevitably arrive when you reach your destination." Ian gazed upon the visage of the young woman, whose countenance appeared even more youthful than his own. Yet, she seemed to have genuinely traversed numerous obstacles. Despite her light-hearted manner of speaking, he discerned the echoes of past tempests within her subtle words. "Wearing the wrong shoes will surely chafe one's feet. Ah, I almost forgot to introduce myself." The young woman smiled shyly, her cheeks flushing an even deeper shade of crimson. "My name is Tong Ruo. I am Ian," he replied, standing before Tong Ruo, as if the peculiar stare surrounding them had vanished, leaving him inexplicably at ease, his posture unconsciously straightening. Tong Ruo regarded him with a smile. That's the spirit. These people are hardly formidable. In fact, they're quite base, having committed countless unsavory deeds. What gives them the right to look down upon others? While they condescend to others, they too are scorned by those of higher stature. Ultimately, they are the most insignificant of beings. As she spoke, upon noticing a man approaching their direction, Tong Ruo chuckled lightly. One of those who looks down upon them is coming. No sooner had she spoken than the man, with a stern expression, brushed past a throng of individuals. Others had intended to engage him in conversation, but a mere cold sweep from his amber eyes halted them in their tracks, as if he had emitted an invisible wave that commanded their retreat. Yet, when the man reached Tong Ruo's side, his icy demeanor melted away, transforming his expression in an instant. He cast a fleeting glance at Ian, devoid of any discernible emotion, before directing his full attention upon Tong Ruo. Ian silently observed as the cold and aloof Lung Xiaoqian, often likened to the king of hell, exhibited an unexpected tenderness before Tong Ruo. It was truly difficult to fathom that such a seemingly indifferent man could display such warmth. I am utterly exasperated. Ruo, let us depart, Lung Xiaoqian declared, taking Tong Ruo's hand. She replied, nodding obediently. We shall take our leave now. Until next time. Ian acknowledged with a nod, watching this intriguing pair as they walked away. It wasn't long before someone called out to her from behind, Miss E. Ian turned around and beheld Zhou Yulin standing before him. Ian straightened her posture with determination and replied calmly, I am Mrs. Xiang now. Zhou Yulin momentarily froze, a flicker of rage crossing her face. The woman before her grew increasingly detestable. The position of Mrs. Xiang was one she could seize with but a step forward. Yet, out of nowhere, this inconsequential woman had intruded, claiming the very place that rightfully belonged to her. Zhou Yulin scoffed. That remains to be seen, Ian. This position is not one you can maintain. Sooner or later, you will come crashing down. Wearing the wrong shoes will only lead to blisters. With that, Zhou Yulin turned haughtily and returned to her circle of affluent ladies, whispering conspiratorially, occasionally glancing and laughing mockingly, her gaze unmistakably laced with scorn. Ian stood proudly amidst the onslaught of attacks from all directions, though her heart quivered and her insides churned. Yet she remained resolute, armed with the conviction that once she entered this realm, there was nothing she could not adapt to. Xiang Yiqian approached her, gently taking her hand. Why don't you take a seat? He lifted the hem of her skirt, observing her feet clad in high heels, seemingly unscathed, before lowering the fabric once more. Ian shook his head. Is that all that has been discussed? Indeed, Xiang Yiqing nodded. In truth, his fourth uncle had sought him out merely to create some distance between him and Ian for a while. I just saw Zhou Yulin approaching. Is she here to trouble you? Not at all, Ian replied, shaking his head once more. Xiang Yiqing remained silent, casting a glance over the crowd. Upon noticing their proximity, the onlookers could not help but direct their gaze towards them. Yet, under Xiang Yiqing's searching glance, they hastily averted their eyes. Let us depart, Xiang Yiqing suggested. Ian allowed himself to be led outside. Is it truly all right to leave just like this? He inquired. It seems there is still something left undone, Xiang Yiqing replied, appearing contemplative. What is it? Ian asked, perplexed. Are you not tired? If you are not, let us indulge in a dance before we depart, Xiang Yiqing said, a faint smile gracing his lips. Ian instinctively shook his head, yet before he could articulate his thoughts, Xiang Yiqing had already led him into the dance floor. While Ian was not unskilled in the art of dance, in this particular setting, he truly wished to avoid drawing attention to himself or creating any topics of discussion. However, it was evident that Xiang Yiqing harbored different intentions, guiding him gracefully across the dance floor, causing those who had initially intended to join in the revelry to pause, granting them space. Coincidentally, the music that enveloped them was the Flowers song from Carmen, which narrates the poignant confession of love from the male protagonist to the female lead. Tang Ho's retrieved the now withered flower that Carmen had once tossed to him, expressing his deep yearning for her. Observing the couple dancing elegantly in the midst of the crowd, Xiang Yiqing's gaze upon Ian was imbued with such intensity, as if the entirety of the world had narrowed down to her alone. Ian lifted her delicate chin, and as her gaze met his profound eyes, it felt as though she were drawn into a deep abyss, unable to escape. In that moment, she believed that this man belonged solely to her, just as her heart belonged to him. His eyes reflected only her presence. Light as a feather, she was swept away by him, as if immersed in a waltz, embodying the longing of a male protagonist for his female counterpart. Unbeknownst to them, the music ceased, its lingering echoes fading away. As Xiang Yiqian leaned down to press his lips against hers, he perceived her distress from the evening, witnessing her struggle against tears, which tugged painfully at his heart. Involuntarily, his arms enveloped her tightly, drawing her closer, as if to embed her within his very bones, oblivious to the multitude of onlookers. His tongue boldly explored her depths, engaging in a passionate and lingering kiss. As their lips parted, his deep gaze scanned the crowd, meeting faces of shock and anger. The Zhou family wore expressions of fury, while Xiang Minghui and the fourth uncle bore scowls that barely concealed their ire. Yet, they all struggled to maintain their composure. Satisfied with the effect he had achieved, Xiang Yiqian took Ian's hand and led her away. The Zhou family could no longer remain at the banquet. Ian's presence had turned them into the subject of ridicule. Having once spoken with such certainty about their familial ties to the Xiang family, they now found themselves publicly humiliated by Xiang Yiqian's actions. Zhou Renji approached the fourth uncle with his wife and daughter, his anger unmasked. "I'm afraid we must take our leave." The Zhou family's embarrassment had become quite public. Zhou Yulin, tears brimming in her eyes, leaned against her mother, who caressed her hair with a disapproving expression. "Madame Xiang, we are utterly disappointed this time. The children may not be fated to be together, but he cannot simply bring another woman into the fold, causing such humiliation to Yulin. Mr. and Mrs. Zhou, please calm your tempers. This incident was indeed instigated by Yiqian. Rest assured, we shall never acknowledge that Ian." Madame Xiang, aware of her position, forced a smile, asserting that even if her son did not marry Zhou Yulin, it certainly would not be Ian. "I believe we should wait for a concrete resolution from the Xiang family before proceeding further," Zhou Renji stated, leading his family away. Madame Xiang exchanged glances with Xiang Minghui, both letting out a sigh. Once the crowd had dispersed, Madame Xiang finally spoke. "Fourth brother, what shall we do? Yiqian is obstinate. Perhaps I should speak to Ian? If I can reason with her, she wouldn't have agreed to marry so hastily." The fourth uncle replied with a grave expression, "What can be done? Yiqian is beyond coercion. I warned him that marrying Ian would complicate his claim to the family leadership, yet he remains unfazed." Although Madame Xiang was frustrated, she did not intend to hinder her son's path entirely. Xiang Yiqian was still her son, and she had preemptively communicated with the fourth uncle to prevent any rash decisions that could irrevocably ruin Yiqian's future. "Let us wait a while longer. I hear there have been developments in America recently. You must exercise patience." The fourth uncle remarked, his squinted old eyes filled with calculation. "Let us wait for now. If it comes to a standstill, we can take action through Ian's father." Upon hearing this, Xiang Minghui and his wife immediately brightened, and Xiang Minghui nodded eagerly. "All right, we shall heed Brother C's advice." In the office, Chu Yang tugged at his tie, loosening it in a fit of anger. He gazed at the newspaper, which reported on the fourth uncle's birthday. The grand birthday banquet held the previous night had attracted a plethora of T-City's most influential figures, consequently drawing a swarm of journalists. Although they could not access the venue, the sheer number of attendees ensured that information inevitably leaked. The news of Xiang Yiqian's marriage to Ian was prominently featured, with the headline neglecting to mention the fourth uncle's birthday, instead boldly declaring Xiang Yiqian's nuptials. The title was followed by 3 conspicuous exclamation marks. It stated that the identity of Xiang Yiqian's new wife remained shrouded in mystery. Known only to be a woman with the surname He, Xiang Yiqian, in a bid to protect his spouse, had kept her from public exposure. Despite receiving news outside the venue, no journalist succeeded in capturing a photograph of Ian. They could only provide a silhouette. This dark silhouette rendered Mrs. Xiang's identity even more enigmatic. Yet, Chu Yang knew that this mysterious woman with the surname Yi could only be Ian, without a doubt. Ian has truly married Xiang Yiqian. Otherwise, why would Xiang Yiqian go to such great lengths to undermine his company? The prestigious Hu Ruai, such a large enterprise, seems intent on obliterating his small business. He recalled Ian's words before leaving. You all do not regret. Damn it. Chuyang picked up a document from the table and forcefully flung it forward. It struck the office door with a loud bang before bouncing back to the floor. At that moment, the office phone rang suddenly. Chuyang, with a piercing gaze fixed on the phone, took a deep breath before answering. Hello. Chuyang, there has been a situation, Yang Shichao said, his voice trembling with urgency. What happened? Chuyang furrowed his brow. It's too complicated to explain over the phone. Let us discuss it in person. Yang Shichao urgit, frowning. Chuyang donned his suit jacket and stepped outside. Inside the CAF, a rather unremarkable man, whose appearance was so ordinary that he would easily blend into a crowd, kept glancing at his watch and then peering towards the entrance. Since he had taken a seat, he had been repeating these two actions incessantly. Chuyang, over here. Upon spotting Chuyang enter, Yang Shichao wafat frantically. What is the rush? Why did you call me out here in such a panic? Chuyang inquired. There is a problem. Remember the property deed you gave me for a mortgage loan at our bank? Yang Shichao explained it. Yes, what about it? Chuyang asked, his mind racing with the foreboding possibility of a grave issue. Yang Shichao nodded. The deed doesn't have a name on it, and the owner hasn't signed it. According to the rules, we can't just accept your deed as collateral for a loan. I managed to process it for you secretly, which isn't uncommon. Banks often turn a blind eye as long as no one finds out. But the trouble is, someone discovered it. It has been reported, Yang Shichao said, exasperated, as he gulped down a large glass of cold water, feeling a surge of anger rising within him. Chuyang, you've put me in a dire situation. He lamented. I only took this risk for the sake of our friendship as classmates, but now this matter has escalated to the highest levels of our bank. I might lose my job, and I could even face fines or imprisonment. I can forget about working in this industry ever again. With an impassive expression, Chuyang scoffed inwardly. For the sake of an old classmate, he had given Yang Shichao 200,000 to facilitate this endeavor. Although that amount paled in comparison to the loan, it still counted for something. Now the trouble had arisen. Yang Shichao had the audacity to blame him. He had been blinded by greed and willingly engaged in this scheme. No one had forced him. So, what do you intend to do now that you've called me out? Chuyang asked in a low tone. His troubles were already piling up. The company has been suppressed by Shi Yichen, leaving it unable to secure a single order. The funds borrowed from the bank merely patched the losses, and the remaining amount can hardly sustain the company's operations for much longer. He cannot bear to witness the downfall of his enterprise. At this moment, his gaze has grown increasingly fierce, and bloodshot veins have begun to surface in his eyes. Yang Shichao, observing his demeanor, suddenly felt a wave of fear wash over him, causing an involuntary shiver. He quickly adopted a more diplomatic tone, softening his words. I'm merely trying to give you a heads up. If I get into trouble, they will undoubtedly trace it back to you. Do you intend to expose me? Chuyang fixed a steely glare upon Yang Shichao. Startled, Yang Shichao hostilely replied, Chuyang, even if I remain silent, they can still uncover the truth. After all, you were the one who signed for the loan. Chuyang clenched his teeth tightly, his lips twitching uncontrollably, his expression becoming increasingly grotesque. Yang Shichao regretted coming to see him, realizing that Chuyang resembled a madman at that moment. Understood. I shall take my leave for now, Chuyang stated, his face stern, departing without waiting for Yang Shichao's response. Watching Chuyang's retreating figure, Yang Shichao had initially thought that with a decent family background, owning a company, and possessing an extensive network, he would find a way to salvage the situation. However, it seemed now that he could no longer rely on him and would have to devise a solution on his own. Chuyang did not return to the office. Instead, he went home, having bottled up a torrent of frustration, unwilling to make any rash decisions regarding business matters. He entered his home with a heavy heart, only to discover that both Yi Ren and Su Huiqin were absent. He tugged at his lips, loosening his tie so that it hung carelessly around his collar. Their absence was fortuitous, granting him a moment of peace. Chuyang sank deeply into the sofa, letting his weary head rest against its back. While the outside world perceived his family as well off, in truth, they merely enjoyed a modestly comfortable life. His parents resided in S City, where they had acquired an old house before the housing market had spiraled into madness. Back then, The workplace had allocated housing, and they had seized the opportunity to purchase it at a favorable price. It was merely a stroke of luck. Later, as property prices soared, they rented out one of the houses, and, combined with their salaries, they managed to save a considerable sum. Chu Yang utilized this money to establish his company in T-City, achieving the level of success he currently enjoyed. He sighed deeply, contemplating that if he were to fail this time, all would be lost. Just as he closed his eyes, the sound of the door creaking open interrupted his thoughts, revealing Su Huiqin and Yi Ren entering, engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Su Huiqin carried an assortment of shopping bags, indicating a successful expedition to the mall. Upon catching sight of the prominent LV logo on the bag, an overwhelming surge of emotion caused the individual to spring to their feet, all the pent-up frustration from earlier erupting forth. The previously jovial Su Huiqin and Yi Ren fell silent at the sight of Chu Yang unexpectedly at home, especially Su Huiqin, whose expression turned frantic as she hastily attempted to conceal her recent purchases behind her. Yet, no matter her size, she could not hide the multitude of items she had acquired. Chu Yang approached with a dark demeanor, forcefully snatching the bag from her grasp and hurling it to the ground, causing its contents, bags, clothing, to scatter chaotically. "Didn't I tell you to refrain from shopping?" he exclaimed, storming into Su Huiqin's room and flinging open the wardrobe to reveal the previous acquisitions still neatly stored within. "Wasn't it your responsibility to sell these items for me? You treat my words as mere whispers in the wind," returning with even more. Su Huiqin, already seething with anger towards Chu Yang, found his increasingly harsh demeanor intolerable. Not only had he taken her property deed to use as collateral, but he also had the audacity to chastise her. "Well, my purchases. Let's not forget that you took my property deed. I am merely spending what belongs to me," she retorted defiantly, lifting her chin in protest. "Your money?" Chu Yang scoffed. "The deed is in the name of Yin Yanxing. Now that the matter of the collateral has come to light, who knows what repercussions await? How can you so recklessly spend? I warn you, Su Huiqin, if you do not exercise restraint, we shall both face ruin." "What did you say? Did you not assure me everything was in order? Did you not claim to have connections at the bank? How could this have been exposed? What shall I do about my property deed? You must return it to me immediately." Su Huiqin pleaded, grasping Chu Yang's arm vigorously. "It is gone, and it cannot be retrieved. You had best pray for my well-being, otherwise. Our days of comfort are numbered," Chu Yang replied, pulling his arm away with disdain. "Now, dispose of these items. At such a time, who dares indulge?" Su Huiqin, her mind clouded with despair, paid little heed to his subsequent words. The crushing realization that her property deed was irretrievable left her feeling as if all her money had been deceitfully extracted by Chu Yang. "You must give me back my property deed," she cried, clinging to his arm desperately. Chu Yang, already overwhelmed, grew exasperated by her insistence. With a forceful motion, he flung her to the ground. "Be silent. If you wish for the deed, seek Yin Yan. She is the one intent on our destruction. You may either remain here or leave. Do not trouble me further." Su Huiqin collapsed onto the floor, momentarily stunned, before erupting into tears, lamenting her misfortune. "Oh, how can this be? Be quiet. If you do not cease, I shall strike you," Chu Yang warned, irritation evident as he raised his arm. "Oh, how can you allow him to bully me like this?" Su Huiqin cried, her voice filled with despair. "He took my property deed, used my money, and now he even wants to hit me." Yet, her face bore no trace of tears. With a sharp crack, a slap landed. Chu Yang showed no mercy. Su Huiqin's cheek instantly swelled, her neck nearly cramping from the force. Caught off guard by Chu Yang's sudden aggression, she stood there, stunned, her ears ringing from the impact. "Damn it, you old hag. I've tolerated you for far too long. Try making another sound, and see what happens." Chu Yang seethed, jabbing a finger at her nose. His expression was so menacing that even the brazen Su Huiqin dared not utter a word. With a cold snort, Chu Yang took satisfaction in her newfound obedience before retreating to his study, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. Yi, still trembling with fear, grasped Su Huiqin's hand tightly, her face swollen and streaked with tears. "How could this happen?" she lamented. "Mom, perhaps you should speak less in the future," Yi suggested, withdrawing her hand and shaking her head, her gaze suggesting that Su Huichin's injuries were, in some way, deserved. After she finished speaking, she returned to her bedroom, leaving Su Huichin alone in the living room. Su Huichin stood there in a daze, gazing at the empty room, questioning why it had come to this. She does not assist her, Ian murmured fervently, her voice trembling with suppressed fury as she clenched her teeth, expelling those two words through her clenched jaw. Were it not for her, she would not be enduring such torment here. Chuyang would not unleash his frustrations upon her due to his professional discontent. The mere thought of Chuyang sent a shiver down Su Huichin's spine, prompting her to glance cautiously towards the study, fearful of uttering another sound. Xiang Yichen received a call from Xue Lingbai, who informed him of his discharge from the hospital. He had made arrangements to dine with Xiao Yinqing and the others, specifically requesting that Ian be included. Although Xiang Yichen was reluctant, he acquiesced, not wishing to appear intimidated by Xue Lingbai. As he observed Ian meticulously selecting garments from the wardrobe, deliberating over each choice, yet failing to find anything satisfactory, Xiang Yichen remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Just wear something casual. It's merely a meal. Why expend so much effort?" Ian cast a fleeting glance at Xiang Yichen. "This seems to be the first meal with your friends after marriage, doesn't it? Once again at the dynasty, I do not wish to appear impolite. Those people are not strangers to you," Xiang Yichen replied. Ultimately, Ian chose a dress, silently resolved not to be overshadowed by Su Jingning, nor to divert Xiang Yichen's gaze back to her. She was unwilling to be looked down upon by his friends, nor did she wish for her presence to diminish Xiang Yichen in their eyes. This social circle felt overwhelmingly challenging and foreign to her. Only after marriage did she realize that during her previous time with Xiang Yichen, he had merely shown her a fragment of their world. Xiao Yinqing and the others treated her with politeness solely out of respect for Xiang Yichen. She was striving to assimilate into his circle, to appear more like someone belonging to his world. Yes, merely to appear as such. Deep down, she understood that she could never truly belong. She could only masquerade, striving to mimic their essence, for she was inherently not of their realm. As she gazed at her reflection, she recognized that one's appearance could indeed shape perceptions. In this attire, she exuded a hint of the refined demeanor of a noble lady. Xiang Yichen observed her in silence, harboring the unsettling feeling that her beauty might attract the attention of Xue Lingbai. The very thought of Xue Lingbai's gaze resting upon Ian irked him. Ian observed Xiang Yichen's sullen expression, the reason for which eluded him. Nonetheless, this grim countenance had remained unchanged throughout their journey, persisting even upon their arrival at the dynasty. The manager was taken aback, uncertain of what had gone awry, or perhaps whether the couple had engaged in a dispute. With great caution, the manager ushered Xiang Yichen and Ian into the room where Xue Lingbai and the others had gathered. Upon entering, Ian was momentarily taken aback. If the previous instance of being assigned to the same room had been mere coincidence, this arrangement was undoubtedly intentional. Just as before, 2 seats had been left vacant beside Su Jingning, clearly reserved for them. Xiang Yichen's expression softened slightly as he stated, "I apologize for our tardiness." It must be that Ian had taken extra time to prepare at home, leading to their late arrival. Xiao Yinqing remarked with a teasing lift of her brow. Ian was becoming increasingly beautiful, and she added, "Yichen, you have chosen well in your wife. In light of your lovely Ian, we shall overlook your lateness." Ian blushed deeply and spat out, Xiao, you just had honey." Xiao Yinqing chuckled lightly. TSK, considering you are already Yichen's wife. Calling me Xiao feels rather distant. Just call me Yinqing, and as for this fellow, he may simply be addressed as Yin Nua." Xiao Yinqing patted the shoulder of Jin Yanhua beside him, who smirked in agreement. Xue Lingbai, upon hearing Xiao Yinqing refer to him as Yichen's wife, felt his expression darken, but he soon regained composure and pointed to the seat beside Su Jingning, saying, "Yichen, do bring Ian over to sit." Upon noticing the vacant seat beside Su Jingning, Ian's expression shifted slightly. Yet before he could utter a word, Xiang Yichen took her hand and confidently approached, settling himself beside Su Jingning and pulling Ian to sit next to him as well. "What's this? Haven't you ordered yet?" Xiang Yichen raised an eyebrow, glancing at the empty table. Tonight's gathering was specially arranged for the two of you. You are the protagonists, so naturally. We must wait for your arrival before placing an order, Xiao Yinxing interjected. At that moment, the waiter appropriately presented the menu, which Xiang Yichen accepted, leisurely flipping through its pages. Very well, I shall order directly. Despite his casual tone, Xiang Yichen took into consideration the preferences of the group, selecting dishes that everyone enjoyed. Why didn't you order a few spicy dishes? Ian loves them, Xue Lingbai remarked. Catching a glimpse of Ian lowering her gaze, Xiang Yichen responded, her stomach isn't well. I must take care to soothe it. Ian looked up in surprise, her gaze meeting Xiang Yichen's, momentarily trembling. When Xiang Yichen met her eyes, he offered a faint smile. Observing his expression, Ian realized that the man's earlier words were not merely an excuse. He genuinely meant what he said. For the first time, he was truly cherishing her. Xiang Yichen and Xue Lingbai flanked Su Jingning, yet they conversed about Ian's preferences as if she were non-existent. Beneath the table, Su Jingning clenched her fists, though her lips curled into a smile as she interjected, Yichen, you must order a few dishes too. I adore spicy food as well. Ian's body stiffened as he observed Xiang Yichen's reaction. Xiang Yichen spoke, I fear that if I order something spicy, she will be unable to resist indulging. Today, we are the main characters, so I must apologize to everyone. Please bear with us. Su Jingning was taken aback, her fists clenched tighter. This was the first time Xiang Yichen had rejected her, and it was for Ian. How could something so trivial, a few spicy dishes, cause such a rift? She could not comprehend why Xiang Yichen had suddenly changed. She could see that he still harbored feelings for her, yet it was no longer as it once was, where her needs were paramount. Now, Ian was placed before her in every matter. What was even more intolerable was the laughter of Xiao Yinxing and Jin Yanu. Xiao Yinxing even winked at Ian, teasingly saying, Ian, you're impressive. It's only been a short while since your marriage, and you've already trained Yichen to be so attentive. Xiang Yichen merely raised his eyes slightly, indifferently selecting a few dishes, unfazed by Xiao Yinxing's teasing. Ian was captivated, his gaze fixated on his face, unable to withdraw. Shi Chen returned the menu to the waiter and clasped her hand in his. As I mentioned, I will look at you first, Shi Chen murmured softly. Ian shivered slightly, withdrawing his gaze and lowering his eyelids. Xiang Yichen, may I assume that you have developed feelings for me? At the dinner table, Xue Lingbai's expression darkened progressively. Throughout the evening, Xiang Yichen treated Su Jingning with the demeanor of a mere friend, as if she no longer held any sway over him. He remained silent, pouring drink after drink into his mouth. Ha, Xiang Yichen. Ian nestled in his embrace, repeatedly calling his name in a voice soft and gentle, each utterance of those 3 syllables dripping with sweetness, as if she could never call him enough. She lingered in his arms, and with a sense of resignation, Xiang Yichen eventually carried her out of the car and back to his home. Did you enjoy yourself tonight? Xiang Yichen inquired softly, fully aware of the reason behind her joy, a joy that rendered her unreservedly welcoming to anyone who proposed a toast. She murmured, nuzzling against him like a little kitten, her cheeks flushed with happiness. Why? He asked, lowering his head as he settled at the edge of the bed, inviting her to sit on his lap, allowing her to continue nestling against him. Ian lifted his head from his chest, her eyes, veiled by intoxication, shimmered with a captivating light. She gazed intently at Xiang Yichen, her hands gently caressing his cheeks as she cradled his face and said, Xiang Yichen, do you realize that tonight marks the first time Su Jingning is seated beside you, yet your gaze is solely upon me? She shook her head, adding, unlike last time, well, my discomfort went unnoticed by you. Regardless of whether your attention is genuinely devoted to me tonight, I am already exceedingly happy. She nestled her face back against his chest, whispering, Xiang Yichen, your feelings for Su Jingning do not seem to stem from love. I cannot fathom why, but I have suddenly come to realize that your concern for her appears to lack the essence of affection. A subtle shift stirred within Xiang Yichen. His body tensed imperceptibly. Then what about you? Do you love me? He regarded Ian with a lazy glance, reclining against the headboard, adjusting his position to make her more comfortable. Sensing the tension in his embrace, Ian did not raise her head, resting her face against his chest, straining to hear the rhythmic cadence of his heartbeat. I do not love you, she replied, eyes closed, resisting his probing. Xiang Yichen's fingers entwined in her long hair paused momentarily, his lips pressed into a thin line. Xiang Yichen, have you developed feelings for me? She finally lifted her gaze, focusing intently on him. A faint smile graced Xiang Yichen's lips as he replied, I do. Ian suddenly burst into a fit of laughter, reminiscent of a whimsical sprite. Then I must confess, I adore you as well. Her fingertips danced in circles upon his chest. Xiang Yichen, the moment you declare your love for me, that shall be the moment I truly fall for you. Xiang Yichen's thick eyebrows furrowed in contemplation. Do you not love me now? Ian shook his head, declaring no. It is your love for me that compels my affection in return. Xiang Yichen, you may choose to divorce me and dissolve our contract. Yet you must not betray me within the bounds of our marriage. The signature on our marriage certificate symbolizes my vow to you. Should you choose treachery, I shall ensure that you suffer far more than you can imagine, robbing you of peace for a lifetime. She spoke these words nonchalantly, even with a smile, her finger tracing circles on his chest, as if jesting. Yet, inexplicably, Xiang Yichen's heart tightened, his pulse quickening. He drew her closer, lowering his head to fiercely capture her lips in a kiss. In Xue Lingbai's apartment, Su Jingning gazed at the intoxicated Xue Lingbai. Xue Lingbai, what do you mean by your actions tonight? Do you even regard me? I am your fiancé, Xue Lingbai, clutching a bottle of cognac, looked up at her with a seriousness that was almost piercing. It was an uncanny resemblance, but then his expression turned icy. Su Jingning, let us break up. What? Su Jingning thought she had misheard, her legs trembling as she stumbled back 2 steps. Xue Lingbai, what are you saying? What do you mean? The literal meaning, I say. Let us part ways. Break the engagement. We shall have no further relationship. Xue Lingbai's gaze was cold, devoid of any warmth, chilling Su Jingning to her core. I can allow you to save face, return to the Su family, and then you may propose the dissolution of our engagement. Should you refuse, I will take the initiative. If I am the one to declare the end, I cannot guarantee what will be said, and you shall bear the shame, along with the Su family, for which I will not take responsibility, Xue Lingbai stated. You would propose it? Do you think your family would allow it? Xue Lingbai, do not speak so lightly as to intimidate me. I tell you, the Xue family will not consent. I merely wish to inform you that. Having said this, I surely possess a means to see it through. Do not doubt my words, Xue Lingbai insisted. He set the bottle down on the table, smirking as he added, Su Jingning, your affection for me is perhaps not as profound as you claim. Your motivation is merely to assert your pride. Otherwise, you would not oscillate between me and Xiang Yichen so indecisively. How could you? Su Jingning widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at Xue Lingbai. How would I know? Su Jingning, you overestimate your cleverness. Did you think such trivial tricks could elude me? Xue Lingbai scoffed. Su Jingning's expression shifted through various emotions before she retorted. Since you were aware, yet did not intervene, is it not to use me to strike at Xiang Yichen? But now, have you changed your mind? Indeed, I have utilized you. Xue Lingbai chuckled lightly. But Su Jingning, you now possess no value for my purposes. You have witnessed it yourself. Xiang Yichen is utterly indifferent to you. He didn't even spare you a glance tonight. Do you truly believe that you hold any significant value to me or to Xiang Yichen? You. Su Jingning seethed, her chest ablaze with unexpressed anger. Her eyes bloodshot as she glared at him, teeth clenched. Taking a deep breath, she raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, Ha ha ha, Xue Lingbai, do you realize how terrifying you truly are? It is precisely this that renders you inferior to Xiang Yichen. You shall forever remain in his shadow, for he possesses a humanity that you lack. No wonder Ian chose him over you. At least he would never treat marriage as a bargaining chip. Su Jingning widened her eyes, desperately provoking him. Shut up. Xue Lingbai clenched his fists tightly, his eyes blazing with fury. When Xue Lingbai was enraged, he was genuinely fearsome, akin to a vengeful spirit, ready to lose all reason and unleash violence. Su Jingning nervously retreated, and as she reached the door, she heard Xue Lingbai bellow, Get out. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, Xue Lingbai, I will pretend I did not hear anything about the annulment. With that, she fled his home in haste. Once downstairs, Gazing up at Xue Lingbai's residence, Su Jingning squinted her eyes. Xue Lingbai, if you wish to break off the engagement for Ian, then I shall ensure that she suffers. Meanwhile, Xiang Yichen held Ian in his embrace. She had indeed indulged in quite a bit of drink that night, and, after a brief conversation, had unknowingly drifted into slumber. Her head resting on his chest, sleeping soundly like a child. Just then, his phone rang abruptly, and fearing it might awaken Ian, Xiang Yichen quickly answered, carefully placing Ian down on the bed. Once he confirmed she was still fast asleep, he exited the bedroom and made his way to the living room. Hello. He answered hastily, not even glancing at the caller ID. Yichen, Wu, can you come out? Su Jingning's voice wept from the other end. Yichen, he said he wants to break up with me. Yichen, Wu, what should I do? Xiang Yichen furrowed his brow, glancing back at Ian in the bedroom before responding. Where are you? Wait for me. With a cold smirk, Su Jingning hung up the phone, her face devoid of any tears. After approximately 15 minutes, estimating that Xiang Yichen would have arrived, she called Ian. Ian was sleeping deeply, yet the incessant ringing of her phone seemed relentless. She fumbled to answer it, still dazed from the alcohol, muttering, hello? Ian, it's me, Su Jingning, she declared. Ian jolted awake, all remnants of sleep and intoxication vanishing in an instant. What is it? Ian asked coldly. I suggest you check if Yichen is still at home. Su Jingning replied with a light chuckle. A pang of anxiety gripped Ian, her entire being tensing as her hand tightened around the phone. She turned her head, the bed beside her feeling cold and empty. A glance around revealed that Xiang Yichen's jacket was nowhere to be found. She chose not to descend the stairs to search for him. Su Jingning's call could only mean that Xiang Yichen was indeed absent, and more likely, he was with her right now. Ian slowly sat up, his breath becoming increasingly labored, a heavy ache settling in his chest. What on earth is happening? He asked coldly. Nothing much, Su Jingning replied with a hint of mockery. I just wanted to inform you of Yichen's true feelings. It's rather pitiable to discover that the heart of the man you married has never truly been with you. Perhaps it's better to end things promptly before becoming further ensnared. She chuckled softly, her gaze fixated on her meticulously manicured nails under the dim light. Ian suppressed the pang of pain within him, a sardonic smile escaping his lips. Su Jingning, your words make you sound like a discarded wife. A crack echoed as one of her exquisite nails broke. Su Jingning stared at the chipped tip, her fist clenching tightly. You needn't engage in a battle of wits with me just now. If you have the courage, don't hang up, she declared, activating the speakerphone and setting the device aside. Barely moments after she laid it down, the manager ushered Xiang Yichen into the room. Yichen, Su Jingning called, her demeanor shifting back to one of sorrow. She lowered her gaze, catching a glimpse of her phone screen, still indicating an ongoing call, a subtle smirk playing at her lips. Hearing her utter Xiang Yichen's name caused Ian's heart to tighten painfully, his hand trembling as he held the phone. Resolved, he activated the speakerphone and placed it upon the table, staring blankly at the wall ahead. Indeed, he had gone to find Su Jingning, under the cover of night. He left while she slept. What could he possibly intend? Was it because he had neglected Su Jingning tonight, and now he sought to placate her? Ian bit down hard on his lip, feeling no pain, only an endless wave of irony flooding his heart. Ha! Xiang Yichen, you truly are something. Xiang Yichen sat silently beside Su Jingning, casting a glance at the nearly empty bottle on the table. Su Jingning lifted her face, her eyes brimming with tears, on the verge of breaking down. Jingning, don't drink anymore, Xiang Yichen said in a deep voice, taking the wine glass from her hands. Initially, Ian clung to a sliver of hope, but upon hearing Xiang Yichen's voice, he felt the shattering of some fragile string within him. A resounding crack echoed in his mind as he felt himself on the brink of collapse. Yichen, Lingbai said he wants to call off the engagement. If I don't bring it up first, he will. Su Jingning grasped Xiang Yichen's hand, desperation lacing her voice. What should I do? We may have quarreled often in the past, but he has never spoken such words before. Now that he has brought it up, I know. His resolve is unyielding. Ian's heart sank further as Su Jingning sniffled, tears trembling in her eyes, helplessly gazing at Xiang Yichen. Yichen, this time. I fear it is true. I have broken up with Lingbai. This matter cannot be evaded. even if I continue to deceive myself. Deep down, I know he does not hold me in his heart. Su Jingning grasped Xiang Yichen's hands tightly, her grip firm. Yichen, I have ended my relationship with Ling Bai. Will you want me? Will you despise me? I regret it, truly regret it. I should have chosen you from the very beginning. You have always thought of me first, and you would never hurt my heart. She held on to Xiang Yichen's hand and leaned her cheek against his palm. Her face appeared so small within the embrace of his strong hand, gently rubbing against it. Yichen, shall we start anew? Let us forget Ling Bai and forget Ian. Sensing his large hand stiffen beside her face, Su Jingning slightly turned her profile, pressing her lips against his palm. I know you have just married Ian, and it is too early for rumors of divorce to surface, so I am willing to wait. It is all right if you cannot give me a title now. I will quietly remain by your side, even if it means just being a shadow. Su Jingning spoke softly, to seek no title, only to be near you. What man would not be moved by such words? Xiang Yichen was taken aback, not expecting Su Jingning to make such an advance. Caught off guard, her kiss was imprinted on his palm, but he quickly withdrew his hand. His large hand fell to his lap, pressing against his pants as if to erase the lingering sensation of her kiss. Su Jingning's expression changed slightly as she observed his withdrawn hand and his actions, her heart sinking. She immediately forced a bitter smile, letting her hand fall quietly behind her in the call. Ian was listening, eager to know Xiang Yichen's response, even if the answer might shred her heart into pieces. She still wished to hear it, her fists clenched involuntarily, her complexion pale, biting her lip. Xiang Yichen, do you remember the promise you made to me? I beg you. Please do not let me down. But suddenly, the mechanical beeping of the phone echoed, and Ian stared blankly at the screen. Su Jingning had hung up. Ian's face changed dramatically, his hands trembling as he picked up the phone and immediately dialed back. But the other line was turned off. Su Jingning, turn your phone on, please. Ian shouted into the phone, but no one could hear him. Xiang Yichen, she clutched her phone, her shoulders slumping in despair. Do you wish to be like Chu Yang? She trembled, tears falling one by one, dampening the surface beneath her. Xiang Yichen gazed at Su Jingning calmly. Jingning, I will treat you well. Su Jingning's eyes brightened, but then she heard him add, however, it will be limited to the kindness of friends. If you encounter difficulties, I will surely find a way to help you. But beyond that, I cannot offer you more. He looked deeply into her eyes. I promised Ian that during our marriage, I would not betray her. Yichen, Su Jingning gazed at Xiang Yichen in disbelief. Although his previous action had already stirred a sense of unease within her, compelling her to terminate the call without absolute certainty, the moment she heard Xiang Yichen's response. Her heart trembled uncontrollably. Why? Were we not once very close? Have we not maintained a harmonious relationship? Why has everything suddenly changed? Su Jingning grasped his hand, her voice laced with panic as she implored, Yichen, you do like me. You have feelings for me, don't you? Otherwise, you wouldn't have allowed me to kiss you, nor would you have shown such concern for me. You must understand the reason behind my kindness towards you. It is certainly not born out of love. Xiang Yichen coldly withdrew his hand, rising to his feet as he looked down at her. Jingning, if there's nothing urgent, please refrain from calling me out in the middle of the night. If Ian wakes up and finds me missing, he may become overly anxious. If there's nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. It might be for the best that you sever ties with Shui Lingbai to spare yourself further torment. With that, Xiang Yichen strode towards the door. Can you truly forget Su Yan? Su Jingning suddenly shouted recklessly. Can you so calmly marry Ian? Yichen, can you honestly say that your heart is solely devoted to Ian now? Can you assert that your marriage to Ian has nothing to do with Su Yan? Xiang Yichen abruptly halted, turning to face her, his gaze dark and foreboding, emanating an aura of barely contained fury. A chill coursed through Su Jingning as she realized the weight of her words. In a frenzy, she rushed towards him, wrapping her arms around his waist, resting her face against his chest, where she could hear the erratic rhythm of his heart stirred by anger. Yichen, I was wrong. I misspoke. I am sorry. Yichen, I need you. I want you truly. Su Jingning exclaimed in a flurry of desperation. With a deep sigh, Xiang Yichen pushed her away. You think you can dismiss us with such a paltry sum? We had previously agreed upon 5,000 each. Why now do you intend to extort us? Suddenly, Su Jingning heard her own voice, disbelief washing over her as she looked at the phone in Xiang Yichen's hand. It contained the conversation she had with the four ruffians after that incident. They had initially agreed on 5,000 each. Yet at that moment, all you mentioned was that we four would assist you in staging a scene to lure Xiang Yichen. You never indicated that we would face dismemberment. The medical expenses alone exceed 5,000. Some of us have broken limbs, others bear disfigurements, and some have shattered bones. And now, you wish to settle us with 5,000? Had we known that our target was Xiang Yichen, no amount of money would have tempted us to take on this job. Who knows if Xiang Yichen might retaliate against us in the future? We fear for our lives while you dangle money in front of us. Seeing Su Jingning's pale face filled with shock, Xiang Yichen ceased his actions and turned off the recording. Jingning, do not assume that your actions are so covert that I remain oblivious. Xiang Yichen spoke with a stoic expression. In my heart, you have always been the serene and graceful woman I cherished. I hope you can continue to embody that essence. As for this incident, I shall consider it as if it never occurred. However, let this be the only exception, he declared, casting a frigid glare at her. You ought to understand my temperament. Even the closest of individuals are not permitted to conspire against me. With that, Xiang Yichen turned away without a trace of reluctance. Su Jingning stood frozen in place, staring blankly at his receding silhouette, her body trembling with rage. Ian, Su Jingning seethed through clenched teeth. Originally, Xue Lingbai was her fiancée, and Xiang Yichen held a unique regard for her, but all of that vanished with Ian's arrival. Xue Lingbai wished to sever their engagement, and Xiang Yichen no longer valued her. Now, both men had gravitated towards Ian. A glint of cold fury flickered in Su Jingning's eyes. Ian, I shall ensure that you plummet from your lofty heights. Upon hearing the sound of the door, Ian hurriedly wiped away the tears from his face, closing his eyes while his heart raced in disarray. He hadn't anticipated that he would return so swiftly. He had assumed he would remain out until dawn, as he had done before.